One afternoon, a man, after being bullied by the sinister Triad brothers at a roadside stall, found himself unexpectedly crushed by a truck. When he regained consciousness, he had inexplicably arrived in another realm. In this peculiar world, Iron Man had pilfered Batman's helmet, Superman had bent Captain America's shield, a rogue egg had extracted the talents from Arkham Asylum, and the Joker had infiltrated Hydra, ascending to the helm of S.H.I.E.L.D. A plethora of bewildering and disconcerting scenes unfolded. Chapter 1. The Omnitrix begins, yet utilizes a Three Kingdoms kill module. Wine, Ancient Blade, Fire Kill, Breaking Army Sword Dance, at this moment. As the elementary school student across from him stood in stunned silence, S.H.I.E.L.D. kindly covered his health bar and then snatched away the lollipop from his hand. This was the spoils of victory. Peeling away the candy wrapper, he placed the round candy head into his mouth, savoring the sweet and sour flavor that mirrored his current mood. S.H.I.E.L.D. lowered his gaze to retrieve Jie, and his treasured sword. The sunny boy in the image still wore a beaming smile, and the ancient blade glimmered with a soul-chilling light. Alas, ever since the strategist Huang Zhong emerged from GK, the appearance rate of this sunny boy, Daba, had plummeted dramatically. He could only make sporadic appearances during face-killing moments. In contrast to the mindless strategists, Daba's operational complexity was markedly higher. Merely deciding whether to drink first or draw his sword was a dilemma that had left countless Daba players in a state of mental paralysis. Moreover, with the advent of the strategist series, the underworld generals grew increasingly bizarre, and it seemed that Daba would find it difficult to shine again. Fortunately, Daba had not been completely forgotten. Steadfast loyalists like S.H.I.E.L.D. continued to support him quietly. Steamed when floating a large candy. As S.H.I.E.L.D. meticulously licked the lollipop, he crossed the street. Suddenly, a man wearing a baseball cap darted up behind him and gave him a shove. In the haze of the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to hear something akin to, "It's time to hit the road." Just as he pondered this, a massive truck barreled towards him. Shockingly, behind Superman's red underpants lies such a story. Is Batman truly a hero or a villain? Gotham police weigh in. The Joker and Batman's enmity has roots that are profoundly disturbing. According to the latest reports, the Riddler has been expelled from Gotham City. And that concludes today's news report. The New York Daily will bring you more updates, so stay tuned. Why would Gotham's sensational news be reported by the New York Daily? S.H.I.E.L.D., puzzled, turned off the radio and walked to the restroom to freshen up, preparing to retire for the night. After haphazardly splashing water on his face, he glanced up at the mirror. His skin as pink and white as cherry blossoms, his hair silky and black as onyx pearls. Although clad in a t-shirt, he retained an air of nobility. Gazing at the petite and adorable visage of the 10-year-old boy reflected in the mirror, S.H.I.E.L.D. increasingly felt that this reality was surreal. Yet the cold water from the faucet cascading over his hands affirmed that this was no dream, that a decade had elapsed. It had been 10 years since he arrived in this world, but a flicker of maturity, uncharacteristic of his age, briefly flashed in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Sir, it is I. The boss mentioned that there will be a confrontation with that gang of lunatics known as the Red Hood in the coming days. It is rather unsafe here. We are to escort you to a safe house. Very well, I understand. After casually draping a trench coat over his shoulders, S.H.I.E.L.D. opened the door. Standing outside was a towering, muscular black man and a tall, slender white man, both armed. The black man was nicknamed the King of Fighters, while the white man was known as the Blade Overlord. Both were notorious criminals, mercenaries released on bail by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rather unremarkable parents. S.H.I.E.L.D. privately referred to them as the Black and White Duo. As for whether employing such elite mercenaries to escort him was a misallocation of resources, that was a jest. His parents were far more formidable. 10 years ago, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s parents arrived in Gotham to carve out their fortune, serendipitously discovering the infant S.H.I.E.L.D. along the way. After years of cohabitation, he realized that his parents were not merely aspiring stars in the world of entertainment. Both were high-ranking operatives. Even more astonishing was that they were not affiliated with the same intelligence organization. What was these a spy ring infiltrating Gotham? Regardless of the pretense or manipulation, at least this couple genuinely cared for him. Bored, S.H.I.E.L.D. tapped rhythmically on the car window, watching the world outside recede. Suddenly, his heart seized painfully, as if gripped by an unseen force, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. Stop the car. But, sir, I said stop the car. Understood. The vehicle came to a halt, and S.H.I.E.L.D. flung open the door, sprinting into the wooded outskirts, but he was unaware of why he felt compelled to run, nor could he rein in his own legs. After what felt like an eternity, he regained control of his body beneath a magnificent tree. S.H.I.E.L.D. gasped for breath, veins pronounced on his forehead, as his lungs felt as though they might burst. What have I been cursed with? He lay motionless on the ground. In truth, such behavior after intense exertion was perilous. Impeded blood flow in the lower extremities could lead to cardiac ischemia and cerebral hypoxia. Yet none of this mattered now. Even if the King of Heaven were to descend or a meteorite were to crash nearby, S.H.I.E.L.D would remain unmoved. He lay on the ground, squinting at the sky. The nocturnal sky visible through the grove was indeed the most exquisite. It would have been even better with a golden-haired beauty beside him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Ah, shooting star. Make a wish, grant me a falling object. Anything will suffice. Perhaps responding to S.H.I.E.L.D's earnest plea, the meteor suddenly veered and hurtled towards her. S.H.I.E.L.D. Rubbing her eyes and looking again, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, it truly has fallen." S.H.I.E.L.D. leapt 3 feet into the air and hurriedly searched for cover. At that moment, panic had rendered her mind blank. It is essential to note that if it were indeed a meteorite, no place would provide refuge. Boom! The meteorite crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater. S.H.I.E.L.D. Is that all? It startled me for a moment. Cautiously, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached the large pit, not out of bravery, but rather due to the innate curiosity that resides within all living beings. What is this? Gazing at the round, metallic sphere within the pit, S.H.I.E.L.D. found herself bewildered. The entwined, arc-shaped logos on its surface struck a chord of familiarity. Moreover, this scenario felt oddly reminiscent. Standing at the edge of the pit, she racked her brain, struggling to recall the source of this powerful DJVU. Suddenly, the earth beneath her feet gave way without warning. S.H.I.E.L.D. tumbled downwards. After a series of dizzying rolls, she collided headfirst against the metallic sphere. Clang! Was that music to the ears? If it sounds good, it must be a good omen. User login. S.H.I.E.L.D. Login successful. SMGK is activating. System malfunction. Attempting initialization. Starting up. The metallic sphere unfurled, revealing a high-tech wristwatch within. Now I understand where this intense sense of familiarity stems from. Am I in the midst of a young hacker narrative? This is Gotham. Are they truly going to present me with a divine contraption? S.H.I.E.L.D. reached out, eager to examine the watch closely. However, before her fingers could graze it, the watch itself latched onto her wrist. Goodness! The sudden action startled her, and she hastily attempted to pry off the watch, wishing to remove it. Yet it clung to her wrist as if it were a part of her, resisting all her efforts to dislodge it. Well then, since resistance is futile, I might as well embrace it. With a smile, S.H.I.E.L.D. extended her hand, ready to turn the watch's dial. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. Shouldn't the watch face display a green cross? What does this black stick figure signify? Hold on. Combining this design with the earlier emblem on the metallic sphere, suddenly, a foreboding sensation washed over her. Beep beep beep. Accompanied by an odd sound, the dial began to rotate. Then, those who invade Wu territory shall be met with obliteration. From a minutiae, discern the grand design consumed the hearts of the unwary. Encased in armor, seize the camp, as if entering an unguarded realm. Chapter 2. The Martial Saint Emperor. A colossal pillar of energy erupted from the small, broken watch, soaring into the heavens, visible to anyone with sight. Within a lavish office, a one-eyed figure fixed his gaze intently upon the direction of the energy column. Is that Gotham? Does this beam of light bear any connection to events from a decade past? Contemplating, he dialed a number devoid of any identification. In the eastern district of Gotham City, where S.H.I.E.L.D. resided, a gang of thugs clad in red hoods paused their grim work to observe the distant light. "Wongdefa, what is that?" one inquired. "I cannot say for certain," replied another. "It resembles some vessel harboring pure energy, inadvertently unleashed by the ignorant." Upon hearing this, the red-hooded members turned to scrutinize the speaker. Standing apart from the rest, he held 2 severed heads in one hand and a peculiar safe in the other. Those with keen insight quickly recognized the identities of the deceased, making way for their leader. With a casual toss, he discarded the heads onto the ground and prepared to depart with the safe. Noticing that the leader showed no inclination to investigate further, a subordinate could not restrain himself from asking, "Boss, shall we not go take a look?" The leader halted, grasped the subordinate's head, and directed his gaze toward the energy column. "Is it not beautiful?" he mused. "Indeed, it is exquisite, for this evening shall witness many souls meeting their demise here." The self-reflective nature of his musings, accompanied by an eerie chuckle, unnerved the gathered red-hooded members. Yet, his words rang true. The notable factions nearby had all taken notice of the unusual phenomenon, sending their emissaries forth. Their arrival would surely herald a tempest of bloodshed. A sudden chill permeated the air. Since the voices had emerged, the temperature plummeted, causing shivers to ripple through the surroundings. Shan Qianfen rubbed his hands together, striving to discern the path ahead. The leaves surrounding him had frosted over. The cold had extinguished any desire for amusement. As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation often remain oblivious to its true nature. Shan Qianfen failed to grasp the trouble that the energy column, which had just ascended into the sky, would soon unleash upon him. His sole wish was to escape, clinging desperately to the hope of warmth. Young master. Upon raising his gaze, Shan Qianfen beheld the white knife overlord standing atop a small hill, his expression alight with surprise. Shan Qianfen reciprocated the sentiment. At last, he could leave this place. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot shattered the forest's tranquility. A gaping wound appeared on the white knife overlord's forehead, his eyes gradually losing their luster, and he tumbled down the hillside, coming to rest at Shan Qianfen's feet. The joy on Shan Qianfen's face froze, metamorphosing into terror. Just as he contemplated fleeing, a second shot rang out, striking the ground beside him. Young master, do not move, a voice warned. You wouldn't want a bullet to find its mark upon you, would you? Shan Qianfen raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, signaling that he would not resist. Simultaneously, in a desperate bid for survival, his mind raced to devise an escape plan. The black fighter, armed with a gun, slid down the slope and approached the corpse of the white knife master. What era is this, still wielding that broken knife technique when there are firearms? Disgusted, the black fighter spat upon the face of the fallen adversary and stomped on it, twisting his foot viciously. Witnessing this scene, Shan Qianfen's pupils constricted sharply, then swiftly returned to normal. Hey, what are you doing? We can negotiate if there's something you want. Just tell me, and my parents will give it to you, Shan Qianfen called out, attempting to divert the black fighter's attention from desecrating the body. However, he soon regretted this action. Ha, ha, ha. The black man chuckled sinisterly as he approached Shan Qianfen. If I were to say, what I desire is you, young master. Shan Qianfen. The black fighter lunged forward, ripping the sleeve of Shan Qianfen's trench coat with a fierce grip, then bringing the torn fabric to his nose to inhale its scent. Damn it, you mother. Shan Qianfen retaliated with a swift kick aimed at the black fighter's groin. Caught off guard while savoring the fragrance, the black man doubled over in pain. Seizing the moment, Shan Qianfen thrust his right hand forward, attempting to poke the black fighter's eyes with his fingers. Yet, his small stature and lack of strength rendered these efforts ineffective, and lacking any weapons to inflict further harm. He found himself with but one option left. Give it to Luda, Shan Qianfen exclaimed as he turned and fled. Bang! A bullet struck him precisely in the leg, causing him to lose balance and tumble to the ground. A searing pain surged through his brain, cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. As he turned his head, dread filled him. The time control had expired. You will soon understand the value of the treasure you just harmed, young master. You will regret it. The black fighter glared with bloodshot eyes, advancing toward Shan Qianfen with deliberate steps. It was evident that the expiration of control had left some lingering effects of deceleration. But it mattered little as Shan Qianfen was even more severely hindered. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Shan Qianfen rolled over, contemplating biting his tongue to escape his torment. Then, he noticed a small broken watch on his wrist. Almost forgot about you. Little broken watch, I don't care whose it is. Now, immediately, save my anal sphincter. With the last of his strength, Shan Qianfen twisted the watch's surface, raising its center dial. Please, he implored. Slap. As he slapped his palm down, beams of green light erupted from the watch. The black fighter was compelled to halt, shielding his eyes from the blinding glow. Here stands Guan Yu. You shall perish. As the green light dissipated, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall with a red face and a long beard, appeared where Shan Qianfen had just been. Who are you? Shan Qianfen remained silent, striding over to confront the man before her, delivering a powerful punch to his face, accompanied by the faint sound of bones fracturing. The man was sent sprawling several meters away. However, Shan Qianfen, rolling up her sleeves, was poised to pursue him and deliver a finishing blow. It was then that the man raised a handgun. What era is this, still playing Street Fighter with a gun? This was not the exact phrase uttered by the man. Yet under Shan Qianfen's translation, it sounded rather colloquial. Nevertheless, these details were trivial. Who could explain why someone who had spent half a lifetime in underground fights would resort to a firearm? I don't care what you are. Die. The man shouted fiercely before pulling the trigger in a frenzy. Shan Qianfen quickly raised her arms to shield her head and chest. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated in her mind. The enemy is attacking. Quickly use a flash to defend. With a thought, white gas swiftly enveloped her body, causing the incoming bullets to decelerate, ultimately landing harmlessly upon her robust physique. It's your turn now. Try to unleash an attack. Just as Shan Qianfen was about to inquire how to do so, a stream of crimson energy surged into her right hand. Clenching her fist, she lunged forward, reaching the man in mere moments, and struck him once more upon the head. Kill. A resounding crack echoed as the man's head burst open like an overripe watermelon, scattering debris everywhere. The force of her punch did not cease there. The ensuing shockwave toppled hundreds of trees before finally settling. Damn it! Shan Qianfen seized the man's headless corpse and pounded it into the ground repeatedly, not only avenging the fallen white knife master, but also for the delicate daisy that had nearly bloomed. She lost track of how many punches she threw, continuing until the mark on her chest glowed red, prompting her to rise. Huh, so you think having a gun makes you impressive? Can you even shoot? Shan Qianfen stood up and spat upon the mangled remains of the man. Suddenly, a flash of green light enveloped her, and she returned to her original form. Devoid of the immense power of the martial Saint Emperor, pain and fatigue overwhelmed her at that moment. Her legs wobbled, her vision darkened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Alcohol, ancient sabers, iron chains, fire, and unparalleled might, taking the head of a myriad. Shan Qianfen felt as though she were dreaming, for she beheld the smiling face of Dabao. With such a radiant young man protecting her, it must surely be a beautiful dream. Then, Dabao picked up the ancient saber. Shan Qianfen jolted upright from the hospital bed. Bruce, who had been brandishing a chainsaw, was startled at first, then, seizing the opportunity while Shan Qianfen was still dazed, discreetly tossed the chainsaw beneath the bed. Where am I? Shan Qianfen had just awakened from slumber, still somewhat disoriented. This was Wayne Manor, and I am Bruce Wayne, the one whom Batman saved and entrusted with your recovery. My grandfather began to speak with a solemnity that was almost comical. Bruce Wayne? Is that not Batman himself? Are you jesting with me? The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy, the temperature seemingly dropping several degrees. The lingering haze in Shan Qianfen's mind evaporated, and he quickly realized the gravity of his previous words. Before his feeble attempt at defense could escape his lips, his grandfather gripped his shoulder tightly. His voice cold and demanding. How do you know my identity? Who else knows who I am? The usually composed elder had lost his poise. This reaction was quite understandable. If even a random child on the street were aware of your secret stash of money hidden beneath the bed, you would undoubtedly feel a sense of panic. Well, I guessed it. Do you believe that? I do not. Fine, the truth is, a one-eyed, bald fellow told me. He claims to be a Skrull. To Shan Qianfen's surprise, his grandfather actually believed the absurdity he had just spun, even going so far as to retrieve paper and pen to take notes. All right, I think I've concocted enough tales. Thank you for saving me. Perhaps you could persuade my parents to collect a bit less in protection fees from the Wayne Enterprises. Shan Qianfen rose from the bed, only to be astonished at the absence of any discomfort from his gunshot wound, which had mysteriously vanished. This little watch has some merit, he mused. The action of glancing at the watch caught his grandfather's attention, prompting him to inquire. That watch is the source of the light beam from that night. Is it not? How do you know this? Because it is indestructible. How do you know it is indestructible? After a brief moment of contemplation, his grandfather replied, I guessed. Qianfen retorted, Never mind, I am not concerned with what you did while I was unconscious. I only wish to return home. My family must be worried after this incident. He grabbed the coat from the bedside and threw it on haphazardly, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. At this, Shan Qianfen turned around cautiously, cradling his left arm, and eyed his grandfather warily. Are you planning to kill me to silence me, or to murder for treasure? East District is rather far. Allow me to escort you. The crime scene is off limits to civilians. A few oblivious young officers blocked Shan Qianfen and his grandfather's path. Before the elder could reveal his identity, a middle-aged officer swiftly struck the young men on their foreheads with a few sharp blows. You fools, are you blind? Do you dare obstruct Lord Wayne? Upon saying this, the middle-aged officer respectfully ushered both the elder and Shan Qianfen inside. However, the gravity of the situation did little to lighten Shan Qianfen's mood, as the scene before him involved his own family. At that moment, the middle-aged officer astutely interjected, Lord Wayne. Last night the Red Hood gang clashed with the Zhoubang cadet family here. The specific details remain unclear, but the outcome was disastrous for the Zhoubang cadet family. Both leaders perished, reportedly with their heads severed. What did you just say? Dan Qianfen abruptly leaped up, colliding with the middle-aged police officer, and seized his collar, shouting furiously. Repeat that for me. The officer, bewildered and sprawled on the ground, clearly had yet to comprehend the situation. Where are the bodies of the Qiaobei cadet couple? In response to Master Wayne's inquiry, the officer truthfully replied, the bodies remain at the scene, unmoved. Sheriff Gordon is still searching for clues inside that building. Upon hearing this, Dan Qianfen released him and silently made her way back home. Chapter 4. A grudge at the threshold. Unforgivable Qianfen, toss the ball to your mother. Qianfen. Strive hard for tomorrow's exam. Qianfen, what would you like to eat to celebrate your promotion tomorrow? Memories flooded her mind, yet reality was always a stark contrast. Where the past was but a shadow, perhaps they adopted Dan Qianfen for the sake of duty, but the decade of care was undeniably real. even if this false home would shatter with the mission's conclusion. Now, this household was left with two headless corpses beneath a white sheet and a vengeful spirit. Perhaps sensing Dan Qianfen's tumultuous emotions, the small broken watch's hands began to move, accentuating its center. That child, this is a crime scene. Who allowed you in here? Sheriff Gordon, searching for evidence, caught sight of Dan Qianfen. Although such gang conflicts were typically devoid of leads, Gordon diligently gathered clues. Where are the Red Hood gang members? Dan Qianfen did not respond to Gordon's inquiry, and in turn, he offered no answer to hers. Sheriff Gordon raised his firearm at Dan Qianfen, seemingly prepared to fire at the slightest movement, remaining vigilant despite her youth. In Gotham City, anyone, even the elderly or children, could swiftly transform into exemplary citizens. A moment's lapse could see a young boy drawing a gun and emptying a magazine in mere seconds. Tell me quickly, where is the Red Hood gang? Dan Qianfen forcefully struck the small broken watch. Suddenly, a flash of green light illuminated the scene, revealing a burly man clad predominantly in blue. Standing where Dan Qianfen had just been, a grudge at the threshold, unforgivable. With a swift motion, Dan Qianfen propelled herself towards Sheriff Gordon. Still astonished by the transformation of a child into an adult's form, Gordon regained his composure and quickly drew his weapon to fire at her. The bullets struck Dan Qianfen, and the searing pain coursing through her body only spurred her onward, rather than halting her. The figure of Chow Chow absorbed the kinetic energy of the bullets as they struck. With a swift motion, Dan Qianfen grasped the barrel of the gun, contorting it into a crumpled mass. Tell me now. She clenched her fist, enveloped in swirling blue energy, and aimed a punch at Sheriff Gordon's head. My life is over. Sheriff Gordon closed his eyes. With a whoosh, her fist grazed his face, the rush of wind slicing against his skin as if it were a knife. Speak. I do not know. Shan Qianfen fixed her gaze upon Sheriff Gordon's face for a few moments before releasing him. Just as Sheriff Gordon thought he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation, Shan Qianfen remarked, I have heard that your excellency has a daughter. You. Before Sheriff Gordon could utter another word, Shan Qianfen's leg, as formidable as iron, struck him, sending him sprawling. If I cannot exact vengeance, then I shall ensure that others experience the anguish of unfulfilled retribution. Shan Qianfen swung open the door, only to encounter Bruce Wayne, who was rubbing his hands together. Who were you saying should feel pain? With a resounding thud, an elder delivered a powerful punch to Shan Qianfen's chin, followed by a swift kick to his chest, propelling him across the room. Shan Qianfen, Cadet Bane, please exercise some restraint. The elder declared, simultaneously removing his tie and shutting the door. Restraint? What do you expect me to be rational about? My beloved family has suffered this way. How can I remain composed? Oh, to watch my enemies retreat unscathed while I do nothing. Does that epitomize rationality? Shan Qianfen roared as he charged at the elder. Then please, calm yourself. The elder lowered his body, evading Shan Qianfen's punch while delivering a precise kick to his knee, seizing the opportunity as Shan Qianfen lost his balance. The elder clasped his arms and executed a flawless shoulder throw, followed by a swift kick. The entire sequence was executed with seamless precision, showcasing the elder's mastery in combat. Shan Qianfen attempted to rise and continue the fight, but as soon as he lifted his head, he was met with another punch from the elder, knocking him down once more. With a sudden surge, Shan Qianfen sprang back to his feet, only to be sent crashing to the ground again by the elder's kick. Using both hands to support himself, Shan Qianfen bent low to regain his stance while retreating to create distance. The elder, undeterred, lunged forward, grasping Shan Qianfen's legs and pulling him down. With his head striking the floor, Shan Qianfen was momentarily dazed. Rising to face the elder without any combat experience proved futile against such a seasoned fighter. Shan Qianfen, please maintain your composure. The elder delivered another punch to Shan Qianfen's head, just as he attempted to lift it again. Ugh! Shan Qianfen emitted a pained groan, disregarding the elder's past assistance, channeling every ounce of energy into his fist, even if that punch failed to connect. The sheer force of the wind generated could fell a multitude of trees, a power beyond that of an ordinary person. However, before he could harness that punch, Shan Qianfen's energy waned, and the myriad of external and internal injuries surged forth, causing him to collapse to the ground, his vision fading. Although Chow Chow could absorb energy, the injuries sustained would not simply vanish. The immense power had to be converted into a modicum of healing energy to sustain his life. That final punch had completely drained the last remnants of energy from his body. Why didn't TU disclose the location of the Red Hood gang? Enduring this beating for no reason? The elder reached out to assist his dear friend, Sheriff Gordon. Is there a possibility that I genuinely do not know the whereabouts of the Red Hood gang? Just moments ago, Shan Qianfen's kick was far from gentle. It certainly fractured two of Sheriff Gordon's ribs. Consequently, when Sheriff Gordon was lifted, he grimaced in pain. After years confined to an office, his physical prowess had diminished. Had it been my earlier years, I would have easily subdued him in a matter of moments. As Sheriff Gordon clutched his injuries, he stubbornly retorted, I never imagined that the esteemed heir of the Wayne Group possessed such formidable combat skills. Enough of this nonsense. I am well aware that you have long since discerned my true identity. Seeing that Sheriff Gordon was not gravely harmed, my grandfather chose to ignore him and bent down to lift S.H.I.E.L.D. This left Sheriff Gordon momentarily bewildered. Clearly, I was feigning ignorance to assist you. Yet you choose to overlook my performance. My grandfather, cradling S.H.I.E.L.D., slowly exited through the door. The police officers, who had arrived late to the scene, exchanged bewildered glances as they observed my grandfather carrying the child and Sheriff Gordon clutching his chest. With their limited cognitive faculties, it was challenging for them to fathom the events that had just transpired. What are you staring at? My gun discharged, startling the child. There's nothing to see here. A mere misfire could not possibly empty an entire magazine. Though the officers were filled with questions, they deemed it better not to pry into matters their superior preferred to remain unspoken. Chapter 5. Yesterday's grudge, like a thorn in my side. Zhang Fei. S.H.I.E.L.D. forcefully struck the small device, and a green light flashed, summoning a burly man with a red face, long beard, and phoenix eyes beside my grandfather. Never mind. This will suffice. S.H.I.E.L.D. clenched his fists and lunged directly towards my grandfather's midsection. Such a flawed attack was laughable in my grandfather's eyes, with a mere sidestep. He used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s momentum to throw him aside. The embarrassment of the previous day was still fresh in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind, and he dared not fall before a master of combat like my grandfather. He executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground. Joe Bain Cadet, hatred cannot resolve everything. My grandfather, unbeknownst to S.H.I.E.L.D., had found his way behind him, seizing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arms and twisting them back, then maneuvering his hands beneath S.H.I.E.L.D.'s armpits to meet at his neck. This technique, a powerful lock, was a skill learned from a Vietnamese-American wrestler. Yet, hatred can aid me in vanquishing my enemies. S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled fiercely to free himself from my grandfather's grasp, but to no avail. The hold was too secure. You're holding too tight. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fist struck against my grandfather's armor with resounding thuds, yet they lacked any real power, his arms restrained. Fine. Since you're clad in armor, I shall not hold back. With a surge of energy coursing through him, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fists glowed with a crimson light. Sensing the impending danger, my grandfather hastily released him and retreated. Kill. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s palm transformed into a blade as he unleashed a sweeping strike, sending forth a wave of red energy. My grandfather, caught off guard, was struck in the chest, propelled against the wall. Though the bat suit, crafted from Kevlar and titanium, absorbed much of the impact, my grandfather still felt the rush of blood and energy surge within him from the force of the blow. Hatred is not everything. You will come to understand this in due time. Grandfather produced a button and pressed it, causing an inexplicable current to surge through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body. As the energy was depleted, S.H.I.E.L.D. reverted to her previous state and fell into unconsciousness once more. The defensive and shock-absorbing capabilities of her battlesuit seemed insufficient. It was rumored that a metal called vibranium could absorb kinetic energy. Perhaps it could be utilized to enhance the suit. Grandfather muttered to himself as he carried S.H.I.E.L.D. to an experimental table. Entrusting such a perilous object to a child was far too dangerous. He retrieved a large pair of pliers, intending to sever the strap of the troublesome watch. However, even the pliers bent under pressure, while the watch remained obstinately intact. Grandfather then produced a reinforced prototype cutting saw and began to slice along the watch's markings. The sparks flew in a dazzling display, nearly igniting S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet the watch remained unscathed. If it could not be removed from her wrist, perhaps it would be necessary to remove the bearer of the watch instead. Grandfather adjusted the saw's direction, aiming it at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wrist. Such an amputation could be reattached. This dangerous device needed to be contained. The saw roared above S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wrist for what felt like an eternity, yet ultimately, Grandfather refrained from making the cut. Given his temperament, had he gone through with it, the prison's population would have likely halved. After all, a significant reason for Gotham's wholesome community was Grandfather's principle of not taking lives. Capture and release, release and capture. S.H.I.E.L.D., groggy and disoriented, opened her eyes. The after effects of the electric shock had not yet dissipated, leaving her mind somewhat foggy. Once fully awake, she immediately reached for the watch. A sudden surge of electricity coursed through her once again, causing her body to convulse. Would 40 milliamps suffice to calm you down? If not, perhaps 80 milliamps would do the trick. Grandfather sat before S.H.I.E.L.D., displaying a remote control in his hand. This tactic was learned from the Joker. Though not entirely honorable, it proved exceptionally effective. Where have you concealed it on me? S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired, feeling around her body, but finding nothing. There is a place you cannot touch. A place you cannot touch? Is there truly such a spot on the human body? Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D. jolted awake, obediently sitting up straight to heed Grandfather's teachings. Seeing her finally settle down to listen, Grandfather began his Wayne-style instruction. You remind me of my younger self. I too was once willing to sacrifice everything for vengeance. So, did you not also resort to violence? He disregarded her interruption and continued, however, upon achieving my revenge. I felt an overwhelming emptiness. You must be joking, you never repeat your nightly rendezvous with models. How could you possibly feel empty? Grandfather paused momentarily before continuing. I spent over a decade mastering various martial arts from around the world. Then it was all for naught. Most of your victories rely on technology. Instead of wasting time, you might as well learn from Iron Man next door and max out your technological prowess. Grandfather paused momentarily before continuing his tale. Later, upon my return, I personally eradicated the evils of Gotham. Was eradication synonymous with donning the guise of a great bet each day to confront the deranged inhabitants of Arkham Asylum? Grandfather could no longer contain himself and pressed the remote control, prompting him to proceed. Have you ever contemplated what you shall do after your vengeance has been exacted? Blinded as you are by hatred, could you allow me to avenge my grievances before I respond to such a query? S.H.I.E.L.D replied, smoothing her straightened hair as she leapt from her bed. Watching my nemesis thrive is more unbearable than my own demise. Have you ever experienced the anguish of losing a loved one? Grandfather replied solemnly. Indeed. This time, it was S.H.I.E.L.D who fell into silence. The two remained wordless for an extended period until S.H.I.E.L.D spoke again. Is there someone orchestrating my education from behind the scenes? Grandfather looked up, astonished at her insight. Do you not believe that your actions on my behalf may be excessive? Based on my understanding of you, a typical narrative would see me bound to an operating table, grappling with the decision of whether to sever my hand to remove this wretched device, rather than engaging in this idle chatter. S.H.I.E.L.D rotated the small, broken device, raising its center. The luminous column from that night had undoubtedly captured the attention of many. Under normal circumstances, I should be besieged by various departments seeking me out. This only indicates that someone is aiding me in resolving these matters. I find little pleasure in overthinking. Oftentimes, clarity emerges through simplicity, and knowing too much can lead to discontent. S.H.I.E.L.D forcefully struck the small device. Machow. The green light dissipated, revealing the youthful form of the deity standing before her. Yesterday's enmity pricks like a thorn. Until this grievance is avenged, I shall not consider myself among the living. Justice shall be served, and I shall not implicate others. No sooner had she spoken than S.H.I.E.L.D dashed headlong into the wall, leaving Grandfather standing in silence. Chapter 6. The Riddler returns to Gotham. What was he just saying? I understood each word, yet their assembly eluded my comprehension. S.H.I.E.L.D had just unleashed a torrent of her own peculiar language. Although she had studied it for a decade, her translation and expression skills required refinement, leaving Grandfather with a headache from her clumsy attempts, just as he wrestled with the decision of whether to click the button to offer S.H.I.E.L.D some warmth. A portal crackling with electric sparks opened behind him, revealing a gender-ambiguous figure clad in a yellow robe. The bald figure gazed at the substantial hole S.H.I.E.L.D had created in the wall and remarked, I believe your approach is misguided. She has developed her own discernment. Imposing your considerations upon her will only yield contrary results. Grandfather's expression darkened as he inquired, have you been monitoring me all along? The bald figure did not respond, tossing a piece of black stone to Grandfather. This is your reward, a metal capable of absorbing magic. But I have failed. Although he uttered these words, Grandfather dutifully accepted the stone. The bald figure produced a sheet of paper, crossing out the name of Batman inscribed upon it. The esteemed and exalted deity, the Black Wu Chang, once proclaimed that the possessor of such a name is akin to a blank canvas. Regrettably, by the time I discovered him, it was already too late. He had been tainted. I can only hope that among the remaining individuals, one may be able to guide him correctly. My grandfather's gaze inadvertently swept across the paper, catching sight of several names. Stark? Clark? Ben Parker? In Gotham City, within a nondescript underground chamber, two men donned in red hoods were engaged in hushed exchanges. One of them bore a red hood adorned with a smiling visage, while the other was unmistakably the leader of the red-hooded gang that had previously led an assault on the Jobane Carter family. Oh, my dear Jack, where's my prize? The leader, named Jack, remained silent, deftly placing a briefcase before the hooded figure with the smile. The briefcase opened to reveal a green syringe. At last, my darling, I have you once more. The hooded figure removed his mask, revealing a pale, contorted face, accompanied by a wicked and cold expression. His lips were painted a vivid red, and his green hair, paired with black diamond-shaped eyeshadow, made it nearly impossible to mistake his identity. The Joker. Eagerly, the Joker seized the syringe and injected it into his spine. Ah, this is the sensation I craved. My love, you have returned. Inside this syringe was a dose of the god of wine's essence. The Joker had previously injected himself with a similar substance, only to find it ineffective, leading him to believe it was merely a myth. It was only during his last encounter with his arch-nemesis, Batman, when he accidentally plummeted from a high building, that he comprehended the true meaning of being a living corpse. Within mere breaths, the Joker stood upright, as if nothing had transpired. If not for an additional leg beside him, even the Joker might have doubted that a person had just fallen. Alas, that miraculous healing power had only manifested that once. The Joker speculated whether the god of wine's essence had been depleted, thus prompting his intention to administer another injection. However, the diluted, ordinary essence bore no effect on him. At that moment, the newly established Jobane Carter family fortuitously acquired a refined dose of the god of wine's essence from the Court of Owls. Although the Joker was oblivious to the means by which the Jobane Carter family managed to trade with the Court of Owls without being double-crossed, or why this information had come to his attention, he deemed it irrelevant. As long as the bait was enticing enough, that was all that mattered. With the empty syringe withdrawn, the Joker tilted his head back, releasing a cackling laugh while drawing a dagger across his own skin. The laughter abruptly ceased. Not due to pain, but because the wound failed to mend. The Joker gazed at the bloody dagger, his expression darkening as he pondered his next thoughts. Was this a counterfeit? Meanwhile, Jack, seated opposite him, had long since grown accustomed to the antics of the barbershop clown. Even if the Joker were to slit his own throat in the next moment, Jack would not bat an eye. With a swift motion, the Joker sliced across his throat with a dagger. "What the hell, you're serious?" Jack exclaimed, hastily rising to assess the Joker's injuries. The trachea and carotid artery were severed. There was no hope. "Damn it, at least give me the suppressant before you die." Jack reached out, searching the Joker's body for something. Suddenly, the Joker's hands clamped around Jack's wrists, and the wounds he had just sustained had miraculously healed. If it weren't for the warm blood still on his hands, Jack would have thought it was merely an illusion. Indeed, it seemed that the effects only manifested when one was on the brink of death. The Joker pried Jack's hands away and, with his signature sleight of hand, conjured a vial containing the much-coveted serum. "Give me the suppressant." Jack lunged forward. But the Joker deftly evaded him. "No need to rush, darling. I have plenty of suppressants. You are different from the others. I intend to play with you slowly. However, my mood is rather good today, so I shan't toy with you." With a characteristic sinister grin, the Joker turned and casually tossed the vial into the corner before departing. How sturdy could a vial be? With a resounding crash, it shattered into a myriad of fragments. Jack, resigned, removed his hood, revealing a face as ghastly pale and twisted as the Joker's. Gazing at the shards and the scattered serum on the floor, he did not hesitate. He immediately bent down to lick up the liquid. Even as shards of glass pierced his mouth, he pressed on. He had been injected with the Joker virus, and only by consuming the exclusive suppressant could he revert to his former self. As the serum coursed through him, Jack's visage gradually returned to normal. With a sigh, he lit a low-quality cigarette, allowing the bitter, acrid taste to wash away his pain and regret. Today's ordeal was entirely of his own making. Who could have imagined that a figure who struck terror into both the criminal underworld and law enforcement alike was driven to madness by a band of petty criminals? It was important to remember that the Joker had once been nothing more than a humble engineer at a chemical plant, one of Gotham's downtrodden, struggling to make ends meet while his wages were withheld. At the time, his wife was pregnant, and they were behind on rent, forcing him to seek work far and wide. Yet, no one would hire this unfortunate soul. In desperation, and spurred on by his accomplices, he resolved to disguise himself as the criminal Red Hood to rob the chemical factory. However, during the planning stage, the police arrived with news that his pregnant wife had tragically perished due to an electrical malfunction with a milk warmer. Heartbroken, he was coerced by his partners to continue with the crime, only for the police and Batman to intervene. His accomplices were killed, and in the chaos, he fell into a vat of chemical agents, his face forever marred. After a series of devastating blows, he ultimately lost himself, descending into madness, transforming from an innocent bystander into the most dangerous figure in the universe. Jack was one of the very accomplices who had pressured the Joker, and due to differing roles, he and a few fortunate souls had survived. But was this truly fortune or misfortune? Jack chuckled bitterly to himself. Chapter 7. The Power. Jack rose and retrieved his handheld mirror, meticulously grooming himself. It had been several days since he last returned home. He was reluctant to frighten his family with his distorted visage, a consequence of the Joker virus, nor did he wish to burden them with worry. Thus, he resorted to fabricating a story about working late. In a sense, he was indeed laboring late. "I want that cream cake," he declared, pointing to the most exquisite cake at the bakery, signaling the attendant to wrap it up. His urgency to acquire the suppressant stemmed from another reason. Today marked his daughter's birthday. Family distinguished Jack from the other unfortunate souls tormented to death by the Joker. For his family, Jack was willing to do anything, and therein lay the Joker's amusement. The Joker wielded Jack's family as leverage, compelling him to undertake various nefarious tasks. Self-harm was trivial. Each time the Joker developed a new chemical concoction, Jack was the first subject for experimentation. Yet, the mere thought of his beloved daughter eagerly awaiting the grand cake at the lavish dining table sustained Jack through it all. With the allure of returning home, Jack's adrenaline surged, rendering even the pain from his previous encounters with the Joe Bane cadet couple insignificant. He traversed the distance home with remarkable speed. However, someone had arrived before him. Upon entering his house, Jack was greeted by the sight of a red-faced man with a bushy beard comfortably seated on his sofa, jovially feeding his daughter Peaches. "Findus, go help your mother in the kitchen," he instructed. Although his daughter was reluctant to leave the storytelling red-faced uncle, she ultimately complied. Rising to assist her father, cake in hand. Once she had retreated into the kitchen, Jack glared ominously at the intruder. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Someone who intends to take your life," replied Dan Xianfen, chewing on a peach that Findus had left unfinished, his voice calm, yet menacing. Jack placed the cake on the table and called out toward the kitchen. "Rambiel, I need to step out for a moment. I have a matter to discuss with this red-faced friend." A mature and gentle female voice echoed from the kitchen. "Dinner is ready. Hurry back." Jack smirked in response. "I shall return before dinner is served." It was surprising to witness a side of the notorious Red Hood leader that seemed almost human. One could only wonder if those he had slain would be astonished by this scene. Perhaps they would. "You can inquire with them shortly," Dan Xianfen retorted as Jack stepped outside, leading the way while Dan Xianfen followed closely behind. After all, it was rather twisted to murder a father in front of his young daughter. After a brief walk, Jack led Dan Xianfen to a deserted junkyard, an isolated spot perfect for carrying out a murder. "Before we proceed, I have a question," Jack said, fixing his gaze on Dan Xianfen's eyes. "How did you track me down?" "Well, you see, a person's potential is often brought forth under pressure," Dan Xianfen replied, stroking his beard. "Of course. The one under pressure is not me, but Sheriff Gordon." After parting ways with her grandfather, Sean Xianfen's first task was to seek the assistance of Sheriff Gordon. Renowned as Gotham's own Holmes, she needed his help to uncover the whereabouts of the Red Hood's hideout. Otherwise, she would resort to intimidation. Gordon, a man of formidable reputation, would not be threatened by a mere child like Sean Xianfen. Subsequently, she took Gordon's daughter hostage, having boasted to her grandfather that she would not harm anyone. Sean Xianfen's threat to Sheriff Gordon was, "Sheriff Gordon, I trust you wouldn't want your daughter to vanish for 10 months due to your ineptitude, only to return with an infant." Indeed, human potential is often unveiled under pressure. Under the duress of possibly becoming a grandfather, Gordon, despite his injuries, managed to locate the Red Hood gang's gathering place. Following Sean Xianfen's impressive display of catching a bullet with her bare hands, Gordon cooperatively summoned his subordinates to assist in raiding the Red Hood gang. After Sean Xianfen showcased her formidable physique, Gordon successfully identified the murderer of Joe and Cadet Bane, along with their assailant's identity. In a moment of distraction, Jack suddenly lunged, drawing a pistol from his pocket and aiming it at Sean Xianfen. What era is this? Still wielding such a primitive firearm? As the bullets approached her, their velocity waned. This was one of the 4 fundamental abilities of her transformation, a skill known as Flash. While assisting Sheriff Gordon in the investigation, Sean Xianfen had not been idle. Her mastery over her transformation and combat skills had grown significantly. She had nearly grasped the foundations of her powers. Each warrior's strength can be categorized into 4 types, which Sean Xianfen designated as Kill, Flash, Peach, and Wine. Kill represents a concentrated burst of destructive force, capable of shattering solid objects with a single punch, albeit with limited frequency. Flash diminishes the impact of incoming attacks, such as reducing a bullet's velocity, lowering fire's temperature, or diminishing electrical amperage. Peach heals one's own wounds, while Wine enhances the power of the next kill for a brief period. Each warrior, upon transformation, randomly possesses 6 units of these 4 powers. For instance, one might transform into Zhang Fei with 6 units of Flash, or Cao Cao with 6 units of Kill. Moreover, these 6 units can convert into one another, albeit at a very low efficiency. Approximately 6 units of one type can yield 1 unit of a specific type. Additionally, the transformation is not time-restricted. However, reverting from a transformation inflicts mental strain on Sean Xianfen. The longer she remains transformed, the greater the mental toll upon her return, with increased injuries to the warrior's form. Consequently, when nearing her limits, her transformation would automatically withdraw. Conversely, as long as her injuries were not severe and her energy consumption remained manageable, Sean Xianfen could maintain her transformation indefinitely. Yet, with only this level of prowess, how did she manage to single-handedly eliminate 2 elite agents? Sean Xianfen strode forward, undeterred by bullets, confronting Jack directly. Although Jack's aim was precise, that alone did not account for her ability to dispatch 2 elite agents. Jack set his gun aside and drew his dagger. Upon witnessing the formidable figure before him, a burly man with a ruddy complexion who could withstand bullets, he realized that his fate might be sealed today. Although Jack harbored no fondness for the Joker virus, its undeniable potency granted him significant enhancements: strength, speed, and intellect, all elevated to extraordinary levels. The only drawbacks were the grotesque transformation into a clown-like visage and a penchant for unpredictable insanity, all while easily overpowering various so-called super soldier serums. Yet, out of concern for his family, Jack had just administered an inhibitor. Perhaps this was a divine retribution for their transgressions. He raised his dagger, aiming for Sean Shinfin's throat. However, his efforts were futile. The blade's sharpness seemed diminished, and his strike lacked the force necessary to pierce even the man's skin. If bullets cannot harm me, how could a knife? Sean Shinfin retorted, delivering a devastating blow that felled Jack. While it was conceivable that this man was not the true perpetrator behind the murders of the Joe Bane cadet couple, it mattered little. The red-hooded ones deserved death. Chapter 8. Becoming a hero. Ma Chao. A flash of green light enveloped Sean Shinfin, transforming him into the infant form of a deity. His diminutive device had only unlocked 27 generals, all of whom were distinguished warriors. Since utilizing the war god, Sean Shinfin had forsaken the remaining 26 generals. There was no comparison. As the sole warrior among the first generation endowed with 4 health points and dual skills, the allure of the war god was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, Sean Shinfin instantaneously found himself 1,000 meters away. This was the power of the Ma clan's god-slaying technique. The reduction of distance with his adversary signified that the war god could close the gap to the enemy with remarkable swiftness. Sean Shinfin glanced back at the starting point from moments ago. He had covered over 1,000 meters in a second, nearly 3 times the speed of sound. Compared to the other generals, the war god was indeed divine. In a flash, Sean Shinfin darted through the city, reveling in the experience. His extraordinary speed afforded him the ability to traverse any terrain, skyscrapers, water surfaces, and neighboring structures, except for the air, allowing him to run wherever he desired. The exhilaration of being a speedster was beyond imagination. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. He possessed speed without the corresponding physical resilience and regenerative abilities. The wind rushing against his face felt as fierce as a blade, and any injury sustained only exacerbated under such velocity. Lacking the protective mechanisms inherent to other speedsters, like the Flash's speed force, Quicksilver's mutant genes, or Superman's biological constitution, meant that Sean Shinfin could not carry fragile items. Just moments ago, he had acquired an ice cream cone for free, only to have it splattered across his face. Nevertheless, overall, the war god remained an impressive force. Beep beep beep. As Sean Shinfin's energy depleted, he reverted to his original form. Following a bout of dizziness, he pressed the button on his diminutive device once more. With each successive use, the side effects lessened, and the strength gained from transformation grew more potent. Sean Shinfin's body was gradually acclimating. Ma Chao. Once again, Sean Shinfin transformed, vanishing into the night sky. Soon, he found himself within the confines of Sheriff Gordon's residence. Father-in-law, have you discovered the true culprit? Sean Shinfin pushed open the door to Gordon's home, addressing him directly. Shut up, you fool. Sheriff Gordon slammed a report against Sean Shinfin's face. He lowered the document, revealing it to be densely packed with technical data. We extracted a peculiar serum from his blood, which can significantly enhance biological performance. However, we also identified substances resembling inhibitors within his blood. Although the circumstances remain unclear, all evidence suggests he is indeed the perpetrator. Sheriff Gordon meticulously organized the report, noting that part of the information originated from Batman, ensuring its reliability. Once finished, he began to scrutinize Sean Shinfin quietly. The young man was strikingly handsome, embodying distinct Eastern characteristics. If only he were a tad taller, he might have adhered to the law without issue. Wait a moment, Eastern descent? Were the Joe Bane cadet couple not Caucasian? 2 white individuals. Could it be that excessive mango consumption during pregnancy was to blame? Sheriff Gordon's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Bang, bang, bang. Sean Shinfin strode through the prison, systematically executing the newly arrived members of the Red Hood gang. Gotham's prison resembled a talent market, with many villains occasionally selecting subordinates. And those confined within might find themselves chosen within days. Do not inquire how Sean Shinfin knew this. It was simply a fact that the Joe Bane cadet couple had also come to recruit. Indeed, Gotham's simplistic charm could not solely be attributed to the influx of talent from Arkham Asylum. With his firearm in hand, Sean Shinfin traversed the prison, shooting not only the Red Hood members, but also anyone attempting to negotiate for their release. Although he had promised his grandfather not to harm the innocent, they were far from it. Sean Shinfin blew the smoke from the muzzle of his gun, performing a flourish before holstering it. This weapon certainly proved far more effective than fists. It was nearly time to depart, otherwise, his grandfather might seek him out. In an instant, he vanished beneath the night sky. There was some truth to his grandfather's words. After avenging oneself, one can feel quite lost. Upon returning to his home, he lay languidly on the sofa, feeling inexplicably lethargic. Having eliminated his enemies, he suddenly found himself devoid of purpose. Perhaps it was time to explore elsewhere, after all. Having stirred trouble in the prison, it seemed unlikely he could stay in Gotham much longer. He pondered whether Sheriff Gordon would place him on a wanted list. If so, would it be for his face or his watch? Regardless, Gotham was hardly a pleasant place. Rising from the couch, S.H.I.E.L.D resolved to embark on an impromptu journey. This one, I'll take. And this, too. What on earth is this? He gazed curiously at a locked box before him. If memory serves me correctly, his home should have been thoroughly cleansed by the Red Hood gang. How could a box with such a sealed nature remain so intact? Surely, they wouldn't abandon it simply because they couldn't unlock it, would they? Speaking of which, it seems the Red Hood gang never resorts to arson to destroy evidence after committing murder. Quite unprofessional indeed. The only explanation for this well-preserved box lies in the inadequacy of their techniques. Suchu, naked body, wine, murder. With a gentle punch, S.H.I.E.L.D struck the lock, causing it to shatter into 5 pieces. Crack. The box was opened, revealing merely 2 badges and a letter inside. S.H.I.E.L.D picked up the badges for inspection. One bore the image of what appeared to be an eagle in flight, while the other displayed a skull intertwined with several serpentine tails. This seemed somewhat familiar. S.H.I.E.L.D set down the badges and opened the envelope. Dear S.H.I.E.L.D, by the time you read this letter, we may no longer be here. The standard opening of a farewell letter. S.H.I.E.L.D patiently continued reading. I have always known you were not an ordinary child. You were destined for greatness. If possible, please do not follow in our footsteps. Instead, strive to be a hero, walking in the light. Regardless of what you become in the future, we will always love you. The letter was lengthy, and aside from the latter part being somewhat incoherent, it bore a striking resemblance to the writing style and penmanship of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mother. It must be genuine. Do you want me to be a hero? It's not out of the question, S.H.I.E.L.D mused as he approached the window, drawing back the curtains to let the sunlight bathe his face. All heroes require a resounding name, something akin to the Iron Failure. What should I call myself? Since I am using the tools of a dog card, I shall simply be known as Dog Card Hero. Chapter 9. I've noted this grudge. Yes. You are absolutely right. Beneath the overpass, S.H.I.E.L.D tightened the small blanket wrapped around him, listening to a beggar chattering incessantly. You can't sleep here. This is my territory. Noticing that S.H.I.E.L.D remained unmoved, the beggar decided to take a harsher approach. The beggars in Malaysian also operate with organization and discipline, much like the beggar clan of Yanwang. However, the beggars in Malaysian refer to themselves as wanderers and their organization as the House of Wanderers. The homeless man turned away, seeking to summon his comrades to discipline this newcomer, S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether one wanderer or a group of them, they posed no real threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, they were quite bothersome and disrupted the rest of the dog card hero. Damn it, how irritating. S.H.I.E.L.D slapped his ragged watch and transformed into Huang Zhong. With a shout, a brick soared precisely towards the homeless man's head. S.H.I.E.L.D was not one to kill indiscriminately. He controlled his strength, intending to stun rather than to kill. Sigh. How bothersome. S.H.I.E.L.D pulled the blanket up over his head. At this moment, sleep was the only remedy for his inner turmoil. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D need not have laid out his sleeping space beneath the overpass. In the capacity of the heir to the Qianfen-Zhoubang cadet family, even with the demise of the Zhoubang cadet couple, he would remain untroubled by financial concerns. Yet, the wretched Gotham Bank audaciously engaged in a nefarious act, absconding with the entirety of the Zhoubang cadet couple's assets. While it was feasible to reclaim the funds through legal channels, Qianfen found such an endeavor excessively cumbersome. Since they were so desperate for money, he decided to grant their wish. In a moment of decisive action, Qianfen drew his firearm and eliminated the president of the Gotham Bank, who had wronged him. The exact amount of the Zhoubang cadet couple's savings was unknown to him, but it was certainly sufficient to purchase the life of the bank president. With numerous illicit enterprises under his parents' control, he deemed the bank's deposits unnecessary. Thus, Qianfen embarked on a mission to collect protection fees from various locations, systematically eradicating the gangs he encountered. Following the obliteration of the Zhoubang cadet family, all their illicit businesses were swiftly claimed by rival gangs, and their gray enterprises were redirected to other criminal factions. Not only would Qianfen face hostility in his attempts to collect protection fees, but even if the Zhoubang cadet couple were to rise from the dead to reclaim their dues, they would be met with a barrage of bullets. On that fateful day, Qianfen dispatched numerous foes and annihilated multiple gangs. Honing his skills with the grim tools of his trade, armed with a formidable weapon, he traversed from the realm of black enterprises to that of gray ones. His resolve hardened by the bloodshed. However, before he could procure funds for his living expenses, his grandfather, donned in an entirely new combat suit, arrived with the intent of imprisoning Qianfen in a juvenile facility. According to Gotham's laws, Qianfen, being below the age of criminal responsibility, could only be confined to a juvenile detention center. Whether it was the sheer number of lives he had taken that had clouded his judgment, or the diminishing effects of his weapon, Qianfen found himself contemplating a confrontation with his grandfather. Yet, he was soon bested. His grandfather, fully equipped and clad in advanced technology unseen in animations or films, appeared to possess weaponry specifically designed to counter Qianfan's every transformation, no matter how he adapted. Victory eluded him. Even the formidable god of speed was reduced to a mere punching bag. The speedster, endowed with extraordinary velocity, narrowly escaped becoming a sieve due to the high-tech batarangs, which was utterly absurd. With his bare hands, he hurled projectiles at speeds several times that of bullets. Qianfan was left wondering whether to commend the batarang's prowess or his grandfather's formidable strength. Fortunately, the greatest advantage of the speedster was the ability to flee when overwhelmed, allowing Qianfan to evade a harrowing encounter with juvenile detention. However, this chaos only compounded the already dire state of Qianfan's social existence in Gotham. The intricacies of Gotham's underbelly were perilously deep, with each gang possessing formidable connections. That very night, Qianfan found himself the target of assassination attempts from various ancient factions within Gotham. Even the owls dispatched their lethal claws. In the dead of night, Qianfan narrowly escaped, clad only in a leaf-like garment. Had it not been for his grandfather's intervention, which drew some of the fire away, he might have lost even that meager covering. Gotham was perilous beyond measure, and Qianfan could not afford to linger for a moment longer. This vendetta would not be forgotten. After recording the influence of these individuals, Qianfan transformed into the swift and formidable Ma Shun. United, these individuals posed a considerable challenge even for his grandfather, yet Ma Shun maneuvered effortlessly, even taking the time to change his attire while fleeing. This exemplifies why Ma Shun is indeed remarkable, achieving feats that other martial generals could scarcely aspire to. Qianfan continued to run until he reached his limit, at which point he was forcibly reverted from his transformation. Having undergone numerous transformations and experiencing an extreme metamorphosis, he found himself utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Finally, Qianfan fell into a deep slumber beneath the overpass. Upon awakening, he discovered an inexplicable blanket draped over him, alongside a chattering vagabond who accused him of usurping his home and blanket. Although the details of the preceding events were unclear, it was evident that the clean blanket adorned with yellow patterns had no association with the disheveled homeless man. When confronted, the vagabond displayed no embarrassment. Instead, he brazenly attempted to lay hands on Qianfan. In response, Qianfan pressed a gun against the vagabond's forehead. Although the gun was devoid of bullets, this did not deter Qianfan from wielding it. Finding himself unable to gain an advantage in either strength or intellect, the vagabond insisted on summoning the authorities from the homeless shelter to arbitrate the dispute. Qianfan, having grown weary of the incessant chatter, swiftly knocked him unconscious with a brick at the moment he began to move. At last, tranquility enveloped the world. Qianfan closed his eyes, ready to indulge in a much-needed rest. "What are you doing?" the vagabond exclaimed in dismay. Qianfan abruptly threw off the blanket and seized a stone. With a swift flick, he propelled the stone against the bridge, which yielded effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. "I suppose this power is quite adequate," he mused, glancing at the vagabond, who, aside from a lump on his head, appeared unscathed. "Ah, is this skull of yours crafted from gold, or is your scalp silver?" Skeptically, Qianfan picked up another stone. In Gotham, within the Court of Owls, a gathering of individuals donned in owl masks convened to deliberate on Qianfan's demise in the ownership of a trivial watch. Suddenly, a shimmering portal crackled into existence, and a bald figure clad in a yellow robe entered. "Esteemed members, allow me to offer a piece of advice, for the sake of my reputation. Let us consider this matter resolved." However, her well-intentioned counsel did not resonate with the assembly. "Who do you think you are to parade before the Court of Owls?" they jeered. "Your ability to conjure portals is impressive, but come now. Which, let us deal with her." With a sigh, the bald figure summoned a golden magic circle to her hands. 10 minutes later, the owl judge led the assembly in kneeling and proclaimed, "We apologize. We acknowledge our voices were raised too high." Chapter 10. Luther, ouch, what are you doing? The vagabond lamented, clutching another bump on his head. Qianfan immediately crushed a brick with his bare hands, confirming he was still in a transformed state. "This rugged individual, perhaps I simply lack sufficient control over my strength. The only explanation I can offer for the vagabond's survival is that he is merely an ordinary fool. Otherwise, one might wonder if he is a notorious figure masquerading as a homeless person. Yet, this is a realm of American comics. Could there truly be a villain disguising himself as a beggar?" Rising quietly, I stealthily approached the vagabond from behind and struck towards his neck. Just as my hand was about to sever his throat, I hesitated. Clearly, he was not a villain, merely an uninformed simpleton. I sighed in relief and reverted from my transformed state. Witnessing this, the vagabond immediately knelt and clutched my leg, wailing, "Please spare me, almighty mutant. Do not take my life." Perplexed, I inquired, "What are you doing?" The vagabond clung desperately to my leg, remaining silent. From my vantage point, I could distinctly see that he had smeared some unidentifiable, viscous substance upon my trousers. How disgusting! I rebuked. If you do not release me, I shall show you your own brain matter. Yet, the vagabond seemed oblivious, continuing to rub against my leg. Left with no choice, I brandished my firearm, pressing it against his head. As he retreated in fear, I could not help but marvel at the efficacy of this weapon. Hey, you there. When did I say I intended to kill you? The vagabond, still on his knees, explained, isn't it customary for mutants to eliminate anyone who witnesses their identity? I retorted, which of your eyes discerned me as a mutant? He faltered, you're not a mutant, but you just, suddenly, the vagabond seemed to grasp something and quickly added, yes. Yes, revered mutant, I saw nothing. I sensed that we were not communicating on the same wavelength. Having slept too long, I felt a pang of hunger. Please, almighty mutant, do not devour me. The vagabond once again fell to his knees. Who told you mutants feast upon humans? Isn't that what the government claims? Aside from expressing my incredulity, I found it impossible to convey my exasperation. Even if I were a mutant, I would not stoop to consuming a vagabond. So you admit to being a mutant? Seeing that I had no intention of consuming him, the vagabond hastily produced his meager provisions in an attempt to appease me. Cakes, milk tea, fried chicken, hamburgers, and fries? Is this what you deem a homeless man's fare? I was astonished at this revelation. All of this was given by Grandfather Luther, a benevolent soul who bestows warmth upon the homeless of Metropolis every morning. I arrived early and took more than my share, as I indulged in the food. Despite its chill, I found it quite delectable. Wait a moment, Luther? Metropolis? Isn't that the domain of Superman's adversary? What a night. Moving from one scene to another, single Qianfen, with a swift motion, transformed into a formidable figure, continuing to consume with the prowess of a legendary healer. The audacity of the skilled is indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor, perpetually preoccupied with devising schemes against Superman, would hardly spare time to bestow charity upon the destitute. Even if he were to allocate resources to the vagrants, it would undoubtedly serve a purpose, perhaps even involving human experimentation. Reminiscent of an episode where Luthor utilized homeless individuals for his sinister experiments. Suddenly, a flurry of tranquilizer darts whizzed through the air, followed by a well-equipped tactical team emerging from the shadows. With a mere tilt of her head, Qianfen effortlessly evaded all the darts. Her senses had been profoundly enhanced since her transformation, and this augmentation intensified with each metamorphosis. Dodging was not a challenge at all. I had anticipated that this meal would not be easily digested. Ignoring the homeless man behind her, now resembling a hedgehog from the darts, Qianfen sprang into action against her assailants. A left kick toppled one adversary, and a right jab sent another sprawling. The proximity of the combatants dissuaded them from firing their weapons, fearing friendly fire. Thus, Qianfen showcased her skills without even switching forms. As Qianfen reveled in her triumph, a sudden thunderclap reverberated within her abdomen. Despite her onslaught against her foes, discomfort marred her expression. She had consumed a peach. Yet her bodily distress showed no signs of abating. What poison have you used? Qianfen groaned, clutching her stomach and curling upon the ground. Observing her agony, her opponents ceased their attacks, encircling her with curiosity. Noticing the veins bulging on her forehead, their leader inquired about the remarkable efficacy of the substance she had ingested. I didn't administer any drugs, and I purchased it freshly from Wallace's Sword, a new store with an enticing discount, he replied, unaware of the implications. Upon hearing a familiar term, Qianfen felt her composure wavering. Does anyone have toilet paper? One member, instinctively responding to her distress, reached for some, only to realize the enemy was before him. Hand it over. Qianfen snatched the paper, giving the procurement member an obscene gesture before hastily retreating into the underbrush. After a brief interlude of muffled sounds, Qianfen emerged, somewhat weary yet determined. Take me to Luthor, she implored, breathless. I have a way to deal with Superman. Chapter 11. The invincible Superman falls again. Do you truly possess a method to confront Superman? Luthor gazed down upon Qianfen, his countenance marred with excess flesh, sporting a hairstyle akin to that of a certain famous figure. Aside from a slight lack of roundness, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his neighbor, Jean. Qianfen nearly questioned if she had wandered onto the wrong set. Hey, how dare you speak to me that way? The homeless man forcefully struck the table and rose to proclaim. Do you know that my elder brother is destined to become the third legendary pinnacle of the mutants? Do you believe that with a mere blink, he could annihilate you all? I am not. I have not said anything foolish, Dan Qianfen retorted. But her explanation seemed utterly powerless in front of the preconceived notions held by the Luthor. Mutants? Legends? Luthor gazed at Dan Qianfen with intrigue, then turned to a subordinate behind him, gesturing for him to test Dan Qianfen. With a swift motion, a high-tech electronic sword was drawn, abruptly aimed at Dan Qianfen in an act of aggression. Alas, Machao! Dan Qianfen, hiding beneath the table, pressed a switch and vigorously struck the small device. One must display strength before having the audacity to speak. A flash of green light enveloped her, transforming Dan Qianfen into Zhao Yun. A zhe long Dan. Dodge. Dan Qianfen sidestepped the blade's edge, seizing the assailant's wrist and twisting it forcefully. The man winced in pain, releasing the electronic sword, which fell into Dan Qianfen's grasp. Get lost. With a powerful kick, she sent him flying back. Seeing their comrade humiliated, the henchmen behind Luther drew their electronic swords, eager to engage Dan Qianfen in combat. Before Luther could intervene, Dan Qianfen swung her sword down toward the floor. Kill. Red light enveloped the blade, and with a flourish, she cleaved the floor of Luther's domain in two. A wave of crimson energy surged forth, parting the distant lawn and fountain in its wake. As Dan Qianfen concluded her display and rose, the swords held by her earlier assailants vanished, their menacing expressions transforming into amiable ones. The renowned hero of S.H.I.E.L.D, Jiraiya, exclaimed in admiration, "What a remarkable sword! Its lethal power has been amplified several times." Dan Qianfen casually plunged the electronic sword into the floor behind her and resumed her seat, showing no intention of returning it. "You see, my elder brother is invincible," she stated. "You can be quiet now. I regret protecting you. You should have been captured for biological experiments." Dan Qianfen seized a banana from the table and shoved it into the homeless man's mouth. She did not consider herself a virtuous person, yet she was clear about her loyalties. This homeless man had once shared a meager meal with her, thus she decided to spare him. Beep, beep. The small device inexplicably began to sound, prompting Dan Qianfen to discreetly pat the mark on her chest, silencing it. Clap, clap, clap. This mutant young hero was indeed a prodigy. Once recovered, Luther lavished praise upon Dan Qianfen. "So, it appears my title as a mutant cannot be shed, can it?" Clap, clap. Luther clapped again, and a subordinate respectfully placed a box before Dan Qianfen. With a snap, the box opened, revealing it brimming with substantial amounts of green coins. "Dear mutant friend, I sincerely invite you to join the anti-superhuman cause. I accept." In an instant, Dan Qianfen dashed to the box and embraced it tightly. In response, Luther was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, remarking on the sincerity of youth, yet his eyes brimmed with disdain. Despite being born into a prominent family, Dan Qianfen's ignorance was astonishing. Luther's actions were solely motivated by his intent to amass wealth and flee. Even a casual pit dug by Superman would possess greater power than Dan Qianfen's earlier attempts. It required a significant effort for Dan Qianfen to merely counter Superman's basic attacks. It was sheer folly to oppose him. Furthermore, Superman often operated beyond the ordinary. Absorbing solar energy would amplify his strength, while exposure to the sun could rejuvenate him, rendering him invincible. It was common knowledge that Superman was not to be trifled with, yet Luther relentlessly provoked him. One might question his intelligence, after all. Luther is recognized throughout the universe as a being of ninth-level intellect. Conversely, one might argue his wisdom, given his persistent pursuit of such a virtuous being as Superman. Perhaps this is the essence of love, for Luther did father a child with Superman. Ahem. Dan Qianfen cleared his throat and began to unveil the vulnerabilities of Kryptonians, acknowledging their fear of kryptonite, which was well known. Beyond that, Kryptonians also feared magic and red suns. While the latter was elusive, the magical forces on Earth were abundant. Dan Qianfen maintained a semblance of professional integrity, genuinely revealing the weaknesses of Kryptonians. However, he refrained from mentioning Superman by name. Superman, being a naturally born Kryptonian, would gradually have the genetic deficiencies in his Kryptonian lineage rectified due to the life code. Once Luther had repeatedly bested Superman with magic and the latter developed a resistance to it, the spectacle would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Magic, you say? Luther held a degree of skepticism towards Dan Qianfen's assertions. Yet, testing it posed no real danger, as Superman was not a killer. If the claims turned out to be false, the loss would be negligible, but if true, the ensuing amusement would be substantial. Would one not wish to witness the extent of Superman's suffering? Certainly, my dear boss. Luther, how could you experiment on ordinary citizens? You have lived for 46 years. Your sins unforgivable, your actions defying moral law. Little did you know that the righteous detest the very thought of you. Superman, from his elevated stance, commenced his speech of justice. Due to the differing locales, accents varied, and Dan Qianfen, through a combination of deduction and conjecture, provided the aforementioned grounded translation. "Oh, my beloved Superman, your demise is nigh." Perhaps adhering to the principle of being ruthless and brief, Luther had no desire for lengthy discourse with Superman. He simply gestured for his subordinates to proceed with the task. In a corner, Dan Qianfen silently savored the unfolding drama. What to make of Luther? There was a certain discomfort in his demeanor. As a high-quality, highly intelligent human antagonist who orchestrated the clash between Batman and Superman, he audaciously approached Superman to deliver threats. Aja, setting aside the drop in prestige, could such folly truly be executed by a being of 9th-level intellect? Was he not afraid of Superman descending upon him with the wrath of a celestial being? Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. envisioned a plot where Luthor meticulously orchestrated a series of interconnected schemes to ensnare Superman in a deadlock. Subsequently, he would lavishly hire a sorcerer to launch a magical projectile at Superman during a moment of vulnerability, allowing him to gauge the situation before devising a longer-term strategy. However, upon hearing that Superman was wreaking havoc at his factory, Luthor, accompanied by his bodyguards and a newly acquired apprentice sorcerer, hastily ascended to confront him. Indeed. Luthor was merely a gilded facade of his namesake. S.H.I.E.L.D. discarded the fruit into the trash, already plotting his escape route. Superman, meet your demise. Avada Kedavra. A bolt of lightning, thick as a fist, shot forth, striking Superman squarely in the chest. Boom. Superman crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. Chapter 12. The Metal Man. I understand now. This must be an original world depicting the early demise of Superman. Too absurd for publication and subsequently deleted by the editorial department. Although the reason for my transmigration remains unclear, I cannot help but feel a peculiar sense of gratitude. S.H.I.E.L.D. retracted his outstretched foot and retrieved the discarded fruit. While Superman's magical resistance is notoriously low, surely it couldn't be this abysmal. Taking a bite of the fruit, he paid no mind to the fallen Superman. The tumultuous relationship between Luthor and Superman rivaled that of a grandfather and a jester. If captured by Luthor, Superman would merely find himself bound with red ribbons and candles, devoid of any real threat to his life. Thus, under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watchful gaze, Luthor produced kryptonite shackles, preparing to ensnare Superman. Surely, he wouldn't dare to commit such acts? Amid the astonished expressions of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Luthor's minions, Luthor seemed to realize something and quickly altered his binding method. Superman, prepare for your end. After striking a pose, Luthor brandished a kryptonite dagger and plunged it forcefully towards Superman's heart. Goodness! S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly transformed into a divine being, intercepting the dagger. Though his moral compass was rather flexible, he held a few lines he would not cross. Targeting an honest individual like Superman, who would assist an elderly lady across the street, was one thing, but to bring about his demise surpassed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personal ethics. Luthor exerted more force. Yet the dagger remained immovable in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grasp. Who dares? It is I, your boss. Luthor turned to find S.H.I.E.L.D.'s figure had vanished from the railing. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? A glint of malice flickered in Luthor's eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D. hastily clarified, Boss, I believe it is far more beneficial to spare Superman's life. He holds potential for research. Even his corpse possesses significant value. Luthor pressed down forcefully on the dagger. Do you realize what it means to possess an entire Superman-esque body? What? It means I could clone as many Supermen as I desire. As S.H.I.E.L.D. reflected on the concept of Superman, she retorted, Is Superman something you can replicate? What you have produced is merely a Kryptonian, Earth edition. Luthor, releasing his dagger and stepping back, barked, Are you betraying me? The atmosphere turned tense, a palpable tension filling the air, suggesting that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inaugural endeavor in this world was on the verge of failure. However, since Luthor had posed such a question, she hastily responded, Boss, I bear no ill intentions. She swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick to Luthor's chest. With the assistance of Mars super speed, her strike severed Luthor in two. In contrast to the villainous Luthor, who was adorned with the marks of a nefarious reputation, S.H.I.E.L.D. yearned to ally with the virtuous Superman. Despite the fact that Superman's plight seemed to stem from her own actions, Luthor's upper half struggled for a moment before propping itself up, revealing the exposed wires of his lower body, indicating the nature of his existence. I knew it. Luthor could hardly be unafraid of Superman's might. S.H.I.E.L.D. drew the laser sword she had previously acquired, positioning it before her. Based on their earlier encounter, she assessed Luthor's minions to be rather lackluster, and thus, she felt no considerable trepidation. I understand the reasoning, yet my current state is exceptionally favorable. I anticipate that when I strike, it shall unleash a storm of chaos. With a rebellious grin, she tossed her bangs aside, disdainfully awaiting Luthor's retaliation. Kill him. At Luthor's command, a metallic figure leapt forth, not soaring, but rather springing into action. Lacking any flight apparatus and clearly a mere mass-produced soldier, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disdain deepened. Wait a moment, this design seems oddly familiar. Could it resemble that metal being capable of engaging Superman in combat? Her smile gradually faltered, her hands trembling, nearly causing her to drop the laser sword. Perhaps it is truly just a mere soldier? Gripping the laser sword tightly, she swung it forcefully at the metallic entity. Die! A crimson sword aura was unleashed, slicing through any obstacles in its path effortlessly until it struck the metallic figure's chest. Boom! As the dust settled, the metallic being continued its advance, unscathed. It's the real deal. I mean, can you believe I was merely joking? The metal figure offered no reply, instead activating a mechanism in its arm, releasing a retro-styled small missile. Though its appearance lacked intimidation, its speed suggested otherwise. Shan Qianfen steeled herself. After performing a flourish with her laser sword, she lunged forward. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, she was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Bro, how about I surrender and we call it half a loss? Confused, she sat up, dazed from the blast. The metallic figure remained silent, methodically activating the device on its shoulder, unleashing dozens of small missiles. A mere few hundred missiles. Behold my single strike. I apologize for the disturbance. Shan Qianfen swiftly liberated himself from his state of confusion and, like a superhero, took flight. With the speed akin to that of a divine steed, even if he were to collide with an individual, he could easily achieve a velocity of at least 3 Mach. Shan Qianfen's audacity to challenge figures like Luther is not without justification. 3 Mach, that is 3 times the speed of sound. Who could possibly keep pace with the taillights of Shan? In this vast world, there are no limits to where one might venture. Yet. Before he could make much headway, a sudden and forceful blow struck his waist. The overwhelming impact and excruciating pain compelled Shan Qianfen to halt. Before he could gather himself, a pair of iron hands descended upon his head. Ignoring the pain, he crouched low to evade the attack and swiftly retreated to create distance. However, the metallic foe slammed his fist into the ground, instantly closing the insignificant gap. To his dismay, Shan Qianfen realized the gravity of his predicament. He forcefully hurled the superhero towards the metallic being. The metallic figure, momentarily perplexed, hesitated between annihilating the superhero and catching him. You've fallen for it. Seizing the opportunity while the metallic creature's attention was diverted, Shan Qianfen dashed to its side wielding a laser sword. Little did it expect this to be his tactical maneuver. Pitting wits against Shan Qianfen, you are woefully outmatched. With one hand grasping the superhero and the other tightening around Shan Qianfen's neck, the metallic being pressed him against the wall. Chapter 13. The Green Sword. Crack. Crack. Shan Qianfen swiftly slashed at several joints of the metallic entity with his laser sword. The rusted figure, seemingly cobbled together from scrap metal, possessed an unexpectedly formidable resilience. After a few aimless strikes, he discarded the laser sword, yielding to the metallic being's grip. Indeed, he had commenced a descent into lethargy. If I cannot breach its defenses, what is the point of fighting? It seems I possess more than just one form of destructive capability. I have abilities such as wine slaughter, bear-skin slaughter, and bear-skinned wine slaughter, among others. Glancing at the discarded laser sword at his feet, he realized he had given up too soon. Nevertheless, it was not a grave concern. Shan had allies as well. During his standoff with his grandfather, the words he spoke were met with no opposition, indicating that his hastily formed hypothesis was indeed correct. Someone was clandestinely observing Shan Qianfen. It remained unclear whether this observer was a hero or a villain, interested in either his capabilities or his physical form. His head felt unbearably hot. Further contemplation would surely lead to overthinking. Shan Qianfen tilted his head back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, surrendering to the moment. Supreme One. Shall we not intervene? No need. Have you not always been concerned for his safety? Why now? This lad is already aware of our existence and is anticipating our move. Let him feel the pressure. On the rooftop terrace, 2 figures clad in yellow robes leisurely sipped tea while observing Shan Qianfen pinned against the wall. Below, beads of cold sweat began to form on Shan Qianfen's forehead as he remained ensnared. Oh heavens! Am I mistaken? Is it truly all just a coincidence? Am I alone in this? What would happen if I were to toy with a notorious gang leader? Skinning, dismemberment, or perhaps even a heart extraction. A shiver coursed through me, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down my forehead. Beep, beep, beep. The mark upon my chest inexplicably began to resonate once more. What is it barking at? Can't it see I'm in a hurry? I reached to silence the mark on my chest. What is this? Round and firm. I tilted my head to inspect my chest, where the core mechanism of a small device had replaced the mark S position. Originally, I would possess only one mark post-transformation. Yet inexplicably, there was now an additional device. What a peculiar sense of déjà vu. With curiosity piqued, I turned the device and pressed down. Chi Gang Sword. A mechanical voice abruptly echoed in my mind, as the laser sword on the ground soared into the air, adorned with shoddy special effects, swirling above. The effects intensified, and eventually the laser sword transformed into an ancient bronze longsword. As the saying goes, attire makes the man. And the flamboyant entrance of the Qing Gang sword successfully captured the attention of the metallic being, which released Superman and prepared to defend itself. Thud. The dazed Superman slowly opened his eyes. The metallic being extended its arms in a defensive posture, its energy surging rapidly, ever ready to counter the impending assault. As it turned out, the metallic being's caution was warranted. The bronze sword accelerated from a slow flight to an astonishing velocity. ultimately reaching a speed capable of tearing the heavens, emitting a peculiar sound. Suddenly, the sword, now at its peak speed, dove down towards the metallic being. In the blink of an eye, the metallic being could scarcely react, helplessly witnessing the bronze sword pierce through my thigh. I let out a series of agonized cries. The metallic being stared in bewilderment as I writhed on the ground, this bizarre scene overwhelming its electronic mind. I understand the logic. But how is one meant to roll with a sword so long embedded in their leg? At this, I ceased my thrashing, and the malfunctioning metallic being halted its breakdown. We both turned our gazes towards Superman, who had spoken. Why are you all looking at me? Did I say something incorrect? Well, indeed. The metallic being and I redirected our attention towards my thigh. My skin was delicate, smooth as jade, rivaling that of any girl. Of course, this was all under the condition of ignoring the long, dark sword protruding from it. I grasped the sword S.H.I.E.L.D and yanked it out forcefully, then gently flicked the blood off its blade. Coincidentally, the metallic being fired a missile my way, and instinctively, I raised the Chingang sword to slice horizontally. With barely a pause, the missile zipped through, cleaved in two. Well, this is rather intriguing. Upon further examination of the disheveled ground around him, S.H.I.E.L.D finally comprehended why he had experienced no resistance while rolling on the ground moments ago. Gently caressing the 3-foot-long blade, he felt an involuntary urge to commend Dogka for its ingenuity. However, this was not a moment for admiration. With determination, S.H.I.E.L.D raised his longsword, charging towards the metallic adversary. Yesterday's vengeance shall be repaid today. Let it be known that while you may have life, you shall not return unscathed. As S.H.I.E.L.D advanced, the metallic being lifted its arm, launching 2 missiles directly at him. With a swift maneuver, S.H.I.E.L.D deftly evaded the missiles, stepping forward to deliver a powerful strike to the metallic creature's head. The creature's arm contorted as it reinforced its defenses, attempting to withstand the blow. Yet, the sword struck true, with only a slight resistance felt before it effortlessly cleaved through. Victory is within my grasp. Suddenly, the dismembered metallic arm sprang to life, delivering a punch that struck S.H.I.E.L.D squarely on the chin. Following that, the one-armed metallic being executed a sweeping blow that landed with force upon S.H.I.E.L.D's abdomen. Despite his timely evasion, the impact stirred a tumult within his stomach. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A flash of red light illuminated the metallic creature's electronic eye, indicating that a series of combat moves had been instantaneously uploaded. The metallic being unleashed a flurry of punches upon S.H.I.E.L.D, each blow raining down like a relentless storm. Although he hailed from a lineage of gangsters, his combat experience was far from extensive. While he could dominate ordinary individuals with his enhanced form, facing a formidable opponent proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Cowering, S.H.I.E.L.D curled his body, relying on the power of evasion to absorb each brutal impact from the metallic assailant. After the relentless assault concluded, the metallic being delivered a decisive kick that sent S.H.I.E.L.D flying, landing beside Superman. Chapter 14, The Lament of the Metallic Being. Taking a deep breath, S.H.I.E.L.D realized that the comics had not deceived him. The resilience of his back was indeed remarkable. Calmly, he rose from beside Superman, appearing as if he had not just endured a barrage of punches. I understand the logic, but your spine should not have to endure such punishment, Superman began. But before he could finish, S.H.I.E.L.D collapsed to his knees, utterly spent. Stop. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D kneeling before him in such a grand gesture, Superman instinctively reached for his pocket, contemplating a monetary reward, only to recall that as a Kryptonian and an American, he was devoid of such customs. Release. S.H.I.E.L.D exhaled softly, reverting from his transformed state. If his transformation had been forcibly undone due to the beating, he would surely have lost consciousness, leading to troublesome consequences. However, voluntarily exiting the transformation bore its own repercussions. As he reverted, the injury sustained during his transformation surged to the forefront of his mind. In an instant, S.H.I.E.L.D felt as though his brain had been torn asunder, experiencing a pure, unadulterated agony of mental fragmentation. Blood streamed from the 7 orifices of S.H.I.E.L.D, and her vision darkened momentarily. Yet, she steadfastly endured and did not succumb to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the metallic adversary, having repaired its arm, flexed its metal limb and unleashed a barrage of missiles towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as the 2 individuals above prepared to intervene, S.H.I.E.L.D decisively struck her small, battered watch once more. Bare garments, wine, kill. Her hands became entwined with a cerulean halo as she gripped the Kryptonian's chain with fervor. Boom. The missiles arrived as anticipated, detonating around S.H.I.E.L.D and sending plumes of dust and smoke into the air. With a mere breath, the Kryptonian unleashed a gust akin to a tempest, effortlessly dispersing the surrounding haze. Behind him, S.H.I.E.L.D sat securely on the ground, shielded by the Kryptonian's biological force field, impervious to the recent explosions. Such is the might of the Kryptonians. Devoid of the influence of kryptonite, the Kryptonian could demonstrate various interpretations of the word kryptonite to his adversaries. Could they contend with him? In response to Shan Qianfen's skepticism, the Kryptonian remained silent, flexing his joints, which had grown stiff from kryptonite exposure, and ambled toward the metallic foe. 5 seconds. With that declaration, the Kryptonian lunged with his robust physique towards the metallic being. Akin to a tiger pouncing upon a fated deer, the outcome for the metallic adversary was all but certain. Boom. Just 2.5 seconds later, the Kryptonian hurtled backward at an accelerated pace, crashing through the wall behind Shan Qianfen. What on earth just transpired? Shan Qianfen inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the Kryptonian, whose face bore an alarming swell, blood trickling from his nostrils. What kind of divine power could inflict such damage upon the Kryptonian's steel frame, when his earlier blows barely grazed me? Turning her gaze once more, she beheld the metallic being's chest cavity, which housed a massive kryptonite emitting an incessant green glow. Oh, kryptonite! That explains it. As Shan Qianfen contemplated rising to grant passage to the two, the metallic adversary unexpectedly activated its thrusters, propelling itself towards the Kryptonian at an alarming speed. As if fueled by expired oil. Caught between the two titans, Shan Qianfen had no time to evade, merely an onlooker to her impending doom. Ouch! My! The fallen Shan Qianfen groaned in agony, clutching her posterior, grateful for her transformation. Had she remained in her original form, she might have been severed in twain. Though Shan Qianfen suffered greatly, the Kryptonian endured even worse, nearly having his waist obliterated. The metallic adversary toppled the Kryptonian and proceeded to mount him, raining down a flurry of small punches upon his chest. The scene grew increasingly awkward, as even passing dogs would shake their heads at the decline of societal standards. Yet, Clark, the principal party, felt no shame in that moment. He clasped his head with both hands, enduring the metallic onslaught while contemplating how to retaliate. However, under the oppressive glow of kryptonite, his superpowers rapidly dwindled, and his once indomitable physique began to revert to that of mere mortals. Under the relentless assault of the metallic foe, the Kryptonian soon found himself overwhelmed. Thus, it became evident that reliance on others was futile. One must take matters into their own hands. Shan Qianfen rose, lightly tapping the pet device on her chest to summon the Qi Gang sword back, charging into battle, as if piercing through the clouds with the first rays of light. Indeed, Shan Qianfen surged forward once more, targeting the back of the Metal Man. Creak. The Metal Man's lower half clutched Superman, while its upper half spun a full 180 degrees, delivering a punch squarely to Shan Qianfen's face. Even with the speed of the Horse God, she found herself at a disadvantage against the Metal Man. How could Su Chu manage a surprise attack? However, unlike the Horse God, Su Chu possessed considerable strength, and those endowed with such power often achieve the miraculous. Kill. Shan Qianfen braced against the Metal Man's fist, swinging her sword in a horizontal arc confronted with the Qi Gang sword, which shimmered with a blue aura. The Metal Man was compelled to relinquish his hold on Superman and evade the blade's edge. Alas, just as the Metal Man realized he could not let go of Superman, the latter had already soared into the sky. Once distance was created, Superman would regain his powers. With sunlight, he could unleash his full potential. The Metal Man pivoted, intent on pursuing Superman. Quick as a flash, Shan Qianfen reversed her grip and pierced the Metal Man's thrusters with the Qi Gang's sword. Yet, this alone was insufficient to halt him. Shan Qianfen lunged forward, clinging tightly to the Metal Man's thigh, enduring the exhaust fumes that blasted into her face without letting go. Just a moment's delay was all she required. The Metal Man twisted his upper body, raining down punch after punch upon Shan Qianfen's back. Shan Qianfen, like Su Chu, had activated her bare form, her initial energy only a fraction, 3 parts to be precise. All of that had been expended moments before. Without the power to evade, she could hardly withstand the Metal Man's iron fists. After absorbing just a few blows, the device on her chest began to flash red. If this continued, she would soon revert to her normal form. In her ordinary state, a single hit would surely be fatal. Fortunately, having Superman as an ally proved advantageous. Squeak. 2 beams of intense heat shot down from the heavens, striking precisely at the Metal Man's shoulder joints. Immediately after, a formidable figure plunged from the clouds, crashing violently into the Metal Man. It was uncertain what advanced technology constituted the Metal Man's physique, for neither the searing heat rays nor the tremendous impact seemed to inflict significant damage upon him. Nonetheless, it was all about to conclude. Superman seized the Qi Gang sword and thrust it into Shan Qianfen's hands. Then, grasping her hand, swung the sword with force, cleaving the Metal Man in two. Chapter 15. The Future Man? The Metal Man was severed at the waist, and the kryptonite housed within its chest fell out. Superman delivered a powerful kick, sending it flying, and then unleashed a high-temperature heat vision that obliterated it. Meanwhile, the upper and lower halves of the Metal Man struggled, attempting to reassemble. Shan Qianfen raised the Qi Gang sword, thrusting it heavily downwards from the Metal Man's cranial apex. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, the metal man could rise no more. Phew, it was finally over. Earning a bit of money was indeed no easy feat. Shan exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Wait, money. The expression on Shan's face suddenly froze. Clark, wait. She leaped up, grabbing the cape of the just taken off Superman, pulling him back down. Almighty Superman. Could you use your X-ray vision to help me find something? Superman furrowed his brow and asked, how do you know my name? I not only know your identity, but I am also acutely aware of the color of your underwear. Hearing this, Superman glanced down at his red briefs. That is not important right now. Please help me find a box, one marked with the Luthor Group logo. It contains all my hard-earned money. A Luthor Group box? Dollars tainted with blood and sweat? Though there were many things he did not comprehend, seeing Shan's urgency, the benevolent Superman temporarily set aside his doubts. He lifted his head and scanned the surroundings with his supervision. Found it. Where? It's burning. Shan? Superman pointed to a distant area engulfed in flames, saying, it's almost burnt to the ground. I can barely recognize it. No, Shan screamed, rushing toward the direction he indicated. However, before she could take more than a few steps, she was stripped of her transformation. A wave of immense pain instantly obliterated her consciousness. When awareness returned, Shan found herself in Superman's bed, devoid of clothing. Even more alarming, Superman was also unclothed. With her divine perspective, she was unaffected by Superman's Kryptonian technology glasses and instantly recognized Clark. May I ask, where are my clothes? I would say you took them off yourself. Do you believe that? Then why are you not wearing any clothes either? I would say you took mine off. Do you believe that? I don't believe you. Well then, fine, it was all me. Superman casually tossed a set of old clothes to Shan. I took your clothes to wash. For now, you'll have to settle for wearing my childhood clothes. Once you're dressed, come join me for dinner. After saying this, Superman ignored her and proceeded to dress himself. Rewind a bit. On the way back, while carrying the unconscious Shan, she suddenly suffered a bout of illness and regurgitated the contents of her stomach all over Superman. This was likely the most significant injury to his suit since he began his battles over the years. After donning the clothes, Shan wandered to the bathroom to freshen up. Thoughts of losing her virginity could be contemplated later. After all, 9 out of 10 Supermen are moral paragons. It was improbable that she would be the unfortunate one to encounter the devious exception. After freshening up, Shan glanced at herself in the mirror. Uncertain if it was just an illusion, she felt as though she had developed a little. With curiosity, she reached down to check. I recall these underwear being a size too big. How did they become so tight? Could it be that I am truly developing? As she pulled down her pants and looked down, it seemed that there was indeed a slight change. After observing for a few minutes, Shan fastened her pants and prepared to head out for dinner. As she lifted her head, several figures appeared in the mirror. Ghosts! My goodness! Shan, startled, leapt onto the wash basin and shattered the mirror with a single punch. This was an old remedy she had heard from an elder in her past life, which claimed that breaking a mirror would prevent whatever was inside from escaping. Just as Shan sighed in relief, a haunting voice echoed from behind her. Oh. Watching Shan run and jump while screaming, Tony Stark questioned for the first time the purpose of his painstaking efforts to create this time machine. Had we truly expended such resources to find this individual to confront Thanos? Is this reliable? Wonder Woman furrowed her brow, struggling to reconcile the notion that the future tyrant who decimated the entire underwater Atlantis race could exhibit such foolishness. It seemed that the time continuum had warped, leading us to arrive earlier than intended. Doctor Strange calculated with a snap of his fingers, glancing at the wall calendar, only to find that the time was indeed correct. The speed force left to us by Barry was dwindling, and if we jumped again, we would not be able to return. If only he were still alive. Alas, great events often lead to the demise of the Flash, a warning Shan had given me, yet no one paid heed. Let us depart. The colorful portal was opened through a fusion of technology and magic by Iron Man and Doctor Strange. Just as they were about to leave, Wonder Woman suddenly hurled her lasso of truth, ensnaring Shan and dragging him closer. He possessed potential. Bringing him along might be advantageous. After all, Qianfen often conjured miracles. The group exchanged glances, agreeing, indeed, he frequently brings forth what he calls upon. Perhaps little Qianfen would be our harbinger of miracles. Then, shall we take him? The lasso climbed to Shan Qianfen's mouth, and they began to lift him towards the portal. Stop. Who are you? The restroom door swung open, revealing Clark wielding a spatula, pointing at the group with authority. Although Superman could filter out unwanted sounds, the commotion created by the group was too loud for even an ordinary person to ignore. Had Superman and Qianfen already become involved so early? No wonder their relationship thrived in the future. Diana, Wonder Woman, adjusted her collar and stepped forward to explain matters to Clark, her future paramour. Hello, Smack. Strange appeared and delivered a magical slap that sent Superman reeling. Stark quickly followed, landing a punch infused with kryptonite upon Superman. Their synergy was seamless, so deft that Diana felt sympathy for Superman, who was incapacitated for 2 seconds. She sighed and remarked, "Why are you both so adept? Since the departure of Chinfin and Superman from Earth, guess who has been managing Luthor's army of Kryptonian clones? Stark." Having skillfully inserted a kryptonite bullet into Superman's circulatory system, replied, "Nothing but practice." Chapter 16. Deadpool's Fury at the Illuminati. What? You mean to say I will be the supreme sorcerer in the future? Sean Chinfin gazed incredulously at the individual before him, who claimed to be a subordinate, Dr. Strange. According to Strange, he envisions himself as the chosen successor of the Ancient One, destined to become the new Sorcerer Supreme, striking down celestial deities and trampling upon the hellish realms of childhood. The mere thought evokes a sense of grandeur. However, if my future holds such magnificence, how is it that you all fled in disarray from a mere cricket-like purple sweet potato spirit? The existence of a universe dominated by the Women's S.H.I.E.L.D. is already more than enough for that purple sweet potato spirit to indulge in, let alone the presence of an exceedingly powerful Illuminati comprising both the Justice League and the Women's S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as the alternate Earth version of the enigmatic Wu Ji Gu, Sean Chinfin. Shouldn't Thanos be kneeling at the gates of Earth, singing of his conquests? Upon hearing this, the gazes of several individuals instinctively shifted, unwilling to meet the eyes of Sean Chinfin. How shall I articulate it? A few years prior, Chinfin had annihilated the entire underwater Atlantis race that dared to invade the land. His ruthlessness sent shockwaves across the globe, even though his actions were in defense of humanity. All factions feared his existence, including his colleagues. Consequently, a debate regarding Chinfin ensued, broadcasted globally for all to witness. Today, he could slaughter Atlanteans for the sake of humanity. Yet tomorrow he might turn against humanity for other motives. The politician's remarks garnered widespread acclaim, resonating with the public. Ultimately, through a collective vote, Chinfin was expelled from Earth. This humiliating defeat for the Illuminati has become the predominant topic on the planet in recent days. Next, let us consider the commentary from the former Sorcerer Supreme's right-hand man, the formidable Deadpool. The straightforward General Wade candidly remarked that if the Illuminati continues to falter, they may soon lose all semblance of dignity. The scene shifted, and Deadpool seized the microphone from a reporter. "You speak of the Illuminati. How many leaders have they cycled through? They've made no real change. It's merely a new face on the same old issues." Chinfin has valid points. I lead the Superman team. What sort of crew are you all? What is the current level of Earth? You expect me to lead with just this handful of individuals? Captain America is out there taking the lead. Can he really compete? He lacks the necessary strength. Do you comprehend? If we lose again, we will lose Earth after Titan falls. Saturn will follow, and once Saturn falls, Earth will be next. There will be nothing left after that. The reporter, a fan of Captain America, could no longer restrain herself, interjecting that Captain America was the earliest super soldier and a master strategist in history. Oh, thank the heavens. I've already stated that individuals like you fail to recognize your own limitations. Strategy? He led a group into an ambush against Thanos, and only a few returned. Let us be pragmatic. I advise you to first understand the hierarchy of strength. Chinfin has been safeguarding Earth effectively. Why did you vote against him? You faced total annihilation on Saturn. Explain that to me. Have you no shame? Beneath the large screen in the plaza, Sean Chinfin watched intently as Deadpool criticized the Illuminati. Although he could not grasp the entirety of the situation, he felt an inexplicable thrill. Wait a moment, Chinfin? Will I be changing my name in the future? As the bewildered Sean Chinfin was about to inquire with the nearby Strange, a colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, landing squarely in the heart of the city. Moments later, a tremendous explosion reverberated, unleashing shockwaves that swept through the city center and quickly reached Sean Chinfin's position. Watch out. The afterimage darted away. How could the shockwave generated by the explosion ever catch up to the speed of the God of War? In fact, Sean Chinfin even managed to snatch a few bystanders along the way as he fled. However, lacking a biological force field, those unfortunate individuals he carried were undoubtedly facing a fate worse than death. The speed of the shockwave gradually diminished until it finally vanished. Sean Chinfin, accompanied by a snow-covered bystander, arrived beside Strange. What transpired? Strange glanced at the unconscious bystander and pointed toward the epicenter of the explosion. Thanos has invaded, Chinfin. We must hasten to thwart him. Sean Chinfin's expression shifted. To confront Thanos, who had effortlessly overpowered the Avengers, was a daunting prospect. He had never consented to engage in such a battle. Just as he contemplated fabricating an excuse, the ordinary people protected within Strange's magical barrier emerged, their eyes lighting up upon seeing Sean Chinfin. Chinfin, it's Chinfin. He has returned to protect us. Oh my God, I knew he would not abandon us. The survivors erupted in exuberant cheers, calling out his name. Since Sean Chinfin departed Earth, Thanos' vanguard had arrived, and the planet, well guarded by him. had almost forgotten the true nature of danger. Moreover, the vanguard dispatched by Thanos was not particularly formidable, prompting the Illuminati and Earth's leaders to consider an offensive against Thanos. Yet, they faced utter defeat. The Titan assault ended in annihilation, and the Saturn ambush returned in disgrace. As the Illuminati faced continuous losses, the people began to reminisce about their invincible ally, S.H.I.E.L.D. Amidst the fervent cheers, S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared somewhat taken aback, pondering that perhaps his future self was indeed beloved by the masses. With this in mind, he resolved to take action, disregarding the threat posed by Thanos and charging forth with determination. One moment, Strange. With a powerful push from his feet, S.H.I.E.L.D. propelled himself like a cannonball toward the explosion's epicenter. Strange cast a peculiar glance at the capricious survivors before tracing a circle with his hand and vanishing into it. After their departure, the survivors began to bicker amongst themselves. "See, I told you S.H.I.E.L.D. would return to save us. I don't understand how you wide-eyed wolves could dare to oust him. Oh, spare us your nonsense. You were the first to vote in favor of him." "Exactly, you triangular-headed fool. How dare you pretend to be a big shot here? Do you even know what kind of warrior Lord S.H.I.E.L.D. has become?" The individual known as Lore, a fervent admirer of the franchise for a decade, flushed with indignation as he retorted, "I am intimately acquainted with every general. How could I possibly be unaware? This is clearly Zhao Yun, or perhaps Liu Bei." "Nonsense. It is undoubtedly Zhang Fei. You pretenders, who have never even encountered this warrior, dare to feign knowledge. This is unmistakably Wu Guotai. I purchased the figurine and played with it daily at home." Chapter 17. Thanos. A colossal explosion reduced the entire city of Kuan to ruins, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands in this devastating assault. Thanos, seated upon his throne, observed the aftermath with keen interest. As the sole descendant of the Eternals, the master of the Dark Order and the Vanguard, a notorious plunderer and slayer throughout the cosmos, a faithful adherent of death, Thanos, the Eternal Titan. The demise of a mere few 100,000 lives should not have stirred his emotions. What truly affected him was the fact that no one had intervened during this attack. This indicated that the rumors were indeed true. S.H.I.E.L.D. had departed from Earth. Thanos had suffered numerous setbacks on this planet. First, there was the entity known as Ancient One. Thanos surmised that even with the power of the 5 Infinity Stones, he may not have bested her. Thus he chose to bide his time. After finally overcoming Ancient One, another formidable opponent emerged, S.H.I.E.L.D. This individual not only possessed greater strength than Ancient One, but also had an exceedingly volatile temperament. On the very day he assumed the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, he stormed into Thanos' domain, overpowering him and declaring that should Thanos dare approach Earth, he would be unmasked. Could Thanos, with his fiery temperament, endure such humiliation? He was soundly defeated. Had it not been for Death intervening on his behalf, his ashes would have long since scattered. Due to the existence of these two formidable figures on Earth, Thanos' cosmic plans had been persistently delayed. But now, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s departure, all was well. Miss Death had personally intervened to rescue him, indicating that she held some regard for him, even if it meant being reduced to a mere dog. He yearned to be in her service. Thanos, with his purple-hued skin and towering stature of 2.5 meters, donned a golden battle helmet. His muscular physique grotesquely pronounced. His arms were larger than those of an average adult Earthling. Even seated upon his throne, a cruel smirk playing upon his lips, he exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. The innate aura of leadership combined with his brutal disposition bestowed upon him an unfathomable pressure. Even the exceptionally powerful Ebony Maw would instinctively find his breath caught when facing him. Yet, this unparalleled warrior now resembled a lovesick maiden, embracing his arms and swaying from side to side, lost in his daydreams. To maintain an element of novelty, Death employed varying strategies to entice each version of Thanos across the universe. It was evident that this particular Thanos had succumbed to seduction. Those around him had long since grown accustomed to such eccentricities. Their master's peculiarities were not a recent development. Clearing his throat, the strategist Ebony Maw stepped forward to interrupt Thanos' reverie. "Master, should we not now proceed with the next step?" Thanos seized Ebony Maw's head with a single hand, lifting him effortlessly. "I do not require your instruction on how to conduct my affairs." With a disdainful grunt, Thanos hurled Ebony Maw forcefully against the wall and commanded, "Engage." "Yes, my master." General Corvus Glaive cast a gleeful glance at Ebony Maw before turning to depart. Moments later, 10 monoliths were released from the warship. Each monolith housed 100,000 Proxima Midnight warriors. The Proxima Midnight Legion, a biological weaponry unit under Thanos' command, differed from the intelligent life forms like the Chitauri. These creatures, known as Proxima Midnight, stood 2 meters tall with smooth, resilient skin, resembling a cross between a wolf and something else entirely, having been mass-produced through biological technology. They served as Thanos' favorite expendables in his cosmic conquests. Obedient, fiercely combat-ready, and capable of mass production, They were the quintessential disposable troops. The 10 monoliths plummeted towards Earth, crashing down with tremendous force, igniting massive flames from the intense friction. The earlier bombardment had awakened the planet, prompting various earthly factions to rush to aid. The defeat suffered earlier had exposed Earth's inhabitants to the might of this cosmic tyrant. Any attempt to hide or scheme would yield dire consequences. The aerospace carriers of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, the cross-ring warships of the Spear Bureau, and the vibranium vessels of Wakanda all emerged from their respective realms. The first to strike were the sorcerers from Kamartaj, who joined forces to cast spells, attempting to open numerous portals to transport the monoliths away. However, in the next instant, the Kamartaj sorcerers were inexplicably assailed by a mental onslaught, disrupting their magic. These worthless scoundrels are of no use. Brothers, watch us. The superhuman from the east. The Monkey King's son Wukong soared into the air, wielding an enormous staff that he thrust towards one of the monoliths. Bang! One punch from Black Dwarf, one of the Ebony Maw's 5 generals, sent him crashing down. This feeble version of the Monkey King was not the authentic hero. Rather, he was a criminal seeking redemption, having inherited the name and a fragment of the Monkey King's powers. Naturally, that fragment was minimal, otherwise, he would not resort to jumping instead of flying. The likes of the Military Blades and Weather Witch, among the Eastern superheroes, rushed to assist upon witnessing their comrade being struck. Black Dwarf, with his tough exterior, proved resilient. And for a time, the battle reached an impasse. Meanwhile, Captain America and Iron Man, along with the Avengers, successfully destroyed one monolith with the assistance of Asgard. The Wonder Woman and Steel team, supported by Olympus, also managed to obliterate another monolith. Without comparison, there is no suffering. Observing his inept comrades, the director of the Spear Bureau, Zhang Xian, longed to personally intervene and showcase his prowess. However, the celestial beings had all followed Fei Qianfen, and Zhang Xian found his divine blessings vanished. It is worth noting that this predicament was largely of humanity's own making. Had Fei Qianfen still been on Earth, such troubles would not have arisen. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Xian rummaged through his pocket, retrieving an old mobile phone. As one of the few dissenters among Earth's elite, Zhang Xian had been rewarded by Fei Qianfen. Fei Qianfen once declared that by merely pressing this elderly device, regardless of the distance, he would soar back with the undeniable majesty of a ruler to resolve all dilemmas. Yet, who would believe such a far-fetched premise? It is nothing but a blatant mockery. Zhang Xian, in a fit of frustration, slammed the antiquated device onto the table. What mockery? He exclaimed, just as Nick Fury entered with a steaming cup of coffee. Like the vast majority of the universe, Nick Fury was hunted under the infamous moniker of Hydra. However, unlike others, due to the previous 2 catastrophic plans, the superheroes he once knew were either incapacitated or had perished, leaving him without allies. In his desperation, he turned to his longtime adversary, Zhang Xian. Aware of the formidable prowess of the egg-headed one, Zhang Xian took him in as a senior advisor. Ah, so you two are gathering allies, Zhang Xian remarked, eyeing the elderly device before him, while the egg-headed one retrieved a pager from his pocket. In the rush of betrayal that day, he had not had the chance to use the pager, but fortunately, no one knew how it functioned, allowing him to have one of Zhang Xian's agents retrieve it. Hey, Zhang Xian, do you believe that by simply pressing this pager, a superhero capable of resolving all our current disputes will materialize? Zhang Xian glanced at the elderly device, then at the pager, and replied, have you also been rewarded by Fei Qianfen? Chapter 18. The Daily Life of General Deathblade with a Thunderous Explosion. The final monolith was obliterated by the superheroes before it could touch the ground, resulting in the annihilation of 100,000 Vanguard sentinels in the sky. Just as the crowd exhaled in relief, 90 monoliths were hurled forth. Main ship cannon, fire. The 3 fleets acted decisively, activating their main cannons, which were originally intended as a surprise for Thanos, but had to be deployed prematurely. Various forms of advanced technology emerged from all 3 factions, launching assaults on the monoliths. Yet, there were simply too many monoliths. Before long, the first monolith descended to the ground. The iron gate swung open, unleashing a horde of Vanguard sentinels that tore apart every living being in sight. Utilize the power of the gems, Dr. Strange remarked, casting a glance at Iron Man. We are still inexperienced with the gems. Are you certain we should use them now? He had witnessed the might of the Vanguard sentinels and knew they must be eradicated here and now. Thanks to Fei Qianfen's formidable strength, 6 of the Infinity Stones, excluding the Soul Stone and the Reality Stone, had been collected in Earth's treasury, and he had not taken them upon his departure. However, Fei Qianfen's overwhelming power left these 4 stones gathering dust in the warehouse, and the newly appointed Illuminati struggled to harness their potential. As one of the few magic scholars within the Illuminati, Dr. Strange was appointed to select suitable candidates to wield the Infinity Stones. In one corner of the battlefield, General Deathblade grinned wickedly as he wielded his scythe, reaping the lives of the superheroes who dared to besiege him. Halt. Captain America leaped into the fray, using his shield to block Deathblade's scythe. I remember you, that robust, ordinary earthling from that fateful day. The general of the Reaper wielded his scythe, striking from all directions, creating sparks as his tremendous force collided with the shield. Your arm hasn't been severed, has it? Where did you acquire such a novice skill? Captain America remained silent, a ghostly blue light emanating from his left arm as he steadied the vibranium shield, silently enduring the onslaught. Alas, a prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure. A moment's lapse allowed the general of the Reaper to seize the opportunity, slashing Captain America's arm with his scythe and delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Observing Captain America falter, the surrounding superheroes rushed to his aid, only to find themselves falling victim to the Reaper's might. The core strength of the Light Illuminators had been squandered in the previous two conflicts, leaving these secondary heroes with little to offer. Despite their status, Captain America extended them due respect. No, the Dog of the Wild. No, the Stray Cat hero. No, the Beetle hero. The general of the Reaper raised his scythe, pointing at Captain America, declaring, "Next is you, robust, ordinary Earthman. You scoundrel." Captain America clenched his fists, then released them, removing his clothing, and approached the general with his shield in hand. "Ah, you're actually coming towards me. You dare not flee, but instead seek your demise. Your comrades nearly perished to aid your escape from Saturn. How can I defeat you without drawing closer?" Captain America shifted the shield from his left hand to his right. It was then that the general noticed the full extent of Captain America's left arm. Isn't that the hand of the one who subdued the gunman? Are you seeking vengeance for him? Indeed. The mechanical arm crafted from vibranium possesses the capability to absorb kinetic energy. Soon, you shall perish under your own power. Captain America charged, launching the shield with his formidable right arm, obscuring the general's vision. You wish to engage in close combat? How intriguing. The general raised his hand, hurling the scythe, deflecting the shield, and then commenced a fierce melee with Captain America. Ora, 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 ora. Muda, 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 muda. Boom. Captain America, slightly outmatched, was struck in the face by a powerful punch from the general. Too slow, robust, ordinary Earthman. In both speed and strength, I surpass you. Oh, is that so? Captain America rose, brushing off the dust and expelling a bloodied tooth before turning to depart. Just as the general contemplated pursuing him, he suddenly found himself collapsing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, his body was riddled with cracks. What has transpired? The general painfully lifted his head, gazing in confusion at Captain America's retreating figure. It was then that he noticed a purple gem shimmering on Captain America's swinging left arm. So, it is the Power Stone. I cannot claim my defeat was unjust. The general fell to the ground, gradually closing his eyes. Having fought throughout my life, such an ending is not without merit. As a warrior, dying in battle is the greatest honor. Not quite. The general of the Reaper slyly squinted one eye, peering at Captain America's receding silhouette. Did you not foresee? The side is my true form. As long as it remains, I shall not perish. I merely need to reach that place. With renewed determination, the general cast a glance at the scythe and slowly began to crawl towards it. Ah, the midnight snack of the old eight. The body of General Deathblade had been ravaged by the corruption of the power gem, rendering him nearly unable to crawl. Yet, through perseverance and determination, he managed to reach the scythe that lay beside him. Just as he was about to touch it, bang! The sudden arrival of Dan Shinfen landed right before General Deathblade. Just in time to transform the equipment into the Chi Gang sword. How fortuitous. Dan Shinfen picked up the scythe, weighed it in her hands, and pressed the dog card device on her chest. Then, right before the eyes of General Deathblade, she transformed his scythe into the Chi Gang sword. Was this not a form of retribution? No. With a wretched scream, General Deathblade felt the blade of the Chi Gang sword pierce his skull. As the foremost general under Thanos, the news of his demise spread swiftly, the first to react being his lover, Dark Knight Neighborstar. No. Dark Knight Neighborstar furiously wielded her divine spear, launching a relentless assault on the Hulk and Deadpool before her. Fortunately, these two possessed remarkable vitality. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to the lethal rays emitted by Dark Knight Neighborstar's spear long ago. What has driven this woman to madness? Has her partner perished? Wade leaped around, evading the barrage of energy beams. Perhaps so, Dr. Banner replied while using a road sign as a shield. At that moment, Captain America, passing by, tossed a shield their way. Wade, Dr. Banner, General Deathblade has fallen by my hand, and with the aid of the Infinity Stones, we shall surely her partner is truly dead. Deadpool glanced at the alluring curves of Dark Knight Neighborstar beneath her tight-fitting suit, smacking his lips. Though her face was somewhat peculiar, adorned with a beard, the darkness would conceal it all. Immediately, Deadpool spat through his mask and tousled his hair, striking a rather provocative pose. Hey, beautiful, how about a date? Splat. A large, round head was sent flying. Chapter 19. The Return of Dog Card Hero. For the glory of Amazon, Diana led the charge, storming to the forefront of the battlefield, her opponent being none other than Thanos. Born of divine heritage, Diana bore the blood of Zeus within her veins, safeguarded by the myriad powers of the god. Clad in an entire set of Olympus artifacts, she was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Alas, that was in the past. Since the fall of Zeus, Diana's strength had plummeted. Not only had her divine powers waned, but even the once unassailable Olympus artifacts gradually lost their potency. Fortunately, Diana's demigod physique endowed her with the capacity to harness the power of the Infinity Stones. Equipped with the Space Stone, she launched an assault against Thanos. Thanos, today, I shall avenge my fallen comrades. In another corner of the battlefield, the War Police, under the leadership of Wolverine, shielded a group of survivors as they made their escape. Ebony Maw, accompanied by a cadre of elite progenitor guards, pursued the fleeing individuals. These guards were personally trained by Ebony Maw, each possessing abilities of invisibility, flight, intangibility, and touch-based telepathy. The War Police were thoroughly disoriented amidst the onslaught. Even the mutant Professor Bipolar found himself at a disadvantage in the battle of wills against Ebony Maw. The Phoenix had been taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D, and now the only one capable of turning the tide was the Scarlet Witch. However, Wanda had already sustained injuries from the earlier explosion. Quicksilver was the first to voice his dissent. The survivors had all been under Wanda's protection moments ago. In this world, Wanda had not been favored by the powers of chaos and was merely an ordinary mutant, thus paying the corresponding price. She was not dead. Why shouldn't she join the fray? Someone among the survivors spoke up, prompting a chorus of chatter. Each seemed possessed by Nietzsche, vehemently expounding from their moral high ground. Quicksilver clenched his fists, eager to intervene. But Wanda held him back. Casting a glance at the War Police engaged in combat with the elite vanguard, Wanda retrieved a crimson pendant. This was given to me by S.H.I.E.L.D. She once told me that this object complements my abilities, but my qualifications to wield it are insufficient, and it could lead to dire consequences, which is why I have refrained from using it. The mutant genes within Wanda surged. Her mental prowess, imbued with reality magic, bursting forth. The pendant, under the assimilation of her power, unleashed boundless energy, continuously altering everything around her. Indeed, this object was none other than the Reality Stone. Suddenly, a hand pierced through Wanda's back, grasping the Infinity Stone. Gasps erupted from the crowd, not merely due to the shocking turn of events, but because the assailant was none other than Wanda's brother, Quicksilver. Pietro, what are you doing? Quicksilver offered no reply, withdrawing his hand and vanishing from sight. To everyone's astonishment, Ebony Maw flew over with the supergiant, seizing the Reality Stone from the unseeing Quicksilver's grasp. As a mental hacker capable of overpowering the professor, controlling a 20-something Earth youth was an effortless task for Ebony Maw. Let me admire you properly, he mused, cradling the Reality Stone in his hands. Oh, my supreme deity. You are truly magnificent. With the acquisition of the Reality Stone, Ebony Maw's position as the foremost general of Thanos' legion was solidified, perhaps even elevated further. The general of the Black Order had been slain, and the Darkstar and Black Dwarf were on the brink of demise. The supergiant would soon follow suit. If Thanos were to achieve victory and claim a beloved, he would still find himself unable to survive. By the laws of averages, this meant that Ebony Maw would ascend to the pinnacle of Thanos' legion, becoming the cosmic tyrant he had always aspired to be. For the first time, the usually stoic Ebony Maw broke into a childlike grin, laughing like a 100-year-old child. What an exquisite treasure. Allow me to take a look. A voice rang out from behind him, prompting his instinctive turn. In the next moment, a size 42 iron boot struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, Ebony Maw was sent sprawling, the Reality Stone flying from his grasp and caught by S.H.I.E.L.D. Amidst the still unbroken cheers, S.H.I.E.L.D., employing the super speed of the horse god, spat, tousled her hair, straightened her attire, and struck a dashing pose. It's Dog Card Hero. Dog Hero has returned to save us. I knew he would not abandon us. Long live Dog Hero. Although she spoke modestly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lips were nearly reaching the heavens in elation. However, the cheers quickly subsided, and everyone regarded S.H.I.E.L.D. with peculiar expressions that made him feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. What is that expression? Where does that smell of barbecued meat come from? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gaze gradually shifted downward to his hand grasping the gem. Oh no. Hot, hot, hot. Is this an infinity gem or a barbecue gem? He tossed the gem back and forth. Can you guess why I'm levitating it instead of holding it directly? Wu-Mu-Ho approached, ready to impart some wisdom to S.H.I.E.L.D. Judging by the force with which he had kicked him earlier, this young man seemed lacking in strength. Perhaps someone easily subdued. Wu-Mu-Ho rarely observed the world with his eyes, relying instead on his mental prowess. Had another member of the Obsidian Five witnessed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s demeanor, they might have fainted on the spot. Young man, you certainly kicked with vigor. Care for me to check if your development is normal? What are you doing, S.H.I.E.L.D. was startled by Wu-Mu-Ho. causing him to fumble and send the gem flying onto the dog hero device on his chest. A crimson glow erupted from the point of contact, forcing S.H.I.E.L.D to close his eyes. Amidst the dim light, he seemed to hear a voice proclaiming, "Recharge successful." With a swift motion, Wumuho sent S.H.I.E.L.D flying, reclaiming the reality gem. Though I prefer not to use such ungraceful actions, it is rather satisfying on occasion. "Oh, my precious, you have returned to my possession." As Wumuho examined the gem, it shattered. "No." S.H.I.E.L.D rubbed his ears and summoned the Qin Gang's sword with a wave of his hand. "What have you done to my gem?" Wumuho seethed, his teeth clenched as though he wished to devour S.H.I.E.L.D whole. "How could I know?" S.H.I.E.L.D waved his hand dismissively, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Wumuho with his sword raised to strike. As the blade approached, Wumuho remained unfazed. Just as the sword was about to meet his forehead, he slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, S.H.I.E.L.D found himself suspended in midair. As a master of mental abilities, Wumuho could easily control someone like S.H.I.E.L.D, who lacked absolute strength. Not only did he understand S.H.I.E.L.D's intentions, but if Wumuho wished, he could manipulate S.H.I.E.L.D's mental realm with the same ease one might indulge in a brothel. Upon entering S.H.I.E.L.D's mental realm, Wumuho encountered a bewildering array of inappropriate thoughts cluttering his mind. Just as he hesitated to delve deeper into S.H.I.E.L.D's memories, one of the two guardians at the door stirred. "Wine, ancient broadsword, offenders of the Great Wu territory." Chapter 20. Knowing when to advance and retreat, you shall not evade this strike. Holding the Qin Gang's sword, S.H.I.E.L.D advanced, cleaving the supernova in two amidst her expression of terror. Ebony Maw and the supernova were both formidable masters of the mind, dispatched by Thanos to deal with the professor and his band of sentinels. Moments ago, the Ebony Maw, while probing S.H.I.E.L.D's memories, suddenly perished, prompting the supernova to instinctively enter S.H.I.E.L.D's mind, only to scream in fright and flee. To this day, we remain unaware of what revelations transpired between them. "You truly lack skill. You cannot even contend with such trivial foes," S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, glancing at the battle-worn sentinels. Though he was equally perplexed by the sudden victory, it did not deter him from basking in the glory. The battle, akin to autumn leaves swept away by the wind, garnered jubilant cheers, filling S.H.I.E.L.D with an overwhelming sense of joy. With the demise of Ebony Maw and the supernova, their elite vanguards scattered like leaves in a storm. Ordinary vanguards would not flee, but these elites possessed a modicum of intelligence. With their leaders dispatched so swiftly, there was little left to discuss. After slaying the two, S.H.I.E.L.D refrained from pursuing further, retracting his Qi Gang sword as he approached Wanda. "Perhaps fate has spared you, for it has been long since I encountered such fortune. And now I find three in one go." With a flick of his wrist, a card materialized in his palm, transforming into a peach. S.H.I.E.L.D squeezed the fruit, letting the juice flow into Wanda's mouth, asserting that the peach from the card was indeed valuable. The flesh around the gaping wound in Wanda's chest began to writhe, her injury regenerating at an astonishing rate. S.H.I.E.L.D repeated the process, and before the third peach was consumed, Wanda had already healed. Under Quicksilver's eager gaze, Wanda opened her eyes. "Shinfen? Shinfen," she exclaimed, leaping into S.H.I.E.L.D's embrace, leaving her bewildered brother, Quicksilver, in disarray. "Shinfen, I've missed you so," she lamented. Shinfen, gazing at the weeping figure in his arms, found himself at a loss for words. He was not the Shinfen of this world. Earlier, while en route, he had mistakenly ventured into his safe zone positioned in the opposite direction. There, through casual interactions, he grasped the overarching narrative and the identity of the Shinfen from this reality. "Wanda, I long for you." She had once been romantically involved with this world's Shinfen, but circumstances had led to their separation. Yet, witnessing the fervor of their reunion, it seemed their bond was not entirely severed. The softness pressing against his chest made Shinfen shiver involuntarily. It was a sensation unfamiliar to him, nearly overwhelming. Unable to push Wanda away, he silently uttered an apology to the other version of himself, surrendering to the moment. The prospect of awkwardness was rendered moot. For as long as he remained in this transformed state, no one would suspect that he was not the true Shinfen. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the device embedded in his chest. "Alert! Unidentified entity detected, initiating repair." The device emitted a series of beeps, and in an instant, Shinfen reverted to his youthful form, cradled in Wanda's arms, creating an awkward atmosphere. Would you believe me if I said I used too much glue and turned younger? Thanos, today marks your demise." After the Light Brigade resolved the battlefield, they arrived at the scene to provide support. Diana, clad in her sacred artifacts, was battered and her space gem had been seized by Thanos. Observing this, Captain America took the lead, extending his mechanical arm, suffused with a vibrant blue glow, to hurl the vibranium shield with great force. Following this, he unleashed a series of fluid strikes upon Thanos' visage. Meanwhile, the remaining members assisted from a distance, while Doctor Strange conjured a mystical circle to teleport the severely injured Diana away. As she departed, Diana glanced back at the throng besieging Thanos and was inexplicably enveloped by a sense of solitude. Among the members of the Light Brigade, not a single Justice League member could be found. During the formation of the brigade, the Justice League's principle of non-lethality clashed with Finchienfin's philosophy, resulting in most of the Justice League superheroes being swayed by him and taken away when he left Earth. The others had either mysteriously vanished or perished at Thanos' hands. Diana, a remnant of the Justice League, felt distinctly out of place among this group. Damn that Finchienfin, why did you call me? Diana's Amazonian expletive was caught in her throat as Finchienfin stood directly behind her. Why is your face flushed? She awkwardly redirected the conversation. It's nothing, Finchienfin replied as he turned to approach Thanos, evading the topic. Wait, which Finchienfin are you? As realization dawned, Diana sensed something amiss with this particular Finchienfin. Little Finchienfin? She pondered. Hold on, you cannot engage Thanos in your current state. Despite her discord with Finchienfin, Diana still called out to him. It's all right, I'm super brave, he remarked, observing Thanos, who was defenseless with his hands over his head, being pummeled by the Light Brigade. I am the dog-cart hero. Protecting the people and safeguarding Earth is my lifelong ambition, he declared, striding confidently, leaving Diana with a bright and cheerful silhouette. Just a mere purple sweet potato, he continued, but before he could finish, the situation shifted dramatically. Thanos roared, extracting the Soul Stone from his chest and smashing it onto the ground. An invisible shockwave emanated forth, affecting all nearby superheroes, who staggered as if intoxicated. Seizing the opportunity, Thanos delivered a left kick to the Hulk's groin, then seized him by the throat, tossing him towards Iron Man and War Machine, who were less affected by the gem's influence. Following that, he unleashed a right jab that sent Captain America flying, severing his mechanical arm and claiming the Power Stone. In a swift motion, he turned to deal with the ambushing Vision, crushing his head and carefully removing the Mind Stone. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned. I'm out of power, Finchienfin said as he reverted from his transformation, naturally stepping back. Diana. Suddenly, a colorful streak shot down from outer space, colliding directly with Thanos. It was none other than Captain Marvel, who had responded to Nick Fury's distress signal. Hola! Captain Marvel's punch landed squarely on Thanos' face, knocking out several of his teeth. Thanos, unwilling to concede defeat, clenched the Power Stone and retaliated with a powerful punch, leaving Captain Marvel with a black eye. The two combatants, one an eternal titan, the other merely a bystander, sustained injuries that healed almost instantaneously, and soon they were engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. However, the bystander ultimately remained just that. With a swift uppercut, Captain Marvel sent Thanos crashing to the ground, mounting him for a flurry of devastating strikes. As the tide of battle shifted, S.H.I.E.L.D halted her retreat and transformed once more. Protecting the Earth is a collective responsibility. It matters not whether one can transform or is missing limbs. I shall hurl a stone to demonstrate my loyalty to the planet. With that declaration, S.H.I.E.L.D indeed picked up a stone. Captain Marvel's punches against Thanos grew increasingly feeble, and she found herself gasping for breath. The scene was, to put it mildly, utterly disheartening. Far worse than the content of the secret book I had stashed away, depicting Snow White riding a dwarf. S.H.I.E.L.D cast a critical gaze upon this dismal spectacle. Those aware of the battle understood the stakes, while onlookers might mistakenly believe it was mere entertainment. The truth was that Captain Marvel's source of power had been severed. Her abilities derived from a white hole, the cosmic cube, or the space stone, which had forged a link to her. With the space stone now in Thanos' possession, severing the connection was a simple task. Thanos unleashed a surge of dark purple energy, sending Captain Marvel hurtling away. While I comprehend the logic, the absurdity of the scene was undeniable. S.H.I.E.L.D pressed the device on her chest, reverting from her transformation. Are you out of power again? Diana gazed incredulously at S.H.I.E.L.D. Or are you simply too afraid to engage? Diana had been speechless with S.H.I.E.L.D for quite some time, but never had she felt such profound incredulity. How dare you unjustly besmirch my character? S.H.I.E.L.D's face flushed at the accusation, and she hastily attempted to explain her stance regarding Wei Junjia, insisting that fear was not the issue. Then came her cryptic words, if my grand beasts were present, what fear would I have of Thanos? He would be vanquished without return. Although such sentiments were ill-timed, Diana pointed out, if we lose, there will be no one to escort you home. S.H.I.E.L.D, so you mean to say you've brought me here to perish alongside you? Not quite. You are known for your miraculous feats, and I have faith in your abilities, Diana replied, preparing to assist once more. And what if I cannot perform miracles? Then we shall die together, Diana said, turning away. S.H.I.E.L.D was left speechless, resorting to an obscene gesture directed at Diana's retreating form. Meanwhile, the battlefield presented a lopsided scenario, Thanos was already a formidable foe, and with the Power Stone now in his grasp, the situation had grown increasingly dire. Hey folks, I bring you good news. A golden portal opened, and Doctor Strange emerged. Guess who is here? Before Doctor Strange could finish his sentence, Thanos grasped his throat, seizing the eye of Agamotto that hung around his neck. Despite being a supreme sorcerer, he was far behind his predecessors. Doctor Strange's words were abruptly silenced as Thanos twisted his neck. Gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, Captain Marvel helplessly remarked, "What was the purpose of this fool's arrival?" Those around her averted their gazes, indicating their unfamiliarity. Thanos raised the Infinity Gauntlet high, and with the assistance of the Space Stone, effortlessly extracted the Time Stone, affixing it to the gauntlet. He elevated the hand bearing the gauntlet, seemingly proclaiming his imminent victory. "Are we opening champagne halfway through?" In the distance, Shang-Chi furrowed his brow, then quickly relaxed. He had devised a plan. "Hey you," he called out to Diana. "If I give you 4 stones along with the Infinity Gauntlet, could you defeat him?" Diana turned back, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "Zhang Liao." Shang-Chi transformed once more, extending his hand towards Thanos. The implication was clear. Could we win with the 4 stones in hand? A confident smile adorned Shang-Chi's face as he grasped the air. There was a man, originally from the same hometown as the martial sage, who once aided a scoundrel named Shi Wang with 800 underlings by extracting his fluid. Later, he reformed, leading 3 disciples on a pilgrimage to the west, saving the nation and its people. Much like the martial sage, who wielded the red card as a lethal weapon, Al possessed the extraordinary ability to summon lightning with bare hands. Behold my swift assault, seizing the advantage. With a flick of his wrist, Shang-Chi managed to pilfer Thanos' undergarments. Yes, you read that correctly. He truly snatched Thanos' pants. Staring at the eternally titanic, original flavor undergarments in his hands, both Shang-Chi and Diana fell into contemplation. On the battlefield, the exuberant Thanos suddenly felt a chill below his waist, momentarily halting his movements, allowing the members of the Light Brigade to seize the opportunity and deliver a flurry of blows. However, this only lasted a brief moment. Thanos, being a dragon among men, quickly regained his advantage even in a vacuum. Then, it was Shang-Chi's turn to face the consequences. Thanos tightened his grip on the Power Stone, sending all who surrounded him flying, then turned his gaze towards Shang-Chi. With a jolt, Shang-Chi hastily tossed the eternally titanic undergarments to Diana. "Diana." Thanos activated the Space Stone with the Power Stone, instantly teleporting before Shang-Chi, his battle blade raised high, striking down with the force of a mountain. In a panic, Shang-Chi lifted his green sword to defend himself. A resounding crack echoed as the blade shattered in 2. Goodness, does the new player protection period have to be so brief? Staring at the broken sword, Shang-Chi felt a chill run down his spine. If that blow had struck him. Before he could ponder further, Thanos swung down again. In this life and death moment, countless memories flashed before Shang-Chi's eyes, akin to a revolving lantern. As the elders often say, one's life experiences replay when facing death. But I don't want to die. Kabuto, save me. The blade of Thanos arrived as anticipated, unwavering despite the anguished cries of Shan Qianfen. With a resounding clash, the golden formation of the 8 trigrams materialized before Shan Qianfen, effectively barring the indomitable Thanos from advancing. Regardless of how fiercely Thanos swung his weapon, he could not breach the sacred boundary. The general referred to Dogka as Cabello, a title of disgrace among players. An ethereal voice resonated from the heavens, prompting everyone to gaze upwards. The ominous clouds were dissipated by a radiant golden light as a magnificently attired man descended gracefully. Who could this aerial figure be? If not a formidable fighter of the Dozong? The golden rays illuminated the earth, causing all beings slain in the recent battle to revive and kneel in reverence, fervently extolling the figure above. The newcomer was none other than the world's invincible savior, Qianfen. Fei Qianfen. Thanos roared, leaping from the ground, recognizing the man above even in his ethereal form. The 4 Infinity Stones whirled with frenzied energy, drawing upon an inexhaustible power through the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos, augmented by the overwhelming force of the Infinity Stones, appeared even more monstrous, his tyrannical visage taking on an even more ferocious glare. In the face of the impending threat posed by Thanos, Fei Qianfen calmly raised his right hand. Chapter 22, Slaying with Intent. Though it was the height of summer, an inexplicable chill gripped everyone, penetrating to the very depths of their souls, causing even the most robust individuals to shudder involuntarily. Thanos, who had just leapt to confront Fei Qianfen, suddenly seemed to lose his vigor, his imposing aura dissipating as he stood bewildered in the sky. Crack! The battle blade in Thanos' grasp shattered, splintering into countless fragments that cascaded downward. Following this, the 4 Infinity Stones in the gauntlet itself began to disintegrate into dust, along with the hand that had worn it. Yet, that was not all. Fei Qianfen relished the art of striking at the heart. "Ah, Thanos, Did you know that Deadpool and the goddess of death have been intimate? There was no doubt about the truth of this revelation. At my level, I have no need to deceive you. Thanos' eyes widened in shock as the long-dormant tears welled up within him. This cosmic tyrant, who had obliterated countless civilizations, found his faith effortlessly shattered by S.H.I.E.L.D. His eyes hollow, devoid of struggle, he plummeted to the ground. Having accomplished this, S.H.I.E.L.D. descended before S.H.I.E.L.D. In contrast to Thanos, S.H.I.E.L.D. found his doppelganger, S.H.I.E.L.D., far more intriguing. Fury S.H.I.E.L.D., he extended his hand towards S.H.I.E.L.D. What shall I call you? S.H.I.E.L.D. hesitated briefly before replying. Jo Ben Ka Di Te S.H.I.E.L.D. Not bad stature. You've developed well, S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked, playfully patting the Dogka device on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s chest, prompting him to revert from his transformation. Allow me to see your face. Upon witnessing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s return to his youthful form, S.H.I.E.L.D. paused momentarily. A mere elementary schooler, yet they possess the greatest wealth, he mused. Then began rummaging through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s belongings. Goodness, so plain. Over 30 marks in just one realm. No dog would bother with that. Is it not said that elementary school students are all quite affluent? What are you babbling about? I have heard, yet I do not comprehend. S.H.I.E.L.D. withdrew her hand. Ahem. S.H.I.E.L.D. cleared his throat and began to explain. You see, each S.H.I.E.L.D. in the table is fixed. In the vast multiverse, numerous malevolent S.H.I.E.L.D. delight in plundering the tables of others to enrich themselves. So, you intend to seize my table, do you? S.H.I.E.L.D. regarded S.H.I.E.L.D. with suspicion, ready to transform at the slightest hint of danger. However, she soon lowered her guard. Given the opponent's strength, there was scarcely any room for resistance. We are but prey and predator, nothing more. As for the righteous S.H.I.E.L.D., how can one call it theft? I merely wish to inspect and ascertain whether your table harbors any peril. S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself at a loss for words. He swiftly removed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s table and, from his trousers, produced another. He aligned the dials of both tables together. Goodness, the plot thickens. It appears he intends to eliminate me. S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to flee. Yet the surrounding space seemed to congeal, rendering her immobile. Beep, data connection successful. S.H.I.E.L.D. returned S.H.I.E.L.D.'s table and, with a menacing glare, declared, Kid, I have infused your table with several warriors as a silencing fee. You will keep the previous matter to yourself. Instinctively, S.H.I.E.L.D. rotated her watch, and indeed, a few unfamiliar figures materialized. Ahem, she mimicked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s earlier cough, although she could not fathom why he did not engage in a double cross. Nevertheless, having accepted the benefits, she chose to selectively forget. S.H.I.E.L.D., you just utilized the 10th anniversary of the living Hell King, didn't you? Such an overwhelming aura. Ah, a connoisseur, I see. S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, lighting a cigarette. Indeed, I am a S.H.I.E.L.D. from the 10th universe, bearing the 10th anniversary warriors table. You must have noticed that we are not from the same universe. Each universe possesses its own S.H.I.E.L.D., and each S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses its own table. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words left S.H.I.E.L.D. bewildered. As she prepared to inquire further, S.H.I.E.L.D. halted her. I know what you wish to ask, but I am disinclined to provide extensive explanations. You may consult your world's Ancient One. He will elucidate matters for you. Surely. You must provide me with some semblance of clarity. I am utterly perplexed. S.H.I.E.L.D. scratched the back of her head. To put it simply, we are all S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet we are not S.H.I.E.L.D. Your statement is as good as meaningless. S.H.I.E.L.D. pondered for a moment and said, Let me convey it this way. Once there was a S.H.I.E.L.D. of extraordinary prowess. And then he perished. S.H.I.E.L.D. was left speechless. You two were transported here after being struck by a vehicle, correct? S.H.I.E.L.D. queried. S.H.I.E.L.D., astonished, responded, How did you know? I am the same. S.H.I.E.L.D. discarded his extinguished cigarette but on the ground, crushing it underfoot. Not just you, all S.H.I.E.L.D. share the same memories prior to their crossing. These are our memories. Yet they are not our memories. We are merely projections of the original S.H.I.E.L.D. in this comic universe. Ah, this S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly astonished. For such an outrageous premise existed. I shall refrain from further prattling, and you may inquire of your world's Ancient One. The two mentions of the Ancient One by S.H.I.E.L.D. made S.H.I.E.L.D. cautious. Could there be some unspeakable secret between the Ancient One and S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D. chose not to elaborate further, circumventing S.H.I.E.L.D. to address the assembly. With all eyes upon me, I proclaimed, I am a fool, cough, cough. I shall not return to Earth henceforth. With a flick of his wrist, S.H.I.E.L.D. summoned the aging device from Director Zheng Xian's grasp, effortlessly shattering it. I am bound for the realm of the divine. Once I cross the wall of divine velocity, all ties between this world and me will vanish. From here on, the safety of Earth will rest solely in your hands. Despite being grievously betrayed by this wretched human, S.H.I.E.L.D. remained concerned for them. He truly mourned. S.H.I.E.L.D. wiped away non-existent tears and turned to examine the new hero within his watch. It was evident what fate awaited this world in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s absence. The Thanos incident was a quintessential example. In the face of the crowd's pleas, Fei Qianfen shed crocodile tears, weeping profusely while striking a reluctant pose, mimicking flight. Wait. Fei Qianfen turned towards the voice, only to see a bald Thanos emerge from the throng. The one-handed Thanos approached Fei Qianfen, his demeanor bleak after having been pierced by Fei Qianfen's heart-stabbing words, seeking death with unwavering resolve. I implore you, with your utmost strength, to end my life. Chapter 23. There are always beings of the mortal realm daring enough to face the blade of the underworld. Confronted with Thanos' yearning for death, Fei Qianfen hesitated. Did I speak too harshly? In order to appease S.H.I.E.L.D, the prior content of my heart-stabbing had already been described rather conservatively. Initially, Fei Qianfen intended to articulate the details of the fierce battle between Deadpool and the goddess of death, but feared S.H.I.E.L.D he would disapprove. Among the crowd, Deadpool suddenly frowned and retreated behind the others. Very well, since you desire death so fervently, I shall grant your wish. Fei Qianfen's hand shimmered with golden light as he inscribed a series of clock-like arrays in the air. In the next moment, a brilliant radiance erupted, revealing the Infinity Gauntlet, adorned with 6 Infinity Stones. In this state, with 6 stones, you are at the pinnacle of power across most universes. To slay you now, I believe you shall have no regrets. With a flick of his hand, Fei Qianfen delivered unto Thanos that which he so ardently desired. In the state of 6 stones, Thanos acquired unimaginable power, yet as his thoughts began to waver slightly, Fei Qianfen pressed the small broken watch. Boundary shattering. Ancient blade. Wine. Kill. The dance of the broken sword. Now. In a frenzy of slaughter, accompanied by a fierce roar, the two passed each other. This time, it was not merely Thanos' hand that vanished. Farewell, everyone. Fei Qianfen struck a pose and took flight. Wait. Shan Qianfen called out, halting Fei Qianfen. As Fei Qianfen descended midway through his flight, he regarded Dan Qianfen with a perplexed expression. Do you wish to engage in swordplay with me? He inquired. No. Dan Qianfen replied, glancing at the ashes of Thanos, swallowing hard. I seek your assistance in returning to my original world. Given Fei Qianfen's formidable prowess, it was evident that the individuals who would soon confront him from the 10th universe would not be trifling adversaries. Remaining here would undoubtedly pose significant danger. With their temporal traversal abilities, if they did not ally with Fei Qianfen, they would find themselves unable to escape this universe for the foreseeable future. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Qianfen conjured a golden portal. So, you are from the 6th universe, Qianfen. Good to know your whereabouts, he remarked. It would be wise for you to forget what just transpired. Otherwise, I shall summon Jiet Qianfen to teach you a lesson. With a menacing threat, Fei Qianfen seized Dan Qianfen by the collar and hurled him through the portal, vanishing from Earth in an instant. Why did you not eliminate him? Instead, you even dispatched several warriors. This is not your usual demeanor. A figure, bearing a resemblance to Fei Qianfen, appeared silently behind him. Most Qianfen attained their powers only upon reaching adulthood, according to the script. Thus, those who diverged from the script were invariably more potent. The last time he encountered an elderly Qianfen, the frail figure claimed to be merely a senile old man devoid of world-ending might, while ruthlessly dispatching the malevolent Qianfen that assailed him. This fellow named Dan Qianfen undoubtedly possesses boundless potential. One might as well forge a benevolent connection. After all, the depths of Qianfen's legacy are profound. Fei Qianfen cast one last glance at the location where Dan Qianfen had been transported before vanishing from this realm. In the 6th universe, as Dan Qianfen was whisked away from this world, a supreme sorceress in Kamartosh, who had subdued countless interdimensional threats, opened her eyes. Who dares to strike against Qianfen? Is it Dormammu or another hellish demon wandering upon Earth? Her eyes radiated a chilling light, a stark contrast to the benevolent demeanor that had long since rendered her formidable methods forgotten. The world had overlooked the young sorceress who wielded the Book of Ashanti in her left hand and the Eye of Agamotto in her right. With a mere gesture, 3 sanctuaries, non-existent in the current realm, ignited under her command, erupting in resplendent brilliance. The colossal array etched across the earth began to unleash terrifying magical energy under the sorceress's might, establishing a direct connection to the void of countless dimensions. Intricate runes began to materialize, floating in the air. Any knowledgeable observer would recognize this extraordinary phenomenon as a direct manifestation inscribed upon the very fabric of space by the supreme sorceress herself. The ancient beings of Earth cautiously emerged from their abodes, eager to discern which audacious soul dared provoke her. Odin removed his eye patch, curious to identify the fool who had trifled with his old friend, but quickly replaced it, fearing that another glance might lead to cataclysm. Meanwhile, a formidable lord of the dark dimension withdrew into his cocoon, the atmosphere stifled by his trepidation, fearful that the source of the Sorcerer Supreme's ire, so readily unleashed, might indeed be him. Yet, why should I fear her? After all, I exist on the same plane as the Ancient One, and she even owes me money. When did I become incapable of confronting her? Dormammu's thoughts drifted back to that fateful afternoon a decade ago. On that day, as was my custom, I foolishly provoked the Ancient One's magical barrier. However, unlike previous encounters, she emerged without the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D or the Eye of Agamotto. Instead, she wielded an archaic sword. What was its name? Ah, yes, the Ebony Blade. That day was truly terrifying. I can still vividly recall its shape and the incantation she invoked. To those who dare trespass upon this realm, you shall be shattered. Should you dare approach, you will surely be routed. Beyond this dimensional peril lies the impenetrable fortress of Earth. Dormammu involuntarily shuddered, tightening his grip on the dark dimension, diminishing his presence, lest the Ancient One materialize before him and unveil his shadowy realm. Fortunately, her fury did not linger long, and soon the cosmos returned to a state of tranquility. The reason was simple. Shanshan had returned. Within the abode of the superhero, a golden portal opened, and Shanshan was unceremoniously cast back. She was quite punctual, having returned just moments after her departure. This adventure was exhilarating, yet I feel an odd mix of intense involvement and detachment. Shanshan rubbed her rear, likening the experience to watching an action blockbuster, immersive yet ultimately lacking in substance. Regardless, she decided to recline, lying back on the superhero's couch and expertly switching on the television. Yet, an unsettling sense of forgetfulness tugged at her. She glanced towards the bathroom. Chapter 24. The Awakening Push. Push. Come on. Almost there. Despite Shanshan's encouragement, the superhero's expression was one of distress. Which Kryptonian could muster strength after a colossal piece of kryptonite had been introduced into their circulatory system? Stark's antics were truly unscrupulous. How could he insert things into another's bodily system? It was evident he partook in some rather bizarre activities. By the way, where do you keep those laxatives in your house? Shanshan said, rummaging through drawers. Do you honestly believe I would have such items? Well, perhaps not. Given the superhero's physique, he likely digested everything without a hint of constipation. You probably have never experienced such a plight. Perhaps you should seize this opportunity to indulge in that experience? Shanshan jested. I'm just kidding. I'll go buy you some medicine. Casually, she plucked a few bills from the superhero's drawer and turned to exit. The superhero's abode was located in a remote suburb, quite far from the pharmacy, compelling Shanshan to transform in order to shorten the journey. The tale of the canine hero racing to procure medicine for a superhuman is destined to become a remarkable legend in the realm of Earth's superheroes. How outrageous it is that such a minuscule bottle of laxative can be so exorbitantly priced. Even though it is not his own money being spent, Dan Shinfen still muttered curses as he emerged from the pharmacy, clutching the thumb-sized bottle. Just as he contemplated transforming and dashing back, a familiar aroma wafted toward him, bringing with it an undeniable urge. Scanning his surroundings, Dan Shinfen's gaze landed upon a fast food establishment. Wallace's Sword? What a peculiar name. Upon entering, he was greeted by symmetrical Chinese decor, a refreshingly dressed cashier, and the exaggerated discount offers that were reminiscent of his memories. Standing before the counter, he observed an array of dishes priced a mere fraction, tenfold or even ninefold less than those at the adjacent KFC. With a grand gesture, he ordered the cheapest meal available. Nothing too extravagant, it must be sufficiently frugal. Just as he prepared to pack his meal to take home, his keen ears caught the buzz of conversation from a nearby table of young men. Hey, did you hear? Countess Catalina is opening at the Big Bird Spin Bar today. Is that the nightclub queen known as the Vampire Countess? I'm absolutely enamored by her. She and her entourage are stunningly alluring. I heard she'll select a few for some intimate interaction on site. Wow. Oh, I must go. Do you have tickets? Take me with you. Tickets? Just be tough enough, and you can get in. What are we waiting for? Let us eat up and head over right after. Fueled by hormones and adrenaline, this reckless group quickly finished their oversized meal and swaggered toward the exit. In the vastness of the world, how could they gather in such a manner? This will not do. I, as the counterforce warrior, must thwart their nefarious deeds. Boss, pack this up. Dan Shinfen provided his delivery address and cautiously trailed behind the group. Although their location was now exposed, he was still unfamiliar with the area and felt it safer to follow them. This decision proved wise. The Big Bird Spin Bar was located hundreds of meters underground in a subterranean city, and without these individuals as guides, he might never have found it. Following closely, Dan Shinfen stood in line outside the bar, awaiting entry inspection. One must ponder why such a grand underground city exists beneath the metropolis. Who would construct such a magnificent structure in a place devoid of sunlight? Moreover, the lighting fixtures overhead seemed rather peculiar. He glanced up in confusion. Hey, you're not allowed to enter. A commotion erupted at the front of the line, prompting Dan Shinfen to lean forward for a better view. A gaunt man was unceremoniously ejected from the establishment. Do you even know your own worth? You think someone like you could gain entry? The burly guard named Hansen spat disdainfully, displaying a complete lack of decorum. I refuse to accept this. My strength is undeniable. Surely, you fear that I might win the favor of Countess Katerina. Before the scrawny man could finish his words, Hansen stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, nearly forcing the unfortunate fellow to expel the remnants of yesterday's meal. Subsequently, Hansen yanked off the scrawny man's belt, revealing his weapon to the onlookers. If we consider a typical adult's weapon to be a pistol, this scrawny individual wielded no more than a mere toy. In the gaze of the crowd, the scrawny man, overwhelmed by shame, hurriedly pulled up his trousers and fled. Friends, your presence is most welcome, but please possess a modicum of self-awareness and do not overstep your bounds. After speaking, Hansen proceeded to inspect the next individual. Among the crowd, S.H.I.E.L.D cast a glance at herself. Though she had begun to develop her form and stood out among her peers, she still paled in comparison to adults. How could one squander such a remarkable experience? Wait, an idea struck her. She retreated behind the crowd. Average, enter. Above average, enter. Excellent, enter. Goodness, is this even human? Hansen was taken aback, instinctively looking up to see a figure resembling a towering iron colossus standing before him. S.H.I.E.L.D, transformed into Dian Wei, stood at a height of 2.5 meters, her bronze skin adorned with bulging muscles, exuding an aura of magnificence and splendor. What, not qualified? No, no, no. You are more than qualified. Please, come in. Hansen, a muscular man himself, appeared diminutive beside S.H.I.E.L.D. With a huff, S.H.I.E.L.D strode confidently inside. Contrary to expectations of chaos, the interior of the bar revealed a harmonious scene of couples mingling. To those aware, it was evident that the festivities were about to commence. To the unaware, it seemed merely a gathering of hand-holding couples. Something felt amiss. With her transformation, S.H.I.E.L.D's physical attributes had been enhanced, including her senses, and she could distinctly sense an incongruity in the atmosphere. Sir, would you like a drink? A waitress approached, carrying a tray adorned with glasses of crimson beverages resembling blood. One, please, thank you. Although she verbally accepted, S.H.I.E.L.D's hand did not reach for the glass. Instead, it found its way to the waitress's delicate hand. Upon contact, her hand did not withdraw. Rather, it climbed along the back of the waitress's hand, suggesting an audacious advance. This young man's hands were not particularly clean, yet here, his actions went unchecked, even seemingly sanctioned by the waitress. Just as his roving hand neared its pinnacle, S.H.I.E.L.D abruptly halted, stopping at the waitress's shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. Come a little closer, and I might swoon, the waitress teased, clearly pleased with S.H.I.E.L.D's deft touch. Oh, dear, why not continue? S.H.I.E.L.D's exceptional skills had won the approval of the waitress. Dear, your jokes are rather cold. The barmaid chuckled and tossed a lipstick from the ominous omen into S.H.I.E.L.D's embrace. The implication was unmistakable when S.H.I.E.L.D engaged in personal communication later. She was to bring her along. Although S.H.I.E.L.D appeared somewhat dim-witted, one must remember that here, substance was not as crucial as appearance. The barmaid swayed her slender waist as she departed, while behind her, S.H.I.E.L.D repeatedly moved that unclean little hand, resembling a lovesick fool savoring the moment. Wasn't he the sensation a bit too rigid? S.H.I.E.L.D furrowed her brow, growing increasingly uneasy. She swiftly grabbed the gluteus maximus of a man nearby who was playfully bantering with his female companion, giving it a firm squeeze. The man was a robust black individual, his muscular physique quite imposing. After being touched by S.H.I.E.L.D, he did not immediately turn around. In this environment, it was quite common for one or two women to approach and feel him up. However, it wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. Whose hand is as large as a fan? Turning his head, he saw a muscular giant resting a hand above his gluteus maximus, deep in contemplation while applying pressure. What the hell? The man's temper flared instantly. He was accustomed to touching others, not the other way around. Being large was nothing special. This was America, after all. And guns were prevalent. The black man quickly drew his handgun, preparing to deliver a swift strike to S.H.I.E.L.D. But in an instant, she had grabbed the gun's barrel. With a mere slight force, the entire barrel crumpled into a mass. The ruined firearm clattered to the ground. After what felt like an eternity, the black man made the most difficult and rapid decision of his life. What are you doing? Oh dear, the Count prohibits same-sex interactions. Don't be hasty. Wait until it's over, and I'll give you what you desire. The man flashed a flirtatious glance. His fingers poised delicately as if to trace circles on S.H.I.E.L.D's chest. S.H.I.E.L.D felt a wave of nausea, retreating 3 steps before regaining her composure. More alarmingly, though his voice was soft, it was enough to draw the gaze of most patrons in the bar. Under the weight of their scrutinizing stares, S.H.I.E.L.D felt her scalp tingle. If she mishandled the situation, she might suffer social death before even starting. However, human potential often emerges under duress. After enduring nearly 10 seconds of scrutiny, S.H.I.E.L.D devised a method to alleviate the awkwardness. She forcefully slapped the black man away and stepped forward, embracing his female companion. She's mine now, you can leave. The reputation of a bull-headed man was certainly preferable to that of a homosexual. Indeed, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd, which soon returned to their own pursuits. Of course, a few onlookers remained, eager to witness the unfolding drama. No, brother, are you foolish? We could all enjoy ourselves together. It seemed plausible enough. As the African-American man let out a sigh of relief, S.H.I.E.L.D spoke again. You stand by with the camera. The man responded. She is not my girlfriend. We have only just met a few minutes ago as casual acquaintances. There are plenty of women here. I could find 10 if I wanted. His bravado was quite ostentatious, and had it not been for his limited perspective, he might have boasted about the fickleness of fortune. He turned away with an air of nonchalance, only to realize that his earlier actions had rendered him socially ostracized. No one would invite him to join their meeting. Suddenly, he thought, perhaps I could assist you with the camera. If you tire, may I? No, S.H.I.E.L.D interjected without a moment's hesitation. With your physique? Merely watching my grandfather display his prowess is already a considerable privilege. The man's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, though his dark complexion concealed it well. After confirming that he had no part in the proceedings, he dejectedly made his way to the exit. Watching his forlorn figure, a fleeting pang of guilt struck S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, she quickly shifted her gaze to the woman nestled in his arms. My dear, what is your name? Louise. Louise, you say? A friend of mine has a girlfriend by that name as well. Oh, Louise replied with a smile, rising on her toes to wrap her arms around S.H.I.E.L.D.'s neck, pulling him down towards her. It was a rather cliché gesture, yet it delighted her. S.H.I.E.L.D furrowed his brow, silently lamenting the woman's lack of sophistication. What a trite mannerism, please. A friend's girlfriend is quite the fashionable narrative. He grasped Louise's wrist and gently squeezed. Oh, dear, you hurt me. Hurt? Of course it would sting. The pressure I applied could shatter the bones of an ordinary person. Releasing her wrist, S.H.I.E.L.D turned his attention to the others around them. Both Louise and the drunken woman from earlier possessed remarkably strong physiques. The muscular African-American man clearly frequented the gym. Yet the density of his gluteal muscles paled in comparison to the shoulders and wrists of the two women. Scanning the crowd for any clues, S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze landed on an unassuming corner, and his pupils dilated in surprise. Chapter 26. The Vampire Goodness. In that corner, two gentlemen were engaged in a fervent exchange. How unfortunate. Friends, all eyes on me. As the stage lights illuminated, a man in a tailcoat addressed the audience below. Let us welcome our esteemed host, Countess Katerina. With the most resounding cheers, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of noise, drowning out S.H.I.E.L.D's senses. Thankfully, this torment did not last long. Amidst the clamoring, a voluptuous blonde with cascading waves of hair emerged, supporting an elderly woman. Instantly, the cheers grew even more fervent. Upon witnessing the scene, S.H.I.E.L.D could no longer contain her incredulity. The Countess Katerina certainly has an exquisite taste, doesn't she? Bringing along her own grandmother. Is she planning to acquire a few grandfathers for herself? Louise cast a surprised glance at S.H.I.E.L.D, clarifying that the girl was merely the Countess's maid, while the one being assisted was indeed the Countess herself. S.H.I.E.L.D was overwhelmed with a plethora of thoughts, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. Today, we are delighted to welcome everyone to Countess Katerina's gathering. As a token of gratitude, the Countess will select a few guests to be her companions. S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, so, it seems that old G has a penchant for young men. Scanning the room, S.H.I.E.L.D noticed that other men appeared equally bewildered. This provided her with some relief. At least she was not alone in this predicament. With so many attendees, it was improbable that she would be chosen. She maintained a smile, eager to see which unfortunate soul would be selected. As anxiety enveloped the crowd, Countess Katerina trembled as she raised her frail arm. The direction of her gesture caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Ultimately, her hand came to rest in S.H.I.E.L.D's direction. S.H.I.E.L.D's smile abruptly froze. She leaned left, and the Countess's hand followed suit. Leaning right yielded the same response. Me? S.H.I.E.L.D lamented, on the verge of tears. Had she known, she would have transformed into Feng Chao instead. In truth, I am gay. The entire assembly fell silent, fixated on her. Actually, I am impotent. Still, an eerie silence persisted. Well, I am underage. S.H.I.E.L.D pressed her chest-mounted device, preparing to withdraw from this transformation. Compared to being unable to escape, she was far more averse to becoming the old lady's puppet. Beep. Network connection lost. Please log in again. Wait, not now. S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed in frustration. Yet, regardless of how she pressed the buttons, there was no response. It appeared that she would not be participating today. Tensing her muscles, she resolved to flee at the slightest indication of coercion. Did I frighten you? The old crone suddenly vanished, reappearing above S.H.I.E.L.D. I was just teasing a moment ago. But now I am not. The ability to teleport indicated she was no ordinary being, and if things turned hostile, she would bear no guilt. You are quite amusing. Countess Katerina cackled, raising her hand to draw a nearby man closer, swiftly twisting his head off. Blood gushed forth, absorbed by an unseen force into the Countess's form. As the blood infused her, her withered skin transformed into a smooth, youthful visage, her once crouched body extending into a graceful silhouette. Before the astonished crowd, the crone morphed into a vibrant young woman, still suspended in midair. I initially thought she was a witch, but it seems she is a magical young maiden. Shan Qianfen murmured, instinctively reaching for her chest-mounted device, preparing to act. Without further ado, the very act of bloodshed and vocal transformation suggests that the adversary is undoubtedly of ill repute. Thus, it is prudent to strike first. As for the possibility of misunderstanding, the headless corpse nearby serves as irrefutable evidence. Suddenly, the network connection was interrupted, prompting a request for relogin. I knew it. The system is prone to failure. No matter. I shall strike with the ferocity of the legendary Dian Wei. Just watch as I claim your life within 3 paces. A flicker of determination crossed Shan Qianfen's face as he clenched his fists, poised to act. Let the revelry commence, my children. With Countess Katarina's command, couples began to embrace fervently. However, amidst the chaos, the sight of a severed head and blood splattered everywhere demanded a more rational response from these individuals. Something felt amiss. Shan Qianfen squinted, scrutinizing the dazed expressions and the sharp fangs protruding from the mouths of those who embraced their companions. What are you gazing at? Countess Katarina descended gracefully, her hands cradling Shan Qianfen's face, turning his head toward her. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, pain briefly restored clarity to some, but it was too late. Fear not. I shall not harm you, dear one. Dear one. Shan Qianfen glanced at his own muscular form, veins coursing with blood, lost in contemplation. I will transform you into one of our kind, a member of the noble bloodline. Thus, you shall become a countess. Countess Katarina caressed the contours of Shan Qianfen's muscles, almost drooling with anticipation. I appreciate your generous offer, Countess, but I possess a rather unfortunate quirk. With an impassive demeanor, Shan Qianfen's hand snaked around Katarina's slender waist, pulling her closer. What quirk? Domestic violence. Countess Katarina was taken aback. Astonishing. Without hesitation, Shan Qianfen embraced the Countess and leapt high, crashing her down to the ground. The force was formidable. Before the other vampires, engrossed in their feast, could react, Shan Qianfen seized Katarina's head with one hand and yanked a hapless victim's head towards him with the other. The impact echoed like a ripe watermelon struck by a mischievous child, the unfortunate soul's head exploding in a shower of gore. Truly, the Countess was formidable. Subdue the adversary. Shan Qianfen alternated his fists, striking Katarina's ample chest. With a resounding crack, her ribcage caved in, her breath becoming shallow, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Having completed his assault, the other vampires finally reacted, encircling him. Kill him. I shall be the first to drink his blood. Turn him into an automatic blood bank. The surrounding vampires rubbed their hands in anticipation, Shan Qianfen's ruthless tactics igniting their excitement rather than fear. Yet, Shan Qianfen remained unperturbed. These creatures were merely marginally stronger than ordinary humans. As long as there were no firearms, slaughtering them would be effortless. Quick, load the bullets, prepare to fire. Bring out the submachine gun. Chapter 27. The Fallen Prince of Hell, Blood Demon Wei Yin. I am Nigel, an African-American, and today has been particularly unfortunate for me. I was savoring fine wine, lost in my thoughts, when suddenly I was kicked. All of this misfortune is the fault of that wretched individual. The mere thought of Shan Qianfen's face makes my teeth grind in anger, yet I find myself powerless against him. After all, Shan Qianfen can crush a gun barrel with his bare hands. I can only swallow my bitterness in silence. Reluctantly, I made my way towards the exit, my frustration mounting with every step. If only I had agreed to stand to the side and hold the camera. Hey, black brother. Wait. They called, urging me to return. Shan Qianfen's loud voice rang out behind me, and I turned in surprise, asking if it was true. No, it's a joke, he said, dashing past me and leaving me bewildered in his wake. Before I could utter a curse, a Blood Clan member caught up to me and shot me right in the forehead. Shan Qianfen glanced back at me, now riddled with bullets, spat on the ground, and disappeared into the sewers. Beep. Network connection has been interrupted. Please log in again. Beep. Network connection has been interrupted. Please log in again. This damn dog card. It always malfunctions at the worst moments. As I pounded the device on my chest, I heard the sound of bullets whizzing past me. If only I could transform into a divine horse, I would not be in such a dire predicament. Never mind, the exit is just ahead. I saw the sunlight streaming in from the exit and sighed in relief. It is well known that sunlight is the greatest fear of all Blood Clan members. Once I reached that light, I would be safe, if only I could get there. Beep beep beep. A flash of red light engulfed me as I reverted from my transformation. Without the enhancements of my transformation, I could not evade the incoming bullets. No, the sunlight was so close, yet 3 bullets struck my calf, causing me to fall to the ground. No, I cannot give up. I must reach that place. Clenching my teeth, I crawled forward, inch by inch, almost there. The moment my hand reached out, I felt for the first time how warm the sunlight was. Where did this filthy stray come from? Get back. A wealthy young lady passing by cast a disdainful glance at me, and one of her lackeys, eager to impress, kicked me back into darkness. S.H.I.E.L.D. I was about to curse when a black hand covered my mouth and dragged me back into the shadows. Where have you taken that big fellow? Do you think you can fool me with just any child? And transforming? Do you think I'm gullible? That girl had some nerve, despite the beating I just took. She seemed unfazed. Crouching in a corner, I cautiously watched as Countess Katerina reprimanded her subordinates. My dogcard device had malfunctioned, and for the time being, I could not transform. As a mere child, I could only hope they wouldn't resort to alchemy. Oh dear, if the other party does not refine copper. Does that mean I am about to be devoured? I do hope they choose to refine copper instead. My lord, the Count, this is indeed true. We witnessed it ourselves. Countess Katerina seized one of her subordinates by the head, and with a powerful squeeze, a sound echoed, and blood and flesh scattered everywhere. The others, upon witnessing this, fell silent and ceased their arguments. After a few reprimands and the execution of several individuals, Countess Katerina lost interest in her subordinates and turned her gaze towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Please, do not look at me. Continue with them, S.H.I.E.L.D. muttered, lowering his head to diminish his presence. However, contrary to his wishes, Katerina grasped his hair and lifted his head. What a rather charming child, she remarked. At her words, S.H.I.E.L.D. let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps he would not be devoured immediately. Your blood must be exceedingly delectable, yes? Before S.H.I.E.L.D. could struggle, Katerina leaned in and bit into his neck. An inexplicable force drew all his blood towards the point of contact, and in mere moments, his skin turned pale, and his consciousness began to fade. Unlike the fleeting glimpses he experienced at the brink of death previously, this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt himself sinking into an interminable darkness, rendered speechless and immobile, utterly powerless. Am I to die? Will anyone come to my rescue this time? Is it too hasty to perish like this? Would the others mock me for 2.5 years if they found out? A chilling sensation began to envelop him, and the remnants of his awareness faded gradually. Suddenly, a warm liquid surged into his mouth, and instinctively, he began to suck. It was sticky, sweet, and warm. He could not discern its nature. But it was quite palatable, albeit with a metallic taste reminiscent of the medicinal concoction of blood from eels he had drunk in his youth. Wait a moment. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pupils widened as he pulled his consciousness back. He sensed that he had not lost his awareness for long, yet the reality had shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, he was in the arms of Katerina as she drank from him. Now, he found her in his embrace, drinking from her. He casually discarded Katerina's lifeless body. And although he was uncertain about the circumstances, one thing was clear. What he had consumed moments ago was undoubtedly blood. Fortunately, it was not a grave matter. It was the blood of a beautiful woman. Wait, hold on. She appeared as an old woman upon her entrance, did she not? As this realization struck him, his stomach churned violently. Wait, why is my focus on such a peculiar detail? Should I not be preoccupied with the fact that I just drank blood? S.H.I.E.L.D. glanced at his hands, smacked his lips, and instinctively recalled the taste he had just savored. Surprisingly, it was rather delightful, and he found himself wanting more. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, and he began to retch violently. After a prolonged struggle, he finally ceased. So, what transpired just now? S.H.I.E.L.D. kicked aside Katerina's body and turned towards the mirror at the bar. With flowing, pointed hair and fierce eyeshadow. The rebellious gaze of S.H.I.E.L.D. rested on her chin as she pondered, who is this striking figure? This was a warrior she had not encountered before, and the dark atmosphere rendered her momentarily unable to identify him. However, being a seasoned veteran of the dog cardo for a decade, she quickly had a revelation. Oh, it dawned on her. Was this not Wei Yan? Judging by the style, he appeared to be a target. One of the ancient 8 wastes, the Hellbound King? Was this not worse than the 4 pests? Chapter 28. The illusion of civil war. The bodies of the Blood Clan lay sprawled across the room. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, coupled with visible bullet marks and firearms clutched tightly in the hands of the deceased. Among them was the lifeless form of Katerina, recently discarded on the ground. All these signs testified to the ferocity of the battle that had just transpired. The unscathed presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood as a testament to Wei Yan's prowess. Perhaps, this time, they were not dealing with the ancient 8 wastes, but rather, the ancient 8 gods. Suddenly, a foul scream shattered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s contemplation. Who was that, crying out so pitifully, as if suffering from constipation? Following the sound, S.H.I.E.L.D. departed the scene. It seemed that, sensing her departure, the seemingly lifeless Katerina stirred unexpectedly behind her. Guided by the cries, S.H.I.E.L.D. stumbled upon a pitch-black secret chamber. With no entrance in sight, she resorted to smashing the wall with a powerful punch. The darkness was overwhelming. prompting her to retrieve a flashlight she had casually pocketed. What was the situation here? A secret chamber of horrors? Illuminated by the beam of light, she beheld a group of men, stripped and bound, their agonized screams emanating from them. The abrupt appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D captured everyone's attention. Suddenly, one man, having freed himself from his bindings, lunged toward her with ferocity. In the dim light, S.H.I.E.L.D discerned the grotesque features of a man whose face was marred by veins. With a swift motion, as her mind grappled with the unfolding chaos, her hands, no, Wei Yan's hands, decapitated the man in one fell swoop. Goodness! S.H.I.E.L.D was startled by her own reflexive action, hastily discarding the severed head. Wei Yan was rather formidable. He might prove difficult to control. She instinctively reached for the dog card device at her chest, contemplating a retreat from transformation, but upon reflection, she reconsidered. The lives of others outweighed her own safety. With reluctance, she set her hands down and picked up the severed head for examination. This face seems familiar. Is this not the fellow who was beside me just moments ago? A glance around revealed that many of those present were indeed her companions from earlier. They had not all been consumed. Some robust individuals had been captured and hidden away as blood bags. The vampires were clearly adept at sustainable practices. TSK, engaging in wild parties led to your capture. Didn't it? S.H.I.E.L.D mocked, entirely oblivious to the peril she had just narrowly escaped. Observing their plight, she began to piece together the reality of what had transpired. Vampires and zombies share a similar premise, both capable of transmission through bites. However, vampires possess a specialized serum that halts the transformation. The individuals here are bound as blood bags, periodically receiving injections of serum and nourishment from vampires to maintain a buffet-like existence. Their current state is likely due to the demise of the vampire responsible for administering their serum at the previous location. With a swift motion, S.H.I.E.L.D tore off a steel pipe, offering it as a sacrifice to summon the Chi Gang sword. The serum's injection is time-sensitive, and judging by their condition, there is little hope for their recovery. Rather than allowing them to suffer and wreak havoc, it is more merciful to grant them an end now. There is no such thing as a free gift in this world. May you remember this in your next life. May hell be devoid of mercy. Amen. With a few swift strikes, the day's merit increased for the dog card hero. The vitality of vampires is remarkably resilient. Even as a half-vampire, S.H.I.E.L.D exercised caution, fearing the escape of one who could bring calamity to the world. This meticulousness resulted in a scene that, while appearing bloody, was in truth an act of righteousness on his part. Do you understand what I mean? Superman shook his head and delivered a punch to S.H.I.E.L.D. Just moments earlier, Superman had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Although the situation was unclear, S.H.I.E.L.D realized that if he failed to articulate his explanation properly, Superman's colossal fist would surely strike his face. As it turned out, S.H.I.E.L.D indeed struggled to explain. He was sent flying, crashing through several walls before coming to a halt, a consequence of Superman, the earthly deity, holding back. Enough, Clark. Don't think I want to fight you just because you're Superman. S.H.I.E.L.D emerged from the rubble, eyes fixed on Superman's clenched fist. All right, I truly want to. He pressed the device on his chest, reverting from his transformation. Superman does not bully the weak. S.H.I.E.L.D, you are overly indulgent with your powers. Having known S.H.I.E.L.D for only a brief time, Superman perceived him as a child who had accidentally acquired immense strength, a notion that was not far from reality. Superman sought to guide S.H.I.E.L.D onto the righteous path through his teachings. You recklessly misuse your superhuman abilities. Ultimately, you will become a puppet of your own strength. It is well known that with great power comes great responsibility. God has bestowed upon you this strength. Stop. The ones I've killed are all vampires. Are vampires not life? Do they not possess their own rights? As he listened to Clark's incessant chatter, S.H.I.E.L.D closed his eyes, recalling that the Superman of his memories would not be so verbose. Could it be that this individual had mutated? Suddenly, several steel pipes pierced through the wall, hurtling towards him, and Superman, with a flourish of his cape, shielded the unprepared S.H.I.E.L.D in his embrace. Though his demeanor had changed, his essence remained unchanged. S.H.I.E.L.D sighed, and then activated his transformation once more. Originally, there was no issue with the physicality of S.H.I.E.L.D's childlike form compared to Superman's stature. However, S.H.I.E.L.D transformed, assuming the physique of an adult, and their postures became somewhat questionable. What kind of pose is this, you two? Exclaimed Catherine, who floated in to witness the tableau of Superman and S.H.I.E.L.D, her previously amassed aura dissipating in an instant. Am I interrupting something? Please, continue. S.H.I.E.L.D rose, perplexed, and asked Catherine, weren't you dead? I never claimed to be alive. Catherine responded while unleashing several bolts of crimson lightning. I made a pact with the demons of hell, trading my soul for the power of vengeance. The lightning morphed into electric serpents, lunging towards S.H.I.E.L.D, who adeptly evaded them with a high jump and a 360-degree twist in midair. What a pity. Your soul was squandered. Do you know who my elder brother is? The god of the mortal realm. He could send you flying 10 streets away with a mere slap. With Superman standing behind her, Shan felt emboldened. Wait. Doesn't Superman lack magical resistance? He wouldn't dare to withstand that attack, would he? Shan mechanically turned back to observe Superman standing still, absorbing all the electric serpents. Brother, don't play like this. Before Superman could respond, the serpents went berserk, and with a crackling sound, the divine being of the mortal world was overwhelmed. Shan stared blankly as Superman collapsed. So you only show your prowess when attacking me, huh? Chapter 29. Zheng Xian, let them all perish. Catherine crackled with electricity, arcs of energy obliterating everything in proximity. In a mere glance, Shan realized it was time to flee. Thus, she hoisted Superman onto her shoulders. Why does this feel eerily familiar? Reflecting back, Shan recalled a similar scenario when battling that metallic wall breaker. However, unlike before, her control over her transformations had significantly improved, elevating her escape capabilities beyond what they once were. In an instant, Shan vanished from Catherine's sight. Oh, mighty steed, how I adore you. Ever since Wei Yin emerged, her small mechanical steed had returned to normal, transforming Shan back into her true form, the divine horse. She sprinted faster and faster, leaving Catherine far behind. Wait a moment. The exit is not that far away. Why can't I seem to reach it? Shan gazed towards the distant exit, realizing no matter how fast she ran, she could not attain her goal. This is magic, kid. Catherine abruptly materialized behind Shan striking down with a claw. Alarm bells rang in Shan Qianfen's mind as she seized Superman's legs, swinging him around to strike back. Though Superman had been rendered unconscious due to his negative magical resistance, his physical form remained solid. Caught off guard, Catherine was slammed against the wall, her neck twisting under the force of Shan Qianfen's might. Being your elder brother is truly unfortunate. Catherine detached herself from the wall, realigning her broken neck. Accompanied by a flickering crimson glow, all her injuries vanished without a trace. Dan Qianfen furrowed her brow momentarily, only to smooth it out shortly thereafter. Magic, after all, often veers into the realm of absurdity. While the underlying principles eluded her understanding, she was certain it could not be employed indefinitely. With a casual flick of her wrist, she discarded the superhero into the nearby foul-smelling ditch, stretching her limbs and bracing herself for a battle of endurance. If you wish to return in utter defeat, then come forth and engage in combat, she taunted, beckoning to Katarina with a finger, instinctively provoking her. Katarina offered no reply. Instead, she lunged toward Dan Qianfen. A confident smile graced Dan Qianfen's lips as she felt the exhilarating rush of unburdened speed, akin to that of a divine steed. Watch as I leap and execute a backflip to strike you in the face. However, just as Katarina was about to close the distance, she halted abruptly. With a swift motion of her clawed hand, a network of intertwined electric serpents materialized around Dan Qianfen, ensnaring her. The lightning crackled ominously, with no avenues for evasion. Dan Qianfen could only brace herself against the onslaught. Though she had mitigated the electric net's potency with her agility, the shock still left her reeling. Is this the outrageous power one gains from selling their soul to a demon? Where can I find such a demon to make a deal? She lamented weakly. Youth. Beware, selling your soul to a demon often comes at a steep price. A middle-aged gentleman with spectacles abruptly appeared beside Dan Qianfen. Startled, she instinctively threw a punch. What are you so riled up about? I am on your side, he said, effortlessly catching her fist with a golden glow emanating from his body. On my side. You say? Dan Qianfen retracted her hand, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Unfazed by her rudeness, the man clasped his hands behind his back and strolled toward Katarina with a leisurely grace, akin to a post-meal promenade. What sort of fiend dares to wreak havoc here? He intoned, exuding the wisdom of a seasoned sage. His lofty demeanor aligned perfectly with Dan Qianfen's perception of traditional masters from Huaxia. Moreover, his ability to appear silently beside her had solidified her confidence. Katarina, unable to discern this new presence, raised her hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning as a probe. Boom. As the gentleman was hurled backward, Dan Qianfen's expression mirrored that of one who had just swallowed a fly. Master, might I inquire if you are perhaps surnamed Ma Bao? Coughing awkwardly, the gentleman brushed off the dust from his attire and checked the time on a pocket watch. What time is it? Just as Dan Qianfen pondered this, a sudden transformation overtook Katarina. Countless dark crimson energies emanated from her being, and despite her efforts to suppress them, they culminated in her collapsing to the ground as a withered corpse. I was calculating the moment when the individual behind her was slain by the Ancient One, the gentleman remarked as he lit a cigarette and stowed away his watch. In future encounters, simply engage the opponent. Within a few minutes, their ally will be dispatched by the Supreme Mage. Goodness, is the Ancient One in my world truly that formidable? Indeed, you are called Qianfen, are you not? I have finally located you. I am Shan Qianfen. The elder waved his hand and said, you are indeed the one. Has Gui explained your uniqueness to you? No. Then let her tell you herself. Follow me. I have something to give you. The elder walked ahead while Shan Qianfen trailed behind. To alleviate the awkwardness, the elder introduced himself and initiated a conversation. My name is Zheng Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau. Have you heard of it? Just a little. As they exchanged banter, they departed from the place. They soon arrived at the Wallace restaurant where Shan Qianfen had previously purchased fast food. You opened this establishment? No wonder it feels so familiar. At first, it was merely a playful endeavor to divert attention, but unexpectedly, it became a sensation. Wallace, with its distinctive flavors, rapid service, and affordable prices, swiftly stirred a storm in the fast food industry, rendering the local McDonald's and KFC powerless. By the way, you mentioned you had something for me? Just as Zheng Xian was in the midst of his boastful tales, he paused and began to remove his clothing. What are you doing? I'm still a child. Ugh, I'm not into that. What are you thinking? Zheng Xian, speechless, pointed to a tattoo on his body and said, hand over your watch. This is a gift from the underworld. Shan Qianfen handed over his humble watch, and at the moment of contact, a green light emanated from the watch face, illuminating the tattoo. The tattoo appeared to come alive, detaching from Zheng Xian's skin and twisting in the air before ultimately transforming into a card that floated gracefully. Chapter 30. The Troublemaker, Ling Tong. Access granted. Accompanied by an indistinguishable voice, Shan Qianfen's watch now harbored another warrior. However, his attention was elsewhere as he curiously inquired of Zheng Xian, the underworld? What kind of organization is that? Why do I have a card from them? The underworld, well, I'm not entirely certain. In any case, they are quite powerful. By the way, they mentioned you should visit them when you have time. Their residence is rather spacious. Perhaps another day. I will visit when I can. After a light-hearted exchange, Shan Qianfen asked again, by the way, how did you find me? Oh, that is a long story. One of my subordinates, a clairvoyant, received a hint that the target would be in the metropolis. So, I stationed myself here in advance, delivering takeout while observing the local customs. When Shan Qianfen ordered takeout from the superhuman, Zheng Xian happened to be free and delivered it himself. Although the superhuman believed his disguise was effective, his photograph had long been catalogued in the files of various intelligence agencies worldwide. Thus, Zheng Xian recognized him instantly. Seeing this earthly deity so tormented, Zheng Xian promptly intervened, extracting the kryptonite from him. And so it unfolded, in this manner and that. Zheng Xian not only uncovered the whereabouts of Qianfan, but also forged a friendship with a superhuman. As the head of the Divine Spear Bureau, your hands-on approach is commendable. Yet, I must ask, as the chief of the highest intelligence agency of Yanhuang, do you not fear for your safety while traversing foreign lands? I never claimed to be my true self. Have you heard of the Great Sage S hair-splitting technique? Zheng Xian's form subtly flickered, a long strand of hair floating centrally. This doppelganger I have conjured is sustained by the powers of the underworld. Now I bestow it upon you. My task is complete. This establishment is of no further use to me, hence I gift it to you, with a splash. If you do not reject me, I shall gladly take you as my adoptive father. Adoptive father? Is it truly so? You asserted that Yanhuang people do not deceive one another. Adoptive father, please wait. Before we disperse, let us complete the transfer paperwork. By the way, have we perhaps forgotten something? As the two engaged in the transfer process, they paused momentarily, unable to recall, yet resumed their tasks. At that moment, a certain deity from the mortal realm awoke, bewildered from a foul gutter. Those who shun me may find no refuge. I shall overturn the rivers and seas, stabilizing the cosmos. Accompanied by impassioned roars, a fervent man propelled himself in a wheelchair through an endless blood-soaked expanse, while a diminutive figure fled frantically before him. Sun Qianfen, enough already. Was it not merely a few exchanged words with your girlfriend? What have I done to deserve this relentless pursuit? With that utterance, the man in the wheelchair ignited with rage, brandishing an ancient repeating crossbow and firing wildly at the fleeing dwarf. You've already resorted to mental manipulation, yet you claim to have done nothing? Mischief maker, your demise is imminent. I assure you, even with the arrival of the five-dimensional Qianfen, you will not be spared. The dwarf, a troublemaker from the five-dimensional realm, was relentlessly pursued by Qianfen's doppelganger from a parallel universe. Ordinary bolts, almost banal in nature, were released from Sun Qianfen's hands. Yet the troublemaker, sensing dire danger, conjured the hardest material in the universe to fashion a shield for protection. However, before he could manifest it, the bolts had already embedded themselves firmly in his rear. Ah, you scoundrel! I shall cover your head in the foulest substances and cast you into the magma. The troublemaker spat venomous threats while yanking the arrows from his backside, continuing his desperate flight. When have I, a troublemaker, ever endured such humiliation? Yet he had no choice. The adversary before him was formidable. Within the third dimension, five-dimensional beings possess near omnipotence, capable of manifesting any conceivable action and manipulating all within the third dimension. A simple release of gas could obliterate an entire universe. Yet, the one known as Sun Qianfen adhered to no scientific principles. Not only were any attempts at assault rendered ineffective, but the troublemaker's ability to alter reality was also nullified. The opponent, who seemed merely a frail figure in a wheelchair, appeared on the verge of collapse with each step. Moreover, the attacks against him transcended distance, rendering them unavoidable, striking precisely where intended, akin to the formidable Darkseid from Apocalypse. What is truly alarming is that, at intervals, the trickster can distinctly perceive a subtle decline in the quality of his existence. Though the degradation is minimal, it is undeniably real and irreversible. One cannot tolerate the slumbering presence of others at their side. Here it comes again. The trickster is acutely aware of his own transformation, yet feels utterly powerless. He has always relished in annoying others. But now he finds himself on the receiving end of such disdain. It seems rather unfortunate for the trickster, indeed. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary woman on this mundane earth would have a boyfriend of such formidable prowess? Who could fathom that within this easily conquerable realm lies an ultimate powerhouse? Is it not a tad excessive for a master capable of effortlessly subduing five-dimensional beings to lurk within an unguarded, commonplace universe? Is this some sort of fishing expedition? Must he truly resort to seeking assistance from that wretched five-dimensional Qianfen? The mere thought of Qianfen's loathsome visage nearly shatters the trickster's teeth with frustration. Not a single one of those Qianfen is worth a dime. Just as the trickster wrestles with the dilemma of whether to call upon the help of Qianfen, Sun Qianfen unexpectedly halts. Suddenly, a man radiating with golden light appears between them, intercepting Sun Qianfen. Sun Qianfen, grant me a favor, spare the trickster. He has done nothing to your girlfriend. The golden Qianfen stops, casting a wary glance at this counterpart of his own. It is not uncommon for Qianfen to clash in a battle for cards. Despite the other being a renowned figure of justice, one can never truly know another's heart. What if the other develops ulterior motives and resorts to violence? There are plenty of martial figures capable of making a fool of the divine Sun Qianfen, the trickster's girlfriend. The five-dimensional princess has unexpectedly conceived. I have been ordered by the five-dimensional king to apprehend the trickster. Rest assured, he shall not have an easy journey ahead. Sun Qianfen, poised to speak, is interrupted as the trickster makes a hasty retreat. Observing the immobile golden Qianfen, Sun Qianfen inquires, "Are you not going to pursue him? The five-dimensional princess's pregnancy is my doing." Chapter 31. A century's dilemma. The trickster, unparalleled in the realm. What can the Qianfen do to me? What a scene of despair, as the trickster writhes and howls upon the ground, attracting the bewildered gazes of bystanders. Having witnessed much in his life, the trickster does not bother to engage with these ordinary folks. With a mere wave of his hand, their memories are altered. Esteemed, transcendent, omnipotent trickster, please accept our homage. All those in the vicinity kneel, reciting a title the trickster whimsically concocted. What shall he do next? Yes, seek some amusement. With a mere blink, all the information of this world floods into his mind. Superhuman, single Qianfen, how intriguing. Let us revel in this. The trickster grins menacingly before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Gui, who had been idling about, opened his eyes momentarily, only to close them again swiftly. When confronted with a troublesome spirit of such formidable prowess, it is often wise to feign ignorance. He would eventually tire of his mischief and depart. Sun Qianfen, there has been a bank robbery. Sun Qianfen, a car accident occurred near Diamond Park. Sun Qianfen, an airplane has crashed. Sun Qianfen, it's time to get to work. In an effort to guide Sun Qianfen onto a righteous path, Superman has taken him along on his heroic endeavors these past few days. In a mere span of days, they have accomplished hundreds of good deeds, ranging from confronting aircraft to fishing for kittens, truly embodying the essence of a good neighbor, engaging in all manner of acts. Had he been tasked with writing an essay on good deeds during his childhood, he would have been inundated with material. Yet, within just a few days, the heart of Sun Qianfen, which once yearned to be a superhero, ceased to beat with such fervor. He now merely wished to nestle at home, indulging in video games and fast food. Superman, having inadvertently crashed through the wall of Sun Qianfen's new abode, rushed in anxiously. "Don't call me. I'm busy." Sun Qianfen replied nonchalantly, sipping his drink and continuing his game. "It's just a house. That title of foster father isn't without merit." Zheng Xian not only bequeathed Sun Qianfen a small enterprise, but also a substantial savings and several properties. Wallace's ventures were flourishing as well, bringing in wealth surpassing even his days as a high-ranking figure in the underworld. Sun Qianfen, something's amiss. My wife is missing, Superman exclaimed, his face etched with concern. "Oh, it's not my wife who is missing," Sun Qianfen retorted, continuing to sip his drink and play his game. "Stop playing and help me look for her. Isn't she right behind you?" "What?" Superman turned in confusion, and at that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D sprang forth, transforming instantly and delivering a swift kick to Superman's backside. Unfortunately, just as he was about to make contact, an inexplicable force repelled him away. How did you discover this? The imposter Superman reverted to his true form, revealing himself as the troublesome spirit in disguise. First, Superman doesn't require my assistance in locating people. Second, Superman wouldn't crash into my house. Third, Superman wouldn't refer to Lois as his wife, at least not at this moment. While engrossed in his game, S.H.I.E.L.D occasionally bestowed upon himself a temporary boost of intellect, and this troublesome spirit had unwittingly walked into the line of fire. Seeing the smug expression of intellectual superiority on S.H.I.E.L.D's face ignited the ire of the troublesome spirit, whether in his five-dimensional form or golden form. S.H.I.E.L.D always looked down upon him. Humph. With a wave of his hand, the troublesome spirit transported S.H.I.E.L.D to a deserted theater. The colored lights illuminated, casting a glow upon the troublesome spirit. He donned a full suit of medieval knight armor, strikingly handsome, yet his stature rendered the ensemble somewhat incongruous. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the play, The Painful Life of Clown S.H.I.E.L.D. Another colored light shone upon S.H.I.E.L.D, who was now clad in clown attire, bound to a pillar. A wooden ball clenched in his mouth, and an apple precariously perched atop his head. Applause erupted from the audience, their expressions blank. Bah! Enough of your nonsense. S.H.I.E.L.D expelled the wooden ball, breaking free from his restraints and tearing apart his garments. Disobedient clowns, after all, must face retribution. The mischievous imp donned the attire of a cruel master and brandished a whip for punishment. S.H.I.E.L.D, as ever, attempted to evade with the divine speed of the horse deity, yet no matter how swiftly he ran, the whip would find its mark upon him. It seemed to track him automatically. If evasion was futile, he would confront it head-on. Flash, flash, flash. He attempted 3 quick maneuvers, but to no avail. The whip struck him with the same velocity and force. Observing the mocking expression of his opponent, the term fried fish inexplicably surfaced in S.H.I.E.L.D's mind. How pathetic it was to bully the weak. If you possess true skill, face me on equal footing. The imp fell silent for a moment, then conjured several duplicates, proclaiming, "Not only do I bully the weak, but I also outnumber the few." "You are the imp, aren't you?" S.H.I.E.L.D retorted. Upon hearing this, the imp hesitated and inquired, "How did you know?" "The audience below mentioned it," S.H.I.E.L.D replied, gesturing towards a group of spectators who were jeering at the imp. "Humph, boring. I wanted to play a bit longer." With a flick of his wrist, the imp made all the spectators vanish from their seats. "Now that you know my name, you must play a game with me. If you win, I shall leave Earth. If you lose, you will heed my commands from now on." "I understand. It's the game where you spell your true name backward, right?" "No, no, no. That game is outdated. Let us engage in something more thrilling." With a snap of his fingers, they were both instantly clad in Western cowboy attire. The guns they wielded fired cosmic disintegration rays, and the loser would be obliterated without a trace. Before the imp could finish speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D had already fired, hitting him squarely in the face. "I hadn't declared the start yet. In a cowboy duel, no such declaration is necessary. I have one." "That doesn't count. It doesn't count. I refuse to acknowledge it." As the imp attempted to cheat, S.H.I.E.L.D resorted to a long-neglected trick to counteract the deceit. "You have awakened only once. Yet I never stipulated that we would compete just once." In his exasperation, the imp forcibly sealed S.H.I.E.L.D's mouth. "Once. We shall compete again." After uttering this, the imp released S.H.I.E.L.D. "Very well, but cowboy duels are too crude. We are civilized beings." S.H.I.E.L.D waved his hand, realizing that outsmarting the imp was the only viable strategy, as overpowering him was utterly impossible. Brute force is effective only once. "Then what shall we play?" S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes sparkled as he suggested. "I have heard that Lord Imp is the wisest being in the entire universe. Oh no, the entire five-dimensional realm." Though he could not fully grasp S.H.I.E.L.D's intent, the imp nodded vigorously at the flattery directed towards him. "Let us do this. I will pose a question, and if Lord Imp can answer it, you win. Otherwise, I shall claim victory." "Ask away, as long as it does not pertain to any contradictions regarding yourself." "There is no question the esteemed imp cannot answer." "All right, Lord Imp, I commend your confidence." With a single clap, S.H.I.E.L.D posed a hypothetical question. "Imagine, if you were an ordinary human on Earth, what would you do when confronted with your mother-in-law asking you to choose between saving your girlfriend or your mother, both of whom cannot swim and are drowning without any external assistance? You can only save one." The trickster exclaimed, "What a conundrum. If I save my mother, my mother-in-law will claim I do not love my girlfriend. If I save my girlfriend, my mother-in-law will accuse me of being devoid of familial affection." Boom. The trickster's mind exploded in a flurry of chaos, splattering S.H.I.E.L.D with a mysterious, opaque liquid. "This is preposterous. Unfair. I demand a rematch," shouted the headless trickster. his hands on his hips, though it was amusing how he managed to speak without a head. This is not a debate. It is simply unsolvable, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, wiping the strange substance from his face. Esteemed trickster, please do not resort to dishonesty. It appears only the most wretched of sewer rats would play tricks. Unlike your noble self. Humph. I, the illustrious five-dimensional being, the supreme trickster, shall uphold my promises. The trickster's intellect was as low as the heel of a shoe. And with a mere provocation, he was riled up. With a snap of his fingers, he returned S.H.I.E.L.D to his original state, restoring everything to normal. Such a noble five-dimensional being who keeps his word? You have already reneged once, filthy sewer rat. S.H.I.E.L.D spat dismissively. What are you saying? The trickster floated behind S.H.I.E.L.D, arms crossed. I am merely stating that the trickster is unrivaled in this world. Wait, shouldn't you be returning to the five-dimensional space? Ah, you mean that, the trickster replied, expertly retrieving a bottle of cola from S.H.I.E.L.D's refrigerator and popping it open. According to my stipulations, I was to remain in five-dimensional space for 90 days before emerging. However, upon my return, I encountered the golden S.H.I.E.L.D and the golden Superman. They claimed they would assist in altering my stipulations, allowing me to freely traverse between the five-dimensional and three-dimensional realms. Golden S.H.I.E.L.D is quite an honorable individual. I misjudged him. Despite my previous hostility towards him and Golden Superman, he chose to repay malice with kindness, not only sparing me, but aiding me as well. The trickster shook his head, seemingly repenting for his past actions. Is it possible he has wronged you in some way, perhaps by placing a hat upon your head? Before S.H.I.E.L.D could finish his sentence, the trickster interrupted vehemently. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. My brother, Golden S.H.I.E.L.D, is the best brother in the universe. This child dares to tarnish our brotherhood. The trickster conjured an energy orb, ready to unleash chaos if S.H.I.E.L.D dared to utter another disparaging word about Golden S.H.I.E.L.D. All right, I acknowledge that Golden S.H.I.E.L.D is indeed your good brother. If there is nothing more, kindly take your leave. Do not disturb my gaming. S.H.I.E.L.D turned on the television, inserted a card, and retrieved a controller. That one do. Common Superman is a frequent sight. But encountering a novice S.H.I.E.L.D is a rarity. I must take the opportunity to enjoy this. S.H.I.E.L.D, feel free to do as you wish. But today I am determined to conquer this hellish challenge. The door is over there. Take your time, but do not expect a farewell. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D so engrossed in the game, the mischief maker snapped his fingers, transforming the game controller in her hands into a venomous snake. He anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D would be startled. However, to his surprise, she effortlessly subdued the snake with one hand, even managing to wrangle it a few times. I was the #1 snake king in Asia, you know? S.H.I.E.L.D rose, discarded the serpent, and pointed in a certain direction. Over there, approximately 5 kilometers away, is Clark's house. Would you be so kind as to torment him? Humph, he cannot escape. Once I deal with you, I shall seek him out. Very well. Tell me what I must do so that you cease to trouble me in the future. Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's agreement, the mischief maker snapped his fingers, transporting them to a different realm. They found themselves in a sea of flames, with only 2 cylindrical platforms to stand upon. We shall take turns asking questions. The one who fails to answer will descend into the fiery abyss until submerged. Repeating questions is forbidden, as is posing queries that invite debate. And certainly no questions regarding mothers-in-law. Besides, you asked first last time. It is my turn now. This game seemed rather inequitable, as the initial asker held a distinct advantage. Without allowing S.H.I.E.L.D time to react, the mischief maker posed his question, how does one defeat? With that, the mischief maker produced parchment and a quill, ready to record the forthcoming response. He awarded himself high marks for this maneuver. Should his opponent falter, victory would be his. If she answered correctly, he would glean the weaknesses of S.H.I.E.L.D's trump card. Regardless of the outcome, the mischief maker would emerge triumphant. The query caught S.H.I.E.L.D off guard. She expected a more convoluted question, perhaps regarding quantum mechanics. Nevertheless, this question proved challenging, as there was no definitive answer to defeating. After a brief contemplation, she replied, has 4 blood and 4 touches. Therefore, as long as the gains exceed 4 blood and 4 touches, one would have the upper hand against him. The mischief maker scrutinized the words he had inscribed, individually comprehensible, yet perplexing when combined. Upon completion of her answer, the platform on S.H.I.E.L.D's side did not descend, indicating that her response was indeed correct. I shall consult the bat spirit for further research. The mischief maker carefully preserved the parchment. Now it is my turn to inquire. Will you uphold your promise, mischief maker? Absolutely, he replied without hesitation. Boom. The platform supporting the mischief maker began to lower. S.H.I.E.L.D, mischief maker, I knew it. No, allow me to explain. This space is flawed. You must trust my integrity. You possess the credibility of a songstress. And I refuse to engage further. 5-dimensional beings, puffed. The mischief maker's explanations fell flat and ineffective. The descent of his platform remained an undeniable fact. Wait, Couldn't we simply prevent this fact from occurring? He snapped his fingers, and time within the entire realm began to rewind. Returning to the moment before Dan Qianfen posed her question. While Shan Qianfen had yet to speak, the mischievous spirit hastily modified the mechanism, ensuring that whatever response he provided would be deemed correct. With this adjustment, victory was assured. It was perplexing. He could have simply caused Shan Qianfen to lose. Yet he resorted to such elaborate measures. My heart aches. His intellect is indeed concerning. I will honor my promise. No need to inquire further. Shan Qianfen? Who asked you that? Mischievous spirit? Was that not your question? Wait, could it be that this creature does not abide by the laws of time? Listen well. My question is, suppose you are an ordinary person. This familiar opening sent a shiver down the mischievous spirit's spine, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Your girlfriend and your mother have exchanged souls through a spell that requires 20 times to lift. Would you choose your mother in your girlfriend's body or your girlfriend in your mother's body? The mischievous spirit, Chapter 33, a self-destructive act, protested, no way, this question. Does it involve a mother-in-law? Is there a counterargument? Is there repetition? Shan Qianfen, a smirk of mockery gracing her face, replied. Could it be that someone cannot handle the game? The mischievous spirit fell silent for a moment, then raised his hand to tear apart the entire space. Indeed. I can no longer afford to play. After all, Golden Qianfen and the others had already assisted in altering the settings. Shan Qianfen's expression instantly froze, an ominous feeling swelling within her. As anticipated, in the next moment, she found herself suspended in the air by the mischievous spirit's telekinesis. Oops. I retract what I just said. The mischievous spirit snapped his fingers, causing Shan Qianfen's jaws to involuntarily close. This is bad. This is disastrous. I knew one day I would perish by this wretched mouth. Why am I so uncontrollable? The mischievous spirit had been jesting with Shan Qianfen, nearly making her forget that he was a universe-destroying entity capable of obliterating existence with a mere utterance. This absurdity, should he choose to act, would render the few martial generals in Shan Qianfen's possession utterly useless. Ma Chao. That said, Shan Qianfen opted to transform. She was not one to sit idly by, even if her efforts were futile. As she prepared to press a button, the mischievous spirit furrowed his brow. The previous Shan Qianfens he encountered had all begun as ordinary, only to suddenly speak of villages, bonds, friendship, love, and similar themes, before gaining a significant advantage. While uncertain if this Shan Qianfen would indeed activate, he deemed it prudent to prevent her transformation. Thus, the moment Shan Qianfen's hand made contact, she found herself unable to press down. What have you done? A touch of five-dimensional technology, my dear. The mischievous spirit pulled the suspended Shan Qianfen closer, asking, Now, how shall we play? Shall I peel you layer by layer and then stitch you back together? Or should I sew you up first and then peel you away layer by layer? Shan Qianfen thought to herself, I knew this fellow had a few screws loose. Just as she contemplated begging for mercy, the mischievous spirit exclaimed, Aha! I can destroy the very thing you hold most dear. As the mischievous spirit adjusted Shan Qianfen before your very eyes, he affectionately patted the dog's head and snapped his fingers. First, you are now my girlfriend, he proclaimed, as a puff of air materialized out of thin air. What is happening? Has my power failed? The prankster gazed quizzically at his own hands and snapped his fingers repeatedly. With each snap, additional puffs of air appeared, and Shan Qianfen struggled to suppress her laughter. Suddenly, the trickster recalled something significant. It seems you do not have a girlfriend, do you? The smile on Shan Qianfen's face froze. Very well, I shall target someone else, starting with your friends. He snapped his fingers once more, and at that moment, Clark, who was engrossed in a deep conversation with Batman, felt an inexplicable pull drawing him in. Standing beside Batman was a child donned in a bat mask, who clapped his tiny hands, immediately interrupting the trickster's summoning. This child was a fifth-dimensional bat sprite, an ardent admirer of Batman, who had emerged to meet his idol while Shan Qianfen was busy rectifying the fifth-dimensional space anomaly. Regarding the control over their powers, the bat sprite was slightly more adept than the trickster, allowing him to disrupt the spell without leaving a trace. No girlfriend, no friends. Are you truly an orphan? The trickster pondered aloud, snapping his fingers again. Indeed, you are an orphan. You better hope you don't fall into my hands, Shan Qianfen retorted. Oh, still throwing threats. Are we? The trickster mimicked her tone. Let me show you something interesting. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the deceased Joe Bane-Cardite couple from the underworld. Another snap revived Jack, who had been slain by Shan Qianfen. Thus, the trickster reenacted that fateful night before Shan Qianfen's eyes. Jack donned the red hood, brandishing daggers as he engaged the Joe Bane-Cardite couple in combat. As dual high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, the couple's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Yet Jack, akin to the one Shan Qianfen had encountered that day, was swiftly subdued. However, this alone did not explain the couple's demise. Indeed, the fallen Jack rose once more, only to be knocked down again shortly after. Each time he fell, he would rise again, whether from gunfire or decapitation. With each resurrection, his strength, agility, and intellect surged. From Shan Qianfen's divine perspective, she could distinctly perceive a demon clad in a red hood continually bestowing power upon Jack. The movements of the Joe Bane Cardite couple visibly grew labored. Ultimately, they opted to retreat. Withdraw. This criminal organization was merely a convenience for their operations. Its loss would not bring them sorrow. After all, little Shan Qianfen had been sent away in advance, rendering this place devoid of any attachments. With the formidable duo guarding Shan Qianfen, there was little concern for safety. The African-American king of fighters was one of my own. What? Shan Qianfen's adoptive mother involuntarily trembled as Jack seized the moment to throw his dagger, striking her calf. When an agent develops emotions, he is perilously close to death. Be careful. Shan Qianfen's adoptive father rushed in to shield her mother from the blow. Jack's strength was immense. The attack rendered Shan Qianfen's adoptive father incapacitated. No miracle occurred, nor did any savior arrive. The Joe Ben cadet couple met their demise at Jack's hands, their heads severed from their bodies. It is truly unfortunate. Had they disregarded your fate and fled, they might have escaped. Furthermore, your subsequent fortune was rather remarkable, just as this individual removed the red hood. It became evident that all its power was transmitted through that very hood. The mischief maker, akin to a commentator, incessantly detailed the gruesome events. Shan Qianfen, with her head bowed and a somber expression, succumbed to an overwhelming wave of negative emotions. So, what is it you wish to convey? That I should wallow in guilt? No, I merely wish to know what you will do next. The mischief maker raised his hand, resurrecting the Joe Ben cadet couple, only to crush them before Shan Qianfen's eyes. A grotesque mixture of blood, flesh, and bone fragments splattered across her face. Chapter 34, Jimakeo Roar. Consumed by fury. Shan Qianfen was rendered speechless, unleashing a primal scream. Her muscles tensed, every cell in her body straining to break free from the mischief maker's telekinetic grip. Yet, it proved futile. In the face of overwhelming power, rage was of no avail. Do you crave strength? A beguiling voice whispered in Shan Qianfen's ear, as if time itself had been suspended in this space, freezing the moment. Even the mischief maker, a master of time manipulation, could not escape its grasp. Shan Qianfen's bloodshot eyes regained a semblance of clarity as she looked up to see a man with a halo floating before her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dog Kasuma, the architect of your abilities. Become my shadow soldier, and I shall grant you unimaginable power. Without a hint of hesitation, Shan Qianfen acquiesced. Very well. Dog Kasuma extracted her dial, adjusted it, and reinserted it. I wish you joy in your endeavors. Farewell. After briefly touching Shan Qianfen's head and imparting some operational techniques, Dog Kasuma vanished into thin air. As his power dissipated, the frozen time resumed its flow. Why have you ceased your cries? The mischief maker queried, tapping Shan Qianfen's head in confusion. In his controlled realm of time, just a moment ago she had been screaming, struggling, and now she had suddenly calmed. It is your turn to cry out. Activate voice command mode. Transform, Ma Chao. With a flash of golden light, Shan Qianfen successfully transformed into Ma Chao. However, movement remained elusive. The mischievous spirit was taken aback by the sudden transformation of Shan Qianfen, yet upon witnessing her continued immobility, he imitated the speaking style of Wu Wei Qianfen to mock her, exclaiming, "Is this all you've got? Not done yet. Boundary breakthrough. Realm Horse Super." The canine card device on Shan Qianfen's chest materialized, spinning once before activating on its own. Accompanied by a flash of crimson light, the nightmare of countless blood sellers emerged. You cannot evade this strike. Shan Qianfen roared. Her fist, as large as a sandbag, lunged towards the mischievous spirit like a famished tiger unleashed. Though astonished by Shan Qianfen's ability to free herself from his grasp, the spirit dismissed her seemingly feeble punch as unworthy of evasion. Thud. The sound of her fist connecting with the spirit's face echoed. Crack. The sound of the spirit's bones shattering followed. Bang. The noise of the spirit being propelled backward, head first into the ground, resounded. Ouch, it hurts. How can I feel pain? The mischievous spirit rose from the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. For a being of 5 dimensions, pain was a sensation long eradicated. No, my powers have vanished. Confusion clouded his mind. How could my abilities dissipate? In an instant, Shan Qianfen appeared behind the spirit and delivered a kick that shattered his calf. My strength, Shan Qianfen exclaimed, her foot pressing down upon him. The spirit, stripped of his powers, was weaker than an ordinary human, and her kick nearly shattered his spine. Next, I shall make you understand what true suffering is. With that, her fists descended upon the mischievous spirit like a torrential storm. Iron Steed, Iron Steed, Iron Steed. Each punch grew heavier than the last, imbued with lethal force, and before long, the spirit was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Thud. Exhausted, Shan Qianfen reverted from her transformation and collapsed. As she fell, the surrounding space shifted. ultimately restoring the room to its original state, albeit with a new addition, a puddle of flesh. Wow, how ruthless. The bat spirit had been lurking nearby, relishing the spectacle of Shan Qianfen's actions. Due to the influence of Wu Wei Qianfen, the relationship between the bat spirit and the mischievous spirit was not particularly amicable, prompting him to refrain from intervening. Naturally, he feared being met with Shan Qianfen's iron-fisted retribution. Yet, with the mischievous spirit dead, would I face punishment upon my return? Never mind, I suppose it's just my misfortune. The bat spirit gathered the remains of the mischievous spirit and departed. The Realm Horse Super has emerged. Is he the man who delivers iron fists to those who fail to provide access to adult websites? Oh, how terrifying. I can sense the four pests within me trembling. Enough said. I, the general of the four pests, have already soiled myself. Within the multiverse, in an unknown dimension, a gathering of formidable Qianfens was taking place. I hope the possessor of this Realm Horse Super is a righteous Qianfen. The speaker, known as S.H.I.E.L.D. Qianfen, lived up to his name, as he was entirely composed of four pests. The myriad of celestial beings can be broadly categorized into three distinct groups. One faction consists of malevolent entities intent on usurping the warriors of others. Another embodies the noble spirits who traverse various universes, championing justice, while the third group comprises the lethargic souls who content themselves with tending to their own meager domains. The revelers gathered here are predominantly of the latter ilk, their strengths varying considerably. In light of the news regarding the emergence of the transcendent Ma Chao, some rejoice while others lament. This particular celestial being, I hope, is the kind that, upon receiving a link to a Riska website, would not summon forth an army to retaliate against me. The theatrical celestial gazed anxiously towards the horizon, his only companion being another performer. Do not fret, I am here. As long as you support me first, I vow to ensure your safety for a lifetime, declared Fong Tian, enveloping the theatrical celestial in his embrace. The latter emitted a soft whimper, settling comfortably like a kitten in Fong Tian's arms. Behind them, Mei Tian was nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. I arrived first. Whether it be in the realm of performance or support, I was clearly the pioneer. Perhaps it was due to Fong Tian's short stature that he could better empathize with the struggles of the performer. Ku Tian approached, inquiring, "How do you know about Fong Tian and the performer's short stature?" Stumbling for words, Ku Tian refrained from admitting he had witnessed it firsthand. Instead, he remarked, "Fong Tian has considerable vitality, able to withstand a strike from Chao. Who would choose to engage with a mere two-health novice? Woe is me. When has our esteemed Zhao Yun ever endured such indignities?" Interjected Fei Tian, pushing through from behind. "Excuse me, esteemed seniors, may I interject? Is it true that this Ma Chao is truly formidable? Isn't he merely a defeated hound?" "Silence, you whelp. Ma Chao is not to be addressed so casually. Refer to him as Chao if you understand the concept of noble skill suppression, apart from the physical prowess honed through relentless training. Any power is but a blank slate before Chao. Even as fellow celestial beings, should we be caught off guard by Chao, we would be rendered incapable of transformation." Ku Tian cautiously surveyed the surroundings before leaning closer to Fei Tian and whispering, "Do you know of Yujia Khan? He is the progenitor of Darkside, a formidable figure who broke free from the source wall. To put it plainly, when Chao rides atop Yujia Khan, the latter must graciously offer him paper. Do not question the analogy, I speak from personal experience." "Ah, ja," Fei Tian exclaimed, rendered speechless, before suddenly slapping himself several times. Fei Tian hails from the 10th universe, having glimpsed Chao in the realm of singular celestials. However, he remained oblivious to Chao's true power, merely perceiving him as a defeated hound. Had he known of Chao's true might, he would have seized the opportunity back then. Yet, it appears it is not too late to act. I know where he resides in the universe. A dangerous glint flickered in Fei Tian's eyes. Chapter 35, an accurate guess, no more predictions allowed. Universe 6, indeed. This is the place. Traversing the viscous, boundless sea of blood, Fei Tian arrived in the universe of singular celestials. Although plundering other celestial beings would classify one as malevolent, thus attracting the wrath of the alliance of righteous celestial beings, those languid souls had exaggerated Chao's prowess, igniting a restless yearning within Fei Tian. However, Fei Qianfen did not hasten to take action, fearing that Superman might not unleash his full potential under his influence, subsequently leading to a relentless pursuit by the Justice League. Such an outcome would indeed be counterproductive. Fei Qianfen lingered in the vastness of outer space, weighing his options. Before tearing the fabric of reality to extricate General Zod and his aide, Fiona, who were trapped within the Phantom Zone. Just as the two Kryptonians escaped their ethereal prison, they scarcely had a moment to express their newfound freedom before Fei Qianfen's formidable hand clasped tightly around their heads. An overwhelming surge of the divine energy of the Vishanti coursed into their minds. Except for Superman and his kin, The abilities of other Kryptonians were essentially inscribed in their genes at birth: martial prowess, strength, and intellect. This often implied that they were quite malleable. "Boss, I wish to resign." "Clark, please don't despair. Life is not merely about the struggles at hand, but also the fields that lie far ahead. To navigate life successfully, one must don a touch of green. Even if one were to be overshadowed by Superman, it was essential to persevere." Clark offered a faint smile as he placed his resignation letter upon his boss's desk before turning to leave. As he exited, his colleagues rallied around him, encouraging him to remain steadfast. As for the circumstances that unfolded, let us advance time a little. The Mischief Maker had already sought trouble with Superman before targeting Chanfin. However, considering the vast intellectual disparity between the Mischief Maker and Superman, the most significant trouble he managed to incite was revealing Superman's identity to Lois. Initially, Clark worried that this revelation might create a rift between them, yet Lois, undeterred by Clark's concealed identity, responded with sincerity, bringing them closer together. Subsequently, Lois publicly announced her relationship with Superman. Now, it seemed the world was aware that Clark had been overshadowed by Superman. Frankly, this was unwise, jeopardizing both Lois's safety and the confidentiality of his identity. In a flash, the newly attired Superman arrived at Lois's workplace to escort her home. Amidst the envious gazes of her colleagues, Lois embraced Superman, and together they soared into the skies. Curiously, there seemed to be no troublemakers today. Chanfin and Clark perched atop the LexCorp building, surveying the surroundings while indulging in cigarettes. Ever since meeting Chanfin, Superman's entire demeanor had taken a peculiar turn. After taking another puff, Chanfin inquired, "Have you noticed how much quieter Metropolis has become lately?" "I'm responsible for that." "How so?" Chanfin turned his gaze toward him. Clark took a small drag, his immense lung capacity causing the cigarette to burn almost instantly. Previously, Superman had adhered to a lifestyle devoid of smoking, drinking, gambling, or sleepless nights, but now it was fortunate that Kryptonians possessed resilient health. A few days prior, I had resigned and returned home, and that very night, someone sought me out. They claimed to be from the Anti-Superman League, inviting me to a gathering aimed squarely against Superman. I attended. There were quite a few attendees, all familiar faces. The invitation to Superman to partake in an anti-Superman gathering was a clear indication of what would transpire next. No wonder the prison orders had surged in recent days. It all made sense now. As Chanfin pondered, she swiftly retrieved her phone and made a call to her subordinate. "Hello, is this Rack? Tomorrow, add some extra substance to the shipment for the prison. Won't this tarnish our reputation?" "Not at all. After all, it's only for the inmates." Superman, who stood beside Chanfin, was taken aback. Is it truly appropriate for our righteous allies to engage in such activities? He contemplated intervening, but was momentarily stifled by a surge of dark satisfaction that coursed through him. "By the way, are you sure announcing your relationship with Louise is wise? You have numerous adversaries, and she is merely an ordinary person from an unremarkable family." "Not entirely ordinary," Superman replied, lighting a cigarette to steady himself. "Her father is a military figure. It should be fine." After years of dating, Superman had only recently learned that Louise's father was a significant military authority. In the presence of his formidable father-in-law, Superman, who typically regarded himself as an average individual, felt rather diminutive, devoid of any semblance of a true hero. However, this humility endeared him to his father-in-law, who waved his hand dismissively, assuring Superman that he would handle the military personnel. "By the way, when I visited my father-in-law the other day, he mentioned you." "Me? What did he say?" Superman hesitated, performing a dramatic pause before responding. What else could he possibly say? He referred to Chanfin as a dangerous child wielding extraterrestrial high technology. "They described me as a perilous child with alien tech, didn't they?" Superman's cigarette fell to the ground, his face a portrait of astonishment. "Don't be so surprised. It's obvious. I never made an effort to conceal anything. Given the CIA's capabilities, they've likely uncovered every detail about me. Let me guess, they're probably going to confiscate the alien technology one possessed next." Superman remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Chanfin's assertion. Honestly, there's no need for concern. The CIA's tactics are only effective against superhumans with emotional ties. Currently, I am a solitary figure, unencumbered, free to go wherever I please. They wouldn't dare to act against me. Yet you, he continued, when unburdened, you are a god among men, but once you develop attachments, you become fraught with vulnerabilities. Your so-called military titan father-in-law may not be able to suppress the avarice of humanity. It's quite possible that in the next moment, someone could seize her and use her as leverage against you. Having idly contemplated while perched on the upper floor, Chanfin finally engaged her mind. She rummaged through her pockets and produced the last cigarette. After this one, Dog Card Hero would clock out for the day if the criminals did not make an appearance. He would have to wait until tomorrow to clean up. Just as Chanfin prepared to leap from the building and return home, his phone rang. "Hello? Who's this?" "Oh, it's for you." Sean Shinfen tossed the phone to Superman. Curiously, Superman answered the call, only to hear the anxious voice of his father-in-law on the other end. This is bad. Superman. Louise has been abducted. Superman sighed, acknowledging the accuracy of Sean Shinfen's earlier remarks, and stated that he should refrain from guessing next time. Chapter 36. General Zod's assault Metropolis. Atop the headquarters of the Daily Planet, a group of overworked employees were laboring late into the night. In the absence of the diligent Clark Kent, these individuals were compelled to exert every ounce of energy and time to confront the ever-increasing workload. In the distance, a dark figure soared through the sky. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the substandard glass facade of the building shattered as a figure clad in black metallic armor burst through the interior. It was none other than the Kryptonian General Zod, released by Fei Qianfen. His aide, Fiona, swiftly followed, clutching Superman's girlfriend, Lois. Zod shook off the shards of glass from his cape and, in an instant, seized the manager of the beleaguered employees. Activate the equipment and commence a live broadcast, or I shall take his life, he demanded. The Daily Planet, being a premier media outlet in Metropolis, was equipped for such a broadcast. Hurry, activate it. A flurry of activity ensued as the employees scrambled to set up the equipment, directing it towards Zod and Fiona. Kal-El, son of Jor-El, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your girlfriend, would you? On the rooftop of LexCorp, Sean Shinfen observed the large display screen in the adjacent plaza with a peculiar expression. There was something unsettling about Zod. I will be waiting here. If you do not arrive within 10 minutes, your girlfriend. Before Zod could finish his threat, an enraged Superman charged forward, delivering a fierce blow to Zod's midsection. The immense acceleration propelled Superman and Zod through several skyscrapers. Metropolis was not vast, and from the rooftop of LexCorp, Sean Shinfen squinted to see the Daily Planet building. Let alone Superman. Zod must be suffering from some form of glaucoma. How could he not see Superman from this distance? With the target now visible, Fiona released Lois and soared to assist her superior. Kill him. Suddenly, Sean Shinfen appeared, delivering a swift kick to Fiona's waist, narrowly avoiding severing the connection to her Kryptonian battlesuit. The hero emerges before Sean Shinfen could utter his bravado. An infuriated Fiona rushed back, colliding into him with great force. Is this the extent of your combat techniques, Kryptonians? Sean Shinfen observed the absurdity of the situation, Fiona charging with Zod and Superman's furious advance. What a spectacular display of Superman's tackle and charge. Utilizing his agility, Sean Shinfen evaded the onslaught. Aside from causing considerable damage to the surrounding structures, he sustained little harm. Of course, the same was true for Clark and Zod. For the four of them, the buildings were as fragile as tofu. With a piercing sound, the Kryptonian's bioelectric field negated Sean Shinfen's speed, as several steel rods effortlessly penetrated his form. All right, it seems we are down to 3. I am unworthy. Sean Shinfen experienced a minor jolt from the Kryptonian bioelectric field, lead them to an open area. Observing the ravaged urban landscape, the enraged Superman came to an unsettling realization of his own folly. He swiftly clasped Zod and soared towards the outskirts. Yet, Dan Shinfan yearned to escape as well. But he was the one being held captive. With Fiona's formidable Kryptonian strength, Dan Shinfan found it utterly impossible to break free. What is this? Being ensnared by a damsel in distress? Release me, Dog Caxia. A battalion of heavily armed Special Forces soldiers surrounded Fiona, who was clutching Dan Shinfan. Goodness, how did you all arrive so swiftly today? Dan Shinfan pondered, taken aback by the ominous array of weaponry and the armored vehicles looming behind the soldiers. According to the usual narrative, they should have waited until Superman had vanquished the opposition before making their entrance, right? Oh, wait, I nearly forgot that in this world. Lois is the daughter of a military magnate. That makes perfect sense, Dan Shinfan murmured softly. Though appearing gravely injured, he dismissed it as mere trifles. Having transformed for quite some time, he had mastered the fundamental powers of Dog Caxia. A little injury could be remedied with a mere peach. Thus he felt unperturbed. As Fiona rose from Dan Shinfan, her blood-stained Kryptonian battle suit accentuated her formidable physique, exuding an aura of ruthless elegance. Had the blood not belonged to Dan Shinfan, he might have whistled and commented on her appearance. Observing the primitive kinetic weapons wielded by the soldiers, Fiona smirked disdainfully. What confidence do you possess to mock them when all you can do is brawl? Dan Shinfan, feigning nonchalance, lay in the background, hesitant to speak. Perhaps wary of Dan Shinfan's fate, the soldiers refrained from firing immediately, merely encircling Fiona. Witnessing this, Dan Shinfan felt a flicker of gratitude. It seemed his time spent following Superman had not been in vain. Dog Caxia has heroically sacrificed himself. Brothers, open fire and avenge him. With a command from the leading captain, all soldiers pulled their triggers. An unrelenting barrage of bullets rained down, enveloping Fiona and Dan Shinfan. Damn it, you just died. And I was still talking. Dan Fan vaulted 3 feet high, springing out of the line of fire. Wait, these individuals genuinely intend to kill me. Furrowing his brow, Dan Fan retreated to a safer distance. Fiona, however, did not pursue him immediately. Dealing with these soldiers would not consume much of her time. In a manner akin to instantaneous teleportation, Fiona, who had been amidst the hail of bullets just moments ago, now stood beside the captain, delivering a swift decapitation. With a mere gesture, an armored vehicle soared into the air, crushing several soldiers who were unable to evade in time. A fierce glare unleashed her heat vision, effortlessly bisecting a few unfortunate souls. So swift was she. Just as Dan Fan had managed to extricate himself from the debris, and before he could even savor a peach. Nearly all the soldiers had been dispatched by Fiona. You're next. Fiona cast a glance in his direction, her heat vision coalescing and then rapidly shooting forth. The boundary had been breached. Boom. The thermal beam struck its target, resulting in a colossal explosion that stirred up a cloud of dust. However, the Kryptonian's eyes possessed X-ray vision, rendering the smoke ineffective in obscuring her sight. Thus, she spotted Dan Fan, who had scuttled into a sewer and circled around to approach her from behind. A sneak attack, perhaps? How tedious, this earthling trick. The Kryptonian's invulnerable physique imbued Fiona with unparalleled confidence, so much so that she did not even turn around, leaving her back unguarded to Dan Fan. Yet soon enough, she would pay the price for her arrogance. Alcohol, Iron Cavalry, 1,000-year kill. Chapter 37, Ascending in Spirals. Diana, Barry, go assist Dog Guy, commanded the elder Batman. Green Lantern, you and I will support Superman. With the issuance of Batman's orders, several founding members of the Justice League sprang into action, heading to the battlefield. Ordinarily, a minor villain in a standalone episode would not endure such a grand onslaught. Zod was simply unfortunate, encountering the nascent Justice League during their formation. These original members had accepted Superman's invitation to Metropolis for team building and mutual learning, only to stumble upon this predicament. We will reach you as swiftly as possible, Barry. The Flash and Diana, Wonder Woman, stated as they set off. Despite his recent acquaintance with the Speed Force, Barry had already grasped the essential techniques, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Nevertheless, as a demigoddess, Diana could keep pace with the fledgling Flash, even managing to interject as they ran. I hear Dog Guy is merely a teenager, facing an immensely powerful Kryptonian. I wonder if that child can hold on until we arrive. Diana, being a woman, tended to be more sentimental. I hope he is safe. Barry, not one for words, silently intensified the electric arcs of the Speed Force surrounding him. Child, you must endure until we get there. To expedite their assistance to Dan Fan, they both exerted themselves to the utmost, moving at an extraordinary pace. In just 2.5 minutes, they reached the area where Dan Fan was engaged in battle. There, they beheld Dan Fan struggling to keep Fiona pinned down. Barry, Diana, this is outrageous. In broad daylight, such actions are simply unacceptable. As a mature adult, Barry felt compelled to teach the young Dan Fan the principles of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. This is utterly unbecoming. The Flash? Superheroes in comic books often sport distinctive styles, and thus Dan Fan instantly recognized him. Hurry over and help me. I can barely hold her down. Dan Fan's act of pinning Fiona was one of desperation. He had only one card to play. Although he managed to suppress Fiona's powers momentarily, it was only a matter of time before she regained her strength under the yellow sun. In his urgency, Dan Fan pressed Fiona down, shielding her from the sunlight with his own body. As for why he chose this unseemly method instead of dragging Fiona to a shaded area, he insisted that it was best not to pry into Dog Guy's affairs. However, Dan Fan's method proved utterly ineffective as Fiona, gradually regaining her strength, began to struggle with increasing fervor. Come quickly to assist. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, the Flash teleported over to join Dan Fan in applying pressure. Diana, Dan Fan. The newly empowered Flash is still quite inexperienced. I summoned you here to aid me, not to pin me down. Oh, my apologies. The Flash hastily rose to his feet. In this moment of pressure, Fiona seized the opportunity while Dan Fan was off guard, summoning her strength to launch a fierce blow to his chin. Ouch! Dan Fan winced in pain, loosening his grip, allowing Fiona to escape from beneath him. I shall remember this grievance. Once freed from the clutches of her captor, Fiona dared not linger, delivering her parting words before soaring into the sky, leaving Dan Fan and the Flash exchanging bewildered glances on the ground. Whoosh! Wonder Woman struck a heroic pose and followed suit, fortunate to be paired with the Flash. Had she been with her grandfather instead, the absurdity would have been unbearable. Fiona broke through the clouds, soaring directly towards the sun, her strength amplifying the closer she drew to its radiance. Swoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air behind her. And, brimming with the confidence of a Kryptonian, she initially had no intention of evading. Yet, An insistent pain emanating from her lower back reminded her that it would be wise to take cover. Fiona veered aside just as a golden lasso struck the very spot she had occupied moments before. It was Diana's lasso of truth. Thinking of escaping? Lightning whip. The divine energy of the lasso crackled with power as Diana forcefully swung it, ensnaring Fiona's thigh and administering a shocking jolt. Unlike other superheroes of the Justice League, Diana had reached her peak prowess from the outset, her strength formidable. With a gentle tug, she pulled Fiona, who was attempting to retreat, back towards her. However, Fiona retaliated with a powerful strike from her Kryptonian might. Though Kryptonians possess a negative resistance to magic, they are less sensitive to Amazonian divine powers. Thus, Diana's divine lightning struck Fiona like high-voltage electricity, momentarily stunning her. Fortunately, Diana was no ordinary adversary. Shaking off the impact, she raised her fist and countered. The two engaged in a fierce aerial brawl, exchanging blows with vigor. Yes, just like that. Left hook, right hook, and a backflip. Shan Qianfen observed the spectacle from the ground with keen interest through a telescope. I do enjoy watching women fight. Flash, isn't this rather inappropriate? Some teammates are battling above while others are merely spectating. Barry's conscience stirred, yet he did not relinquish his telescope. I wish to assist her. But the dilemma is we cannot fly. Wait, perhaps we could jump up. How would we accomplish that? Barry turned to Shan Qianfen for clarification. Shan Qianfen turned back, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, have you heard of a mysterious Eastern technique called left foot treads right foot, spiraling skyward? Wonder Woman, we are coming to your aid. With a fierce shout, two bumbling figures emerged from the clouds. As the altitude increased, the ascent of the two individuals slowed dramatically, ultimately approaching a standstill. At that moment, both impulsively thrust their left feet forcefully onto the dorsum of their right feet, leveraging this newfound strength to surge upward once more. Their speed waned, cycling through the act of stepping on themselves repeatedly. This bizarre scene, even if portrayed in a tokusatsu drama, would appear quite abstract. Fortunately, in this world, where Newton is regarded as the progenitor of technology, the concept of an insurmountable barrier does not exist. Chapter 38. The dog that has been cut off since witnessing Superman effortlessly lift himself with a single hand. Dan Qianfen realized that the laws of physics seemed to hold no sway over these extraordinary beings. Thus, the notion of stepping from one foot to the other was conceived. To her surprise, it proved remarkably effective, albeit with a slight ache in her right foot. Diana, we are coming to your rescue. Upon reaching a sufficient height, Barry altered his position and propelled himself diagonally with tremendous force. He shot forth like a cannonball. No, he was far swifter. Akin to a streak of crimson lightning racing toward Fiona. With a resounding thud, Fiona casually landed a punch squarely in Barry's side. For Fiona, this might have been just another mundane strike amidst her busy endeavors. However, for Barry, it felt akin to being struck by a high-speed train. A direct hit that left him reeling. He let out a pained cry as he plummeted from the sky, causing Dan Qianfen to break into a cold sweat. Nearly following suit. Fortunately for Barry, he managed to leap back up. The speed force endowed him not only with superhuman velocity, but also exceptional healing abilities. Ouch! Barry grimaced, clutching his side as he hovered beside Dan Qianfen, wary of drawing any closer to Fiona. Observing Barry's pitiful state and glancing at the gleaming weapon in her hand, Dan Qianfen quickly abandoned any thoughts of assisting Diana. Thus, the two miscreants transitioned from ground spectators to aerial onlookers. Diana was struck with a resounding impact. A distracted Diana was hit squarely in the chest by Fiona, sending her hurtling backward. Dan Qianfen, witnessing this, quickly leaped onto her right foot and bounded over to catch her. Thank you, I can fly, Diana said, brushing aside Dan Qianfen's unyielding grip as she steadied herself in the air once more. She was exceptionally powerful. They needed a plan. Barry, clutching his side, approached. I'll hold her off for a bit longer. You all think of a strategy. With that, Diana prepared to ascend again. Remarkably, after enduring so much punishment, she was still willing to charge forth. Truly the foremost heroine of the comic realm. Wait, I have an idea. Since the god can seal her once, he can seal her a second time. Although I lack lethal force, I can revert to my original form and refresh my abilities. Resolute, she decided to act. First needing to find someone to catch her to prevent a fall. Casting a glance at Barry, Dan Qianfen leaped forward without hesitation, grasping Diana and embracing her. You don't have some special spell that requires a kiss from a beautiful woman to activate, do you? Diana looked at Dan Qianfen, who was entwined around her waist, with a complex expression. Oh, wait, this guy is quite handsome. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all. The specifics can be referenced against the countenance of the esteemed Ma. How could you possibly know that I did not intend to express that? What I mean is that it is not something that Shan Qianfen can elucidate in a moment. He turned to Barry and implored, The Flash, please buy me some time. perhaps sensing the steadiness in S.H.I.E.L.D's tone. Barry released his grip on his injured side and resolutely charged towards Fiona. With a scream, another of his kidneys was injured. We cannot let the Flash's efforts go in vain. Let us commence swiftly. Very well. Diana leaned in and kissed S.H.I.E.L.D. He patted his chest. And with a sudden transformation, he became a child. Due to the disparity in their sizes, Diana's kiss landed on his forehead. Alas, if I had known, I would have taken it slower. Had he not been in Diana's embrace, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have slapped himself several times in embarrassment. The little one is quite adorable. Let me see if you are developing normally. As the Queen of the Seas, Diana was not one to blush over trivial matters. Rather, she playfully teased S.H.I.E.L.D., considering that his true form was also an exceptionally charming young lad. Meanwhile, Barry, clutching both of his kidneys, soared once more into the air, desperately trying to buy time for the duo by launching himself at Fiona with reckless abandon. Facing this renewed onslaught from Barry, Fiona retaliated with powerful punches that left him momentarily dazed, having only recently acquired the Speed Force. Barry found himself overwhelmed by Fiona's superior capabilities in any aspect of her powers. Even the speed that the Flash prided himself upon was insufficient. Fortunately, the accelerated regeneration granted by the Speed Force was activated, rendering him impervious to death despite Fiona's relentless assault. On the other side, witnessing Barry's dire predicament, the usually thick-skinned S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, transformation, he exclaimed. I must not squander the precious time that little Flash has sacrificed himself to gain. Ascend. Break the limits. A flash of red light illuminated the scene, and the figure of Jimikeo emerged in Diana's embrace. She observed S.H.I.E.L.D. with a peculiar expression, contemplating the potential for a nurturing experience. Shatter, break, 9 cards of Flash. May your mother be safe. After numerous transformations, S.H.I.E.L.D. experienced a significant enhancement. His initial 6 cards of power had now increased to 9. Yet, this was still insufficient, as the directional transformation required 10 cards of power. A feat currently achievable only by Cao Cao and Guijia, but those two were unable to lock skills. Breathe. Remain calm. Let us try again. Transformation. Super. 9 cards of peach. Curse those cards. Again. Transformation. Super. 9 cups of wine. Once more. Super. 3 flashes, 3 peaches, 3 wines. After repeating the transformation 10 or even 9 times, S.H.I.E.L.D. began to doubt his existence. Could I be cursed to perish? Wait. Transformation. Zhang Fei. As the red light flashed, S.H.I.E.L.D., now resembling a man with a bushy beard, trembled as he gazed at the 9 cards of slaughter in his hands. You shall pay for this. In the vast expanse of outer space, Shangquan Fan, observing the ongoing transformations, let out a sigh of relief. For he knew the notorious reputation of the fierce canine was well-deserved. This troublesome contraption was better left alone. Dog Knight, how are things on your end? Little Shangshi, bruised and battered, gazed hopefully at Shangquan Fan. I'm sorry, Shangquan Fan. As a human being, I deeply regret this. He was about to deliver some unfortunate news. But little Shangshi had already begun to surmise what Shangquan Fan was about to convey. So, I endured all this suffering for nothing? Tears streaming down his face. Little Shangshi launched a final assault towards Fiona. Bang! He fell to the ground, never to rise again. Witnessing this, Diana gritted her teeth, exclaiming, Damn it! Does this Kryptonian woman possess no weaknesses? Kryptonians? Weaknesses? Surely, even a 3-year-old would know that. Diana's words suddenly sparked a realization in Shangquan Fan. Kryptonians were not invincible. They had numerous vulnerabilities. His intellect had been fleeting, clearly absent moments ago. A red sun was not something easily found, nor was magic. Thus, the only option left was kryptonite. A glimmer of insight shone in Shangquan Fan's eyes, sending chills down Diana's spine. You need not say more. I shall rush into battle immediately. You must flee and abandon any schemes. No sooner had she spoken than Diana turned and resumed her sparring with Diana. No. This time I am truly reliable. Shangquan Fan opened his mouth but uttered no words. Instead, he dove beneath the cloud cover, accelerating his descent. He aimed to locate kryptonite and deliver a small surprise to the 2 formidable female fighters above. With the added velocity, Shangquan Fan swiftly descended to the ground in search of kryptonite. While said to be rare, he was aware of 2 individuals who possessed a wholesale supply of it. Lex Luthor's conglomerate, within Luthor's towering edifice, in Luthor's office, where Luthor himself sat upon his chair. Strike hard, strike true, a left hook just like that. I relish battling Kryptonians. In a moment of excitement, Luthor even stood up. Before him, a projector displayed the real-time battle between Superman and Zod. As the Luthor Group's advantageous location spared them from calamity, Luthor was content to watch the Kryptonian conflict unfold. Boom. Shangquan Fan crashed through the building, landing on Luthor's desk. Hello, Mr. Luthor. Ah, it's you. Luthor calmly set down his coffee and slowly reached for the cabinet. What might be in that drawer? In an instant, Shangguanfen teleported before Luther and opened the drawer before him. Oh, high-tech indeed. Observing the oddly shaped small handgun within, he promptly pocketed it without hesitation. What brings you here? Though the question seemed rather foolish, Luther still posed it. I came to borrow a few items. As he spoke, Shangguanfen rifled through Luther's other drawers. Though he claimed to be borrowing, his actions bore a striking resemblance to those of a thief. However, Lex Luthor remained unfazed. Instead, he proactively opened a concealed compartment and handed several oversized kryptonite stones to Shangguanfen. Chapter 39, Day of Destruction. Take them. Take the large ones. Shangguanfen hesitated to accept, prompting Luther to forcefully place the kryptonite into her hands. If there's nothing amiss with these, I shall twist my head off and use it as a ball, she thought. Yet, there was no time to seek Batman for kryptonite. She had no choice but to accept it. Accepting it would mean playing into the adversary's scheme, while refusing meant Diana would continue to face peril in the sky. This truly was a contemporary conspiracy, wasn't it? Shangguanfen delivered a swift punch to Luther's abdomen, knocking the wind out of him. Luther stared, bewildered, at Shangguanfen. His small eyes filled with immense confusion. She tucked the kryptonite into her pocket and, without further ado, took hold of Luther, leaping toward the exit. In this scenario, any other member of the League would surely find themselves in a predicament. However, with Shangguanfen, unpredictability was her hallmark. She was fierce, impulsive, powerful, unencumbered by attachments. And her primary role was to vex the villains. After several leaps, Shangguanfen returned to the battleground, carelessly gathering a few steel rods from the ground. She bound Luther to a lamppost. I care not for your schemes, but you'd best pray that you're not up to anything deceitful. Otherwise, well, you know what will happen. With the area cleared of bystanders, Shangguanfen allowed herself to relax her demeanor slightly. Luther, observing the mischievous grin on Shangguanfen's face, found himself at a loss. Who, indeed, was the true villain? Regardless, it was evident he would not be returning. Those two kryptonite stones were a composite concoction uniquely crafted by Luther, engineered from Superman's genes and kryptonite structural anomalies, capable of inducing rampant mutation in Superman's Kryptonian cells, ultimately transforming him into a monstrous being. These little artifacts had been in Luther's research for quite some time, yet he had never dared to utilize them. Rationally speaking, a monstrous version of Superman would undoubtedly be more formidable, and until he had neutralized Superman's abilities, those stones would remain gathering dust in his drawer. However, Shangguanfen's arrival had sparked in Luther a twisted delight in tormenting Superman, prompting him to relinquish them. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, it was satisfactory enough. After all, being suspended from a lamppost posed no mortal danger. By the way, you might want to pray that this lamppost is of inferior quality. Wonder Woman's earlier lightning might attract something undesirable. Luther, with a rush, felt Shangguanfen's left foot spiral into the air once more. Upon landing, she beheld Fiona relentlessly assaulting Diana. Something felt amiss. Observing Fiona overpowering Wonder Woman once again, Shangguanfen sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Was Zod's lieutenant excessively powerful? With a temporary surge in intellect, Shangguanfen perceived the implications. Perhaps Wonder Woman was simply too weak in our world, or perhaps Zod was concealing a deeper conspiracy. Wait, why had they arrived so early? Her head was spinning. It was time to think clearly. Shangguanfen abruptly smacked her own head, striving to restore her cognitive faculties to their normal state. She admonished herself to halt her overthinking and focus on resolving the immediate predicament. With a determined leap, she advanced, using her face to absorb Fiona's punch. The pain was considerably dulled. It appeared the kryptonite posed no threat. Grasping the kryptonite firmly, Shangguanfen retaliated with a punch aimed at Fiona's visage. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each displaying its own allure. Although Shangguanfen felt as if her brain might burst, the atmosphere on Superman's side remained remarkably serene. Zod lay sprawled on the ground, tightly bound by kryptonite chains, while Superman's grandfather, the Green Lantern, squatted nearby, indulging in a smoke. The sequence of events unfolded quite simply. Green Lantern, accompanied by Batman, arrived at the scene involving Zod and Superman. Batman retrieved a piece of kryptonite from his pocket and affixed it to Green Lantern, who then swiftly knocked Zod down and secured him. The entire process was executed with ease and delight. Hey, Clark! Shangguanfen exclaimed as she embraced Fiona and leaped with Diana on her back. Fiona, adorned with the two pieces of kryptonite given by Luther, lay in Shangguanfen's embrace, serene as a princess under kryptonite's influence. Meanwhile, Kid Flash struggled to carry Luther from behind. Luther's expression was a tapestry of complexity, occasionally furrowing his brow as he contemplated the reason for Fiona's unchanged state. Behold, your kin. Upon landing, Shangguanfen promptly tossed Fiona to Superman. Under the weight of the kryptonite, Superman was overwhelmed, landing squarely on the ground. Look at this Clark, he can't even catch a person. Truly pathetic. Dan Qianfen led the laughter, with others joining in agreement. Superman squirmed in a futile attempt to rise, perhaps hindered by Fiona's weight or perhaps enjoying the moment. Wait. Something's amiss with Clark. Batman, ever the astute friend, quickly discerned Superman's unusual demeanor and rushed to separate Fiona from him. To his alarm, he observed Superman's eyes turning white. With 2 pieces of kryptonite embedded in his chest, Batman tentatively called out, "Clark?" but was met with a ferocious roar akin to that of a wild beast. Superman raised his fist and struck Batman squarely in the face, the immense force nearly dislodging his cowl. Batman, as the most reliable ally in the Justice League, Green Lantern swiftly activated his power ring, catching Batman and administering aid. The others, now recovered, converged to restrain Superman. "Clark, what on earth is happening?" Dan Qianfen charged forward, delivering a kick to Superman's knee, destabilizing him. Seizing the opportunity as Superman leaned back, she slipped her arms beneath his armpits, executing a powerful hold. Yet, inexplicably, Superman's strength began to surge, his muscles visibly expanding at an alarming rate. With an explosive sound, Dan Qianfen was violently propelled away. If Superman's original physique resembled that of a bodybuilding champion, now he appeared as a grotesque mass of muscle, his entire form swollen as if inflated by gasoline. It was bizarre and absurd. With a furrowed brow, Shan Qianfen raised her fist and delivered a powerful strike. Almost without resistance, her fist penetrated Superman's abdomen, creating a substantial gash. Was he truly this fragile? Would Clark perish from my blow? Before Shan Qianfen could recover from her astonishment, an even more shocking event unfolded. The gash on Superman's body began to heal at a visible pace, and once it closed, a luminous white metallic sheen flowed across the surface of his skin, as if he had undergone an upgrade. An upgrade from being struck. Was that not akin to doomsday? Zod, lying on the ground, gasped in disbelief. Chapter 40. Wei Yin. Superman's body continued to swell, quickly transforming into a towering monstrosity adorned with crystalline scales. This form was quite in line with the depictions in comics. As Shan Qianfen observed Superman's new appearance, she adeptly maneuvered to evade the erratic beams of laser emitted from him. Others, witnessing the chaos, hastily retreated with the 3 captives from the rampaging Superman. Wait, 3? Shan Qianfen's gaze shifted from Zod and Fiona, the 2 Kryptonians, to Luthor. This was disastrous. Had I known, I would have used ordinary kryptonite on him. Why did it not affect that female Kryptonian, yet worked wonders on Clark? Could it be that Clark's genes diverged from traditional Kryptonian lineage? Before Luthor could further speculate, Shan Qianfen's hand was around his throat. Care to explain? She demanded. However, her grip offered Luthor no opportunity for clarification, as the fragile vertebrae of his human neck seemed on the verge of breaking. Stop it. Dogka, you must remain rational. Batman grasped Shan Qianfen's wrist, attempting to make her relent, but she remained unmoved, the sound of Luthor's spine creaking under pressure echoing in the air. So far, Batman had not encountered an opponent beyond reason. His technological prowess had yet to be fully utilized. At most, he had relied on kryptonite to intimidate Superman. In the face of the increasingly formidable Shan Qianfen, Batman's exoskeleton armor proved ineffectual. Perhaps it was time to expedite the development of the vibranium suit. As he contemplated this, he was met with the full force of Shan Qianfen's furious strike. Rationality? What am I to use for rationality? Superman has transformed into that monstrosity. What is there left to be rational about? Or do you not regard Superman as a comrade? The onlookers, sensing the situation was escalating, rushed to intervene and restrain Shan Qianfen. The Justice League's long-standing persona of goodwill was at stake. Calm down, dog bro, they urged, with others pulling her back. Shan Qianfen relented and released Luthor. She had no intention of killing him just yet, for he might be the only one capable of bringing Superman back to reason. Nevertheless, given Luthor's character, if she did not assert herself now, he would undoubtedly resort to threats. Is he dead? If not, he should rise and contemplate how to survive. Single Qianfen delivered a powerful kick to Luthor, and despite being alone, he showed no fear of potential retribution from him. Instead, it was Luthor who ought to be concerned about whether Single Qianfen might, under the pressure of several prominent Justice League members, resort to taking his life. Superman's cells were undergoing a frenzied division within him, responding to external stimuli with corresponding differentiation. Doomsday. A visibly weakened General Zod interjected, attempting to assert his presence. No. That is impossible. Even the Council of Elders cannot replicate such a legendary being. How could mere Earthlings? Thud. Single Qianfen forcefully pressed Zod's head into the ground. Now, please continue. Casting a glance at the still twitching Zod, Luthor casually picked up a twig and began scribbling incomprehensible equations in the dirt. After much deliberation, he arrived at a conclusion. As long as Superman basked in sunlight, he could restore himself. Do I appear to be easy to manipulate? Observing Luthor's chaotic scrawls, Single Qianfen clenched his fist, ready to strike. Wait, dog-card hero, Batman interrupted. He may not be entirely mistaken. With a serious expression, Batman scrutinized Luthor's bewildering equations, even taking the liberty to amend certain parts. In this manner, both Kid Flash and Diana joined in to assist. I sense something is amiss, Green Lantern also chimed in. Watching the engrossed discussion among them, Single Chinfin stood up, perplexed. Glancing around, apart from himself, it appeared that everyone else comprehended Luthor's writings. Even the two incapacitated Kryptonian brutes managed to sit up, pondering thoughtfully. This is bad. Now I feel superfluous. Although it was understandable for Kid Flash and Diana, one a prodigious child and the other seasoned, it was astounding that Green Lantern, a mere pilot, could grasp the content as well. Are today as pilots this competitive, or does the Green Lantern ring enhance intelligence? Very well, you all deliberate. I shall occupy Superman and prevent him from wreaking havoc. Single Chinfin exited his transformation and approached Superman, who was currently in a dazed state, causing destruction indiscriminately. If left unchecked, it would be ordinary people who would suffer. While Single Chinfin claimed indifference, such an action did not align with the standard of a superhero. Wait. Dogcard hero, Batman called out to Single Chinfin. I know what you were about to say. Rest assured, I will not provoke Superman excessively to trigger his evolution. Single Chinfin activated his small gadget, transforming into an exceptionally cool and formidable figure. I shall sweep the world, disdainful of all. Indeed, Single Chinfin had transformed into Wei Yin. Should Superman remain in this semi-doomsday state, an increase in external pressure would lead to his evolution in response. If you grow stronger, he would too, if you ran faster. He would match your speed. Dealing with other warriors might be challenging, but Wei Yin was just right. He could directly engage Superman in a standoff. As long as his attributes were slightly inferior, there would be no issue. After all, he possessed regenerative abilities and would not sustain injuries, allowing for an extended confrontation. As the battle continued, the adversary could at most evolve a stamina system. After all, within the context of this world, it seemed implausible for a Superman to develop a debilitating injury effect. Yet, unexpectedly, he indeed manifested such an evolution. Sean Chinfin struggled to evade the bone spikes that protruded from Superman's arm. Initially, they exchanged blows quite evenly, but suddenly Superman activated his technology. 2 gleaming bone spikes, reflecting a metallic sheen, extended from his arm. Not only were they sharp, but the wounds inflicted could not heal swiftly. Ultimately, prolonged defense led to inevitable defeat. And with Superman's superior stats, Sean Chinfin was swiftly struck by a powerful kick. However, this was precisely part of Sean Chinfin's strategy. Are you all ready? Harnessing Superman's strength. He dashed back to where the Justice League members had previously gathered to strategize. Yet, to his dismay, the place was deserted. Save for a pile of bizarre formulas scattered on the ground, remnants of the Justice League's existence. What the hell? You all fled without me. Suddenly, a bone spike pierced through Sean Chinfin's chest from behind. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth as his pupils dilated, and he ultimately collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Enraged and devoid of reason, Superman did not relent. He delivered several more stabs before carelessly tossing Sean Chinfin's body aside into the ruins. With his prey lost, Superman took flight, his massive form remaining agile as he vanished into the horizon in search of new victims. Chapter 41. Wei Yin on the outskirts of the ruins. Amidst a cluster of innocent bystanders' corpses, one lifeless hand suddenly rose, resting upon another corpse. Frenzied bone. The touched corpse instantly transformed into a desiccated husk, and its former occupant sat up. Life is but a play, my friend. Sean Chinfin retrieved a cigarette from the ground and lit it. While Superman flew off to commit further atrocities, Sean Chinfin chose not to pursue him. Although he had willingly taken on the responsibility of holding Superman back, he saw no need to sacrifice his life in the process. Having read numerous comics, he recognized that few ordinary individuals in American comics possessed admirable virtues. His counterpart from another world, Fei Chinfin, was a prime example, a supposed guardian of Earth who had been voted off the planet. Such heartfelt sincerity often led to betrayal. It was unnecessary to risk his life for them. A gesture of goodwill sufficed, for was it not enough to be a fellow countryman? Sean Chinfin had always maintained a pragmatic view towards these individuals. Assisting them was a matter of kindness. Withholding assistance was merely his obligation. Of course, under the right circumstances. He was more than willing to display his prowess. After all, what was the point of being a superhero? With fervor and valor, Sean Chinfin unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the corpses strewn on the ground, rapidly revitalizing his own state. These bodies were the unfortunate bystanders caught in the crossfire between Superman and Zod, freshly deceased and still viable for use. As an inexplicable surge of energy coursed through him, Sean Chinfin not only healed all his wounds, but also sensed an unfamiliar strength burgeoning within him. It appeared that Wei Yin possessed some noteworthy abilities. Sean Chinfin gazed at the formidable scars etched upon his chest, remnants of the grievous wound inflicted by Superman moments earlier. Had it been any other warrior, such a severe injury would have led to their demise. Yet, Wei Yin managed to linger on the brink of death without relinquishing his transformation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of fighter jets soared above Shan Qianfen, leaving behind an indelible trail of exhaust in the sky. They were undoubtedly dispatched to confront Superman. As one of the few individuals whom Shan Qianfen deemed worthy, he felt a tinge of concern for Superman's fate. Thus, with a determined thought, he sprinted in the direction of the jets. While Wei Yin possessed commendable attributes, his speed could not rival that of the war god. Nonetheless, he was more than capable of pursuing a fighter jet. Upon locating Superman, he found him embroiled in combat with the other members of the Justice League. In the brief time since they last met, these individuals had returned home to don a new array of gear: Grandfather's anti-Shan Qianfen battle suit, Green Lantern's will amplifier, Diana's Amazonian artifacts, and Kid Flash's new Speed Force suit, among others. The kaleidoscope of colors momentarily overwhelmed Shan Qianfen. Dogface, as the perennial outlier of the group. Grandfather was the first to spot Shan Qianfen. Before any accusations could escape the other's lips, Shan Qianfen preemptively pointed to his chest and confessed, "My calculations were flawed. I nearly met my end moments ago." Gazing at the immense scar on Shan Qianfen's chest, Grandfather found himself at a loss for words. Unable to voice his reproach regarding the failure to intercept Superman, he would later wake in the dead of night, chastising himself for his oversight. What is Superman's current condition? Shan Qianfen inquired, casting a glance toward the battlefield where Superman was being besieged. The Justice League members were not merely flaunting new attire. Their prowess had evidently been enhanced. They adeptly restrained Superman, curbing his movements while preventing his evolution. "We merely need to pierce him with this," Grandfather declared, producing a specially crafted kryptonite spear, a synthesis of collective intellect. He extended the spear toward Shan Qianfen. "The opportunity is singular. Our calculations suggest that if we miss, Superman may evolve corresponding organ systems. Is it truly a single attempt?" Shan Qianfen's expression turned grave, yet he sought to reassure himself. There is no need to be overly anxious. After all, Superman's current evolutionary stage is insufficient. Before he could finish his self-comforting thoughts, the circling fighter jets joined the fray, launching several missiles emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia towards Superman. Boom. The colossal explosion generated a shockwave that forced the Justice League members to stagger back. This power is formidable. As the smoke cleared, they beheld a battered Superman commencing his evolution. Not only did his physique swell, but a series of cylindrical appendages sprouted from his back. Surely, he won to unleash artillery, Shan Qianfen mused, struggling to maintain composure. Perhaps sensing Shan Qianfen's apprehension, Superman descended to the ground, prostrating himself and unfurling the array of cylinders on his back. Pew, pew, pew. Thick, crimson heat rays erupted from Superman's back, dispersing in a net-like formation that obliterated all structures in proximity. This was undeniably surreal. Hiding behind her grandfather, Shan Qianfen cautiously peered out, aware that being struck would not be fatal. Yet, who would refuse the gift of a free shield? Her grandfather's battle attire, infused with an unknown black technology, exhibited commendable defensive capabilities. Even under the intense heat of the rays, it merely reddened slightly. With an expressionless demeanor, he removed the upper portion of his scorched attire, revealing his well-defined muscles. However, upon reaching the mask, he hesitated momentarily before shedding the lower half of his combat gear. Would he not remove the mask? That man would never unveil his visage. Shan Qianfen pondered, "Isn't it hot?" "Not at all," he replied, as the sizzling sound reminiscent of meat grilling filled the air. The corners of Shan Qianfen's mouth twitched. She thought, being overly competitive will only lead to your downfall. Ignoring the Bat Bull warrior behind her, Shan Qianfen gripped her kryptonite spear and charged forward. "All eyes on me." Roar. With a press of the dog card device on her chest, a flash of red light heralded the arrival of the Second Realm warrior. "I sweep the world, and so what if I disdain the masses?" Seizing the moment while the transformation glow lingered, Shan Qianfen struck a pose. For without the flare, the existence of the dog card hero would be rendered meaningless. Behold, the king of Hell's barrier, the blood demon Wei Yin, has arrived. To say this scene was explosive would be an understatement. It left several spectators in utter astonishment. "All right, let us strike while the iron is hot." Shan Qianfen altered her appearance and proclaimed, "Chi Hung-san." A gentle breeze stirred the dust at her feet. Yet nothing transpired. "Ahem, my apologies, I misquoted. Let me try again." Changing her stance once more, she boldly declared, "Chi Mao-san." Boom. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Shan Qianfen, warping the very air around her. "Open your eyes and behold. Now who holds the power?" With a decisive step forward, she unleashed a force that cracked the ground beneath her. It is well known that the effects of force are reciprocal. Thus, it was not only the earth that fractured, but Shan Qianfen herself. A resounding crack echoed as the leg she stepped forward with shattered into multiple segments. And this was merely the beginning. The other bones within her body soon followed suit, fracturing in succession. Alongside her bones, her internal organs began to rupture, leading to a profuse hemorrhage. With a final spurt of blood from her 7 orifices, S.H.I.E.L.D collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 42, The Return of S.H.I.E.L.D. This spectacle was indeed explosive. Even within the annals of superhero history, it stood out as a profoundly shocking moment. The heroes of the Justice League felt an inner turmoil akin to that of a scorching summer day when one discovers a cockroach in their ice cream, only to be informed by the shopkeeper that it was merely a specially crafted decoration, not a real cockroach. And later realizing that this particular snowflake did not contain such a creation. Steadying herself, S.H.I.E.L.D, despite her grievous injuries, managed to rise and plucked a peach to consume. Just a mere fatal wound. Almost forgetting, she recalled that Chi-Mao would deduct health points. Damn, did I only have 3 drops of blood left? Scratching her head. She then moved at an untraceable speed to Superman's side. Superman widened his eyes, and the cells throughout his body began to undergo a frenzied metabolism, evolving until he achieved the speed previously demonstrated by S.H.I.E.L.D. The visible enhancement of Superman's physique ignited a sense of envy within S.H.I.E.L.D. Am I the one lagging behind? Or is it you? Never mind, taste my supreme spear. S.H.I.E.L.D. thrust the short spear forward. With a squelch, the blunt spear easily penetrated Superman's body. Accompanied by a series of foul, anguished cries, Superman's massive form began to shrink, with various protruding bone spikes and exoskeletal cannons falling to the ground, and his chaotic, violent gaze gradually cleared. What kind of black technology is this? S.H.I.E.L.D. thought to himself, reaching to extract the Lex Luthor-designed kryptonite from Superman's chest and tossing it aside. As the dust settled, Superman's consciousness returned entirely. However, the memories of his transformation during Doomsday did not vanish with the demise of Doomsday. Scenes of ordinary people perishing at the hands of Doomsday flooded Superman's mind. What have I done? Superman knelt before S.H.I.E.L.D., clutching his head, weeping profusely, occasionally banging his forehead against the ground. Of course, if one were to overlook Superman's current attire, it could almost be perceived as a sincere act of contrition. S.H.I.E.L.D. jumped back a short distance. After all, Superman was currently kneeling before him. If anyone else were to kneel like this, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have already produced a red envelope. But Superman was entirely unclothed. His Kryptonian battlesuit had long since been torn apart. Here was a naked, muscular man kneeling devoutly before you. If someone were to capture this moment on camera, it would surely become a viral sensation for 2.5 years. Click. Green Lantern quietly put away his camera. Give that back to me. Wonder Woman softly implored beside him. At one, said the Flash. S.H.I.E.L.D. paused. Wait a moment. Flash, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and over there, Joker, he noted, recognizing each of their aliases with familiarity. If you are all here, then who is keeping an eye on Luthor and those 2 Kryptonians? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes widened in terror. Luthor is not frightening, and those 2 Kryptonian fools are not intimidating either, but together, they could spell disaster. At least 2 Doomsdays could emerge from this. Rest assured, those 2 Kryptonians are bound with kryptonite, and Luthor is secured by my lasso of truth, Diana reassured him, waving her hand dismissively. If I may be so bold to ask, where did you place him after tying him up? In Luthor's laboratory, Diana suddenly realized the foolishness of her actions. A group had hastily tied up Luthor after creating the spear capable of restoring Superman, and then they had rushed out. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reminder, a sense of impending trouble loomed. It should, perhaps, be fine. Diana's words were not yet complete when a beam of red heat vision shot from the horizon, striking her directly. Oh no. Diana, caught off guard, was hit squarely and flung several hundred meters away. S.H.I.E.L.D. hastily retreated, evading the subsequent barrage of intense gazes. S.H.I.E.L.D., accompanied by a thunderous roar, S.H.I.E.L.D., hurtling towards the ground, landed with tremendous force. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D., whose size had multiplied significantly, it was evident that he had undoubtedly utilized Luthor's latest black technology. S.H.I.E.L.D. retained a semblance of rationality, unmistakably a sign of Luthor's revamped innovation. How swiftly the updates have come. Indeed, these individuals are remarkable. One after another, they seem to possess extraordinary powers that surpass my own. While S.H.I.E.L.D. grumbled internally, she assumed a defensive posture, ready to confront the impending onslaught. However, contrary to her expectations, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not launch an immediate attack on her. Instead, he leapt towards Diana, aiming a colossal fist at her head. Roar! Diana quickly raised her shield, yet it proved futile. Not every shield is crafted by Edward. Although this one was formidable, its shock resistance was evidently insufficient. The overwhelming force shattered the ground, and Diana let out a muffled grunt, staggering backward. What was happening? Hadn't he just called out to me? Why was he now turning his aggression towards Wonder Woman? She was not the target, was she? S.H.I.E.L.D. shook her head, bewildered. With a mighty punch, S.H.I.E.L.D. drove Diana deeply into the earth. As if not satisfied, he raised both fists, hammering down relentlessly. What vendetta could this be? Had Diana mistreated a captive? Perhaps she had bound them too tightly. Green Lantern and Flash pondered, recalling that all three had been restrained by Diana. Nothing else came to mind. Did binding them too securely warrant such retribution? Zod's temperament seemed excessively petty. Unbeknownst to S.H.I.E.L.D, the kryptonite was strategically placed between Zod's groin, while Luthor had been restrained across the upper body. Thus, their escape involved Luthor using his foot to assist Zod in dislodging the kryptonite lasso. The scene was undeniably explosive. Are we merely going to watch her endure this punishment? The often overlooked Flash interjected suddenly. Shouldn't we hurry to save her? S.H.I.E.L.D urged, let us go, ignore the distractions. She surged forward, executing a flamboyant backflip, delivering a kick to Zod's face. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.D merely intended to divert Zod's attention, to draw his ire. To her astonishment, Zod's visage contorted under the impact of her kick, propelling him away with immense force. Glancing at her size 43 iron boots, S.H.I.E.L.D realized just how formidable the enhancement from the third state of her scheme truly was. Chapter 43, an inside trader in a flash of thought. S.H.I.E.L.D found herself beside Zod, sending him skyward with an uppercut. Following swiftly, she vanished behind Zod, raising her long leg to deliver a powerful strike. Before Zod could touch the ground, he was unexpectedly thrust upward by a stunning backflip kick, treating him as if he were a mere ball being volleyed. S.H.I.E.L.D's strategy was to revel in the triumph of his compatriot. Dogcaxia, cease this at once. Your actions will only hasten his evolution. Despite his teammates' warning, S.H.I.E.L.D remained unfazed. Fear not, my capabilities far exceed his. He will not evolve in the short term. The Jiekong bone was indeed a divine skill. Unlike the ordinary Biaokong bone, which merely replenished health and stamina, the Jiekong bone restored S.H.I.E.L.D's energy expended in utilizing the Shashan Taojiu. When had S.H.I.E.L.D ever fought such an opulent battle? This was a blatant instance of a petty individual reveling in his newfound power, which was simply intolerable. Once I have had my fill of this amusement, a casual thrust will suffice. With a flash of crimson light, S.H.I.E.L.D returned to retrieve the extreme dominant spear and swiftly re-engaged. Just like that, the spear pierced through Zod's body, only to be extracted and plunged in again in a rapid, rhythmic motion. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D sensed something amiss. Why haven't you reverted? He swiftly broke Zod's incoming strike, thrusting the spear upward with force, driving it from Zod's chin straight through to the crown of his head. Crack! After such a prolonged struggle, the spear could no longer withstand the rapid growth of Zod's muscles and was brutally snapped in half. S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback, and in a moment of distraction, Zod retaliated with a powerful headbutt, sending him flying. What just happened? In a moment of extravagance, S.H.I.E.L.D produced several shimmering cards, using them to negate Zod's latest assault. What now? S.H.I.E.L.D retreated to stand behind his companions. How to combat this ultimate being that could not be vanquished and continued to evolve left everyone at a loss. At that moment, an elder donned in swim trunks and a bat-themed mask stepped forward, resting his chin on his hand. Perhaps we could modify the previously mentioned Doomsday Cell's kryptonite. The Doomsday Cell referenced by the elder was the very spear S.H.I.E.L.D had been wielding. Crack! Zod picked up the spearhead, crushed it, and swallowed it. Goodness! Observing this, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly approached, prying Zod's mouth open before he could fully swallow the remnants. Fortunately, Zod's sizable form allowed S.H.I.E.L.D's hand to fit inside. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. You all need to expedite your research. I shall buy you some time. S.H.I.E.L.D handed over the shattered spear fragments and some of Zod's flesh to the elder. Dogcaxia, do you need to leave some people to assist you? Given past experiences, the elder was concerned that S.H.I.E.L.D might not withstand the pressure. No need, thank you. S.H.I.E.L.D was exceedingly confident in his current strength. With slight control, he could contend with Zod for an entire day. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fighter jets that had just reloaded their missiles returned. S.H.I.E.L.D felt an inexplicable flutter of apprehension in his eyelids. No, don't come any closer. I whoosh. Dozens of missiles were aimed at Zod, and after the barrage, the fighter jets circled once before departing. I suspect your codes. This is unplayable. There must be a mole among us. Have these individuals been bribed by Luthor? What a predicament this is. Luthor, we have fulfilled your demands. It seems I have heard something extraordinary. In the state of Chimo 3, the heightened senses of S.H.I.E.L.D were formidable, yet his own protective mechanisms filtered out the unwanted noise, sparing him from the agonizing adaptation experienced by Zod after being stripped of his armor. Please hold him off for a moment. I have something to attend to. After issuing his instructions, S.H.I.E.L.D soared away, defying gravity in his Chimo 3 state. Did he not claim he did not need us? Youth often leads to bravado. Enough talk. Let us devise a strategy to stall him. Green Lantern, Flash, and the battered Wonder Woman moved in unison, stretching their limbs in preparation for the imminent confrontation. I leave this to you. I will return promptly, said the elder before sprinting away. His understanding of biology was not particularly profound, so he had to make every second count, ensuring he did not squander the efforts of his fellow Justice League members. The Elder took off with strides akin to those of a national athlete. Alas, the vehicle was inoperable, and his cloak and armor were lost. Certainly, had he been clad in ordinary attire, his sprint would have been quite the spectacle. However, at present, he wore nothing but a pair of briefs. The scene was indescribable, yet undeniably vivid. Click. Green Lantern captured the moment with satisfaction. Make sure to send me a copy. Add me in. Following this incident, Batman would undoubtedly be grateful for his decision to keep his mask on. Roar. With a thunderous cry, Zod's evolution reached its culmination. The sharp bone spikes protruding from his body were self-evident, and the two laser cannons gleaming with metallic luster on his back sent chills down the spines of the trio. What is this, Cyberpunk? Before the trio could voice more grievances, the cannon's muzzle began to accumulate crimson energy. Damn it, quick, defend. Wonder Woman raised her shield, while Green Lantern harnessed the power of his ring to enhance her shield, creating a massive light barrier. As for Kid Flash, he had already made a hasty retreat. Damn. What a lack of loyalty. Before Green Lantern could utter more curses, Zod's cannon thunderously discharged. 1 second, 2 seconds. Why has T fired yet? Ah. I see. It was the cry of Dogcar. Green Lantern looked up to see Dogcar, once airborne, now plummeting to the ground, clutching his abdomen. If all went as expected, that shot must have struck him squarely. Dan Shinfen, still reeling from the Chemo 3 state, was hit by that powerful blast and instantly brought to the brink of death. Just as he prepared to retrieve a peach for self-rescue, he suddenly froze and fell to the ground, breathless, as if lifeless. Upon witnessing the scene, Zod ceased to regard him and redirected his focus towards vanquishing the Green Lantern trio. Chinfin, no? The fall of Chinfin ignited a fury within Superman, who was kneeling in repentance. He raised his head, unleashing a searing heat vision from his eyes. Chapter 44. The little girl in the sewers. Enraged. Superman collided with Zod, unleashing his intensely heated gaze directly upon Zod's face. Zod, undeterred, widened his eyes, which were larger than lanterns, and retaliated with his own heat vision. After a moment of intense eye contact, both seemed to realize that mere heat vision would not suffice to conquer the other, and thus commenced a fierce hand-to-hand combat. With punches and kicks exchanged, they soared into the air, embodying primal and untamed ferocity. However, no one could doubt the magnitude of their collisions. Even the winds generated by their flight could shatter an ordinary person, let alone the impact of their clashes. The two titans of steel soared through the sky, each collision sparking fierce flames. Are we merely to watch? The Flash, who had just returned after escorting Batman, observed Green Lantern and Wonder Woman. Look at Superman. He is formidable enough that we might not be needed. Besides, given our current state, our involvement would only complicate matters. The three sat on the ground, quietly witnessing the struggle between the two metal behemoths. The Justice League was composed as such. Superman represented justice, Grandpa was a relic, the Flash was a revival coin, and the others were merely the League. Clark still possesses some prowess, remarked Chinfin, who lay on the ground, munching on a peach while twisting to glance back. Observing their intense battle, it seemed they would not be distracted anytime soon. Quickly recovering from near death, Chinfin cautiously crawled forward and then swiftly slipped into the sewer. The previous skirmish had undoubtedly caused issues. If left unexamined, it pricked at Chinfin's mind. Moreover, should any genuine problems arise, addressing them in advance would alleviate future concerns. Chinfin cleared his mind, amplifying his senses to gather more information. In his unique state, his abilities were comparable to Superman's in full strength. Without deliberately suppressing himself, his senses became extraordinarily acute. Distant sights and sounds became basic operations for him. Chinfin crouched down in agony, releasing his restraints. A cacophony of sounds flooded his ears, and a myriad of images surged before his eyes. Even covering his ears and shutting his eyes proved futile. The sensation was excruciating, akin to someone forcibly prying open his eyelids while a multitude of performers danced and sang before him. His head felt as if it would explode. Chinfin knelt, mimicking Superman's earlier pose, striking his head against the ground. He forcefully arched his back, slamming the back of his head onto the ground. Yet this action did little to alleviate his suffering. Dog card hero? Dora, look quickly. Isn't that person the dog card hero? In the midst of a dire situation, the condemned Shan Chinfin remained oblivious to the presence of two young girls beside him, each adorned with a backpack. The girls, named Dora and Butts, were once carefree elementary students, happily engaged in their examinations within the classroom. Suddenly, a colossal creature descended upon their school, wreaking havoc. In a moment of desperation, Butts seized Dora's hand, urging her to dive into the sewer. It was precisely this action that spared them from peril. My God, Butts, am I hallucinating? The living embodiment of dog card hero stands before me. Compared to Superman, who donned his underwear on the outside, the dashing Shan Chinfin, occasionally donning different costumes, was far more adored by children in the metropolis. In a remarkably brief span, he had amassed a legion of fervent fans, and these two girls happened to be among them. Recognizing Shan Qianfan by the dog card emblem emblazoned on his chest, they were instantly captivated. Dog card hero appeared to be in considerable distress. Dora, quickly use your superpower to assist him. Butts, crouching beside Shan Qianfan, urged Dora. After a moment's hesitation, Dora knelt and placed her hands upon him. Concealed among ordinary individuals, Dora was a mutant with the extraordinary ability to alleviate others' suffering. As an unseen force surged, Shan Qianfan, engulfed in torment, felt his pain inexplicably diminish, his senses rapidly acclimatizing to the heightened state. After a considerable time, Shan Qianfan opened his eyes, now fully adjusted to the burdensome effects of his super senses. Children, I thank you for your help. His ability of X-ray vision was not yet entirely retracted, and as he opened his eyes, he was met with a startling sight. With a sudden motion, Shan Qianfan struck himself, completely shutting off his X-ray vision. Children, I appreciate your assistance. Expressionless, he wiped away the blood from his nose that he had inadvertently caused, then rose to his feet. Dog card hero. Could I trouble you for an autograph? Butts eagerly produced paper and a pen from her backpack. Shan Qianfan glanced at them before taking the pen and swiftly inscribing flamboyant letters upon the page. Though he appeared calm on the surface, a tempest of emotion surged within him. Goodness, a little girl is requesting my autograph. Isn't that the very essence of being a superhero? Suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of achievement, Shan Qianfan understood why Azu cherished the role of a superhero so dearly. Dog card hero, I want one too, Dora exclaimed, lifting her shirt to indicate she wished for him to sign on her skin. All right. Shan Qianfan picked up the pen and wrote with flair, even adding an extra character at the end. Ahem, that shouldn't be included, he quickly erased it. Ahem, well then, children, I have important matters to attend to, so I cannot linger to play. Although Shan Qianfan was not much older than the two girls, it did not deter him from referring to himself as their uncle. Remain here and do not move. I shall return to escort you once the situation above is resolved. In comparison to the surface, the underground sewers offer a significantly safer refuge. After all, what may seem secure above ground can swiftly transform into peril, with circumstances ever-changing. Generally speaking, it is uncommon for conflicts to lead individuals into the depths of the sewers. Farewell, uncle. The two little girls politely waved goodbye to Dan Qianfan. Dan Qianfan responded with a wave, then briefly assessed the direction before sprinting towards where the fighter jets had departed. His senses were heightened, diligently filtering through the cacophony of information. Very well, we shall certainly fulfill the small request of Boss Luther. There it is. Dan Qianfan squinted, gently lifting the manhole cover to peek outside. Not far beyond lay a well-organized military formation. Chapter 45. Ingenious Strategy. Boom. 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 This was the sound of bodies colliding at close range, a testament to the unparalleled strength of the Kryptonians. Superman's physique is truly formidable. Among the three spectators below, all were captivated by the sight of Superman's exposed muscles. One desired Superman's physique for himself, while the other two harbored similar aspirations. Ahem, let us maintain decorum. Wonder Woman was the first to dispel the fantasy. To alleviate the awkwardness, she turned to Green Lantern and asked, "What are your thoughts on the two of them?" Green Lantern pondered for a moment and remarked, "While Superman is indeed powerful, Zod is far more ferocious and capable of evolution. Superman may very well fall before Batman can enhance the Kryptonian cells to dismantle the kryptonite. Wonder Woman, I asked you to analyze the situation, not to dampen our spirits." Thud. Superman was defeated, hammered into the ground by Zod, unable to rise again. Come on, man, I was just joking. Must you take it so seriously? Your analysis is commendable, but you are forbidden from analyzing again next time, Wonder Woman said as she patted Green Lantern on the shoulder before brandishing her sword and shield. Both giants had fallen. They had no choice but to rise to the occasion. As the saying goes, one's potential is often drawn forth under pressure. Faced with Zod's lethal attacks, which could injure upon mere contact, the trio gritted their teeth and summoned every ounce of latent strength. The Olympic might coursed through Wonder Woman, while Green Lantern's ring shone like a miniature sun. As for Kid Flash, he had forgotten how to stop entirely. Their rate of empowerment was no slower than that of Doomsday, driven by the urgency of the moment. Roar! As Zod charged his laser cannon, the trio effortlessly evaded it, displaying no hint of the earlier tension. However, they were unaware that the laser was aimed in the direction where Dan Qianfan had previously lain unconscious. Activating his X-ray vision, Dan Qianfan easily located the source of the sound. Inside a tent, a portly middle-aged man with a receding hairline was holding a phone. This person perfectly aligned with my preconceived notion of a military commander emerging in such a scenario. In a hushed tone, Shan Qianfan muttered a complaint before settling down to attentively listen to his conversation with the individual on the other end of the line. Rest assured, I will handle it well. Before he could grasp the content of the dialogue, the corpulent commander abruptly terminated the call. Shan Qianfen pouted. Just as he was contemplating his escape through the sewer, another call came in. How are things progressing? The tone indicated a person of considerable stature. You may be assured. We have executed all tasks assigned by Boss Luther meticulously. However, there is one aspect that perplexes me. Why do we adhere so obediently to a capitalist? That is due to his generous donation of half of the Luther Group's enterprises to senior government officials. Do you understand? The Luther Group, being a formidable entity capable of sustaining Luther's endeavors without facing bankruptcy, holds significant value in the entire metropolis. And those so-called superheroes relish the limelight, do they not? Perhaps they should express gratitude for our missile support. Shan Qianfen's fists clenched with determination as he prepared to confront someone. By the way, what is the status of that dog-cart hero? Upon hearing mention of himself, Shan Qianfen crouched down once more. The situation on site is rather intense. Our reconnaissance equipment cannot penetrate at this moment. However, based on prior intelligence, that dog-cart hero is quite formidable. His high-tech wristwatch possesses endless transformations, seemingly invincible. A disdainful snort resonated from the other end of the phone. Yet, perhaps this commander had some connections, as the individual on the line compassionately elaborated. That dog-cart hero is merely a thief who has pilfered government assets. The high-tech weapon he wields rightfully belongs to the government. His parents were agents of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, and their final mission was to escort a mysterious and valuable item. However, they failed, and undoubtedly, that item is what has been lost. Two incompetent fools, losing something so precious, they deserve to lose their heads. Letting a child flaunt their power for so long is intolerable. Suddenly, a thud interrupted the speaker's words. Gildan, are you listening? Apologies. Gildan has fallen asleep and cannot hear you for the time being. Shan Qianfen responded amiably as he took the phone. The voice on the other end lowered, inquiring. Who are you? I am Jack Napier. You may also call me the Joker, for I was raised by two clowns. Without further ado, Shan Qianfen crushed the phone. Oh, were you two truly worth it? Memories of his adoptive parents surfaced in his mind. Having toiled diligently in Gotham for so many years without recognition, they were unjustly labeled as failures. I won't return to fight today, my spirits are low. As for Zod, let him strike whoever he wishes. I feel as though I could perish today. Should I leap from this place, I shall no longer contend with Zod. Let them be as they wish. In an instant, Dan Qianfen's figure vanished, only to reappear within the underground sewer. With his speed, he effortlessly traversed the soldiers' defenses without detection. Activating his X-ray vision, he beheld the distant Green Lantern, Flash, and Wonder Woman employing an array of innovative methods to assail Zod. Their prowess had amplified tenfold, perhaps even ninefold compared to before. It seems our previous presence had indeed hindered your performance, did it not? Dan Qianfen closed his eyes. The ongoing battle above had become irrelevant to him. He would no longer intervene, for his sole desire now was to locate those two little girls and escort them to safety. Where could those two little girls be? Did I not instruct them to refrain from wandering? Such mischief. As his gaze shifted, Dan Qianfen's body suddenly froze, and he dashed back to the spot from which he had descended. No. Before him lay a heap of rubble, beneath which were the two little girls. No. With a powerful punch, Dan Qianfen shattered the stones, disregarding everything as he embraced the two girls. Though he exhibited indifference to all, akin to gazing at mere paper figures, this did not imply a lack of emotion. The two girls seeking his autograph unmistakably held significance for him. Peaches. Yes, peaches. Dan Qianfen fished out a peach, but it proved futile. A peach could only revive those on the brink of death. No. An astonishing force erupted from Dan Qianfen, causing the four combatants outside to halt abruptly. He lowered the lifeless bodies of the two girls and stood up, pressing his chest to revert from his transformation. At the moment he returned to his youthful form, the damage endured during the metamorphosis manifested as excruciating pain, directly invading his consciousness. Dan Qianfen felt darkness encroach upon his vision, threatening to topple him. Transformation. With his last vestige of strength, he pressed the button. Limits breached. Wei Yin transcended into the realm of Wei Yin. Dan Qianfen raised his hand, striking the most heroic pose before his two fans. Strategic Marvel 5. Chapter 666, Power System. After meandering through this narrative for so long, I have only just realized that I have yet to delineate the power hierarchy. I initially intended this to be a mere trivial endeavor, with no intention of extending it, yet a dedicated fan has been following along. Thank you. I shall persist in my writing until this work is completed. I categorize the entirety of the American comic universe into 10 tiers. Tier 1 refers to trained warriors. Tier 2 denotes trained warriors armed with weapons. Tier 3 encompasses the combat power of certain supernatural entities. For instance, The destructive capability of a mutant like Firestorm serves as the benchmark for this level. Characters such as Flash, Green Lantern, Batman, and Wonder Woman all fall within this tier. I define Tier 4 as an ordinary adult Kryptonian who can either win or draw against adversaries without specialized countermeasures, exemplified by Superman, Zod, and Fiona. I refer to the 5th level as the pseudo-deity. Its defining characteristic is the ability to traverse the cosmos independently, unaffected by the vastness of space. While possessing formidable combat prowess, it remains within reasonable limits, unlike entities such as Captain Marvel. Notably, the character of Single Chin Fong in the 3rd state of Chimo can be considered as partially stepping into the 5th level, allowing it to dominate 4th level beings effortlessly. The 6th level I designate as the true deity. At this stage, one can traverse freely among various worlds while possessing considerable strength, akin to figures like the Ancient One and Odin in most realms. The 7th level is known as the unit universe level, where one can effortlessly modify their own universe, exemplified by characters like Thanos wielding the 6 Infinity Stones. I describe the 8th level as the multiverse level, where individuals have mastered certain rules and can influence the vast majority of universes, easily capable of annihilating or reconstructing a universe. The existence of the likes of the Vishanti has led to the prevalence of supreme sorcerers across numerous universes. Generally speaking, the 8th level represents the pinnacle of power. The 9th level, however, is less easily articulated, representing a collapse of combat power, often invoked when one struggles to describe it. As seen with entities like the 3-Palace Demon, which can overpower most vulnerable 8th level beings, or the 10-dimensional beings that can consume 5-dimensional ones. The 10th level is that of the god, the ultimate apex, the zenith of existence. In my narrative, I introduced the concept of Chin Fong at the very inception of the multiverse, prior to its formation, as the unique and ultimate Chin Fong, embodying all martial generals and their variants. After establishing a formidable reputation within the realm of deities, this ultimate Chin Fong fell victim to a treacherous plot by Dogka and was ultimately defeated. His timepiece shattered, scattering its fragments across the multiverse, giving rise to countless iterations of Chin Fong. Rest assured, the conclusion will undoubtedly see the righteous Single Chin Fong vanquishing Dogka. As for why the protagonist is Single Chin Fong, I invite speculation without rewards. In the realm of American comics, the power dynamics often falter, relying heavily on technology and gadgets, or resorting to consumption or outright theft. Genuine training is a rarity, which is why Dogka does not need to cultivate. He simply exploits his advantages, resorting to shortcuts when faced with dilemmas. Moreover, the skills of martial generals manifest in a myriad of ways. My individual perspective is but one among many. Interested readers are encouraged to share their thoughts in the chapter comments, and I shall take them into consideration. I will also integrate various versions of martial generals, ensuring a rich tapestry of appearances rather than a singular interpretation. Importantly, I welcome friends from all realms, but do not accommodate shadowy entities. In Chapter 46, titled The Sun God Returns, upon the initiation of the 5th state of Chimo, the energy within Single Chin Fong does not erupt as it did during the 3rd state. Instead, he retracts the previously ostentatious aura of self-importance, presenting himself as an ordinary individual. Of course, this semblance of normalcy only applies to those without power. Any skilled warrior can sense the profound void and impending demise emanating from Single Chin Fong. Simultaneously, ancient beings that lay dormant on Earth awaken upon sensing the divine aura of Single Chin Fong's ascendance. Such an intimidating presence. Has a dimensional demon been unleashed? No, that is incorrect. This aura belongs to a native of Earth. How could there be such a terrifying local newcomer in our remote and impoverished region? Wait, it's Chinfin. That makes sense. A level 5? The prospects of such a young local are rather limited. Asgard. Odin, half slumped in his chair, opened his singular eye to gaze upon the 9 realms, then slowly closed it once more. Olympus. Zeus, who was in the midst of a meeting, felt the aura released by Shan Chinfin and shuddered momentarily before ceasing his movements, opting for a different position. In the Eastern Celestial Court, the Antarctic Immortal, engaged in toasting with various deities, suddenly halted his actions and promptly summoned King Yama. My dear minister, congratulations. Chinfin has fully materialized, and you shall no longer bear the weight of that boundless negative energy. Indeed, indeed. King Yama joyfully clinked glasses with his colleagues. Previously, he had sent Ling Tong to Shan Chinfin through Zhang Xian, but Shan Chinfin, being somewhat unappreciative, had not utilized it, resulting in the immense negative energy still pressing down upon King Yama. Now, however, with Shan Chinfin attaining level 5, he could directly transfer all that negative energy to him. The prospect of finally shedding that overwhelming negativity filled King Yama with exhilaration, prompting him to summon Zhang Xian's soul. Zhang Xian, see? I knew working overtime was a mistake. Now, I've succumbed to a sudden demise. Note, The existence of the Eastern Celestial Court is described in American comics. Albeit with differing interpretations, many deities do not exist. The Jade Emperor is the highest authority, the Antarctic Immortal is second in command, and figures like Sun Wukong, Guan Yu, and Neza are formidable warriors. The combat prowess of the entire Celestial Court is comparable to that of Odin's Asgard. Peach. Shan Qianfen casually extracted a peach to revive himself from the brink of death. Following the remarkable event of the 5 strategies, Shan Qianfen sensed an alteration in the entire world, yet he could not articulate the specifics of this change. However, this was not the time for such contemplation. A faint red glow emanated from Shan Qianfen, and with a slight bend of his legs, he propelled himself forward, crashing directly into Zod. Crack. This was the sound of Zod's bones fracturing. Snap. This was the sound of Zod's bones healing. Zod opened his mouth wide, attempting to unleash a beastly roar to bolster his own ferocity. Yet, before he could vocalize it, Shan Qianfen seized his tongue and swiftly retracted it. You need only to scream in agony. Words are unnecessary. Shan Qianfen conjured a sphere of energy with his bare hands and placed it at the site of Zod's tongue fracture, effectively stalling Zod's self-healing until the energy was expended. Although Shan Qianfen was oblivious to the underlying principles, he was capable of executing the action. All right, the slaughter has commenced. Shan Qianfen flexed his fingers, then clenched his fist to strike Zod. 1 punch, 2 punches, utterly devoid of technique, fueled solely by raw emotion. As his enthusiasm surged, Shan Qianfen even tore the flesh from Zod's body and flung it about indiscriminately. Although such actions did not align with the fundamental principles of the Justice League, none of the 3 bystanders dared to voice their disapproval of Shan Qianfen's conduct. 3 individuals sat upright like obedient children, hardly daring to breathe, fearful that even a slight exhalation might disturb Shan Qianfen's concentration and result in Zod's demise. Within mere minutes, Zod was reduced to nothing more than a mere skeleton by Shan Qianfen. Yet, astonishingly, devoid of any flesh or internal organs, even his brain seemingly extracted. The skeleton miraculously regenerated flesh and blood. Was this abstraction truly possible? Surely, Luthor had not inadvertently summoned the ultimate doomsday. No, that could not be. It was the sun. The power of the yellow sun. Oh, the sun, Shan Qianfen murmured cryptic words to himself. And it was precisely this that allowed Zod to seize an opportunity to swiftly mend his injuries. However, he was once again disemboweled by Shan Qianfen. After enduring countless disassemblies, Zod finally evolved to possess the strength to withstand Shan Qianfen's assaults. Had he truly evolved to such a degree? Zod inexplicably felt a shiver of deathly fear. His newly freed tongue trembling as he cried out, "What do you intend to do? Do you not adore the sun? I shall take you to meet the sun." With a single hand, Shan Qianfen lifted Zod and ascended into the air. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he pierced through the atmosphere. After glancing toward the sun, Shan Qianfen tightened his grip on Zod and soared forward at full speed. Currently, Shan Qianfen's bodily strength allowed him to navigate effortlessly even in the vastness of space, while Zod had undergone several evolutions merely to acclimatize to the environment beyond Earth. Though the sun was distant from Earth, it was not insurmountably far, and Shan Qianfen felt as though he arrived in no time at all. Behold, this is the yellow sun that you Kryptonians cherish. Do you find it appealing? Speaking of which, it seems we have no direct conflicts of interest. Had you not descended to trouble Superman, perhaps I would not have intervened in this matter. I must admit, I somewhat admire your courage, single-handedly attempting to revive Krypton. You are indeed a solitary hero among your people. Alas, you have offended me. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Shan Qianfen dared not linger, propelling Zod toward the sun. With the sun so near, Zod could evolve thrice within a second. If they continued to converse, he might just escape. Shan Qianfen tightened his grip on Zod's neck and pressed him against the sun's surface, where the intense heat caused Zod's skin to sizzle. Yet, this was the extent of it. The surface temperature of the sun, a mere 6,000 degrees, evidently posed no threat to Zod. Onward, Shan Qianfen exclaimed. His body enveloped in a crimson aura, thrusting Zod headfirst into the sun, forcefully pushing him deeper within. Sticky and warm, disregarding the radiation. It felt rather pleasant to Shan Qianfen. For Zod, however, the sensation was far from enjoyable. His muscles were instantaneously carbonized, and as Shan Qianfen dragged him along, only a charred skeleton remained. Ah, you still live? Observing the fresh flesh sprouting only to be carbonized again, Shan Qianfen felt an inexplicable sense of having gone too far. He held Zod's skeletal remains and ventured further into the sun. The sudden surge in temperature caused discomfort to Shan Qianfen, while Zord's skeletal frame was reduced to nothing but a skull. Yet, in such dire circumstances, he had not perished. New bone joints began to emerge. This was bad. I couldn't have truly messed up this badly. At this moment, Shan Qianfen was devoid of any thoughts of revenge, consumed instead by the realization of his blunder. A dilemma confronted him: to advance or retreat. If he advanced, the impending solar heat would undoubtedly breach his protective layer. If he retreated, Zord, having survived so much, would surely surpass him. Troubling indeed. With no alternatives left, he charged towards the core of the sun, pushing Zord forward. The intense heat and solar radiation instantaneously shattered the protection that enveloped Sean Qianfen's body, and he fainted almost immediately. Once unconscious, he could no longer maintain his transformation, reverting back to his youthful form. In proximity to the sun's core, there was no doubt that his original body would face vaporization. Just as the observant Ancient One prepared to intervene, a brilliance brighter than the sun erupted from Sean Qianfen's surface. A brilliant strategist. The tide of victory was at hand. Chapter 47. Esteemed Senator, you would not wish for your daughter and wife. As the light faded, a resplendent man with white hair stood beside Sean Qianfen, gently cradling him. Surrounding his form was a halo of golden energy, effectively shielding him from the sun's searing heat. The righteous shall conquer the wicked, he proclaimed. With his utterance, 8 streams of light surged into Sean Qianfen's surface under the watchful gaze of the Ancient One. Who are you? She inquired, puzzled by the man's presence. He smiled gently and replied courteously, I am the god Sun Yu. After speaking, he transformed into a stream of light and returned to Sean Qianfen's surface. You are the sun god. The Ancient One realized, comprehending the identity of this man. The sun god who could stand alongside the legendary figures of Yin and Yang. While attending teachings under the throne of Vishwa, she had the fortune to receive guidance in this world. Among countless versions of herself, she stood out, chosen by the lingering consciousness of the Black Wuchang. Receiving direct instruction from him, and even being gifted a replica of the legendary Supreme Blade, the ancient Dingdao. To be favored by the sun god indicated that her future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Alas, your thoughts have matured. I cannot entice you onto the righteous path. Perhaps, I may contemplate other methods. With one hand supporting Sean Qianfen, the other began to trace circles, as she stepped back into Kamartaj. In breaking news, the perpetrator responsible for the murder of the young and talented commander, Gildan, has been identified as the notorious criminal Sean Qianfen Xiaobian Kadite from Maligian. Reports indicate that this boy is ruthless and possesses extremely dangerous weaponry. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant and report any suspicious individuals for a reward. What kind of shoddy television is this? Why does it keep freezing? I missed so many thrilling moments just now. Sean Qianfen stepped forward and struck the side of the television forcefully. Stop hitting it. The signal on this mountain is already poor. And this is the only television we have. Don't break it, she exclaimed. Besides, aren't you the one involved? What is there to watch? Witnessing her beloved device being mistreated, Wang hurriedly approached to restrain Sean Qianfen. Rest assured, I know my limits. What limits do you have? Since recovering from his injuries, Sean Qianfen had not left immediately. He was a guest at Kamartaj, with Wang serving as his guide during this period. Wang understood Sean Qianfen's impulsive nature all too well. If he continued to strike with his reckless hands, he might very well break it in two. Involved? Nonsense. I've only done 2 or 3 things. The rest is just slander. Are you referring to this incident? Wang pointed at the television, where Sean Qianfen was seen violently tearing apart Zod's form and flinging it about. Oh no, Sean Qianfen lamented, I was so consumed by my anger that I didn't notice someone was filming. Actually, it doesn't seem to be a major issue. He continued, reclining back with his hands cradling his head. Since the government can tarnish my reputation, they can also restore it. One day, when I have the time, I'll set things straight. Wang waved his hand, interrupting him. Come on. It's a miracle they Haven T completely destroyed you. Do you really think they will clear your name? Haven T, you seen the news? They claim that the high-tech weapons used by Sean Qianfen, Zhou Bain, and Cardit are stolen top-secret government weapons. The government didn't just make accusations. They presented convoluted, technical data that seemed credible. Honestly, if Wang hadn't intercepted the route with Gu Yi that day, he might have believed it. Take my advice. The world of politicians is treacherous, and you cannot navigate it. Hearing this, Sean Qianfen sighed, rubbing his forehead. Alas, you are part of an extraordinary organization. Must you think like an ordinary person? He pointed at Wang Jian's muscular arms, exclaiming, use your strength. If you resort to violence, those politicians will surely comply. I've always advocated for virtue. How can I advocate for violence? Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. Sean Qianfen produced a floating ring and steadily opened a portal. The Vishandi were benevolent towards all Sean Qianfens, making it relatively easy for him to learn their magic. He could grasp it after just 1 or 2 views. Unfortunately, Yui had restricted his access to the Kamartaj library. Aside from this teleportation spell, he had not acquired any other powerful magic. Senator Genders Dorg was a key politician in the United States government and a member of its state council. Unlike those at the top who wielded power or those at the bottom who idled away, these mid-level politicians dictated the direction of the entire U.S. government. On an ordinary day, after a long day of work, Mr. Ginder's Dorig returned to his grand villa, surrounded by his bodyguards. Thud. As Zindashijuoj stepped into the room, his bodyguards collapsed behind him. Who? Zindashijuoj swiftly drew his gun, chambered around, and turned to aim. It was evident he had received training, yet it was futile. In an instant, Shan-Chin-Fong closed the distance, effortlessly crumpling the barrel of the gun with a mere flick of his wrist. It was an extraordinary display of power. Zindashijuoj's pupils constricted, and he promptly lowered his weapon, obediently taking a seat on the sofa. Ah, quite compliant, Shan-Chin-Fong remarked casually as he settled into a chair. Who are you? What do you want? Zindashijuoj maintained a facade of calm, a quality indispensable to a skilled politician. I am the notorious criminal you speak of, Shan-Chin-Fong. As for my purpose, it is merely to pay a visit to the esteemed congresswoman and her daughter, inviting them to enjoy a trip to the distant east. You wouldn't want anything unfortunate to befall your wife and daughter, would you, esteemed congressman? Speak plainly, what do you require of me? Nothing too grand, really. I simply wish to slightly alter my public image. That is impossible. I cannot single-handedly shift the direction of the entire Congress. What a pity. I suppose I shall have to seek assistance elsewhere, Shan-Chin-Fong lamented, then abruptly shifted his tone. By the way, Miss Zindashinia has yet to take a boyfriend, has she? What do you think of me? And Mrs. Zindesh, she isn't yet 40, correct? I wouldn't mind looking after both of them. Enough of this. Leave the matter to me. Chapter 48. The tormentor old Wang, who had witnessed the entire scene from the rooftop, found himself at a loss for words to convey his current emotions. What a display of violence. However, Shan-Chin-Fong had not truly crossed any lines, and Wang felt it was inappropriate to intervene. The invitation for the congresswoman and her daughter to visit the East was genuinely an offer for a trip. Whether it contradicted the will of the women involved was debatable. Although Shan-Chin-Fong had claimed he would only demonstrate once for Wang, he did not cease after the first instance, swiftly moving to target a second congressman. The first demonstration took longer than anticipated, and by the time he reached the second, the congressman had already returned home. Consequently, Shan-Chin-Fong was left with no choice but to abduct the congressman's wife and daughter in his presence, leaving behind a chilling remark. Ha, esteemed congressman. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your wife and daughter, would you? And then came the third, the fourth. Despite their elevated statuses, these congressmen's bodyguards were woefully inadequate. How could a group of second-rate individuals hope to thwart someone of Shan-Chin-Fong's caliber, at least a level 3 power? It was as if he were traversing an unguarded realm. Even if a few vigilant congressmen summoned extraordinary forces for protection, they would still find themselves outmatched. Thus, over the course of one evening, Shan-Chin-Fong had deftly ensnared all the congressmen with fair-skinned, beautiful wives and young, lovely daughters. At this point, Wang's face had grown numb. It has come to my attention that the esteemed Supreme Mage intends to entrust him with a significant responsibility. Wang could already envision the transformation of the Kamitaji under Shan-Chin-Fong's leadership. They departed, with Shan-Chin-Fong donning a pendant and opening a portal, leading Wang to a quaint villa situated on the border of a superpower in the east. This location was graciously provided by Zhang Xian, who had previously described it as an excellent choice. Shan-Chin-Fong had confidently asserted that he would secure a fitting space, and Zhang Xian promptly delivered. Upon entering the grand villa, one could observe a variety of young women, their mouths silenced and tightly bound. Witnessing this, Shan-Chin-Fong furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Wang, how could you be so uncouth as to treat our guests in such a manner? Wang retorted, isn't it you who bound them? Clearing his throat, Shan-Chin-Fong struck 2 iron basins together with force, capturing everyone's attention. Everyone, focus your gaze upon me. I have an announcement to make. I will only keep you for a few days, so do not even think about escaping, for my companion here, a formidable sorcerer from the Dark Dungeon, has the power to turn you into snails. At this pronouncement, Wang's expression darkened. The Dark Dungeon, seriously? Noticing Wang's uncooperative demeanor, Shan-Chin-Fong lightly nudged him as a reminder. Ahem, now let us welcome Master Wang to perform for us. After a moment of inner turmoil, Wang finally extended his hand toward a vase on the cabinet. Avada Kedavra! In the blink of an eye, the vase transformed into a snail, leaving everyone astounded. Surprisingly, the most shocked was not the bound women, but Shan-Chin-Fong himself. Are you jesting with me? Wang exclaimed. Enough of the antics. Shan-Chin-Fong approached and gently untied the women from their restraints. Now, there are ample provisions in the refrigerator. I hope you all enjoy your stay for a few days. Farewell. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Shan-Chin-Fong seized Wang's hand and exited. Are you truly so unconcerned about them? Do you trust the threat you just issued? Are you not worried they might escape and disrupt your plans? Wang queried in rapid succession. With unwavering confidence, Shan-Chin-Fong responded, I am not afraid. They are the ones who fear not being able to escape. He gestured to the air, indicating the presence of a spatial barrier. This is a pocket dimension. Wang swiftly grasped the implications. If they were unable to leave from the outset, Then the earlier display was devoid of purpose. This is pointless, he exclaimed, his frustration mounting. Are you toying with me? What benefit do you derive from this? None, but it is entertaining. Those who seek amusement require no ulterior motives. Wong, in a moment of exasperation, snapped his staff in two. The Supreme has declared you his successor. If that were to happen, I would surely find myself hanging from the statue of S.H.I.E.L.D by the following day. Oh, how delightful. Does this mean that I can indulge in double portions of the offerings of the Emperor of the Mountains when I sneak a bite? Wong, I can no longer endure this. I must report to the Supreme One. I shall demand the revocation of your supreme status. How splendid that would be. The reason Shan Qianfen tormented Wong was to compel him to speak to Gu Yi, for Shan Qianfen could never ascend to the role of the Supreme Mage. Ever since witnessing the dismal fate of Fei Qianfen, Shan Qianfen has harbored no aspirations for the esteemed position of the Supreme Mage. It is merely a lofty station shackled by moral constraints. Wong, in a fit of rage, opened a portal and departed. However, the moment he stepped away from the portal, all traces of his indignation vanished. Huh, little rascal, I have consumed more salt than you have rice, and you think to challenge me? Yet, his expression swiftly morphed into one of melancholy. If Qianfen does not become the Supreme Mage to safeguard the earth, then who will? Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived in the realm of the mustard seed. Shan Qianfen, come with me. A significant figure wishes to meet you. Chapter 49. The Heavenly Court. Wait a moment. This mustard seed space is mine. What do you mean by calling me an unexpected guest? Cough, cough. Do not dwell on such trivialities. By the way, did you not say a significant figure wishes to meet me? Hurry, take me to this important person. Let us not keep them waiting. As Shan Qianfen was fluffing Zheng Xinshuan's hair, he inquired, by the way, who is this important figure? A notable personage from the Heavenly Court. Ah, the Heavenly Court? Does such a place exist in the realm of Western comics? It seems to indeed exist. Is it not the Heavenly Court where the Antarctic immortal was swiftly dispatched by the Pharaoh? Enough, Zheng Xinshuan exclaimed, wrapping one arm tightly around Shan Qianfen's neck and covering his mouth with the other. If you wish to court death, do not drag me down with you. Since the mysterious disappearance of the Jade Emperor, the Antarctic immortal has served as the interim administrator of the entire Heavenly Court. While not omnipotent, he is certainly capable of managing two mere mortals like us. Indeed, it is a rather fanciful version of the Heavenly Court as envisioned by Western comics. Shan Qianfen, feeling somewhat exasperated, reflected on how those creators hardly considered the aesthetics when designing the Eastern Heavenly Court. Would those Americanized deities not be an eyesore? The golden-haired, wavy-haired Neza, the suited ruffian Erlang Shun. An involuntary shiver ran down Shan Qianfen's spine, and he dared not ponder further. Qianfen, I must remind you to keep your mouth in check when we ascend. Your demise is of no concern to me, but I have a wife and children to support. Do not implicate me. Turning to Zheng Xinshuan, who gazed at him with tender eyes, Shan Qianfen nodded. Zheng Xinshuan, visibly relieved, quickly released his embrace. Though no one was watching, it seemed improper for two grown men to be so affectionate. Cough. In that case, I shall escort you there. Zheng Xinshuan cleared his throat and produced the token for the southern heavenly gate. As white light radiated from the token, the two vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the southern heavenly gate. Ouch! Shan Qianfen exclaimed as he plopped down onto the ground, uncertain of the principles governing the transmission of this token. Shan Qianfen felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine, swirling about in disarray. After sitting on the ground for quite some time, he finally regained his composure. You seem to be lacking in physical training, Zheng Xian remarked, casting a glance at the disheveled Shan Qianfen. Please. My original form is quite feeble. Transform. Shan Qianfen casually morphed into a warrior, alleviating his discomfort while simultaneously adjusting his attire. Creak. Perhaps hearing their conversation, the southern heavenly gate swung open. Shan Qianfen, hands on his hips, began to scrutinize the legendary gate. To be frank, Old Me's understanding of this aspect was rather poor. It was minuscule, truly lacking in grandeur. Clop, clop, clop. Accompanied by the sound of hooves, a red-faced old man with a long beard rode forth on horseback, wielding a large blade. Is this Guan Yu? Is he the gatekeeper? And why must he ride a horse? What a glitch. The vast heavenly realm, of course, had more than one guardian, and thus, Shan Qianfen beheld an even more astonishing sight. Following Guan Yu was a monkey seated upon a cloud, brandishing a staff. Brother Monkey? Goodness, how many peaches must this heavenly realm possess to have him as a doorkeeper? Ahem. The style of the United States is to have the big shots guarding the gates. Do you recognize me? Although he appeared to be of Asian descent, the Monkey King expressed some confusion. I recall you grew up abroad. One could discern his familiarity with the nomenclature of superheroes, indicating a modest understanding of Eastern culture. Guan Yu approached to clarify the Monkey King's bewilderment. Ah, I see. In a flash, the Monkey King darted to Shan Qianfen's side. tugging at his clothing for a closer inspection. So swift. Shan Qianfen was astonished, feeling his hair stand on end. This speed rivaled that of Wei Yin in his extraordinary form. The heavenly realm indeed held remnants of Earth's ancient four great powers. Quite characteristic of the East. The Monkey King mused, releasing Shan Qianfen's collar before lifting him onto his cloud chariot. The old man of the South Pole has been waiting for you for quite some time. Let us hurry along. Hold on tight. With a sudden burst, the cloud beneath the Monkey King's feet propelled them forward. Had Shan Qianfen not transformed for stability, he would have been flung off. We should hurry as well, Guan Yu said, placing his blade under Zheng Xian's arm and effortlessly hoisting him onto his steed. The Monkey King's cloud soared for quite a stretch. Just as Shan Qianfen's bladder threatened to burst, they finally arrived at their destination, the Lingxiao Palace. Evidently, Old Me had conducted some research, as it was not entirely absurd. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Shan Qianfen followed the Monkey King inside and was greeted by the sight of a group of deities toasting with goblets. My apologies for the intrusion. I retract my previous statement. Below, seated at the main position, the old man of the South Pole set down his cup and inquired of the assembly, Shan Qianfen. Is that you? Shan Qianfen observed the somewhat rotund deity upon the high platform. Aside from any superficial qualities, this being possessed formidable strength, capable of effortlessly crushing even Wei Yin in his extraordinary form. Undoubtedly, he stands on par with the likes of Ancient One and Odin. Observing the array of deities seated below, it becomes evident that none of them are simple beings. The least among them possess at least a level for existence. Once more, Shan Qianfen marveled at the formidable strength of the four ancient powers. Well, if there are no others, it must be me. In the presence of absolute strength, Shan Qianfen remains acutely aware of his position. Thus he displays great humility. It appears our esteemed guest has arrived. Attend to him, provide him a seat. With a command from the Antarctic immortal, soon a celestial maiden brought forth an 8 immortals table, laden with exquisite food and wine, and assisted Shan Qianfen to take his place. After completing these arrangements, the celestial maidens did not immediately withdraw. Instead, they nestled beside Shan Qianfen, attending to his needs. This left Shan Qianfen in a somewhat awkward position. What does this mean? You young maidens can approach me? In a transformed state, that changes everything. Let us have 2 more, then. One must admit, these celestial maidens, adorned in palace skirts with minimal attire beneath, are rather intriguing. Observing Shan Qianfen reveling in the moment, the Antarctic immortal smiled knowingly, clapping his hands to signal a troupe of performers to take the stage. With his transformation akin to donning a mask, Shan Qianfen, buoyed by the atmosphere, allowed his true nature to emerge, mingling freely with the assembled immortals. In an instant, the gathering was filled with joy. Beep, beep, beep. Shan Qianfen's device interrupted the merriment at an inopportune moment. Noticing the gazes directed toward him, he grimaced. Curse this card. No worries, it's just an old habit. As he explained, he patted the device affixed to his chest. Beep. Liu Bei. A crimson glow emanated from the device, and before the astonished crowd, Shan Qianfen transformed from one person into another. Chapter 50. A Bountiful Harvest. Gazing at his absurdly altered hands, a look of astonishment spread across Shan Qianfen's face. Switching to another warrior was not a challenge for him. However, the process of transforming back to his original form was typically necessary. Yet this time, he had seamlessly transitioned from one warrior to another. No longer need I worry about interruptions during my transformations. Beep, beep, beep. What now? Is that device barking again? Boundary breakthrough. Another flash of crimson light signaled Shan Qianfen's successful boundary breakthrough, transforming him into the boundary Liu Bei. Boundary Liu Bei. Such a grand affair. I had thought it was the scheming Liu Bei. Shan Qianfen, now lacking enthusiasm, reclined back. Don't stop now. Why all the eyes on me? Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Witnessing the entire spectacle, the Antarctic immortal's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue, and he declared that the banquet should proceed. The treasures of the heavenly realm are indeed extraordinary. It wasn't long before Shan Qianfen's appetite was piqued. Initially, he maintained a semblance of restraint, but upon witnessing the deities disregard their decorum, he too indulged freely. I shall eat, eat, eat. After a satisfying feast, Shan Qianfen gracefully tore a piece of cloth from the side of a maid to wipe his mouth. The maid's lips twitched momentarily, yet she did not refuse him. Cough. The meal has been enjoyed, the songs and dances have been appreciated. Now if the immortal elder has matters to discuss, I shall certainly do my utmost. Shan Qianfen's casual demeanor was not merely the result of indulging in celestial wine. Rather, he discerned the intentions of the Antarctic immortal. An invitation from an ancient and formidable power to a mere mortal like myself cannot merely be a gesture of admiration and hospitality. There must be ulterior motives. Furthermore, If they seek assistance, such grandeur would be unnecessary, indicating that they indeed have a request to make. With this realization, Qianfen relaxed his demeanor. If they extend their hospitality, I shall graciously accept. It is far better to acquiesce to their wishes than to feign superiority. Ah, the gallant card knight truly embodies generosity. Indeed, we have a few minor matters for which we seek your assistance. I must emphasize the term you rather than the informal thou. This suggests the matter at hand holds considerable weight. A flicker of enigmatic light passed through Qianfen's gaze. Wait, given their strength, why do they address me with such respect? Please hold for a moment. I have a question. Qianfen interrupted the Antarctic immortal, who was about to speak. You may proceed. With so many powerful immortals at your disposal, what could necessitate the help of one as weak as I? Upon hearing this, the Antarctic immortal smiled gently, then instantly appeared before Qianfen, bowing slightly as he declared. You are not a weakling. Reflect upon it. How long did it take you to reach your current state since acquiring this form? Qianfen calculated and replied. 2.5 months. In merely 2.5 months, your power rivals that of those present who have cultivated for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. If you were granted another 2.5 months, perhaps I would not stand a chance against you. Qianfen contemplated this, realizing that indeed, his progress had been rather swift. However, is this not the realm of comics, where sudden surges in strength are commonplace? Before long, this universe shall no longer confine your steps. As you traverse the blood domain and behold the multiverse, we wish to request your assistance in locating an individual. Who? The Jade Emperor. Our Jade Emperor. The Antarctic immortal straightened, his eyes filled with reminiscence. It was a balmy evening when the Jade Emperor suddenly felt a profound yearning from his very essence, as though something within the blood domain was summoning him. Antarctic. While I am away, you shall be the strongest in the heavenly court. You must safeguard our home. With that command, the Jade Emperor departed from this realm, entering the blood domain to seek that which called to him. Yet, he never returned. This world's Jade Emperor was not merely an extraordinary figure, but also formidable, standing on the precipice of the 7th level of existence. Even should he encounter peril within the blood domain, it is implausible that he would vanish without a trace. Even in death, one would expect some remnant of his soul to return with tidings of safety. The heavenly court has always been united, and thus, the news of the Jade Emperor is yearned for by all immortals. Of course, we shall not ask for your assistance without recompense. The King of Hell interrupted the Antarctic immortal's reverie, stepping forward to reveal a mark on his hand that was all too familiar to Qianfen. Within this realm lies an inexhaustible reservoir of dark energy, capable of swiftly augmenting your strength. Gazing upon the familiar emblem, Qianfen found herself momentarily at a loss, unable to recall where she had encountered it before. Yet, it was hardly surprising. It was likely yet another artifact from the dog card. Extending her hand toward the symbol, it detached itself from the King of Hell and soared into the dog card device nestled within Qianfen's chest. Indeed, it was an object of the dog card. Hastily, she reverted from her transformation and scrutinized the changes that had occurred. Well, I have aided in this endeavor. Although her current demeanor seemed somewhat perfunctory, the sincerity in her tone was unmistakable. The Antarctic immortal nodded in satisfaction and remarked, My dear Qianfen, I perceive your essence to be rather feeble. Allow me to bestow upon you a layer of protection. Without awaiting her response, the Antarctic immortal commenced a blessing, a cascade of vibrant energy emanating from his being, enveloping Qianfen entirely. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds resonated, as if detecting something unusual. The small, battered device began to emit noise, its display bulging as it absorbed the celestial power of the Antarctic immortal's blessing that had entwined around Qianfen, accompanied by a surge of ancestral radiance. A new warrior materialized within her device. Incredible! Not just any warrior, but the revered Nanhua Laoxian, Qianfen exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air and embracing the Antarctic immortal with fervent gratitude. Family, who understands? Encountering such a remarkable figure. Wait, if the Antarctic immortal can activate Nanhua Laoxian, could others do the same? She pondered, beckoning. You there, come forth and bestow your blessings upon me. In a short span, the warriors within the small device doubled in number. Family, who understands? I've struck it rich overnight. Though most of the unlocked items were rather trivial, a few treasures emerged, such as Guan Yu's gift of Ji Guan Yu, Nez's offering of Feng Chui, the 8 immortals Ji Chaoren, Lei Gong and Dianmu's Zhang Liang, and Zhu Rong's own gift. Thank you. Qianfen stood there, akin to a hostess receiving guests, expressing her gratitude while collecting tributes. It was no wonder that Fei Qianfen from the 10th universe mingled so well with the celestial court of their world. The connections were evidently profound. Thank you indeed. Upon beholding the card before her, Qianfen's astonishment nearly caused her to widen her eyes excessively. The great sage equal to heaven? Sun Wukong? Judging by the artistic style, it was undoubtedly a product of the baby-killing game. Originally, the presence of 4 factions in the Three Kingdoms era was already remarkable. The introduction of the Gene faction had begun to stretch the bounds of abstraction, and now it seemed they had leaped into another narrative entirely. Transitioning from the romance of the Three Kingdoms to Journey to the West? Yet, contemplating from another angle. It seemed that Tang existed 500 years prior to the Three Kingdoms. Thus, could it be that Sun Wukong truly hailed from the Three Kingdoms? Shan Qianfen shook her head, dismissing the peculiar thoughts. As long as it serves a purpose, it matters not whether it belongs to the Three Kingdoms. I shall forever cherish the assistance you have all extended to me today, and promise to repay it in due course. With a bow, Shan Qianfen expressed her gratitude to the assembled deities. No need for such formality, the Antarctic immortal replied with a smile, raising his cup and drinking deeply. In today's unfolding events, even if the Jade Emperor were to fall, the Heavenly Court would not lose its protective shield. Transform. Liu Bei. Benevolence. As Shan Qianfen's thoughts stirred, the power of the dog card within him materialized, transmitting entirely into Zhang Xian's being. Ah, so much. So hot. Shan Qianfen, I sent you a card, not a fire. Is Xingbing in trouble? Cough. Is it not? Is it too comfortable? Zhang Xian straightened himself, adopting a more serious demeanor. By the way, what is this ability of yours? It is truly remarkable. I feel my strength has doubled. Zhang Xian, after all, is the head of a special operations organization. Although his abilities may have declined due to prolonged office work, he remains exceptional among the 4th tier. With Shan Qianfen's infusion, he was propelled to the very ceiling of the 4th tier, barely escaping being thrust into the 5th. Wait, if I had not been negligent in my training, would I not be at the 5th tier now? Zhang Xian pondered, weighing the extra flesh on his abdomen. It seems I must carve out some time for exercise. Indeed, as I suspected, benevolence directly translates to enhanced strength for non-martial individuals. Shan Qianfen rested his chin in contemplation before suggesting, try emptying all your power. I wish to ascertain whether this enhancement is permanent. Zhang Xian nodded, then released his inner strength into the air. After a moment, when Zhang Xian gathered his energy, he found he had not returned to his previously enhanced state. As I surmised, the dog card does not allow one to benefit without effort. Zhang Xian's situation resembled a jar filled with water. The power of Shan Qianfen's benevolence was akin to a block of ice placed atop the jar. The water indeed increased, yet the jar itself did not expand. Although not as dramatic as envisioned, it still proved satisfactory. It could enhance teammates to surpass their limits or allow them to take a break. Upon reflection, this skill is truly extraordinary. If you could start anew. Pardon me. I must take a call. Zhang Xian produced his phone. Hello, who is this? What do you mean you can't reach me? I'm in the Heavenly Court. There is no signal. What? Most of the wives and daughters of the members of the American Congress have been kidnapped? Wow, that is explosive. All right. I'll head over immediately. Zhang Xian hung up, his face a tapestry of astonishment, gossip, and excitement, prompting Shan Qianfen to worry he might suddenly develop a facial paralysis. Shan Qianfen, did you know? Most of the wives and daughters of the members of the American Congress were kidnapped just last night. What is with that expression? Such a sensational event, and you're utterly unfazed? I did it. Observing Zhang Xian's astonished visage, Shan Qianfen drew a circle with his ring and pulled him inside. Isn't this your place? Why have you brought me here? Upon gazing at the vibrant array of young women and ladies, Zhang Xian suddenly realized something, mechanically turning his head away. You seem to be quite the player, huh? What are you thinking? What ill thoughts could a mere child possess? Even if I possess the will, I lack the means. Shan Qianfen twisted Zhang Xian's head back and then drew a portal. Calculating the time, it was indeed a tad earlier than I had anticipated. But it would suffice to send them back. However, before that, I must leave a profound impression on the esteemed members present. After pondering for a moment, Shan Qianfen drew another circle and conjured a bucket of pink paint. Can you refrain from laughing so ominously? Moreover, what do you intend to do with that bucket of paint? Zhang Xian, standing beside Shan Qianfen, inexplicably shivered. What else could paint be for? Naturally, it is for painting. This was a bucket of magical paint, resistant to fading, typically employed by mages to inscribe formations. At that moment, a dashing individual practicing formation painting in Camartage was scouring for pink paint. Are you a child, drawing on others' faces? How immature. I never mentioned faces, did I? Then where else would you paint? Shan Qianfen, Zhang Xian. All right, I understand now. My apologies for my childishness. Suddenly, during a minor assembly of the American government, a portal opened. Shan Qianfen emerged, leaping onto the conference table, enthusiastically greeting everyone present. Since realizing the benefits of unencumbered freedom, Shan Qianfen had become increasingly uninhibited interactions. After all, her current strength was formidable, and there were few capable of confronting her in this universe. At least for the time being. Shan Qianfen, what are you up to now? An elder member of the assembly stood up, deliberately raising his voice to summon the guards from outside. His foolishness was evident. Calm down. I am here to return what is owed. With a snap of her fingers, several downward-facing portals materialized in the air. The Emperor of S.H.I.E.L.D had an undeniable favoritism for S.H.I.E.L.D. She faced no bottlenecks when playing with the magic of portals, indulging in it as she pleased. Thud, 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 thud. Those were the sounds of the wives and daughters of the assembly members falling down. Originally, the return of these individuals was a positive development, but the expressions on the faces of most members turned grim. The guards had witnessed everything. Initially, the kidnapping of the wives and daughters was merely a rumor, but with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s antics, everyone was now aware of the truth. The guards glanced at the scene awkwardly, uncertain of their fate. Everyone out, someone shouted, and the guards, suddenly enlightened, hurriedly exited. After all, remaining would not change the fact that they could not contend with a being capable of grappling with Superman, despite the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. had never actually fought Superman. Chapter 52. Agreeing to become a victim of grievance. Ouch. It was unclear which affluent lady or young miss first lamented, but soon the others echoed her cries. The captured assembly members rushed over to assist and console their wives and daughters. Seeing someone offer comfort only intensified the lamentations of the ladies. The piercing cries of anguish and the cacophony of disordered consolation echoed throughout the conference room, resembling the clamor of a bustling marketplace in a civilian district. The lead congressman, visibly agitated, felt the veins on his forehead throb. What do you take this place for? Get out, all of you. As those congressmen who had paired with their wives and daughters departed the meeting room, those without partners followed suit. You too leave. With that, another group of congressmen rose to exit. Once they had vacated the premises, only a handful of legislators remained, those who wielded authority. Where's the president? Can you few truly affect change? The American government is not merely a dictatorship of the president. Its operations are significantly influenced by these political figures. However, given that there is but one president, S.H.I.E.L.D. momentarily refrained from confronting him. Perhaps this meeting was of little consequence, thus the president had chosen not to attend. How rude of me. I almost forgot you. With a snap of her fingers, a portal materialized, summoning the American president. What greeted them was the president, deep in contemplation while squatting on a toilet. What? You expect us to assist you in clearing your name? No, that is utterly impossible. Where has the dignity of the government gone? The president reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, startled and ready to lash out. The remaining legislators remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the president's indiscretion. It appears I have been too lenient. With another snap, S.H.I.E.L.D. opened a portal, and a cascade of confidential documents descended upon the table. Having passed through the hands of these individuals, they recognized the authenticity of the papers. You can all verify, correct? They are genuine, yes? As she spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D. produced a gasoline canister and swiftly doused the confidential documents. What the hell are you doing? Control yourself. Do you comprehend the foolishness of this act? These documents have no backups. Of course I know, S.H.I.E.L.D. replied with a sinister smile, pivoting on the table and sending the congressman and the president sprawling. Then, amidst their terrified gazes, she retrieved a lighter. No. Boom. Flames erupted, instantly engulfing all the confidential documents. Hearing the commotion, the guards outside moved to enter, but with a wave of her hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. transported them away. Having practiced the teleportation spell numerous times, she had become adept enough to perform it without the aid of a talisman. Should the group from Kamartaj witness her casual use of teleportation, they would surely grumble about the perceived favoritism towards the Emperor of Vashan. As the flames began to spiral out of control, S.H.I.E.L.D. hastily summoned a quantity of sand to extinguish the fire, preventing a disaster. As you can see, I am merely fulfilling my duties. I am a criminal of the highest order. S.H.I.E.L.D. paused mid-sentence, awaiting a response from the others. Yet, it seemed the heat of the flames had left them momentarily dazed, and they did not acknowledge her. This rendered S.H.I.E.L.D. somewhat embarrassed. To alleviate the awkwardness, S.H.I.E.L.D. resolved to ignite a new wave of chaos. No, dog-card hero, calm down. You are a superhuman of the American caliber, not a criminal. Some individuals, it seems, are simply drawn to mischief. S.H.I.E.L.D. opened the portal. Having sufficiently intimidated them, they understood the parameters. Before comprehending the essence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s restraint, it was presumed he had always been a superhero. After being embroiled in such a situation orchestrated by the American government, he still chose the path of a superhero, which truly moved me to tears. Of course, it is fortunate that S.H.I.E.L.D. is one who delights in humor. Mass slaughter is not in his nature. Had it been another S.H.I.E.L.D., they would have long since unleashed devastation or, at the very least, ensured that the entire American government experienced a wave of bloodshed. Wait, that is not right. I have made a pact with Dog Card. Shouldn't I embody a righteous S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why then does a righteous S.H.I.E.L.D. entertain such violent thoughts? Shouldn't a good person be at the mercy of a gun? S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself perplexed. He began to question his own identity. A good person? A villain? A gentleman? A hypocrite? A saint? A living tyrant? Perhaps he is all of these, or perhaps none at all. Shan Qianfen stepped into the portal and returned to Kamartaj, where he stood before the Ancient One. It would be impolite to teleport directly to the residence of the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo, who had been listening to the Ancient One's lecture, rose to chastise Shan Qianfen, but was halted by the Ancient One. You may leave. Take the time to digest today's lesson. Reluctantly, Mordo shot a glance at Shan Qianfen before exiting and closing the door behind him. Your disciple has issues. Just minor ones. The Ancient One waved his hand dismissively, pulling Shan Qianfen closer. Let us not discuss that. Even if I were to leap from Kamartaj today, I would never ascend to the title of Sorcerer Supreme. To assume the Ancient One's role would mean forging a contract with the Vishani, followed by an endless cycle of mopping up after Earth until a worthy successor emerges. Observing Fei Qianfen's plight, Shan Qianfen certainly did not desire such a fate. I know you will still refuse, but what if I offered this? The Ancient One produced the Eye of Agamotto, also known as the Time Stone. Then, before Shan Qianfen's eyes, he displayed the flow of time, effortlessly extracting 2 souls from it. These are the 2 little girls from that underground passage. Shan Qianfen furrowed his brow, inquiring, what are you trying to convey? I can bring back your parents. All right, I will take on the role of Sorcerer Supreme. Xiaozhong, how has the dog card hero been observed? Is he suitable for inclusion? In response to his superior's inquiry, the typically jovial Zhang Xian now bore a grave expression. Shan Qianfen is exceedingly dangerous. He lit a cigarette. Memories of the intelligence gathered by their agency regarding Shan Qianfen flooding his mind alongside his experiences with him in recent days. He is chaotic, his temperament is wildly unpredictable, and his actions lack any semblance of order. It seems he acts on impulse. His thoughts are inscrutable, making it impossible to anticipate his intentions. The last person who stirred such feelings in me was still in Gotham. If such a person were ordinary, it might be manageable, but once they harness power, they become incredibly perilous. Chapter 53. The Alien Empress in an open-air dueling arena. A petite woman clad in combat attire was engaged in battle with a robust man. The stark contrast in their physiques would evoke concern for the diminutive woman in anyone who witnessed the scene. However, the seemingly vulnerable woman effortlessly lifted the formidable man and hurled him aside. Thud! With a mere flick of her wrist, the powerful man was sent crashing into the audience. Incapacitated, this remarkable woman was Maxim, the Empress of Amaryllia. She had initiated a tournament throughout the galaxy, where any man who could defeat her would earn the right to her affections. Yet, to date, no man had succeeded. The exceptionally strong man she had just faced was the mightiest in all of Amaryllia. Is there truly not a single competent man in the entire galaxy? At this rate, how am I ever to find a husband? Maxim tossed her sword to his servant and accepted a towel from her personal attendant. Your Majesty, we have identified a new suitor for you, one who is certain to meet your expectations, the attendant announced. Is that so? I find myself quite intrigued, Maxim replied, stretching languidly before retreating for a bath. Assisted by her attendants, Maxim shed her battle attire, revealing her healthy physique. She settled into a vast tub filled with steaming water while a bevy of lovely attendants gathered around to cleanse her. Ah! A contented sigh escaped Maxim's lips as she instructed her aides to activate a device resembling a video recorder, which was about to display a selection of potential suitors prepared by her personal attendant. The attendant activated the device, revealing a scene of a man flying at low altitude, only to be struck by a red laser and collapse to the ground, clutching his waist. Indeed, this was the moment when Shan Qianfen and others confronted Zod. How utterly pathetic, Maxim remarked, pointing at the incapacitated Shan Qianfen. Your Majesty, please continue watching, the attendant urged. Very well. The scene shifted to Zod's imposing visage. And as Maxim beheld the intensity in his eyes, she felt her heart flutter. Oh, this man is remarkably strong, she mused, though he is somewhat brutish in appearance. Yet, he is not entirely unappealing. Before Maxim could finish her thought, an enraged Superman charged forth, assaulting Zod with fervor. Wow, this man is quite striking and formidable as well, Maxim exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the two as they engaged in a philosophical wrestling match. After a prolonged clash, Superman, having previously endured Shan Qianfen's blows, was unable to withstand the onslaught and ultimately succumbed. What a shame for such a handsome man to be merely a pretty face, Maxim lamented, rising to seek out Zod on Earth. Your Majesty, please wait, her attendant implored. Wait, is there more to behold? Maxim retook her seat. There's nothing of interest left, she concluded. As Maxim observed the sudden surge of the Flash, Green Lantern, and Wonder Woman, effortlessly leading Zod like a mere dog, her enthusiasm waned. Possessing extraordinary combat prowess, Maxim discerned Zod's evolving abilities from the brief footage. In her estimation, there was little left to behold, merely the inevitable slaughter of the trio by Zod. Just as she prepared to change attire and head to Earth in search of Zod, a crimson wave of energy erupted from the ground, piercing through Zod's body. Almost immediately, A dapper and suave man mounted Zod, unleashing a ferocious onslaught, wild, brutal, and merciless, striking a perfect chord with Maxim's sensibilities. Suddenly, Maxim felt a sharp pain in her scalp and turned to discover that her maid, who had been tending to her hair, was similarly entranced by the chaos. Grasping the maid's neck, Maxim declared, "If I present myself before my idol with even a single split end, you shall find yourself in the stables grooming horses." With that, she flung the maid aside and turned her gaze towards the transformed figure of Jian Wei Yin, now embodied by Shan Qianfen. Beholding Jian Wei Yan's heroic physique and handsome visage, Maxim's spirits lifted, sweeping away her previous discontent. Oh, his shoulders are so broad. That jawline. Our child will surely be as beautiful as an angel. Maxim's excitement grew, and without further ado, she donned her garments through magic and opened a portal to Earth. After Maxim's departure, her maid commanded the other attendants to withdraw. Once they had all retreated, the man who had previously been bested by Maxim emerged, embracing Maxim's maid fervently. They engaged in a passionate kiss. "Oh, darling, is this not ill-advised? The queen will not overlook our transgressions." "Humph, just let me have my way," the man replied. He was the commander of the Armenian Legion, who had initially aimed to defeat Maxim and seize control of Armenia. However, he proved too inept for the task. Thus, he seduced the queen's personal maid, using Shan Qianfen as bait to lure Maxim to Earth, plotting to usurp power for himself. Though initially hesitant, the maid succumbed to the commander's sweet talk, leading them into another fervent embrace. "Clark, don't shut yourself away. So what if you lost control and harmed a few people? It's not the end of the world." As Shan Qianfen walked alongside Superman on the suburban lawn, enjoying the sunset, she offered him comfort. Ever since that fateful day when Superman inadvertently caused the deaths of numerous innocents, he had been enveloped in gloom. Unlike Shan Qianfen, who thrived in chaos, Superman was burdened with profound guilt. The rampant online vitriol directed at him, including calls for him to leave Earth, only deepened his despair over the shadows of his past actions. In just a single day, people forget how many lives Superman has saved and how many he has assisted. They only remember the lives he has inadvertently taken. A few days ago, under the persuasion of Shan Qianfen, Superman mustered the rare courage to don his battle attire and venture forth to aid others. Yet, he was met with the scorn of a little girl, who pointed at his red underpants and shouted for him to leave the Earth, branding him a murderer. Alas, it is indeed a challenge to be a good person. Good individuals should not be met with such hostility. Humanity is steeped in ignorance. Consider Sean's acquaintance, who has committed countless misdeeds, yet is surrounded by citizens clamoring for his autograph. Hence, one might as well become a villain. Chapter 54, Transform Now. My precious Superman, leave this Earth. Murderer Superman, depart from this planet. With a resounding crash, Shan Qianfen shattered an electronic screen by the roadside. Such are the foolish masses. Do not dwell on the details. It is evident that Shan Qianfen's ability to console is lacking, and Superman became increasingly despondent, walking forward with his head bowed, like a marionette on strings. For a moment, Shan could find no better words to comfort him, and simply walked aimlessly alongside Superman until darkness enveloped the sky. Fortunately, Shan Qianfen's parents had not been revived yet, sparing him the worry of being reprimanded for staying out late. Speaking of which, when Gui proposed resurrecting Shan as parents, he was initially overwhelmed with joy, but soon his long-dormant intellect prevailed. Given the numerous individuals he had offended, their revival would not bode well for him, at least not until he had acquired sufficient strength. The reason Shan Qianfen is so determined to uplift Superman is not solely due to their friendship. It is also because of Superman's formidable power and his propensity to unleash extraordinary abilities, making him a veritable force in the realm of extraordinary powers on Earth. Shan is essentially assembling a foundation for his future endeavors. Clark, one cannot remain ensnared in the past and expect to overcome their shadows. Shan snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a high-performance sports car materialized. Come, let us cast all our worries aside. Shan transmitted the car keys as well, as he observed the supercar, which was yet to outpace his own walking speed despite being at full power. Superman was filled with confusion. Before he could voice his bewilderment, Shan placed a necklace around Superman's neck. It was a kryptonite necklace specially crafted by Batman, designed to suppress Superman's powers without rendering him overly weak. Let us go? Let us hurry, Shan urged, pulling Superman into the car and inserting the keys. With a thunderous roar, the sports car gradually rolled out, slowly vanishing into the horizon like the setting sun. Meanwhile, a woman clad in a short black skirt and stockings appeared where Shan Qianfen had just been. Indeed, this was the spot. Maxim squinted towards the direction in which Shan had departed. She had arrived on Earth early, intending to locate Wei Yin directly, yet her magic revealed no trace of him. Maxim contemplated broadcasting a search announcement on television, but it seemed the local station had been vandalized and was inaccessible. In a situation of compromise, Maxim casually approached a passerby to inquire about the enigmatic Wei Yin. Ah, the Daxia, how familiar I am with it. The passerby happened to be a clothing vendor who, while describing Shan Qinfen to Maxim, managed to conduct a substantial amount of business. What about the sailor outfit? The favorite of the Daxia? And this, the beloved Lolita attire. He managed to swindle all the gold from Maxim's pockets. Fortunately, Maxim was the empress, an ultimate heiress, and lacked for nothing. At last, I have found you, Maxim remarked with a smile before vanishing from sight. Is this how you drive a supercar? Can't you even manage the passenger seat? Allow me. Under Shan Qianfen's precise handling, the supercar was transformed into a vintage vehicle, abstract in its essence, characterized by an utter lack of driving proficiency. This was somewhat understandable, as Shan Qianfen had indeed seen little of the world. After meandering for a while, Superman could no longer contain himself. He could not allow such a precious supercar to be sullied. With a swift motion, he tossed Shan Qianfen into the passenger seat and took the wheel. In an instant, he pressed the accelerator, and with a roar, the supercar shot forward. Goodness, this is fast. In his normal state, Shan Qianfen could only manage so much, and as they sped along, adrenaline surged through him, creating an exhilarating sensation that cast aside all worries. Wait a moment, am I guiding him, or is he guiding me? Shan Qianfen, watching Superman accelerate, hesitantly asked, Clark, driving this fast won't hit anyone, will it? Casting aside all worries, Superman flashed a confident smile. Don't worry about my driving. Bang. The car collided with a pedestrian. Even with the airbags deployed, the tremendous impact left both of them feeling dizzy. Indeed, just a pretty face, Maxim scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the weakened Superman before grabbing his collar and tossing him out. Truly a younger version of my idol. Even when dizzy, he maintained such style. Maxim laid Shan Qianfen flat on the ground. Superman? Oh, darling, hurry and transform. Let my idol emerge. Still recovering, Shan Qianfen, dazed, instinctively retorted. If you want me to transform, I will, but wouldn't that make me lose face? Do you think I am just anyone? Upon hearing this, Maxim's expression darkened. She was no delicate flower. Her physique was muscular, brimming with strength and means. Refuse my kindness and you shall face the consequences. Maxim lifted her high heel and stepped onto Shan Qianfen. Transform now? Chapter 55, Usurpation. Let go of that boy, allow me, Clark exclaimed, tearing off the kryptonite necklace around his neck and standing up with righteous indignation. Maxim cast a glance at Superman, casually rubbing her magical bracelet. And a purple arc of electricity immediately flickered to life. As Clark observed the arcs of electricity dancing in Maxim's hands, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to leap aside in haste. However, having just removed the kryptonite necklace, Clark did not immediately regain his full strength. With a slight flick of his wrist, Maxim effortlessly unleashed a bolt of purple lightning that struck Clark squarely in the chest. Overwhelmed by a heavy wave of dizziness, Clark collapsed to the ground. It was magic. This thought lingered in Clark's mind as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, a mere faade, unable to withstand such a trivial assault. Maxim cast a disdainful glance at Clark before eagerly directing his attention towards Shan Qianfen. Oh, my idol, transform quickly. Maxim closed his mouth, for Shan Qianfen had also fainted, appearing as though he had simply succumbed to the overwhelming force. Observing the unwavering Shan Qianfen, Maxim halted his contemplation. Ahem. It was merely a case of Shan Qianfen being inadvertently electrocuted by the arc in Maxim's hand. Nothing more, for Shan Qianfen was still just a child. Ugh, it hurts. Why does my entire body feel so sore and numb, as if I have been electrocuted? Shan Qianfen blinked in confusion, surveying his surroundings as he regained consciousness. Still somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a pair of long, fair legs stood before him. Shan Qianfen? If this is what you intend to show me, then my confusion dissipates instantly. Shan Qianfen perked up, eager to rise and observe closely, but several magical chains coiled around his waist yanked him back. It was then he realized he was bound to a stone platform, with Maxim standing beside his head. Earthling, transform for me at once. Maxim placed his foot near Shan Qianfen's ear. The howling wind swept away all his impure thoughts in an instant. Although he was unclear about the unfolding events, it was best to transform to ensure his safety, just as Shan Qianfen intended to activate his voice control mode. A man clad in an oddly designed battle suit burst into the scene. How peculiar was it, you ask? The suit bore a half-mechanical, half-plastic appearance, adorned with numerous circular rings on the arms, and the helmet sported horn-like projections. Even more absurd was the fact that the entire ensemble was a singular piece. It resembled the random monsters from tokusatsu shows. This was truly absurd. Shan Qianfen nearly lost his composure and laughed aloud. Commander of Armenia, what brings you here? It seemed that the commander's interruption had dampened Maxim's enthusiasm, as her tone was less than amiable. My esteemed Empress, Lord Maxim, The commander acknowledged with a salute typical of the Armenian military, then continued, I have heard that you have found a man worthy of your match. I am merely curious. Not just curious. The footage of Shan Qinfeng had been procured by the commander herself. She was well aware of the formidable prowess of Wei Yin from the realm of extraordinary schemes. In her calculations, Maxim ought to have been defeated on Earth, at the very least returning in a state of severe incapacitation. Yet here they were, barely half an hour later, and he had been captured? Surely this young man did not misjudge and capture the wrong target? Could there have been a mistake? The Armenian commander cast a glance at the childlike Shan Qinfeng. Since when did it become your place to give orders? Maxim retorted, slapping the commander to the ground. Step aside. With Maxim's harsh reprimand, the commander managed a sheepish smile, suppressing any signs of dissatisfaction, and knelt on the ground without leaving. Maxim paid little heed, turning his attention back to Shan Qinfeng. Oh, my dear. Transform, and let me witness your magnificence. At that moment, Shan Qinfeng was lost in memories and did not respond to Maxim. The names Armenia and Maxim stirred a long-forgotten recollection, one from Shan Qinfeng's previous life, when he watched superhero cartoons on a children's channel. He suddenly recognized the two Armenians before him and the plot of that particular episode. Interestingly, Shan Qinfeng had a vivid memory of that episode, as the superhero had rejected the advances of the Armenian queen. What left a deeper impression was that this overly passionate Armenian queen ultimately ended up with that rascal, allowing him to mistreat her. Observing the silent Shan Qinfeng, Maxim furrowed his brow and summoned a maid to bring the superhero forward. It was evident that Maxim had misunderstood the situation. Earthling, surely you would not wish for any misfortune to befall your friend? Shan Qinfeng was jolted from his reverie by those familiar words. Noticing Shan Qinfeng's continued silence, a cruel expression emerged on Maxim's face. Slap, slap, slap. Several beautiful maids wielded magical whips and lashed them upon Clark. The pain was undeniable, given that the superhero's magical resistance was virtually non-existent. Yet why did Shan Qinfeng perceive a tinge of excitement amidst his cries? He could not comprehend this, but he was profoundly shaken. Please, stop. Let my good brother enjoy. That would be more torturous than subjecting me to suffering. Do you agree to transform? After allowing his subordinates to release the fainted Clark, Maxim leaned closer to Shan Qinfeng. That's about right. Shan Qinfeng turned his face away, diverting his gaze from Maxim's chest. But I will not fight you. Why? Maxim looked at Shan Qinfeng with a puzzled expression. Because soon, you will be just like them. The Armenian commander appeared menacingly behind Maxim, thrusting a technologically styled staff against her back. White lightning erupted from the staff's tip, electrifying Maxim's once smooth red hair into disarray. What are you doing? Maxim's question was cut short as the commander's fist struck her abdomen. Perhaps feeling this was insufficiently satisfying, the commander seized Maxim's hair, lifting her as one would a punching bag, delivering blow after blow. As you can see, I am staging a rebellion, Your Majesty, the commander sneered, each punch landing with increasing force until Maxim could no longer resist. Chapter 56. I am the divine mythical sovereign, although aware of the impending rebellion of this tyrannical leader. Dan Qianfen refrained from alerting Maxim. Or rather, given Maxim's obstinate nature, any warning would likely fall on deaf ears. From this moment forth, I shall be the new master of Armenia. The leader of Armenia removed the magical bracelet from Maxim's wrist and adorned it upon his own. Armenia is a realm where magic and technology coexist, and this bracelet embodies the most formidable power of the entire nation. Possessing it grants dominion over all of Armenia. It truly is a travesty for such power to reside in your hands. With a flourish, the Armenian leader raised the bracelet, causing iron chains to extend, ensnaring Maxim and dragging her into a corner. You shall remain here. At my coronation, you will serve as the grand spectacle. With that, the Armenian leader departed, a grotesque smile on his face, striding away with a triumphant gait, reveling in his newfound glory. Dan Qianfen furrowed her brow, suppressing the urge to retaliate. While she relished interrupting others in their moments of arrogance, she recognized that in her current state, she could not accurately gauge her opponent's strength. Moreover, as they were not immediately inclined to engage, it was prudent to remain cautious. In the animated portrayal, this individual displayed a modicum of prowess after acquiring the magical bracelet, capable of subduing Superman, albeit with the advantage of magic. However, there was no need for alarm. In the animation, both Maxim and Superman could handle him, and with my assistance, victory would be assured. Contemplating this, Dan Qianfen initiated the login process. Beep, scanning in progress. Beep, Dan Qianfen, login successful. Activating voice command. Successfully activated. Commencing hosting. With that, she laid down and drifted into slumber. Clark and Maxim were both rendered unconscious. One was knocked out, and even if roused, their abilities would be significantly diminished. It was better to let them wake naturally. After all, the Armenian leader would not likely rush to drag them out for the spectacle. Would he? Strangely enough, lying on this execution platform proved rather comfortable. The coolness of the surface and the chains binding her offered a sense of security against rolling off. 10 minutes later. Hurry, move swiftly. The new king desires these individuals' heads for the inauguration ceremony. A group of armed guards descended into the prison, clamoring loudly as they entered. Goodness, that was quick. Dan Xianfen sat up in shock, her hands grasping the magical chains binding her, which shattered in an instant with the power of her teleportation magic. Oh no, the prisoners are attempting to escape. Before the leader could finish his command, he was randomly teleported away by Dan Xianfen. Outside of Earth, the gifts from the Emperor of Veshan diminished significantly, leaving Dan Xianfen hesitant to use her powers recklessly. After hastily sketching a few circles, most of the guards were dispatched elsewhere, leaving only one behind. This individual was deliberately retained as a test subject. Here, take this. Dan Xianfen removed her bracelet and placed it upon the wrist of the chosen test subject. Shan Qifeng has always harbored a perplexing question. Why? Despite possessing such a formidable treasure, has no powerful entity attempted to seize it? Though the sixth universe may be shallow, there are still formidable beings lurking within. Why do those from the celestial court hold him in such high regard? Why does Gui have such faith in him? Why do they not covet this power for themselves? Perhaps today, the answers shall unfold. Shan Qifeng turned the dial, positioning it at Su Shu's location, and pressed down heavily. The guard, previously intimidated by Shan Qifeng's teleportation magic, stood frozen in place, allowing him to manipulate the device unimpeded. Beep. Unable to recognize. Beep. Unable to recognize. Suddenly, a red light began to flash, accompanied by incessant alarm sounds. Shan Qifeng sensed impending danger and swiftly retreated. I am the mythical celestial sovereign. Who dares to covet the power of the game card? Accompanied by a deafening roar, the celestial phenomena of the entire Americas shifted dramatically. A colossal humanoid phantom materialized in the sky, adorned with a purple golden crown and a robe of crimson flowers from the West River, clad in a beast-faced armor. With a finely crafted lion belt at his waist and armed with a halberd, he was none other than the chief enforcer of Dogka, the mythical celestial sovereign himself. The phantom raised the halberd high and struck downwards with tremendous force. There were no special effects, no shockwaves, nor any so-called halberd energy. The guard simply disintegrated into dust before Shan Qifeng's eyes. Could it truly turn others to dust as well? Within the confines of his cell, Shan Qifeng remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. He merely witnessed the guard suddenly transform into powder. Very well, powder it is, Shan Qifeng muttered, as he donned his tattered watch and clapped his hands. Just as he turned to awaken Clark for a coordinated strike, the ground of the cell began to tremble violently. Boom. Several azure tentacles burst through the ground, coiling toward Shan Qifeng. Jie Weiyan. A flash of red light heralded the arrival of Jie Weiyan, wielding a green sword. Shan Qifeng swung his treasured blade in a circular motion, severing the oncoming tentacles. So many tentacles, are we nurturing an octopus down there? I sweep across the world. Scornful of all, Shan Qifeng clenched his fists and smashed the ground. Behold, a massive azure octopus emerged from the earth, its long, thick tentacles unfurling grandly. The octopus met Shan Qifeng's gaze, seemingly recognizing him as a formidable opponent. It lashed out with two tentacles, grasping Maxim and Clark, preparing to drag them into its maw. Oh no! Shan Qifeng gripped the green sword tightly and dashed forward to save them. Cunning strategy 3. Kill. A crimson sword light sliced through the air, severing the obstructing tentacles of the octopus. Shan Qifeng advanced, swiftly clasping Maxim's waist and retreating with agility. Phew, that was a close call. They were saved. Shan Qifeng exhaled in relief. At that moment, Clark, who had been on the verge of being devoured, slowly opened his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Clark effortlessly yanked out several of the octopus's sharp teeth, pried open its jaws, and emerged, casting a fiery glare back at it. Ah, Clark, how did you emerge from the mouth of the octopus? Clark, what say you? Your gaze seems solely fixated on women, does it not? Internally, Clark scoffed, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, for it was unbecoming of his character. Oh, my dear, you have rescued me. Truly, your strength is remarkable. Maxim too had awakened, her eyes glinting as she caressed the well-defined muscles of Shan Qifeng. Though this narrative aligned perfectly with the archetypal tale of a hero saving a damsel, why did it feel so disconcerting? Shan Qifeng shattered the shackles binding Maxim and gently lowered her to the ground. Do be quiet. With such commotion, that horned head will soon arrive. All right, my dear, I shall heed your words. Maxim leaned closer, sensing Shan Qifeng's vigorous vitality. Your subordinate's rebellion surely has its reasons. Were I in that commander's position, I too would rise against the regime. Just as one spoke of the devil, he appeared. A portal opened, and the commander of Amaryllia materialized within the cell. Chapter 57. Perfect coordination, I shall slay you. Upon encountering his adversary, Maxim's eyes blazed with fury as she charged at the commander of Amaryllia. With a resounding thud, after a brief skirmish, Maxim was sent hurtling back at an astonishing speed. The power of the magical bracelet had significantly elevated the commander of Amaryllia's combat prowess in a fleeting moment. Yet, in terms of sheer presence, he did not seem extraordinarily formidable, perhaps at level 4, but the true extent of his strength remained to be tested. Despite the assured victory of the cunning plan, the aftermath was quite painful. Shan Qianfen believed it prudent to remain unaltered. With a sudden motion, Shan Qianfen caught Maxim, who, with a lingering gaze, was swiftly tossed into the corner. Given that the adversary lacked level 5 strength, Maxim had become irrelevant. Shan Qianfen could handle the situation solo. Kill. Shan Qianfen clenched her fist and surged forward. The commander of Amaryllia, sensing the impending threat, hastily brandished his spear in readiness. However, just as Shan Qianfen approached him, she unexpectedly veered aside and glided past him. As the commander pondered this unexpected maneuver, a searing gaze struck his face. The commander, preoccupied with Shan Qianfen, was utterly unprepared for the onslaught of heat vision from Superman, which seared his visage. Nevertheless, being a commander, he instinctively activated the powers of his magical bracelet, raising it to counter Superman's thermal assault. A kidney shot ensued. Evidently, as Shan Qianfen glided by, her hand was not entirely innocent. She had surreptitiously grazed the commander's waist. Enraged, the commander swung his spear in retaliation, but Shan Qianfen, quick as lightning, seized the spear, engaging in a contest of strength. Though the spear seemed unremarkable, disarming him would undoubtedly diminish his capabilities. Release it. Shan Qianfen intensified her grip, aiming to wrest it from his hold. I will not release it. The magical bracelet on the commander shimmered, evidently enhancing his strength. You truly will not let go? Shan Qianfen inquired, perplexed. Absolutely not. Very well, then I shall relinquish my hold. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Shan Qianfen abruptly released her grip. Due to inertia, the commander of the Americas stumbled backward several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Qianfen advanced a step and leaped, delivering a powerful kick. The commander, seasoned in battle, quickly lowered his stance, bracing his spear across his chest to ward off Shan Qianfen's assault. Such a splendid opportunity would not be squandered by the superhero. A searing gaze was directed at the commander's elevated posterior. Before the commander could alleviate the burning sensation, Shan Qianfen swiftly approached with a knife-hand strike. The commander, undeterred, gritted his teeth and withstood the assault, raising his spear to intercept Shan Qianfen's blow. Impressive. Observing this, Shan Qianfen employed the same tactic, withdrawing her strength before leaping backward. Suddenly deprived of the resistance from Shan Qianfen, the commander stumbled forward a few steps, and Shan Qianfen seized the moment, executing a sliding kick to his legs, toppling him entirely. The superhero capitalized on the opportunity, extinguishing his heat vision and leaping down with formidable force towards the commander. The commander, disregarding his dignity, rolled to the side to evade, only to be kicked back by Shan Qianfen, landing squarely in the superhero's path. The commander's eyes bulged, nearly bursting from the impact. Boom. Adhering to the principle of delivering a finishing blow, Shan Qianfen followed up with another decisive stomp, with precision aimed at exploiting the commander's weakness. She targeted his most vulnerable area. The superhero furrowed his brow, yet, compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he joined Shan Qianfen in attending to the commander's sensitive region. Under normal circumstances, he would never partake in such antics. Yet witnessing Shan Qianfen's actions inspired his participation. Meanwhile, Maxim watched the two in synchronized chaos, his expression reflecting disbelief. Is combat truly conducted in such a manner? Their rogue tactics astonished Maxim. Enough. The commander's bracelet illuminated, prompting Shan Qianfen and the superhero to exchange glances, leaping and forcefully stomping downwards. The immense force collapsed the floor beneath them, sending the commander plummeting downwards. Clark cast a surprised glance at Shan Qianfen, astonished by their unspoken synergy. Shan Qianfen, however, remained unfazed. Earlier, during their time in Camartage, the Ancient One had recounted tales of a formidable duo, Shan Qianfen and the superhero, whose strength once resonated throughout the multiverse. In every subsequent universe, as long as the counterpart Shan Qianfen had not ensnared the superhero's beloved, that universe's superhero would inevitably evolve into a steadfast ally of Shan Qianfen. The fervor between the elder and the superhero had waned. Now, the prevailing trend in the multiverse was the passionate alliance of Shan Qianfen and the superhero. Boom. A colossal arc of electricity surged forth from the pit recently tread upon by the two individuals, swiftly followed by several other equally immense arcs erupting from the earth. Their unleashed might seemingly intent on obliterating all in their wake. Alas, beneath lies the treasury of Armenia, guarded by a formidable octopus, replete with potent magical artifacts. Maxim appeared to recall something. Dan Xinfeng, do you partake in fried cakes? The treasury is situated beneath the prison. It is about to collapse. Hurry. Dan Xinfeng scooped up Maxim and soared outward. As the trio escaped, the entire prison disintegrated into ruins under the power of the lightning. The thunder roared ominously, and dark clouds enveloped the sky above Armenia, culminating in a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, the leader of Armenia emerged from the rubble, bathed in the fury of the storm. Once fully imbued with this energy, he opened his eyes with a sinister smile. Not good. Take cover. Dan Xinfeng's instincts blared within him as he hurled Maxim aside and kicked Superhuman away. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, transcending heaven and earth, struck Dan Xinfeng. Though he could have evaded this assault, he chose to confront it directly, driven by a desire to validate certain hypotheses. During his time in the celestial realm, he had unlocked new warriors through the absorption of divine blessings. Could it be possible to unlock them using other forms of energy? Yet, blessings and attacks are fundamentally different. The pain was excruciating. Dan Xinfeng felt as though every cell in his body was being torn asunder. However, this anguish was worthwhile, for he distinctly sensed the birth of a new power within him. Chapter 58. The power of the master. The pain gradually subsided as Dan Xinfeng reveled in the electric rain, following the guidance of this newfound strength. He spread his arms wide and floated towards the heavens. The heavens have perished, the yellow sky must rise. This year marks a new cycle. All under heaven shall prosper. Thunder God, lend me your aid. Accompanied by Dan Xinfeng's impassioned roar, nothing transpired. Sigh, what gives? Why has nothing changed? I've set the mood perfectly. Dan Xinfeng glanced at his hands, suddenly smiting his forehead in realization. No, wait a moment. This is the world of American comics. The testing server should be speaking in a different tongue. Hey, someone, let me do that again. The leader of Armenia paid no heed to Dan Xinfeng, raising his hand to summon a massive lightning serpent from the clouds, which engulfed Dan Xinfeng whole. The serpent crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. And within Clark's perception, the aura belonging to Wei Yin vanished. Not. Superhuman had yet to express his fury when Maxim's anger surpassed his own. It seemed that he detected the presence of two more nuisances. From the clouds descended two lightning chains, binding Clark and Maxim tightly. Curse this wretched magic. Superhuman's body grew increasingly numb until he ultimately collapsed onto the ground, powerless. From this moment forth, I am the king of Armenia. Kneel, my subjects. Offer your devout homage to your new monarch. Such a tremendous commotion ensured that the Armenians had long since fled to a safe distance. This indicated that the Armenian commander was now frantically addressing Superman and Maxim. After a brief moment of madness, he seemed to realize that the ominous clouds overhead were disrupting his speech. Raising his magical bracelet, he prepared to harness its powers. However, the clouds did not dissipate. Instead, their ominous presence intensified. What could possibly be happening? The Armenian commander gazed up in terror at the chaotic clouds above. You must stop this at once, he demanded, amplifying the output of his magical bracelet, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the fallen Dan Xinfeng soared back into the sky. With each word spoken, Dan Xinfeng's aura grew stronger, culminating in a peak of power with the final utterance. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, completing Dan Xinfeng's transformation. Zhang Jiao. With eyes closed, Dan Xinfeng seemed to be acclimating to this unprecedented strength. The Armenian commander, witnessing this spectacle, was determined to prevent Dan Xinfeng from adjusting at leisure. He seized a sword and charged at him. Yet, this played directly into Dan Xinfeng's hands. In a flash, the Armenian commander's movement faltered, and the lightning coiling around Dan Xinfeng surged forth, summoning the wind and rain, commanding thunder and lightning. The concentrated lightning coalesced into a purple divine dragon, roaring towards the Armenian commander. This was Zhang Jiao's primary skill, Thunderstrike. Upon utilizing the flash, Dan Xinfeng could channel the surrounding lightning to strike his foes. In this dire moment, the Armenian commander, with all his might, activated the magical bracelet just in time to narrowly evade the oncoming purple dragon. Boom. The passing creature carved an immense chasm behind him, unfathomably deep and wide. Cold sweat trickled down the Armenian commander's forehead. How fortunate that he had managed to avoid such a blow. Did you truly think you had escaped? Dan Xinfeng raised both hands, gathering a surge of power, then shattered it. All that is destined shall be under my control. Just as the Armenian commander pondered Dan Xinfeng's actions, an overwhelming force manifested upon him. In mere moments, a portion of the Armenian commander's body was severed by the suddenly materializing purple dragon. This was Zhang Jiao's second skill, Ghost Path. Dan Xinfeng could expend power to ensure Thunderstrike would hit unerringly. No, I cannot die yet. I am the king of Armenia. I cannot meet my end here. The Armenian commander shrieked, dragging his mutilated body as he turned and fled. Observing this, Dan Xinfeng did not immediately pursue. Instead, He descended beside Superman and Maxim to assist in freeing them from their restraints. Are we really just letting him escape? Maxim gazed towards the direction of the fleeing Armenian commander. He will not get far. Ghost Path unleashed, the tide turns. Dan Shinfin conjured a surge of power, casting it towards the clouds above. Simultaneously, as the Armenian commander fled, a bolt of lightning struck him unexpectedly. The lightning that struck was neither exaggerated in its ferocity nor adorned with flamboyant appearance, nor did it possess any extraordinary speed, yet it decisively struck the commander of Armenia. There was little sound, and even the commander himself failed to perceive the lightning that had struck him. In the next moment, the commander vanished from the air, along with the formidable magical bracelet, vaporized into nothingness by the lightning. I regret to inform you, Your Majesty, that your magical bracelet cannot be retrieved. Shan Qifeng made a gentlemanly gesture. It's quite all right, Maxim said, a peculiar blush gracing his cheeks as he gazed upon Shan Qifeng's handsome visage. Wei Yin was a formidable man, and the leader was not lacking either. She grappled with the difficult decision of choosing between Wei Yin and Zhang Jiao. While your home lies in ruins, instead of contemplating how to salvage it, you are fixated on trivial matters. It is indeed deserved if you face rebellion. Suddenly, she recalled that her partner was indeed Shan Qifeng, and thus dismissed her concerns. Shan Qifeng pressed the device on his chest, reverting from his transformation. Everything in Armenia belongs to you. It was merely a bracelet. Maxim's expression returned to normal. She had made her decision. Looking at Shan Qifeng's true form, she resolved to have both. What do you think, my king? King? Are you referring to me? Shan Qifeng pondered, bewildered. Has the atmosphere become so open, so unabashed? Is it now customary for Xing Yu to flirt so directly? Wouldn't it be more subtle to first arrange a date before entangling in endless episodes? Yet, observing Maxim's demeanor and innate aura of authority, he mused that perhaps he wasn't at a loss after all. However, her interests seemed to lie with Rob. Did this make him a mere pawn? Noticing Shan Qifeng's momentary stillness, Maxim took the initiative to embrace him, including me, of course, feeling the warmth before him. Shan Qifeng closed his eyes. So be it. If I am to be a pawn, then so be it. Chapter 59, Lu Qinfeng and the Raven Gather. Shan Qifeng raised his hand, consolidating the roiling storm clouds into a singular card, lightning. This lightning could conjure a tempest of thunderclouds, randomly striking those below. In conjunction with the leader, it became a directed storm of lightning. This encounter not only unlocked the leader, but also the card, elevating his power to a new echelon. Shan Qifeng retracted the lightning back into his possession and then turned his gaze towards Maxim, and thus he found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Maxim's temperament burned with the intensity of fire, characterized by her straightforwardness. She revered the strong, loved fiercely, and candidly admitted her desire for Shan Qifeng's form. Shan Qifeng, with his looks, strength, and character, embodied the very essence of the man Maxim sought. Yet, Shan Qifeng was not an exemplar of restraint. He too felt a yearning for Maxim's physique. However, how to articulate it? Deep within, Shan Qifeng longed for a love that was perfect, a bond infused with the intimacy of everyday life, mutual responsibility, and the fervor ignited by desire. What then did this mutual attraction signify? However, Shan Qifeng could not, in good conscience, deny her desire for the other's form. After much contemplation, her heart was entangled in a chaotic turmoil. Suddenly, a flamboyant airship, adorned in a garish style, descended from the cosmos, carrying a man of equally ostentatious appearance. Oh, I have heard that the queen here is hosting a contest for suitors. Am I too late? The newcomer was none other than the bounty hunter, Rob, who, in the original animation, found refuge with Maxim after being spurned by Superman. The principal character had arrived, gazing at Maxim, who was affixed to her side, and then at Rob. Shan Qifeng inexplicably felt a surge of excitement, akin to a wife witnessing an infidelity. After a moment of hesitation, Maxim replied, "My king's challenge is far from over." Shan Qifeng interrupted Maxim, turning the small broken watch toward the divine being, presenting it before her. "I have been grappling with whether to accept this love. Since that is the case, I shall relinquish the choice to you. Press it, if it spares my life. I shall depart. If not, I will eliminate Rob." In the 52nd universe, within a dilapidated wooden cabin in the realm of Ame, a ragged man and woman embraced tenderly. Ahem, let not your thoughts stray. This is merely a normal sibling embrace, their disheveled attire a testament to their wounds and bloodstains. After sharing a moment of sibling affection, the man raised his hand, tracing a circle that opened a portal. "Sister, this portal will transport you to the main universe. Remember my words. You must find Qianfen in that world. You carry the bloodline of the three-palace demon. Only the most righteous Qianfen can purge the darkness within you and stand against the three-palace demon." Alas, the exertion of such potent teleportation magic weighed heavily on the boy, exacerbating his injuries. He suddenly coughed up blood, causing the portal to tremble violently. "Brother, The girl's eyes were filled with concern as she gazed at him. Hurry. Do not let the sacrifices of Icarus be in vain, sister. The boy forcefully pushed the girl into the portal. As he watched the portal gradually fade, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. But soon his expression turned cold and indifferent. Raven, do not blame me for exploiting you. Blame this world instead, for I merely wish to survive. Evidently, this boy was no virtuous soul. His motives for sending the girl to the main universe were far from altruistic. The girl was named Raven. The very same enigmatic girl who had become the sole noteworthy descendant of the formidable three-palace demon throughout the vast multiverse over the years. Having lost so much blood, it must not go to waste. The boy bent down, extending his finger to sketch a peculiar summoning circle at the spot where he had bled. O magnificent triad demon, I extol your formidable power. As the boy's summons resonated, the magical array emitted an eerie luminescence, followed by flames that surged forth, revealing a grotesque demon's head hovering above the array. Who dares to summon me? The boy promptly prostrated himself and proclaimed, Great Master, it is your most loyal servant, Lu Qianfen, who calls upon you. Indeed, this boy is the doppelganger of Lu Qianfen from the 52nd universe. Within the projection of the triad demon, a dark violet light flickered in its eyes, assimilating all information regarding Lu Qianfen. Bowing his head, Lu Qianfen smirked in the shadows, unseen by the triad demon. Deceiving the true essence of the triad demon is a formidable task. However, beguiling a mere projection is exceedingly simple. The information gleaned by the triad demon was entirely fabricated by Lu Qianfen. You have annihilated the entire Icarus. Well done, lad. You possess the makings of a fine demon. In the concocted memories, he portrayed himself as a devotee of the triad demon, who fortuitously discovered the demon's S.H.I.E.L.D lineage and sought to capture the raven to present to the triad demon, albeit failing and allowing the quarry to escape. Hasten to hell. The raven held profound significance to the triad demon, to the extent that it clouded his rationality. With a mere gesture, the triad demon opened the portal to hell for Lu Qianfen before dissipating, returning the information to its true form. Upon realizing that the triad demon had fallen into his trap, Lu Qianfen exhaled in relief. He gazed at the hellgate left by the triad demon, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Compared to other Qianfens, Lu Qianfen's plight was particularly dire. In this world, he bore the identity of the raven's half-brother. This identity was utterly lamentable. Not only had he failed to gain the benefits of the triad demon's bloodline, but he also found himself ensnared by the raven, living under the perpetual threat of a Damocles sword. As if fate conspired against him, Lu Qianfen's awakening yielded unforeseen complications, relegating him to a singular transformation into the gradually dying deity, Liu Bei, each metamorphosis consuming his very essence. Even in his untransformed state, his existence was ceaselessly sapped to maintain normalcy. Amid this relentless torment, Lu Qianfen transcended, unraveling the mysteries of the canine card. To survive, he required a powerful artifact, one capable of sustaining the flames of his life, the heart of the triad demon. Thus, Lu Qianfen took a perilous gamble, deceived the triad demon, manipulated the raven, and wrought destruction. All of this was to ensure his survival. I have a reason to live. Lu Qianfen lifted his gaze toward the starry expanse, his eyes brimming with resolve, and then boldly stepped through the portal to hell. Chapter 60. Ascension to Supreme Mage in the main universe, on a secluded isle. The primary universe's Qianfen hosted a grand outdoor gathering, inviting the vast majority of superheroes to partake. Life in the primary universe was leisurely, with crime rates nearly non-existent, devoid of demonic disturbances or extraterrestrial invasions. This tranquility was largely attributed to the presence of a powerful Qianfen. The primary universe is a particularly unique entity among the multitude of universes, a realm replete with countless hanging walls. Within this collection of walls, the primary universe's Qianfen stands as the mightiest, so powerful that he single-handedly extinguished the ambitions of all ancient beings who dared to probe into his secrets. Regardless of whether they are new gods or old, at levels 8 or 9, anyone who extends their claws is swiftly dealt with. No one truly comprehends the extent of Qianfen's strength. They only know that those who have attempted to test him have met their demise. Over time, the name of Qianfen resonated throughout the divine realm, earning him the moniker of the mythical celestial sovereign. Lu Qianfen sought to lure the three-palace demon into the primary universe, intending to exploit the mythical celestial sovereign to weaken him. The raven holds immense significance to the three-palace demon, and he will undoubtedly endeavor to ruffle the feathers of the mythical celestial sovereign. The reputation of the mythical celestial sovereign, known for his righteousness, has spread across the entire multiverse, ensuring that he would never allow the raven to be dispatched. A confrontation is inevitable. The three-palace demon, an ancient entity, one of the most formidable demons from the depths of hell, certainly will not perish easily. When the time comes, he will likely return, battered yet defiant. and then it will be Lu's turn to act. Contemplating this, Lu Qianfen cackled sinisterly in the depths of hell before delivering a slap to the three-palace demon, declaring, "You shall not laugh more wickedly than I." Meanwhile, the mythical celestial sovereign, reveling in a gathering with his closest friends, suddenly sneezed. "Achoo, something feels amiss," he thought, rubbing his nose. "At my level, can I even catch a cold?" With his formidable strength, the mythical celestial sovereign could perceive disturbances not just in the primary universe but throughout the entirety of the multiverse. Thus, an interdimensional passage connecting two universes would surely come to his attention. More trouble? The mythical celestial sovereign frowned. "Didn't I just deal with the heart of the universe, Thanos? Why are there so many issues in the primary universe, preventing me from enjoying my gathering?" Frustrated, he decided to wrap up his current engagements. With a wave of his hand, he severed the connection linking Lu Qianfen to the primary universe's teleportation channel and casually redirected it to another universe, specifically, the sixth universe, where Dan Qianfen resided. Achoo! At that moment, Dan Qianfen, engrossed in tea with Ancient One, was jolted by a sudden sneeze, an inexplicable chill running through him. "Am I catching a cold?" The Ancient One, preparing tea for Dan Qianfen, hastily retrieved ginger and brown sugar to brew in the teacup. "Your essence is too frail. Perhaps you should consider acquiring some strength. I happen to know a few dimensional demigods who offer reasonable prices and are quite trustworthy. Of course, you could also take advantage of them for free, but as you've just begun your journey, such actions might tarnish your reputation." Having been the supreme mage for many years, the Ancient One had become accustomed to the practice of leveraging her connections with various dimensional demigods, with the most disgruntled being Dormammu. Although her own magic was formidable, the comfort of acquiring resources without cost was undeniable. "No, I prefer my frail self," Dan Qianfen replied, rubbing his nose as he accepted the teacup. "By the way, I think I am almost ready. When do you think we should transition the position of the Supreme Mage? Have you sufficiently prepared?" "Almost," he responded. Ancient One nodded slightly, and then produced the Eye of Agamotto and the Book of Vishanti, handing them to Shan Qianfen. "Once you assume my role in communicating with Vishanti, you shall become the new Supreme Sorcerer." Shan Qianfen gazed at the two artifacts, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, I've always had a question. Why are you so insistent on choosing me? Isn't Steven a viable option?" He lacks the grasp. "What?" Shan Qianfen pondered. "Steven possesses a remarkable affinity for magic, and, after a lengthy period of study, he might evolve into a formidable Supreme Sorcerer." After a moment of thought, Shan Qianfen began to understand Ancient One's implication. "You mean, his prolonged development impacts your early retirement, correct?" Ancient One paused, holding the teacup, and replied, "Partly. The other reason is that nurturing you into a Supreme Sorcerer is my mission across every universe." "Why?" "It is the will of Vishanti. Such benevolence, gifting magic, a caretaker, and status. The beings of Vishanti are rather generous." Just as Shan Qianfen was about to inquire further about Vishanti's kindness towards her, Ancient One preemptively addressed her curiosity. "Because Vishanti was once a follower of the ultimate Shan Qianfen." "Oh, that clarifies things." Shan Qianfen had heard of the concept of ultimate Shan Qianfen from Fei Qianfen. The original and strongest Shan Qianfen served as the progenitor of all dualities of Shan Qianfen, an entity of tremendous prowess. "Now, if you have any further inquiries, direct them to Wang and the others. I must prepare for retirement." With that, Ancient One placed the two artifacts into Shan Qianfen's hands and, with a circular gesture, departed. After countless years in this position, she finally felt liberated. After conveying her instructions to Wang and Mordo, Ancient One transformed into a spiritual essence and leisurely exited this universe to explore others. Having served as a Supreme Sorcerer for half her life, it was time to indulge in some enjoyment. As for Earth, she entrusted it to Shan Qianfen with complete confidence. Although this universe's Shan Qianfen had some flaws, being somewhat selfish and flamboyant, Ancient One had extracted Shan Qianfen's parents from the flow of time before her departure. If she dared to falter, he would be met with a swift reprimand. For a Supreme Sorcerer, character was not of paramount importance. Ultimately, the Supreme Sorcerer was tasked with safeguarding Earth, with humanity being merely a byproduct. As long as one had sufficient power, that was enough. In terms of strength, Shan Qianfen was undoubtedly adequate. Though her abilities may not match Ancient One's, she enjoyed the favor of Vishanti, possessed her unique advantages, and had the support of 3 magical sanctuaries and the entirety of Kamartaj. Even a level 7 entity would gain no advantage here. The 6th universe was rather ordinary, lacking any extraordinary treasures. Generally, it would not attract formidable beings, and even if it did, it mattered little, for the deities of the main universe would intervene. Surely, no one would dare to cause trouble in the multiverse, risking the wrath of celestial deities. With these thoughts, Ancient One departed with a sense of assurance. Chapter 61, The swift power of S.H.I.E.L.D Vishanti is a trinity deity composed of the magical entities Ashtar, Hoggoth, and Agamotto. Regarded as one of the ultimate magical entities in the multiverse, Oxit serves as the wellspring of white magic, while Hoggies is the deity of magic referenced in the ancient body of Kamatage's incantation. Agamotto, the inaugural supreme sorcerer of Kamatage, is one of the ancient deities born from the world tree in primordial times. Together, these three entities form the Vishanti, also known as the Trinity of Vishanti or the Triad of Vishanti. The presence of supreme sorcerers is ubiquitous across the vast majority of the positive universe, all being of paramount significance, thus underscoring the undeniable power of the Vishanti. What Dan Chi-Feng must do now is to engage in an ancient ritual from Kamatage, supplemented by prayer magic, allowing him to mentally traverse the infinite cosmos and dimensions to connect with the Vishanti for communion. This is a task every supreme sorcerer must undertake. "Wait, I don't know this magic," exclaimed Modu, his face darkening as he nearly shouted. "You can't even perform the essential prayer to the Vishanti?" Modu was decidedly displeased with the sudden ascendance of Dan Chi-Feng as their new leader, yet felt compelled to endure due to Gu Yi's presence. Reflecting upon Modu's life, one could say it has been rather tragic. He is rigid and extreme, having spent his life battling the darkness under Gu Yi's tutelage, only to discover one day that the very Gu Yi he had followed for so long had succumbed to the darkness, leading to a collapse of faith and his eventual downfall at the hands of the righteous Star-Lord. Now, with Dan Chi-Feng in the picture, his situation has grown even more dire. "I truly can't. I'm a novice, just parachuted in," Dan Chi-Feng remarked, digging into his nose. Noticing Modu's countenance darken further, Wang hastily intervened. All right. Dan Chi-Feng has a great talent for magic. He grasped this with just a glance. Dan Chi-Feng nodded, blessed by the Vishanti. He would receive enhancements in learning the Vishanti series of spells. For instance, he had learned the teleportation spell after just watching Wang demonstrate it a few times. It was time to astonish the pedantic Modu with a glimpse of his magical genius. "Come on, Dan Chi-Feng, here," Wang said, drawing forth a tome as large and square as his head. "Which page?" Dan Chi-Feng inquired as he accepted the book. "All of it." After a busy hour, Master Wang and Master Modu decided to take matters into their own hands. The prayer magic was notoriously lengthy and tedious, and while Dan Chi-Feng possessed magical talent, his memory was lacking, requiring him to memorize the text felt akin to asking for his life. Modu placed the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Gem, a vessel of power, at the center of the magic circle while situating the Book of Vishanti at the outermost tip, serving as the initial incantation. Ancient Vishanti, Modu intoned, channeling magic into the teleportation array, initiating communion with the Vishanti that exists beyond the veil. Sensing the moment was ripe, Wang kicked Dan Chi-Feng into the center of the magic circle, assisting Modu in presenting him before the Vishanti. With a resounding boom, the magic circle erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, an inexplicable force propelling Modu and Wang away. Simultaneously, a fragment of Dan Chi-Feng's spirit, or perhaps a sliver of his soul, traversed through the magic array, entering the boundless expanse of time and space. S.H.I.E.L.D exhibited astonishing speed, propelled by an unknown force that transcended the constraints of time and space, surpassing the limitations of dimensions. He could even witness spherical universes diminishing in size within his view. With a spiritual demeanor and an indescribable velocity, S.H.I.E.L.D navigated the blood domain that lay between one universe and another. An immense array of universes trembled within the same space at varying frequencies, collectively forming the multiverse. The vast expanse separating these universes was referred to as the blood domain. Within this domain, a viscous energy flowed slowly, as scorching and tumultuous as lava yet simultaneously steady. Undoubtedly, if S.H.I.E.L.D's soul were cast into the blood domain at this moment, he would be rendered immobile, ground to dust in that realm. To traverse the blood domain equated to crossing the multiverse, requiring at least a 6th level of power. Following the guidance of that force, S.H.I.E.L.D moved forward and, at last, appeared to behold the towering walls that sealed the vast multiverse. These walls lacked a uniform hue, resembling a myriad of exceptionally potent particles, each possessing an inexplicable adhesive quality, perpetually in rapid motion. The force of time could not erode them, the power of space could not confine them, and even the might of the soul was unqualified to confront this boundless barrier. This was the wall of speed force, safeguarding the multiverse in an unconventional manner, crafted by the origin flash, firmly enveloping every region of the multiverse. Here lay the intersection of the source speed force and the realm of the gods, where S.H.I.E.L.D stood in awe, his eyes wide as he gazed upon the magnificent wall that transcended time and space. The colossal spherical domain formed by the multiverse, the blood domain, and the wall of speed force constituted the realm of Wantiani. Beyond the wall of speed force lay a domain reserved exclusively for the mightiest, known as the realm of the gods. The wall of speed force stood as a formidable barrier, restricting multiversal beings and keeping terrifying foes at bay, preventing them from rampaging through the multiverse with wanton destruction. After admiring the wall of speed force for a moment, as Shan Qianfen prepared to pass through, a hand grasped him from behind. "Hey, are you trying to sneak through?" Turning around, Shan Qianfen discovered that the individual who had seized him bore a striking resemblance to himself. Without a doubt, this was another incarnation of Qianfen. As Shan Qianfen's gaze swept the surroundings, he caught sight of an identification badge on the individual's attire. Speed Force Wall Toll Collector, Speed Force Qianfen? A fee? One must pay to cross this thing? Hadn't the Origin Flash created this for free? Upon hearing Shan Qianfen's inquiries, Speed Force Qianfen raised an eyebrow and retorted. Doesn't maintaining the Wall of Speed Force require manpower? Doesn't he cleaning the environment of the Wall of Speed Force require labor? Isn't the renovation of the Wall of Speed Force a task for workers? Quit your whining and pay up, or get lost. Do you think a pauper like you deserves to travel? Shan Qianfen rummaged through his belongings, finding nothing but an empty soul. Turns out you're just a pauper. Frustrated, he lamented, what a rare encounter with a kindred spirit, only to be left disappointed. With a furrowed brow, Shinsuli Qianfen waved dismissively, expressing her annoyance. All right. Considering everyone's connection to Qianfen, I shall refrain from striking you today. You may leave. Dan Qianfen observed her surprisingly amiable demeanor. Chapter 62, Audience with Emperor Wei Shan. Hey, you there, do not attempt to evade your fare. Shinsuli Qianfen suddenly bellowed, her body emanating arcs of blue electricity before vanishing from Dan Qianfen's sight. Empowered by the divine strength of Emperor Wei Shan, Dan Qianfen discerned the fleeing warrior, an entity of the 6th level known as Destruction Day. The Destruction Day, devoid of rational thought, howled as it attacked everything within its line of sight. A madman? Do you believe that feigning insanity will exempt you from your dues? Shinsuli Qianfen unleashed her Armstrong rotational acceleration jet cannon upon it. The lightning coiling around her converged into a sphere, aimed directly at the Destruction Day. Being capable of traversing the blood domain, the physical resilience of the Destruction Day was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, it suffered no resistance as Shinsuli Qianfen's attack pierced a gaping hole through its chest. With a roar, propelled by an unbidden force, the Destruction Day cells began a frenzy of metabolic activity, rapidly proliferating and differentiating. It was evolving to develop immunity against the recent assault by Shinsuli Qianfen. After a brief moment of gathering strength, the Destruction Day lifted its head, unleashing 2 blood-red beams of thermal vision that shot toward Shinsuli Qianfen's face with blinding speed. Perhaps taken off guard, Shinsuli Qianfen was struck squarely, and under the intense heat, she swiftly dissipated into nothingness. However, the one capable of lurking near the divine wall of Shinsuli was not so easily dismissed. It was merely an afterimage. With the assistance of Emperor Wei Shan's divine power, Dan Qianfen began to grasp the nuances of the situation. Quite astute. Indeed, no wonder you are my doppelganger. Shinsuli Qianfen reappeared behind Dan Qianfen, gripping the Destruction Day, which was firmly suppressed by her divine might. The disparity in strength between the two was immense. Even with its immortal characteristics, the Destruction Day was merely a plaything in her grasp. The naturally spawned Destruction Day was rather rare. Selling it in the realm of the divine would surely yield a handsome price. Shinsuli Qianfen bound the creature with chains of divine speed and cast it into the divine wall. Are you still not leaving? Shinsuli Qianfen's fierce gaze bore into Dan Qianfen. Yes, I'm going, right away. The ability to effortlessly subdue a 6th level Destruction Day with a single hand without transforming was intimidating. If she were to transform, it would be even more formidable. As Emperor Wei Shan's presence faded, Dan Qianfen directed a fragment of his soul back toward his home planet. Dan Qianfen. The sonorous voice of Emperor Wei Shan resonated through the divine wall, prompting an involuntary response from Dan Qianfen. Then, an overwhelming force of Emperor Wei Shan's divine power grasped Dan Qianfen through the wall, pulling him inward with relentless strength. Dan Qianfen brushed past Shinsuli Qianfen and entered the divine wall. Very well. It seems you are playing the part of the open road while secretly maneuvering through the shadows, are you? The swift and formidable Qianfen clenched his fist, transforming into a streak of lightning as he pursued. Although the Emperor of the Mountain moved with great speed, Qianfen's velocity surpassed it, allowing him to catch up in the blink of an eye. You enjoy evading responsibility, do you? Then remain here and do not flee. As Qianfen summoned the wall of swift power, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded forth, shaking the very essence of the Emperor's divine power that enveloped the soul of Shan Qianfen. I did not. Shan Qianfen found himself trapped between the forces of swift power and the Emperor's might, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as the Emperor's divine energy was gradually eroded. A disdainful snort resonated from the domain of the gods, and the sudden eruption of the Emperor's power suppressed Qianfen entirely. The Emperor was the origin of all white magic. His strength beyond doubt, a true level 9 powerhouse. Even the ultimate Flash, Qianfen's superior, would first offer a cup of tea before speaking to the Emperor. However, the tumultuous tides of war surged forth, and the blue arcs of electricity cleaved through the fabric of space, targeting the very location of the Emperor. Qianfen transformed into a celestial steed, brandishing thunderous wrath as he challenged this ancient entity. Perhaps sensing the provocation, the Emperor's divine energy surged wildly. A colossal golden beam piercing through the wall of swift power, striking Qianfen with immense force. While the Emperor treated Qianfen with some degree of kindness, it was limited solely to those who followed the path of the Supreme Mage's justice. It was evident that Qianfen was not among the Emperor's favored. Undaunted, Qianfen pointed towards Shan Qianfen, attempting to shed his burdens and block the Emperor's impending strike. Yet, the seasoned powerhouse was truly formidable, even without unleashing his full strength. Qianfen found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Damn it, I'm too far away to lend him support. Qianfen spat blood, the residual golden divine energy from the Emperor suppressing his own powers, sapping his regenerative abilities and leaving him in a wretched state. Shan Qianfen, cowering in the corner, dared not breathe, fearing he might become a target for venting frustrations. According to Murphy's Law, what one fears often materializes. Qianfen abruptly turned his gaze toward Shan Qianfen, a fierce intent to sacrifice him becoming evident. In response, the consciousness of the wall of swift power manifested in humanoid form, clinging to Qianfen's leg. The Emperor had once followed the ultimate Qianfen, and no one could fathom the depth of the cards he held. Moreover, the vast majority of the just Qianfen across the multiverse were disciples of the Emperor. To oppose him would indeed be a foolhardy decision. The wall of swift power relinquished all constraints on Shan Qianfen, allowing the Emperor's divine energy to draw him away seamlessly. A golden path of divine energy was forged, leading to the Emperor's divine realm, upon which Shan Qianfen now floated. Here, transcending time, space, soul, and dimension, lies a realm of divinity that is boundlessly more expansive than the multiverse, a world where supreme beings revel. Within this domain exist countless exalted territories, colossal celestial bodies such as the Apocalypse Star and the New Genesis Star. At the end of a path stand three indistinct figures. After enduring numerous tribulations, Shan Qianfen finally encounters the legendary triune S.H.I.E.L.D. Contrary to the overwhelming presence one might expect from such formidable beings, there exists only a profound sense of intimacy and warmth. Welcome to the realm of the divine, young Shan Qianfen. Chapter 63. Impeccable, a golden beam of light descends upon the skies of Comitij, a sign of S.H.I.E.L.D. sending Shan Qianfen home. Like the vast majority of the esteemed mages, Shan Qianfen is regaled with tales of the ultimate feats of his predecessor and is offered a generous bowl of chicken soup. In the midst of this exhilarating atmosphere, he is coaxed into signing a rather dubious contract. During his tenure, Shan Qianfen is to serve Earth wholeheartedly, enduring nights that stretch later than a dog's slumber and rising earlier than a rooster. He will also be required to patrol the surrounding dimensional spaces periodically, eliminating any factors that might pose a threat to Earth. Furthermore, should Earth face overwhelming peril, Shan Qianfen shall be the first to confront it, unable to retreat to the safety of the crowd as he once did. This dismal existence is to persist until another supreme mage capable of commanding the situation emerges. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. is no malevolent capitalist. He offers Shan Qianfen a sufficiently generous remuneration. Yet another day of explosive mishaps in the restroom. Shan Qianfen skillfully finishes his business and steps outside. A fleeting shimmer crosses the surface, another instance of dog card energy successfully coalescing. Indeed, this is one of the rewards bestowed by S.H.I.E.L.D., the king of the throne realm, where strength is gained through the mere act of squatting. As long as he refrains from switching his martial form, Shan Qianfen can continuously evolve within the realm of the throne, gathering dog card energy autonomously, allowing for an unconventional and limitless enhancement of his prowess as long as he avoids combat. Shan Qianfen's primary concern is the safety of his own state and the volatility of his strength. Now, with the realm of the throne at his disposal, all of this is resolved. Truly, he is the king of the throne of this era. Today is indeed a joyful day, but perhaps your happiness is premature. Modu ominously materializes behind Shan Qianfen. Shan Qianfen turns around in confusion, only to be inundated with a pile of books from Modu. What is this? He inquires, gazing at Modu in bewilderment. These are the things you are about to study, Modu replies, hands behind his back, turning away. The title of Supreme Mage is conferred upon those who possess more potent mystical or magical skills than others, or who command formidable environmental magical energies from other dimensions. Do you truly believe that your teleportation magic suffices to earn such a title? Shan Qianfen glances down at his watch and responds, you are correct in your assertions. Yet I believe that currently, no one on Earth who practices magic can surpass me. Not necessarily, Modu retorts, suddenly igniting magical flames in his hands, seemingly ready to spar with Shan Qianfan. Impeccable. As Shan Qianfan discreetly adjusted something from her trousers, the magical flames in Modu's hand abruptly extinguished. Just as Modu was about to utter an incantation, he was struck in the face by a card that Shan Qianfan had pulled from her trousers. In the next moment, when Modu's anger was about to ignite, he realized that the magical incantation he had memorized so well had suddenly slipped from his mind. This technique, known as flawless, allowed me to render magical skills ineffective within a certain power range. Shan Qianfan displayed a card to Modu, retrieved from her trousers. Do not question why it was taken from there. The Emperor of Weishan said that the ultimate Qianfan operated this way, claiming it could effectively achieve unexpected results. She returned the flawless card back to her trousers. This was another reward bestowed upon Shan Qianfan by the Emperor of Weishan. Her 3 canine cards of power had been completed, forming a basic arsenal. I concede, your flawless is formidable, but if, and I emphasize if, I were to reveal your parents, how would you respond? With that, Modu drew a circle. Spare me. Today, I wouldn't cast magic even if your parents were here. Not to mention the King of Heaven himself. Just as Shan Qianfan boasted, a couple emerged from within the circle. 10 minutes later, Modu reclined on a sandalwood chair while the transformed Shan Qianfan respectfully served him tea, addressing him as Teacher Modu. Gotham City had recently become exceptionally lively, a vibrancy that left many feeling disoriented. Originally, when Shan Qianfan departed Gotham, she had eradicated considerable black forces. However, after a brief period of peace, the city found itself once again besieged overnight by a myriad of sinister entities. Criminals, bounty hunters, mercenaries, and gangsters emerged in droves, with the Joker causing the most chaos. Bruce had just exited the mayor's office, his expression impassive, yet the shadows in his eyes were unmistakable. The city's wealthiest man was clearly not in good spirits. Recently, the Joker had been creating disturbances daily as if he had consumed a blue pill, driving even his grandfather to exasperation. With several large sores appearing at the corners of his mouth, the phone rang. Alfred, the elderly butler, conveyed yet another dreadful piece of news. Sir, the Joker has once again declared war on Batman before the media, Alfred stated. Coldly, Bruce responded, what has he done this time? He has killed 5 people, claiming he hadn't seen Batman for 5 hours. With a crack, Bruce crushed his phone in his bare hands, his face pale as he flung open the car door. The Joker had never resorted to such a crude method to provoke Batman. His newfound aggression was entirely due to the emergence of the divine factor of wine within him. The source of this divine factor was the 3 palace demons, and now, the purest bloodline of the 3 palace demons had arrived on this earth. How could it not go berserk? In a secluded alley, a figure cloaked in black robes walked quietly. It was a petite girl whose oversized robe made her appear like a quail, long oppressed and bullied. The raven transformed its appearance in this realm. It dared not reveal its true visage with 4 crimson eyes, instead opting to present itself in a human guise, mimicking that of its mother. At this moment, the young raven's heart was heavy with sorrow, for the inhabitants of this place were entirely oblivious to the tales of the Grand Universe's Qianfan. Its brother, Lu Qianfan, had imparted to it numerous titles of the Grand Universe's Qianfan, such as the mythical celestial sovereign, the most powerful supreme mage, and the hero of Cabello. Yet here, no one recognized the raven's inquiries, which were veiled in the guise of a sorceress who had subdued one office worker after another, employing mind magic to extract information. There were no Cabello heroes, no canine champions. Had all the sacrifices been in vain? Despair surged within, and the raven crouched against the wall, slowly shedding small pearls of sorrow. No, weeping here serves no purpose. O raven, you must be resolute. The supreme mage will not come seeking you. With renewed determination in her gaze, the raven rose, resolved to incapacitate the next office worker. Greetings, outsider. A portal materialized before the raven, and one emerged. The supreme mage wishes to see you. Chapter 64. The supreme mage's companion. Tell me, is there hope for my hands? Stephen Strange cried out in a hushed, anguished voice. Nick Timmons stood nearby, his gaze drifting as he observed Stephen, understanding deeply the prideful nature of this man who had once been a paragon of surgical excellence. Yet, no further explanation was necessary. As a leading surgeon, Stephen was acutely aware of the dire condition afflicting his hands. Stephen, please remain calm, Nick Timmons softly reassured, struggling to find words of comfort. For a surgeon, the loss of hands equates to the loss of everything. You scoundrel, you had no certainty of healing my hands. So why did you proceed with the surgery without my consent? Stephen fought to rise, but the excruciating pain radiating from multiple injuries rendered him powerless, causing him to stagger and collapse to the floor. Dr. Stephen, please, do not act this way. If it were not for Nick Timmons' timely intervention, you might have lost even the last glimmer of hope. A nurse standing by quickly assisted Stephen, attempting to clarify Nick's actions. Nonsense. How could I possibly be rendered incapacitated? Stephen pushed the nurse away with feeble strength, sinking to his knees. Tell me, Nick Timmons, this is all a lie, a mere dream, is it not? The once proud Stephen now regarded Nick with a pleading gaze, a sight he had never displayed before. He wished for this all to be a mere illusion. Yet the pain coursing through his body and the numbness in his hands proclaimed his grim reality. I am truly sorry, Stephen. I am so very sorry. Nick Timmons gazed at the once proud Stephen, guilt etched across his face, repeatedly offering his apologies. In a daze, Stephen returned home. On the coffee table in the living room lay a photograph depicting Stephen and his brother together. His brother had passed away some time ago, and Stephen had once succumbed to despair. The bond he shared with his brother had been shattered by an unexpected car accident that claimed his life. More absurdly, his brother perished in a car accident, and just as he managed to rally himself, he also lost the use of his hands in another tragic incident. Hence, it is said that reckless driving brings forth tears from loved ones. At the moment when Stephen, engulfed in despair, contemplated ending his own life, a spatial portal materialized in his home, from which emerged Dan Schienfen. Confused young man, do you wish to uncover the truth of the world? So, this so-called truth refers to me assisting you with your homework? Stephen raised the magical dictionary he held aloft. Ahem, was that not merely a moment of bravado, uttered casually? Moreover, shall we discuss the compensation for this task? Dan Schienfen gestured toward Stephen's hands, still nimble as ever. Hearing this, Stephen dutifully settled back down to assist Dan Schienfen with his assignments. As a future Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen possessed an extraordinary affinity for magic. In a mere 2.5 hours, he surpassed Dan Schienfen in theoretical knowledge of magic, even composing a response that astonished figures such as Mordo and Wong. Thus, Stephen Strange remained by Dan Schienfen's side as a study companion. However, despite Stephen's remarkable insights into magic, he did not genuinely believe in its existence. Instead, he regarded magic as an unknown advanced technology, viewing wizards as adept practitioners of such technology, with Camartage being a sanctuary of cutting-edge science. In the original timeline, Stephen was to endure a prolonged period of personal tribulation to smooth his edges, followed by Ancient One's intervention, which would shatter his pride. Yet, due to Dan Schienfen's reluctance to complete his homework, Stephen was whisked away to Camartage immediately upon his release from the hospital. Consequently, this future Sorcerer Supreme found himself simultaneously assisting Dan Schienfen with his assignments while expounding on various unknown technologies and regenerative cellular techniques. It was only after being cast out of his soul by Ancient One and traversing the multiverse that Stephen acknowledged the existence of magic, perhaps a point of reference for consideration. Dan Schienfen glanced at his own fists, decisively abandoning that line of thought, as a single punch might well lead to his soul's demise. By the way, Supreme Sorcerer, when may I return? Just as the diligent Stephen Strange seemed to recall something, he lifted his gaze to Dan Schienfen. With his hands healed, the sorcerer naturally yearned to return and resume his indulgent lifestyle, filled with luxury and allure. Although the technology here was advanced, he found the nurse's fair legs far more enticing. Return? Where shall you go? If you leave, who will assist me with my homework? If you depart, who will assume the position of Supreme Sorcerer? Dan Schienfen furrowed his brow, pondering how to convince Stephen of magic's existence and alter his aspirations. At that moment, the portal opened, and Wong emerged with a raven. I have told you repeatedly, do not call me Schienfen in the presence of outsiders. Address me as Supreme One. Very well, Schienfen, Wong acquiesced. Stepping aside to reveal the raven. The Sanctum sensors have detected a response of high-purity demonic bloodline. I have brought it to you. How shall we proceed? How else can this be managed? How can a bastard possess such a pure bloodline? It is likely just some young scion of a demon family seeking amusement. Castrated and discarded. Sean Schienfen cast a glance at the delicate visage of the girl named Crow, continuing, which demon's offspring are you? Return her, and perhaps collect a storage fee. Gui advised that as I just assumed my position, I should be rather assertive. With that, Sean Schienfen reclined on the sofa, resuming her earlier contemplation. Seeing that Sean Schienfen had misunderstood her intentions, Crow anxiously interjected, Noble Supreme Mage, I believe you have misconstrued my purpose. My name is Crow, and I am here to oppose the great demon of the three palaces. Upon hearing some familiar names, Sean Schienfen, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide as memories long buried surged forth, assaulting her consciousness. What did you just say? Crow paused, taken aback, and then replied, to oppose the great demon of the three palaces. Not that phrase, the one before it. I have come to Earth seeking your assistance. The one prior to that. My name is Crow. Three palaces, demon, and Crow. With a snap, Sean Schienfen erupted, King, close the door. Show her out. Chapter 65. The arrival of the three palaces demon Crow was startled by Sean Schienfen's abrupt reaction. Before she could regain her composure, Sean Schienfen produced a pouch of urea and placed it over her head. Schienfen, Your thoughts are not keeping pace with this new Supreme Mage's reasoning. Quickly find a few mages skilled in cleansing magic to erase this girl's traces in this world. I must leave before I am embarrassed. Time is of the essence. With that, Shan Qianfen opened a teleportation portal and departed. Though bewildered by the unfolding events, the king complied with Shan Qianfen's instructions. In the main universe, the revered deity, known as Shan Qianfen, shuddered slightly and found everything around her to be insipid. Despite her immense power, even she could not escape the passage of time. Divine strength could deceive others, but not oneself. Brother, as the spatial portal opened, the alternate universe Shan Qianfen emerged. Observing the disheveled scene before her, the alternate Shan Qianfen's lips twitched, yet she refrained from further comment. The revered deity waved her hand, signaling those around to depart. The alternate Shan Qianfen, also known as Beidou Zhuxi, and the revered deity were jointly referred to as the twin heroes of Qianfen. Both, of course, were minions of the underworld. Brother, I have detected the Three Palaces demon entering the multiverse. Should we take action? Do not concern yourself with it. The revered deity sipped from her goji berry tea and continued. The Three Palaces demon seeks to capture Crow. Let them take her away. We are not truly peacekeepers of the universe. This is merely a facade we maintain, and it is unnecessary to entangle ourselves in needless affairs. Capturing the ultimate Qianfen is our foremost priority. Once we secure the ultimate Qianfen, the rewards from the underworld will be substantial. Beidou Zhuxi nodded in agreement with the revered deity's plan, but soon expressed a lingering concern. If we remain inactive, might it tarnish our reputation? That is of no consequence. We shall simply restore what the Three Palaces demon has ravaged. As long as the Three Palaces demon does not wreak havoc in my universe, there is no need for concern. Yet, before the words could fully escape, the sky abruptly tore apart, revealing an endless chasm that seemed to rend the very fabric of the cosmos. A colossal and grotesque figure materialized at the far end of this rift. Cunning Huangzhong. Cunning Huangzhong. With those two admonitions, two kindly old men appeared around the fissure. Though I am aged, I am not devoid of strength, one remarked. Observing the two taut Kirin bows aimed in the direction of the Three Palaces demon, the once formidable presence of the demon instantly waned, and its 6 naturally fierce eyes softened, becoming almost serene. The Three Palaces demon, an ancient being, had certainly witnessed the formidable prowess of Huang Zhong in the hands of the ultimate master, Qian Fun. Esteemed gentlemen, I come not to dispute but to negotiate. The Three Palaces demon cautiously declared, gingerly brushing aside the bows aimed at him, adopting a tone of surprising gentleness. Release me, you counterfeit supreme mage. The raven, hoisted upon the shoulder of Qianfen, incessantly cursed. What do you mean by counterfeit? Clearly, you have mistaken your target, Qianfen retorted, briefly allowing the raven's head to emerge from his grasp. Do you have any idea whom you are confronting? That is the Three Palaces demon. Just as Qianfen intended to enlighten the raven about the demon's formidable strength, he hastily sealed his lips, realizing that extolling the name of such a being could attract unwanted attention. Yet, it was evidently too late. The cosmos was torn asunder by enormous demonic claws as the Three Palaces demon leapt into this realm, sealing the rift behind him. Qianfen raised his gaze to assess the newcomer. The Three Palaces demon was immense. Had Qianfen not possessed considerable power himself, he might not have been able to perceive it in its entirety. With a pair of fearsome, twisted horns that seemed capable of piercing the universe, one was broken. 6 mesmerizing demonic eyes, each the size of a sun, had four-blinded. Its colossal body was veined with arteries thicker than the diameter of Earth, yet too ancient. Equally gigantic arrows protruded from its chest, oozing blood. Although the sight was somewhat ludicrous, the aura of ultimate malevolence radiating from the Three Palaces demon remained undiminished, causing the entire 6th universe to tremble under its oppressive presence. The celestial order began to unravel, numerous stars collapsed, and fractures emerged at the universe's edge, reflecting a wasteland of blood. Naturally, Earth, being the core of the universe, could not escape this turmoil. Earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, and volcanic eruptions were but trifles. Every living being felt the influence of the Three Palaces demon, awakening the most primal evil within. Even those from Camartage were not exempt. The 6th universe was not particularly powerful, and the appearance of the Three Palaces demon within it was akin to forcing an elephant into a water bottle. Undoubtedly, the vessel was on the verge of exploding. Raven, my daughter, the Three Palaces demon extended a clawed hand towards the raven, striving to exhibit kindness. Yet he seemed to realize the unfavorable impression he currently presented and began to compose himself. After all, among his numerous progeny, the raven was the only one endowed with exceptional talent. The heart of darkness throbbed wildly, and the great horn of the triumphant demon reformed, while the 4 eyes that had closed sprang open once more. Subsequently, the triumphant demon raised a massive hand and forcefully extracted the 2 arrows embedded in its chest. A piercing scream erupted from the triumphant demon, resonating throughout the cosmos, akin to the reverberation of a bass drum, causing feeble beings to burst into blood upon hearing it. Shan Qianfen, positioned too close, found his ears bleeding, a direct victim of the sound. This enmity shall be remembered. The azure radiance swirled, transforming Shan Qianfen's injuries into strength. Cursed be the celestial sovereign and Beidou. Once I perfect the heart of darkness, you shall be the first to feel my wrath. The triumphant demon glanced down at Shan Qianfen, who was as insignificant as a microorganism. Perhaps I could vent my fury on their doppelgangers. Never mind. Those two monstrosities could arrive at any moment. I shall not squander time. The triumphant demon shrank its form, preparing to greet its offspring. Of course, even in a diminished state, the triumphant demon loomed like a mountain over Shan Qianfen, raising a hand poised to crush him as one would an ant. Shan Qianfen felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was evident that the triumphant demon could extinguish his life with ease, perhaps even more effortlessly than an ant. I am truly at my wit's end. Was the promised safety of the microcosm merely a ruse? Did Ancient One foresee such a predicament and flee in advance? Muttering a few complaints, Shan Qianfen struck his chest and exclaimed, "Awaken!" The power he had amassed in quietude erupted at that moment, his momentum surging. The time had come. Today we march to war. Chapter 66. The Ascendant Ancient God Kethan Boom. Shan Qianfen was thrust into the ground, his bones shattered, left with no room for resistance. Even having summoned the full power of the Boundary Bell Society, he had barely reached the level of a mere 7th rank. The abandoned Raven watched in terror as the triumphant demon effortlessly dispatched such a formidable Shan Qianfen in a single move. Had he not been discarded, she might have been reduced to mere sludge. Of course, this was merely the Raven's unnecessary concern. As an exceptional offspring of the triumphant demon, she would remain unscathed even if Earth were obliterated. As the last peach was consumed, Shan Qianfen finally escaped the brink of death. Is this what absolute power feels like? The Boundary Bell Society's full might was currently Shan Qianfen's strongest state, yet even the opponent's unremarkable finger nearly overwhelmed him. This time, it truly felt hopeless. A being as formidable as the triumphant demon possessed no desire for resistance whatsoever. Just as Shan Qianfen's spirit began to falter, the resounding voice of Emperor Visan echoed in his mind like a great bell. Shan Qianfen, hold on, do not give up. No matter the challenges we face, fear not. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it. Perseverance is the key to victory. Keep pushing forward. Stop, brother, no more motivational speeches. Come save me. Shan Qianfen hastily connected to Emperor Visan's communication channel, urgently pleading for aid. Hang in there, we will be there shortly. A radiant beam of light emanated from the residence of Emperor Wei Shan, piercing through the wall of divine speed to establish a link to the 6th universe. The interference caused by the wall of divine speed prevented Emperor Wei Shan from instantaneously teleporting into the multiverse. Suddenly, a golden link was distorted by an inexplicable force, compelling Emperor Wei Shan to retreat. It is you, Kassen. The Emperor immediately recognized his old adversary. Ancient God Kassen, the origin of chaotic magic and the source of all dark sorcery, stood opposite him, while Emperor Wei Shan represented the genesis of all white magic. Defeating and absorbing one another would grant the victor the title of the sole god of magic. Thus, their rivalry had spanned many years, marked by both affection and fierce conflict. Initially, their powers were evenly matched, allowing for a mutual enjoyment of their clashes. However, after Emperor Wei Shan acquired the ultimate Qianfen, his strength surged overnight, creating a vast chasm between their abilities. Especially during the peak of the ultimate Qianfen's power, Kassen dared not even glance at Emperor Wei Shan. Fortunately, the ultimate Qianfen fell to an unknown, fearsome entity, providing Kassen with a glimmer of hope. Emperor Wei Shan, today marks your demise. Though uncertain of his ability to vanquish the Emperor, Kassen was determined to maintain an imposing presence while obstructing his foe. He reached out to every follower within the multiverse, amplifying his power to its utmost potential. However, this pinnacle was fleeting. Suddenly, a sweet, childlike voice echoed, and the connection between Kassen and his followers was severed by an unseen force. What is happening? What have you done? Kassen glared at Emperor Wei Shan with lethal intent. No need for astonishment. It is merely a trinket bestowed upon me by the ultimate Qianfen, the Emperor replied, producing a card inscribed with the words Zhengzheng Rizhong for Kassen to see. This object, known as Zhengzheng Rizhong, allows the designated individual to be enveloped in steam, possessing the ability to frame jump, thus severing your connection with your followers. Mere tricks, Kassen scoffed, raising his hand to cast chaotic magic. Yet, at that moment, the chaotic magic ingrained in his very being inexplicably became alien and obscure. I forgot to mention, Zhengzheng Rizhong also possesses a frame-locking ability. How inconvenient it must be to cast her spells now, the Emperor taunted. Just as Kassen was about to retort, Emperor Wei Shan suddenly appeared before him without warning. With a swift motion, He delivered a resounding slap across Kassan's face. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. This frame-locking technique is a development based on the properties of Zhenzheng Rizhang. Entertaining, isn't it? Kassan remained silent, fixating on Emperor Wei Shan with a malevolent glare. With each slap, the Emperor refrained from employing divine power, relying solely on his physical prowess to strike Kassan. At their level of mastery, eliminating one another was a protracted endeavor, a battle that would endure for an extended period. After being struck over 20 times by the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D, Kassan's once malevolent gaze gradually softened. The skilled S.H.I.E.L.D had successfully cured Kassan of his long-standing habit of viewing others askew with those 20 resounding slaps. That is enough. You have urgent matters to attend to, do you not? I shall not impede you any longer. Kassan retreated repeatedly, yet the relentless S.H.I.E.L.D's advances proved impossible to evade. The matters over there are trivial. What truly matters is you, Kassan. I still possess numerous ultimate Qianfen trinkets that remain unused. S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled wickedly, producing yet another card inscribed with the power of the sixth brother, casting it towards Kassan. The card embedded itself within his being, prompting Kassan to quickly harness his divine energy for inspection, yet he perceived no abnormalities. The legacy of the ultimate Qianfen cannot possibly be devoid of any reaction. What have you done? Or rather, what purpose does this serve? In response, S.H.I.E.L.D did not wish to play the enigmatic riddle maker. This can lead to your misfortune. Before S.H.I.E.L.D could elaborate, Kassan scoffed disdainfully. At your level of power, you still cling to notions of luck? Fate's strength is hardly superior to ours. How could it possibly affect us? Hard to say, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, shaking his head as he restrained Kassan from departing. Meanwhile, in an unknown cosmos, a devoted follower of Kassan was drowning his sorrows in a bar. Just moments prior, his faith had actively communicated with him, an exhilarating experience for a fervent believer. However, the communion was abruptly severed. Could it be that the divine no longer desires us? The follower felt a pang of distress and drank heavily. Coincidentally, the bar's proprietor was a devotee of the Martian deity, who was explaining the tenets of the Martian faith to a group of neophyte believers, even producing a miraculous artifact as proof. The inebriated Kassan follower, incensed by the display, questioned why his god was bereft of miracles while the Martian deity seemingly thrived. In a fit of rage, he annihilated everyone present. This was merely a minor incident. Afterward, the follower, feeling disoriented, offered a tribute to the Martian deity's statue. By a stroke of fate, his offering struck the statue precisely. Even more fortuitously, the Martian deity's consciousness arrived just in time to receive the offering. Remarkably, similar occurrences were transpiring across numerous other universes. Concurrently, Kassan, locked in a standoff with S.H.I.E.L.D, contemplated the throng of aggressive deities poised to assault him. Chapter 67. I have sought aid from countless martial generals, yet the only response has been my own. Nanhua Old Immortal, open wide the heavenly gates. Let the mystical clouds ascend. With S.H.I.E.L.D's intervention, Shan Qianfen found renewed motivation to survive. He activated the dog card device on his chest, transforming into the Oxhorse Old Immortal, swiftly retreating into the underworld minigame of the dog card. Engaging in combat was futile. He could only bide his time until S.H.I.E.L.D arrived. After an adept escape, Shan Qianfen emerged from the minigame room, adorned with stars, and marked the 3 palaces of magic. For some time now, Shan Qianfen has possessed the Cowhorse Old Immortal, though he is not engaged with it frequently. The primary issue lies in the Immortal's lack of synergy within this realm. The Heavenly Tome proves to be of little utility, and its immunity attributes are limited to merely resisting fire and electricity. The wind control ability is even more unreliable, with a 50-50 chance of either yielding no effect or merely delaying the opponent's intent to strike. At this juncture, he must rely on the capabilities of the Nanhua Old Immortal. Anxiously, Shan Qianfen observed as the 3 palaces demon raised its hand to seize the raven. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed the wind control had succeeded, temporarily stalling the demon's desire to attack. How intriguing it is that such a diminutive creature could influence my thoughts. However, it was evident that this small trick was insufficient, as an inexplicable pressure manifested, rendering Shan Qianfen immobile. The Qianfen are indeed a peculiar bunch. Had I not been preoccupied with the escape back home, I might have indulged in a game with you. Perhaps the effects of wind control had not yet waned, as the 3 palaces demon instinctively uttered a few more words. Would you care to accompany me to hell? Your world is on the brink of destruction anyway. Destruction? Exhausted from contending with the 3 palaces demon, Shan Qianfen remained oblivious to the grim fate befalling Earth behind him. Momentarily stunned, he swiftly extended his mental energy outward. Natural disasters and the ravages of war were not the crux of the matter. His consciousness rapidly sought out the truth. They are gone, all gone. His parents, friends, everyone he held dear had perished. In an instant, a chill gripped Shan Qianfen's heart. Ha ha ha. What then is the purpose of my existence? Am I merely an ant crushed carelessly on the roadside? Shan Qianfen succumbed to despair, kneeling on the ground, shouting in anguish, "Beast, I shall slay you." He activated the dog card device on his chest, transforming into Guan Yu. Unlike his initial naive metamorphosis, Shan Qianfen had weathered many trials. The Guan Yu he summoned now was formidable, with a physique of pure muscle rivaling that of Superman. Yet, in the eyes of the Three Palaces demon, he was merely a slightly larger ant, incapable of even escaping its oppressive aura. "Move for me." Shan Qianfen gritted his teeth, veins bulging, every muscle straining with effort. Martial sage. With shattered teeth and bloodshot eyes, he took his first step against the pressure of the Three Palaces demon. If observers had been present, they would have noted that the power emanating from Shan Qianfen was escalating in an irregular manner, defying the law of conservation of mass and forcibly augmenting itself without any apparent source of strength, commonly referred to as going berserk. Unfortunately, when the Three Palaces demon arrived, those observers fled in haste, leaving no record of this extraordinary spectacle. With each step he took, Shan Qianfen quickened his pace. "Die, you wretch." He charged toward the Three Palaces demon. As he drew near, he leaped with fervor, like a speck of dust hurtling towards the demon's knee. "Jiayun." Shan Qianfen transformed once more, drawing the chain gang sword and piercing through the demon's thick hide with fierce determination. "Zhang Fei." He switched forms yet again, wielding the 8-foot serpent spear, unleashing the power of the dog card with reckless abandon upon the demon's knee. "Huangzhong." With a determined leap, Dan Qianfen soared into the air, raising the Qilin bow to aim at the eyes of the Three Palace demon, unleashing a barrage of arrows. Perhaps the time of wind manipulation had come to an end. The Three Palace demon, losing patience, lifted a claw to crush Dan Qianfen. "Come forth, Jimakeo." Dan Qianfen fixated on the Three Palace demon, activating the canine card device on his chest, transforming into Jimakeo. "Feel the wrath of the divine." Iron Cavalry. Dan Qianfen charged directly at the oppressive presence of the Three Palace demon, manifesting as a streak of light that collided forcefully with the demon's fingers. In that moment, Dan Qianfen's momentum reached its zenith. Yet, like a fleeting flower, it was destined to wither. The Iron Cavalry could not restrain the formidable body forged through relentless training. After a brief clash, Dan Qianfen reverted to his original form, plummeting to the ground, his flesh mangled and bones shattered. His aura grew faint, life seemingly on the brink of extinction. Was this truly the end? My tragic and mundane existence, once thought to be that of a protagonist, revealed to be merely an inconspicuous shadow. Alas, perhaps I shall dissolve into the cosmos alongside this universe. However, before that, surrender is not an option. Dan Qianfen opened his eyes, flipped his wrist, and revealed a parchment scroll, pressing it down. The scroll ignited, summoning a demon from the depths of hell. "Esteemed Supreme Mage, how may I be of service?" Mephisto, clad in a tailcoat, bowed before Dan Qianfen. This scroll, a gift from Ancient One, was intended for bargaining with the great demon, albeit at the price of eternal servitude. After all, why else would Mephisto wear such a delighted grin? Yet, his laughter was short-lived. As a single finger from the Three Palace demon crushed him, the scroll continued to burn, and Mephisto was summoned once more. The previous demise was merely a projection of his essence. "Go forth, slay him," Dan Qianfen commanded, pointing at the Three Palace demon. "Mephisto, do you even comprehend the gravity of this situation? Is that something I can simply engage with?" The scroll kept ablaze, forcing Mephisto to confront the Three Palace demon. How could Ancient One not have prepared for such a transaction with a great demon? The conclusion was inevitable. Dan Qianfen would become the demon's slave. But only after the task was completed. With a resounding crash, another of Mephisto's projections was obliterated, and the Three Palace demon seemed infuriated by the incessant pestering. Grasping yet another summoned projection of Mephisto, the demon's power surged, annihilating all manifestations of Mephisto in one swift motion. With a thunderous roar, the scroll was entirely consumed by flames. "What? Dead? How utterly useless. You are a great demon after all. I had hoped you might take a piece of him with you." Summoning his last vestiges of strength, Dan Qianfen raised his hand, imploring, "O great treasure, great demon, great divine spirit, whoever you may be, if you can hear my despair, please respond to my helplessness." Closing his eyes, Dan Qianfen pressed down with the final remnants of his life force. As his breath faded, Dan Qianfen from the Sixth Universe met his demise. An intriguing fellow. You might just survive and transform into a formidable Qianfen. The Sangong demon raised his hand and summoned a recent meteorite, hurling it towards the lifeless body of Shan Qianfen. I too share this sentiment. A flash of green light illuminated the scene, and the once deceased Shan Qianfen opened his eyes. The colossal meteorite appeared suspended in time, hovering directly above his head. "Who are you?" The resurrected Shan Qianfen radiated a power that even the Sangong demon found intimidating. "Who am I?" I have long forgotten amidst the vast expanse of time. I can only vaguely recall that they referred to me as the ultimate Qianfen. Chapter 68. The Great Shu Battle Team Lingtong. With a flicker of green light, the ultimate Qianfen transformed into a robust young man, his upper body bare. Boundary breakthrough. Arise. The living king of hell of this era. A chilling wind swept through, and a dark force surged from the feet of the ultimate Qianfen, coiling upwards and enveloping him entirely. Boundary Lingtong. The ultimate Qianfen levitated above the ground as beams of light emanated from the device on his chest, manifesting into exquisite equipment that surrounded him protectively. The Zhuge crossbow, the little man's sword, the rear blade, the Red King's shield, the 8-Tang formation, the warm armor, and my steed. How long it has been, my old friends. The equipment buzzed, shimmering with silver light, seemingly responding to the ultimate Qianfen. Enough, enough. This is not the time for reminiscing. The hellish soldiers from the dog card could arrive at any moment. It is a pity that my demon treasure is currently recuperating. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Advance with urgency, slay the generals, seize the cities, and then vanquish the armies. The ultimate Qianfen grasped the ancient ingot blade and pointed it at the Sangong demon. Hell, the space at the dimensional periphery was torn apart, and the defeated Sangong demon fled, leaving behind nothing but his tattered undergarments. How unfortunate, stripped of even my trousers. The half-demon Lu Qianfen Elira swiftly appeared before the Sangong demon, assisting him to his feet. The Sangong demon was in dire straits. All his divine equipment had been obliterated. Aside from the bound item, the demon heart, nothing remained. He was left in a most disgraceful state. Have we encountered a great demon? But that cannot be right. Great demons only seize energy, do they not? Lu Qianfen pondered, withdrawing the dual swords to thrust at the Sangong demon. Lu Qianfen, what are you doing? The Sangong demon raised his claw to deflect Lu Qianfen's dual blades. Betrayal in hell is a commonplace occurrence. Hence Lu Qianfen's surprise attack bore no fruit. I intend to eliminate you and delve into your memories to uncover what transpired. Rest assured, once you have perished, I shall care for your wife. You need not worry. Lu Qianfen swung his dual swords with reckless abandon at the Sangong demon. Enough. The Sangong demon gathered the powers of the hellish dimension, repelling Lu Qianfen. Though I have sustained some injuries, my 9th tier strength is not something a mere 7th tier can hope to contend with. Despite the significant damage and loss of equipment, the Sangong demon remained one of the most formidable evils. Even in a weakened state, subduing an ordinary 8th tier opponent was still well within his grasp. You speak the truth. However, what if it is a multitude? Let us gather and engage in combat. Numerous beams of light erupted from Lu Qianfen, dispersing to form multiple teleportation portals, each connected to a formidable Qianfen. Before long, the Three Palaces demon found itself surrounded. Allow me to lead the charge. A Qianfen transformed into the formidable Jia Liao Hua boldly initiated the offensive against the Three Palaces demon. As the demon sidestepped, it conjured a malevolent fireball aimed at Jia Liao Hua's back. The Three Palaces demon, a supreme entity of unparalleled malice, transformed the diminutive fireball into a meteor. Caught off guard, Jia Liao Hua was vaporized in an instant. Witness my resurgence in battle. With a flash of red light, Jia Liao Hua unleashed a defining technique, narrowly preserving his life. Alas, brothers, be cautious, the situation is dire. The other Qianfen nodded in agreement, each summoning their own adept warriors. With the two nations reconciled, let us refrain from conflict. The Han dynasty stands on the brink of peril, relying on your esteemed assistance. If the enemy does not provoke us, we shall not initiate hostility. A Qianfen standing beside Lu Qianfen transformed into Ma Liang and commenced his incantation. With each verse, torrents of power surged into Lu Qianfen, continuously elevating his prowess. Such a feeble fluctuation of aura would have previously elicited scorn from the Three Palaces demon, yet now it posed a challenge. Should the adversary be allowed to chant unrestricted, today could indeed herald calamity. Do you dare to slay me, you insolent children? Before the Three Palaces demon could act, a youthful Qianfen transformed into Jiang Wei and boldly offered his face to the demon's hand. What? The notoriously tempestuous Three Palaces demon. Could he endure this? In a fit of rage, he unleashed a punch capable of shattering any minor cosmos towards Jiang Wei. Ah, is this truly happening? Master, save me. Jiang Wei hurriedly leaped behind a Wulong Zhuge. Just as Zhuge was about to utter a curse, the Three Palaces demon's fist tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards them. The Taiji gave rise to the two forms, which in turn birthed the four symbols, leading to the emergence of an ancient Bagua diagram before Wulong Zhuge. The hexagrams twisted and revealed a crimson hue, successfully intercepting the Three Palaces demon's blow. Do you recognize this formation? A sinister smile crept onto Zhuge's lips. Yet it was fleeting. Oh my. Zhuge, is this Bagua formation truly so effective? Allow me to have my turn. Jiang Wei beckoned, drawing over 2 more transformations of Jiang Wei and his companions to join in the provocation. Under the taunting of the 3 Jiang Weis, the 3 Palaces Demon's singular punch morphed into a flurry of strikes. Boom. Before the Bagua formation could utter a sound, it was obliterated in an instant. Sensing impending doom, the trio of Jiang Wei swiftly retreated, leaving Wulong Zhuge, now marked by the demon's aura, to face the onslaught alone. Boom. Wulong Zhuge was violently torn asunder, his upper half flung to the east, while the lower half soared to the west. The pain is unbearable. With only his head remaining, Wulong Zhuge lamented in agony. What? Is he still alive with just a head? Jiang Wei glanced at the still-speaking head of Wulong Zhuge. I absorbed most of the damage for him. Transforming into Fu Tong, Qianfen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Quickly feed him a peach. We must bring him back. Aside from Lu Qianfen, the 5 strongest transformations into the 5 tigers rushed forward to restrain the 3 palace demon, allowing the remaining Qianfen to gather peaches to save the sleeping dragon, Zhuge Liang. The 5 warriors, Jie Zhongfei, Jie Guanyu, Jie Zhaoyun, Jie Huangzhong, and Biao Ma Chao, joined forces to confront the 3 palace demon. Is there a slacker among us? The other 4 turned their gaze towards Biao Ma Chao. The Qianfen transformed into Biao Ma Chao lowered his head in shame. After all, it was a challenge to obtain the limited-time divine gift of 6 yuan. Do not feel inferior, my friend, Lu Qianfen reassured, holding the last portion of dog card power contributed by Ma Liang, digesting it while approaching. Once I acquire the heart of the demon and ascend to ultimate existence, not only will I surpass Jie Ma Chao, but I shall seize even the likes of Shin Ma Chao. As he spoke, the singular Qianfen absorbed the final remnants of dog card power, his aura gradually ascending to the pinnacle of level 7, only to abruptly halt. Awkwardly, he realized he was almost at level 8 and needed to find more dog card power. Lu Qianfen casually passed by Mao Xiaoho, his mischievous hand giving her a playful squeeze on her ample backside. That's enough, he declared. Mao Xiaoho? Boom. Lu Qianfen shattered the boundary of level 8, experiencing a qualitative breakthrough in power. In this realm, only Qianfen could contend with him, despite Lu Qianfen just entering level 8. His current strength could easily rival season level 8's. With an air of calm, Lu Qianfen advanced, and at that moment, the 3 palace demon was as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board. By the way, your brother is quite useful. Passing by Ma Su, Lu Qianfen took a moment to offer words of comfort. Witnessing such camaraderie, Ma Su quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, praising his elder brother. Indeed, Lu Qianfen took a few more strides, reaching the center of the 5 tigers. He patted Jie Zhongfei on the shoulder, remarking, "Your wife is also quite capable. Elder brother, I commend you." Jie Zhongfei? Chapter 69. The method to save the world, you shall face retribution. With a scream and a curse, a gaping hole was torn in the chest of the 3 palace demon, and an eerie heart was extracted by Lu Qianfen. Dubbed the heart of the demon, or the dark heart, it was a convergence of numerous negative energies and the very essence of countless demons, serving as the source of the 3 palace demons' formidable power. Having endured the relentless onslaught of the mythical Celestial and the Northern Dipper's fatality, as well as the ultimate Qianfen's wheel of battle, this ancient and powerful entity ultimately succumbed to Lu Qianfen's might. I have finally obtained you. Although the process had its discrepancies, the outcome remained unchanged. Lu Qianfen exited his transformation, raising the heart of the demon amidst the adoration of his brothers, and then fiercely plunged it into his own chest. After devising for so long, the power of this ultimate demon is now mine. Lu Qianfen laughed heartily, and under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he ascended, becoming a deity. The essence of Lu Qianfen's life rapidly soared, the power of the heart of the demon flooding every cell, every quark within him. Yet soon, a shroud of black mist enveloped him. The heart of a demon brings not only power but also suffering. Before one can attain boundless strength, one must endure immeasurable pain. Pain, anger, jealousy, hatred, depression, anxiety, and isolation. Almost all negative energies converge. Do these trivialities think they can shake my resolve? Compared to my past, they are merely trifles. Lu Qianfen closed her eyes, reminiscing about her days in Dhaka. The fortune bags contained nothing but beans. The recruitment orders were all mundane repetitions, and the boxes were filled with feathers and glue. Dhaka, how I despise you. Lu Qianfen opened her eyes, and with a mighty shudder, shattered all negative emotions, successfully advancing to level 9. Where am I? Did I not die? Shan Qianfen, groggy and disoriented, opened her eyes to see a group of individuals in lab coats bustling around her. What are they doing? Conducting experiments? Whose experiments? Wait, I seem to be the subject. Upon seeing the figure approaching with a large syringe, Shan Qianfen suddenly jolted awake. What do you intend to do? Stay away from me. I have a fear of needles. She struggled desperately, but her limbs were shackled. Just as she regained consciousness, still dazed, and unable to react. A large syringe was plunged into her tender body, injecting a murky white substance. Someone, protect me. The drug took effect rapidly, and S.H.I.E.L.D soon closed her eyes. Is it working? Don't worry, this dosage could fell an elephant. Such a large dosage, will it be all right? It should be fine, right? As they conversed, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly stood up and began to speak in her sleep, uttering chilling words about killing in dreams. Once she fell back into slumber, they were warned not to approach. After stating this, she lay down again. Let us administer another dose. The female assistant complied, preparing another injection for S.H.I.E.L.D. However, at the moment she released it, S.H.I.E.L.D broke free from her restraints and seized the assistant's wrist. Might I inquire if the lady is willing to share the night with me? 10 seconds later, apart from the female assistant, everyone else in the laboratory lay in pools of blood. A self-preserving mechanism was in place. Though not entirely reliable, it proved useful at times. Now, what is the situation? The female assistant remained silent, and S.H.I.E.L.D, losing interest in further threats, clutched her head and began to extract memories. During that battle with the three palace demon, S.H.I.E.L.D had enlightened her true self, transcending limits. Now, upon transforming into any martial general, she possessed a level 7 prowess. Level 7, capable of traversing the multiverse freely. Naturally, having comprehended the mysteries of the universe, this ability to extract memories would reveal principles and methods at her will, commonly referred to as omniscient and omnipotent. Hydra, you say? Through the female assistant's memories, S.H.I.E.L.D gleaned part of the current circumstances. This laboratory belonged to Hydra. On that day, something inexplicable occurred. The three palace demon did not destroy this world, and she did not perish but was instead rescued by Hydra's agents. The earth has descended into chaos. The triumvirate has awakened the most primal malice within all living beings. Coupled with the deteriorating conditions of our planet, how could the selfless souls, who neglect their own safety to aid others, possibly survive? Only the selfish and formidable villains endure. Indeed, all of S.H.I.E.L.D's virtuous companions have perished, while those driven by desire and greed, like the Hydra, thrive in this new world. You deserve nothing less than condemnation. Harnessing the power of the dog card, S.H.I.E.L.D emerged from the laboratory and commenced a ruthless slaughter, mercilessly eliminating anyone in his path without heeding their pleas, driven solely by a desire to vent his fury. 10 minutes later, he exited the Hydra's experimental base, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies behind him. What to do next? He gazed up at the resplendent sun, contemplating whether to annihilate every Hydra member in this world. Without hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D transformed into Ma Chao, swiftly traversing the earth. His formidable 7th-level strength was indisputable. He could instantly reach any corner of the planet at will. His mental prowess enveloped the earth, accurately pinpointing each Hydra member, systematically eliminating them. Moments later, panting, he casually sat upon a stone by the roadside, confident that the Hydra from the 6th universe had been eradicated. Wait, it seemed there was one remaining. S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly recalled the former Hydra leader, Red Skull, who had been conscripted on the distant planet of Vormir. With a flash, he opened a portal and leaped to Vormir, swiftly finding Red Skull and snapping his neck. To his astonishment, Red Skull did not perish. The power of the Soul Stone shielded him. How intriguing! Was he more resilient than expected? S.H.I.E.L.D removed his glasses and brandished a whip. Given his current strength, among the native beings of the 6th universe, only the Ancient One and the complete set of Infinity Stones could pose a challenge to him. Thus, he gleefully lashed out at Red Skull before the Soul Stone. Will you speak or not? Crack. Speak. Crack. Wait, for heaven's sake. How can I respond if you don't ask? The suspended Red Skull shed humiliating tears as he recounted his plight. I simply wished to vent my frustration. However, out of humanitarian concern, S.H.I.E.L.D posed a question he believed Red Skull could not answer. Do you know how to save the world? I do know. Restart. Restart this world. Red Skull replied eagerly, as if grasping a lifeline to avoid further punishment. Restart? Chapter 70. Red Skull's words ignited a spark of realization in S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps by rebooting the timeline of this world, it could revert to its state before the Triumvirate's arrival. There exists a notion that significant events often precede the demise of the Flash, for he possesses the ability to restart the timeline. Yet, it seems the Flash has met his end. Who shall I seek to initiate a restart? Must I run myself? However, I lack the divine swiftness. Merely running fast serves no purpose, sighed S.H.I.E.L.D, scratching his head. Observing the troubled expression on S.H.I.E.L.D's face, the Red Skull, eager to avoid further punishment, thoughtfully proposed an idea. Perhaps you could seek a powerful being to restart the world, or you could become that powerful being. Indeed, I could ask Lord Vishandi for assistance in restarting it. The Red Skull's words sparked an epiphany in S.H.I.E.L.D, who immediately established a mental connection and frantically dialed Lord Vishandi's number. However, the busy Lord Vishandi, preoccupied with his own affairs, had muted his phone. Bah! What a scoundrel! You promised to pay special attention to me, yet you won't even answer my call. Shan Qianfen raised his whip and vented his frustrations upon the Red Skull. The Red Skull, helpless, realized that Lord Vishandi was the only influential figure he knew, and despite his displeasure, he could only wait. After all, since he had nothing else to do, why not release some pent-up anger? My lord. The Red Skull winced while enduring the blows, simultaneously racking his brain to devise alternative solutions for Shan Qianfen. Fortunately, the Soul Gem was not granted to the Red Skull in vain. During moments of leisure, it had shared with him numerous cosmic secrets. Thus, the Red Skull, combining this information, derived another method. My lord, you could venture to hell, provided you can afford the price. The Red Skull remained oblivious to the true architect of this impending calamity. Hell, isn't that the ancestral home of the Three Palaces demon? With renewed vigor, Shan Qianfen lashed out even harder. Suddenly, the fabric of space trembled, and on the desolate Wolmer's star, two unexpected guests arrived. Shan Qianfen halted his actions, scrutinizing the uninvited visitor. The appearance of this person bore an astonishing resemblance to Shan Qianfen, perhaps a 9/10 similarity, confirming suspicions that he was indeed a doppelganger. Upon seeing Shan Qianfen, the newcomer first bowed respectfully before speaking. Father, Shan Qianfen? Let us rewind time a bit. I vaguely recall being referred to as the ultimate Shan Qianfen. This ultimate Shan Qianfen swiftly subdued the Three Palaces demon. Lu Qianfen absorbed the spoils of the demon's defeat and, while sorting through its memories, stumbled upon something remarkable. You there? Yes, the one who transformed into Chunjun. Come forward. The Shan Qianfen who had transformed into Chunjun stepped forward as Lu Qianfen opened a portal connecting to the sixth universe. I need you to invite the ultimate Shan Qianfen here. Remember to speak gently. It's fine if he doesn't come, but do not provoke him. After all, from a biological and power perspective, the ultimate Shan Qianfen is the progenitor of all Shan Qianfens. Do you understand? As the timeline converged, Father, Shan Qianfen. Not that. I meant to say, Dad, Shan Qianfen? Uncertain whether it was fear of the ultimate Shan Qianfen's might or simply his first diplomatic mission, this Shan Qianfen was exceedingly nervous, taking quite some time to articulate his intent. Oh, so you mean to say that a certain Lu Qianfen, my elder brother, defeated a formidable evil demon, claimed its territory and harem, and now has a vast estate, inviting many handsome men and beautiful women to his abode for leisure, where they can rest whenever they tire? Chunjun. Indeed, that is precisely the meaning conveyed by the leader. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our steps. After a fleeting passage through time and space, Shan Qianfen found herself in hell. Contrary to her expectations, this place was devoid of the volcanic obsidian formations she had imagined. Instead, it was adorned with blooming flowers, verdant grass, towering trees, swings, and fountains resembling a heavenly park. A melodious laughter, as crisp as that of a yellow oriole, echoed through the air. Shan Qianfen turned to inquire about the source of the sound, only to have her eyes widen in shock and her mind race with fury. It was the raven. In an instant, Shan Qianfen dashed forward, seizing the raven by the neck. Had this unfortunate child not wandered into the wrong universe? The sixth universe would not be plagued by such unwarranted misfortune. Ah, it is you. The raven gazed calmly at Shan Qianfen, who had her hands around her neck, exuding an aura of 8th level strength with nonchalance. As the saying goes, when one ascends, their companions rise as well. Lu Qianfen, having absorbed the legacy of the Three Palace demon, had become a formidable 9th level figure, empowering her entire entourage of kinfangs, all of whom had attained 7th level prowess. As Lu Qianfeng's half-sister, the raven effortlessly reaped the benefits and ascended to 8th level strength, akin to a cheat. In one moment, she was a mere 3rd or 4th level novice, and in the next, she had reached 8th level. The leap from 7th to 8th level is a formidable chasm. The former would struggle to annihilate a universe, while the latter could effortlessly create one. Lady Raven, this is a popular, massage technique in the 6th universe, Shan Qianfen chuckled sheepishly, her small hand withdrawing from the heart. If there was no hope for the 6th universe, Shan Qianfen would not hesitate to strike down the raven, even if it meant rivers of blood. However, there remained hope for the 6th universe, and thus, Shan Qianfen became agile once more. Sighing, the raven forgave Shan Qianfeng's impulsiveness. Though she had transformed into a demonic queen, her innate kindness remained. Even a deity would find themselves compelled to offer her a cup of tea. Observing the powerful yet benevolent raven, Shan Qianfen conceived an idea perhaps she could solicit her assistance in attempting to restart their universe. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Lu Qianfen and her entourage arrived in a flurry. Among them, two kinfangs unfurled a massive banner that read, "Welcome, Ultimate Qianfen, to hell for guidance." Shan Qianfen exclaimed, "What? How could I possibly be the ultimate Qianfen?" After hearing Lu Qianfeng's description, She was utterly bewildered. Who was the ultimate chieftain? According to the account provided by the Emperor of Wei Shan in ancient times, this figure would ride atop a demon god, commanding it to fetch paper while humorously commenting on its appetite. Even the embodiment of a supreme 10th-level deity would need to utter a few choice words to avoid a beating from the ultimate chieftain. If I were the ultimate chieftain, could I truly be bullied by a mere trifling 3-palace demon? Chapter 71. The Canine Ghost Soldiers. Bah! What nonsense! This wretched Shuang Lu chieftain, unable to assist me even with the trivial matter of restarting the universe. Shan Qinfeng cursed as she returned to the planet Womir within the 6th universe. This journey through the inferno was far from a joyous occasion. Regarding Shan Qianfen's vehement denial of being the ultimate Qianfen, Lu Qianfen, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, finally realized that the esteemed ultimate Qianfen was attempting to evade the prying eyes of the canine soldiers. Rest assured, we are all kin. Observing Lu Qianfen, who seemed possessed by an understanding, Shan Qianfen chose silence. Yet, there were words still to be spoken. In a single gulp, Shan Qianfen drained a can of iced red tea beside him and, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, beseeched the formidable Lu Qianfen for assistance in reviving the 6th universe. Hasn't the 6th universe already been revived? Shan Qianfen's expression darkened instantly. What nonsense is this? If you choose not to help, so be it. But feigning ignorance is utterly absurd. In a fit of anger, Shan Qianfen retreated through the previous spatial passage, returning to the 6th universe. 555, Red Skeleton. Someone just played me for a fool. As he sobbed, Shan Qianfen took out a whip to vent his frustrations upon the Red Skeleton. Red Skeleton? Wait, who are you, my friend? Do we know each other? Why are you coming at me like this? The Red Skeleton appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, lost in his own excitement, Shan Qianfen sensed something amiss. Despite the Red Skeleton being incapable of resisting his onslaught, an unsettling feeling loomed over Shan Qianfen. Something felt profoundly, even excessively, wrong. What kind of gaze is that? Is this your stance for receiving a beating? Present your backside properly. Realizing the issue, Shan Qianfen noted that the Red Skeleton's position for punishment was suboptimal. Under Shan Qianfen's guidance, the Red Skeleton adjusted his stance accordingly. Just as Shan Qianfen was getting into the rhythm of his whipping, a spacecraft descended, and a man and a woman clad in protective suits ejected from it. Did we arrive at an inopportune time? The pair stood frozen in shock at the horrifying scene before them. Apologies, we saw nothing. The woman, quick to react, grabbed the man and attempted to sidestep. Hello. Shan Qianfen darted in front of them. You've arrived just in time? Care to join in the fun? Crack, crack, crack. 3 whips struck the Red Skeleton in succession, leaving him dazed and in a state of ecstatic agony. After observing for a moment and realizing that Shan Qianfen had no intentions of turning his wrath upon them, the pair relaxed slightly, their grip on each other loosening. Where are you two from? And what is your purpose here? They exchanged glances before answering sincerely. We hail from a planet called Earth, and we are here to seek the Soul Gem. The Soul Gem? What use does one have for such a trinket? Shan Qianfen, with a swift motion, summoned an immense force that shattered the very essence of the Soul Gem's rules, forcefully capturing it within his palm. This display left the duo in awe, prompting them to divulge their true intentions. Our Earth is under siege by a cosmic tyrant named Thanos, who seeks to gather the 6 legendary Infinity Gems to annihilate our world. Isn't this world already half destroyed? Does he truly need to go through such lengths? Wait, I've only been away from Earth for mere minutes, and Thanos has already launched his attack? Grasping the man and woman, along with their spacecraft, Shan Qianfen soared back to Earth. The Earth belongs to me alone, regardless of its disarray. It is not for Thanos to wreak havoc. I must return and give that wretched brother of mine a proper thrashing. Boom. A colossal spaceship crashed on a Stark tower, sending debris plummeting to the ground, causing the onlookers below to scream and scatter in terror. Wait, isn't this area supposed to be open space? Shan Qianfen waved her hand, conjuring a gust of wind to disperse the dust. Who dares? Hundreds of armored suits soared through the air, surrounding the unexpected visitor, Shan Qianfen. Leading the charge were Iron Man and War Machine, who adjusted their suits to maximum power, ready to strike at any moment. A volley of arrows was unleashed. Countless projectiles radiated from the center where Shan Qianfen stood, their sharp tips and tremendous force shattering the armored suits into pieces. Iron Man and War Machine were pinned against the wall, their armor sustaining a damage rate of 90%. Please replace immediately. Do you see any replacements in this situation? Tony's vision darkened. Indeed, his sketches were no match for Jarvis. What is happening right now? Shan Qianfen flashed to Tony's side and yanked off his mask. If memory serves, this fool should have perished when the Triking Demon arrived, and there were so many buildings around. I recall it being quite desolate. Could it be that I've wandered into the wrong universe? Dog Captain Shan Qianfen, Joe Bane Cadet, unlike the naive Tony Stark, War Machine Rhodes immediately recognized S.H.I.E.L.D as the terrorist who had once posed a threat to the upper echelons of the American government. You recognize me? Just as S.H.I.E.L.D was about to inquire further, several portals opened behind her, and Wong and Mordo, along with a throng of others, approached. Wong, Mordo, you survived? Thus, with concise and eloquent words, S.H.I.E.L.D recounted the tale of the Tri-King Demon's descent and the subsequent destruction of the world, followed by its mysterious reboot. Most of the audience dismissed it as mere storytelling, except for Mordo and S.H.I.E.L.D's parents, who believed her. Through their exchange of information, S.H.I.E.L.D learned that the timeline had advanced many years after the world's reboot. Due to this reset, the Ancient One, who was far away on her cosmic travels, could not find her way home, and S.H.I.E.L.D was still reveling in hell, leaving Earth in a particularly weakened state. Moreover, with Thanos' sudden assault, he had unexpectedly gathered all 5 Infinity Stones. Against Thanos with 5 stones, no force in the 6th universe would fare well, let alone Earth. But now, things had changed. Dog Captain had returned. Iron Cavalry, Iron Cavalry, Iron Cavalry, Iron Cavalry. With a command to charge, the enemy formation is in disarray. Follow me to slaughter. S.H.I.E.L.D led a legion of Earth's superheroes, sending Thanos reeling. Beyond the 6th universe, the Celestial Lord observed S.H.I.E.L.D's every move with keen interest, hoping to glean some insight. They were aware that the Tri-King Demon had fled into the 6th universe, yet they chose not to intervene. In their eyes, the 6th universe lacked skilled combatants, and after being favored by the Tri-King Demon, it would undoubtedly perish, requiring no further effort on their part. However, the 6th universe was not destroyed. Rather, the Tri-Palace Demon was expelled. The Tri-Palace Demon is indeed formidable, managing to withdraw victoriously from Masaka. Could it be the ultimate Shinfen? Consequently, the mythical celestial sovereign reactivated the 6th universe and concealed himself in the blood domain, poised to await the emergence of the solitary Shinfen. Brother, Beidou, armed with a scroll of brown parchment, approached the mythical celestial sovereign. It appears that the Shinfen here in the 6th universe is akin to our kind. Look here, he too has forged a pact with the dog, Kazma, becoming a canine specter. A specter? Why was this not mentioned sooner? I wasted half a day waiting, the mythical celestial sovereign said, losing interest as he turned to journey toward hell. Having heard of a powerful Shinfen who had proclaimed himself the king of S.H.I.E.L.D, perhaps there were issues to address. In the shadows, a pair of eyes fixated upon the departing figures of the 2 specters vanished into the void. Chapter 72. Yuan Pai. The influence on Earth necessitates expansion, and numerous factions have expressed interest in bidding for the presidency of Earth. Single Shinfen cast a glance at those present, all of whom constituted the pinnacle of power on Earth within the 6th universe. As he brewed tea, he remarked, however, based on my evaluations, several factions lack the requisite strength. I have conferred with their leaders, and they graciously withdrew, leaving us with just 9 factions. One has just retreated, reducing our number to 8. All of us are formidable, yet I urge unity. Internal strife will only deplete Earth's resources. As he distributed the brewed tea to those present, he continued, I propose a plan for your consideration, a form of assistance, if you will. To be candid, I desire the presidential position, as I wish to expedite our passage through the 6th universe and abandon this charade. I propose 2 conditions. First, everyone must heed my command. Second, no clandestine maneuvers beneath my notice. Of course, in exchange, I shall refrain from involving myself in matters of profit. Simply reserve an untouched portion for me before your meals. Having concluded his speech, he surveyed the room, gauging the reactions of the assembly. I oppose, interjected the representative of the American government, a high-ranking agent concurrently serving in S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra, the first to voice dissent after Single Shinfen's declaration. With a swift motion, Single Shinfen delivered a resounding slap that sent the man flying. Fire attack. A flame materialized in Single Shinfen's hand, its intense heat altering the countenance of all present. I agree, I concur. It is imperative to agree. After a round of amicable exchanges, the position of Earth's presidential leader in the 6th universe was bestowed upon Single Shinfen. Excellent. The low profile was not Single Shinfen's style. If good deeds went unrecognized, was it not equivalent to failing to do good? Once Earth was unified, any significant crises resolved would be acknowledged as the work of Single Shinfen, the Earth's president. What could be better than that? Certainly, vanity is merely one aspect. This approach serves a greater purpose in managing our planet. The Green Lantern, descending from the heavens on a uniquely designed flying vessel, appeared with an air of authority. However, Shinfen, visibly displeased, exerted a formidable presence that overwhelmed the Green Lantern, causing him to falter. Noticing this, the Green Lantern hastily altered his tone, addressing her as Madam President. What is the matter? He inquired. Shinfen, with a calm demeanor, retracted her imposing aura. The Green Lantern then produced an invitation from his pocket and presented it to Shan Qianfen. It was a summons from the president of the Green Lantern Corps, Green Lantern Qianfen, inviting all individuals of the 7th rank and above to the headquarters for an important announcement. Upon receiving the invitation and opening it, a radiant light emerged, projecting a message into the air. With my husband away, I find myself in solitude. The fiery and exhilarating game of 3 Kingdoms is upon us tonight. Shan Qianfen mused. If that is the case, I must attend the Green Lantern headquarters without fail. Greetings, fellow players. I am Yuan Pai, who has dedicated 25 years to practice as a Green Lantern. He continued, my surname is Yuan, and I enjoy engaging in this game. Thanks to the kindness of my comrades in the community, I am affectionately referred to as Yuan Pai. You may also call me by my English name. Before Yuan Pai could finish, the audience erupted into chaos. Be quiet. We're here to see beautiful dancers, not to watch you perform tricks. Get off the stage. I want to see a backflip. How dull. I want to see bloodshed. It was evident that the audience, including Shan Qianfen, had been lured by the misleading information in Yuan Pai's invitation. Suddenly, Yuan Pai unleashed his 9th-level power, silencing the crowd with a palpable tension. Clearing his throat, he continued, since you are all quite busy, I shall be brief. A nefarious entity has forged the Black Lantern ring, seeking to resurrect the Black Death Emperor by committing acts of murder. All present were aware of their past lives as ultimate beings and understood the nature of the Black Death Emperor. He embodies nothingness, darkness, and death, seeking to restore the universe to a state of lifeless silence. The Black Lanterns are produced from those who have perished or once faced death. Those who wield the Black Lantern are not truly immortal. Rather, they exist beyond the dichotomy of life and death. Even if a Black Lantern's vessel is destroyed, the dark matter it emits will resurrect it instantly. The Black Lantern possesses immense power, unmatched except by the White Lantern. And those possessed by the Black Lantern become mere puppets of the Black Death Emperor. The sole means to combat the Black Lantern lies in harnessing the Green Lantern energy combined with the emotional spectrum's other energies, particularly the life-affirming power of the White Lantern. Yet, the White Lantern remains elusive. Thus, the Green Lantern stands as the only hope against the Black Lantern. The night of darkness approaches, and I implore each of you to collaborate with me in the fight against the Black Death Emperor. Of course, should you choose not to cooperate, that is your prerogative. I cannot compel anyone. However, to prevent all from being manipulated by the dark forces and thereby becoming our adversaries, while also ensuring peace in the universe, those who dissent may remain here forever. What a thing. Is this a coercive threat intertwined with moral kidnapping? Yuan Pai paid no heed to the multitude of opinions from the crowd. He raised the green lamp ring, enveloping the assembly in a green light that manifested their innermost desires. In an instant, a myriad of indescribable entities emerged before the audience. All hail, Lord Yuan Pai. For the glory of Lord Yuan Pai. Long live Lord Yuan Pai. Thus, the headquarters of the Green Lamp Corps was transformed into an open-air spectacle by the fervent crowd. Yet, under the watchful eyes of many, Yuan Pai appeared to shy away, suddenly vanishing from the sight of the assembly. The crowd, undeterred, continued their revelry. In the shadows, a man donned in undergarments peered quietly at the festivities unfolding outside. Are you all set? Yuan Pai suddenly materialized behind him. Of course, it was evident that this man shared an unspeakable secret with Yuan Pai. Yuan Pai retrieved a card from his pocket, depicting a group of bound little blue figures. The night is long and dreams are many. Let us commence. Those little blue figures must be your mentors. Yet do you truly have the heart to act against them? The man accepted the card. Mentors? Humph. They are merely a collection of self-serving individuals, seeking to mold me into an emotionless puppet. Chapter 73. The Darkest Night. Lord Dan Qianfen, please do not take others' cards. The corporeal incarnation of Diao Chan, seated opposite Dan Qianfen, giggled as she feigned submission with a charming tone while retracting her hand. Hand it over. Dan Qianfen showed no mercy, forcefully snatching the peach card from Diao Chan's grasp. Lord Dan Qianfen, please do not bully Sister Diao Chan. The corporeal incarnations of Xiao Qiao flanked him, seemingly attempting to thwart his actions. Humph. Dan Qianfen remained resolute. Well done, Lord Dan Qianfen. One must not be too gentle with that wicked woman. The corporeal incarnation of Madame Yin gently pressed against Dan Qianfen's back, offering a massage. Feeling the warmth and inexplicable fragrance emanating from behind him, Dan Qianfen suddenly reflected on life. You scoundrel, are you conjuring up something nefarious? This remark came from the corporeal incarnation of Chao Ying, hidden beneath the table. Though Dan Qianfen may appear somewhat uncouth, compared to the two next door who were forcing a cat to perform a pole dance, he seemed quite normal. Indeed, all of this was conjured by Yuan Pai using the green lamp ring, based on the desires buried deep within the hearts of the crowd. Yes, playing an exhilarating game of 3 Kingdoms with a table full of female warriors was but a modest passion of Dan Qianfen. Wait, something seems amiss. Dan Qianfen glanced around, taking in the absurd scenes, feeling that something was not right. Wait, weren't we here to confront the Dark Death Emperor? How did we truly begin? Suddenly, the seemingly innocent Xiaoying transformed into a figure of allure, the stark contrast piercing straight through Dan Qianfen's heart. Let it be. Regardless of the enigmatic Black Death Emperor or the celestial deity, let us revel first. The festivity takes precedence. A myriad of intricate emotional energies abound. It is you, Yuan Pai, who skillfully orchestrates their every nuance. That man, clad in his peculiar undergarments worn externally, crouches in the shadows, voraciously absorbing the emotional energies radiating from the throng. Is this not self-evident? Only Qianfen truly comprehends the essence of Qianfen. Yuan Pai has dispatched a doppelganger here, while his true self has ventured forth to contribute his emotional energy. Enough of this. The man seizes the amassed emotional energy and begins to ascend into the heavens, oblivious to the throngs ensnared in their own enchantment. Black Lantern, life energy, the immortal little blue beings, along with a complex emotional spectrum, and the sequential narrative gemstones. Manifest now, on this darkest of nights. At the moment the man in the peculiar undergarment presents his bizarre offerings, an inexplicable force radiates throughout the multiverse. Subsequently, a shadow emerges from the void and begins to proliferate, consuming all within its reach. Those places tainted by the shadow descend into eternal silence, light dissipates, hope shatters, and darkness descends. Enormous lantern furnaces materialize in every corner of the tainted multiverse. A myriad of black lanterns birth from the darkness, seeking hosts. The black lanterns seek the deceased as vessels, and their hosts become puppets of the Black Death Emperor, slaying living beings to harvest their life energy. The black lanterns proliferate like a virus, expanding at an astonishing rate, impervious to conventional methods of extermination, resulting in an escalating cycle of death and the proliferation of black lanterns. The multiverse begins to succumb at an alarming pace. In this moment, countless followers of the ancient deity, ensnared by the black lanterns, gaze in horror at the calamity unfolding within the multiverse. Enough, Emperor Wei Shan. Your followers are the most numerous in this multiverse. Will you not intervene? Kassin restrained the Emperor's hand. No matter, it is all within my expectations. As Kassin held down one arm, the Emperor sprouted several more, continuing to grapple with Kassin. Time is up. Arise, Black Death Emperor. The man in the peculiar undergarment casts forth the Black Lantern ring, and in an instant, darkness surges forth, entwining around the ring. A flash of brilliance emanates from the Black Lantern ring, followed by an ominous silence that causes all living beings to tremble. After a brief radiation, this silence coalesces into a scythe, grasped by a figure whose skin clings tightly to their bones. Black Death Emperor, be reborn. Esteemed Black Death Emperor, I am your loyal servant, Origin Superman. You may also call me by my name here, Supreme Little Superman. The man in the peculiar undergarment bows respectfully to the Black Death Emperor. The Emperor perceives the unwavering loyalty of Origin Superman at a glance, but chooses not to elaborate further. What of Scarface? Scarface is the guardian of the Black Lantern ring, the very ring wielded by Origin Superman to summon the Black Death Emperor. Caught in vice, underage, capital punishment awaits. The Origin Superman did not speak falsely, indeed. Scarface did engage in prostitution, and he was undeniably a minor. However, his intent was not to solicit. It was the Origin Superman who ultimately dealt the death sentence. Under the principle of rounding, all statements hold an element of truth, imperceptible to the Black Death Emperor. As for the Black Death Emperor, who comprehends his plight, upon his recent resurrection, he encountered a rather perplexing incident. What of his corpse? While death may seem inconsequential, the Black Lantern ring possesses the ability to resurrect. Ashes scattered in the blood domain should now be evenly dispersed across every multiverse. Nevertheless, these matters are trivial. To plunge the multiverse into eternal darkness, a few sacrifices are deemed necessary. The Origin Superman took it upon himself to comfort the Black Death Emperor and began to extol the virtues of a grand scheme. Your Excellency, a myriad of entities known as Qianfen now inhabit the multiverse, all possessing great potential. You could eliminate them to bolster your Black Lantern Legion. This was indeed a rational proposition. Having witnessed the immense power of the ultimate Qianfen and having heard whispers of their wonders, the Black Death Emperor resolved to take action against them. Wherever darkness reigns, the Black Death Emperor's eyes and ears are present. It was not long before he discovered a gathering of Qianfen reveling. Just as he prepared to set forth, the Origin Superman intervened. Your Excellency, your amassed power is still insufficient. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow more time for consolidation. The Qianfen are known to be irrationally powerful. One might emerge from the cosmos at any moment, boasting overwhelming strength. Fear not, the Black Death Emperor waved dismissively, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. At this rate of progress, the annihilation of the entire multiverse is imminent, and my power will only grow. How can mere Qianfen stand against me? Though they may be swift, their strength cannot match my escalating might. The advantage lies with me. Chapter 74. The Red-Headed Fly Hero with Exhilaration. The Red-Headed Fly Hero soared between skyscrapers using Spider-Man's specially designed webbing. Despite it not being his first experience, every time he swung through the air filled him with excitement. Mom, look! It's Spider-Man and the Red-Headed Fly Hero. A little girl, hand in hand with her mother, noticed the duo frolicking above. The Red-Headed Fly Hero possessed keen hearing. Even at great heights, he caught the girl's voice. He adjusted his posture and landed with a striking pose. Hello, young one. Would you like to take a picture with the Red-Headed Fly Hero? Yes. As one of the beloved neighborhood heroes in Queens, the Red-Headed Fly Hero, though less renowned than the young Spider-Man, was still adored by children. Upon receiving her enthusiastic answer, he deftly retrieved a small camera from his suit, capturing the moment and inscribing his signature on the back of the photograph. Goodbye, Red-Headed Fly Hero. Farewell, little hero. The Red-Headed Fly Hero propelled a strand of web from one hand, ensnaring a hot dog from a nearby vendor, while with the other hand, he shot a web to a towering building, drawing himself upwards. Mid-flight, he shook his legs, causing a few coins to cascade accurately onto the hot dog vendor's stall, performing the maneuver with effortless grace. After a few swings, the Red-Headed Fly Hero chose a picturesque rooftop to pause and relish his breakfast. He removed his mask, revealing a visage akin to that of most mortals. Indeed, the Red-Headed Fly Hero was a manifestation of this world's common folk. His bestowed warrior was none other than the legendary Red-Headed Fly, the divine General S.H.I.E.L.D. from the era of mythical warriors. Yet, due to the peculiar limitations of S.H.I.E.L.D's mission ability, the Red-Headed Fly Hero could never awaken his true potential. Consequently, his strength was feeble, akin to a blank slate, relying solely on his superhuman physical attributes for sustenance, while his web-swinging abilities were borrowed from a small spider, as he lacked the skill to create his own. While enjoying his meal, the Red-Headed Fly Hero's keen senses detected a plea for help, prompting him to abandon his hot dog and search for the source of the distress. It turned out that a rhinoceros was robbing a bank. The rhinoceros, a recurring minor character in the Spider-Man universe, relied heavily on his bizarre mechanical armor, which was neither particularly strong nor weak. Hello. The Red-Headed Fly Hero descended from above, landing forcefully against the rhinoceros's mechanical horn. Utilizing the gravitational potential energy, he delivered a powerful kick that shattered the horn, sending several wires flying, narrowly avoiding a mechanical malfunction. However, having succeeded with his initial strike, the Red-Headed Fly Hero refrained from launching further attacks, instead opting to stand his ground and wait for the rhinoceros to recover. This decision stemmed not from a sense of martial virtue, but rather from the realization that his biological stance was not robust. He had jumped too high and kicked too forcefully, leaving him in discomfort. Rhinoceros, do you realize you are breaking the law? The Red-Headed Fly Hero proclaimed, albeit awkwardly shifting his legs, moving cautiously. Ah, look who it is. I thought it was someone significant. Is this not the little bug sidekick? The rhinoceros retorted, adjusting his stance to face the Red-Headed Fly Hero. Prepare to meet your end. The rhinoceros, disregarding any code of conduct, suddenly charged at the Red-Headed Fly Hero. Caught off guard, the hero was knocked backward by the rhinoceros's full force, sending him flying. Coughing, the Red-Headed Fly Hero, possessing merely a level 3 prowess, found himself incapacitated after the rhinoceros's full frontal assault. The rhinoceros maneuvered his armor closer to the fallen hero, raising his massive steel hoof. Farewell, little bug. Yet, the rhinoceros was unable to deliver the fatal blow. Hey, rhinoceros, you better show some respect for my friend. Spider-Man appeared before the Red-Headed Fly Hero, bracing against the rhinoceros's enormous foot. And by the way, spiders are arthropods, not bugs. With a surge of strength, Spider-Man effortlessly flipped the rhinoceros's several-ton armor onto the ground. With a resounding crash, the rhinoceros's control panel shattered under Spider-Man's punch, and he was extracted from the armor, bound in webbing. I apologize for my tardiness. How are you, my friend? Spider-Man extended his hand, and the Red-Headed Fly Hero, with some effort, rose to his feet. With peaches in hand, he quickly regained his composure. The Red-Headed Fly Hero, suppressing his pain, brushed off the dust from his attire, mindful of his appearance. Spider-Man, Red-Headed Fly Hero, as the villains were vanquished. The hidden populace emerged, chanting the names of the neighborhood duo from Queens. Despite the Red-Headed Fly Hero's lackluster performance, he earned the admiration of the crowd, for he had stepped forth when their safety was at stake. A smile graced his lips as he joined Spider-Man, soaring away amidst the cheers of the onlookers. This was precisely why the Red-Headed Fly Hero chose to embrace the mantle of a superhero. Oh, my goodness. Qianfen, who have you been fighting with? You look dreadful. The Red-Headed Fly Hero's girlfriend rushed forward, concerned at his disheveled appearance. It's normal to take a beating when one is outmatched. I'll be fine soon, he reassured her. reclining on the sofa while turning on the television. Having witnessed his extraordinary abilities, his girlfriend refrained from further remarks and tenderly fetched warm water to clean his wounds. Although he could transform physical injuries into psychological ones upon reverting from his superhero form, he chose to relish the care bestowed upon him by his girlfriend. Beyond his heroic endeavors, the red-headed fly hero led a joyous and liberated private life, indulging in fishing and racing when time allowed. Whenever funds ran low, he compelled Spider-Man to pose for a few alluring photographs to send to the slightly more seasoned Spider-Man, always reaping a handsome profit. Suddenly, while savoring his girlfriend's attentions, the red-headed fly hero's acute hearing detected a scream. Without a moment's hesitation to bid farewell, he flung open the window and leaped into the fray. As a superhero, he was commendable. However, as a boyfriend, he fell short. Nevertheless, his girlfriend harbored no resentment, fully supporting his pursuit of dreams with unwavering enthusiasm. Why has the sun dimmed? As the red-headed fly hero soared through the air, he furrowed his brow at the sun hanging in the sky. It was close to noon, and the sky bore no clouds. Why, then, did it seem so dim? It certainly did not resemble a solar eclipse. Wait, what was that? His gaze caught sight of something approaching the horizon, a repugnant shadow that instinctively unsettled any living being. The shadow expanded relentlessly, racing towards him, closing in within the blink of an eye. At that moment of convergence, the red-headed fly hero felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train. In his dazed state, a ring was placed upon his finger. From the cosmos, red-headed fly hero, welcome to the Black Lantern Corps. Chapter 75, Mission Skill Breakthrough Success. Within you lies boundless power. Complete the mission skill to unlock this strength and become invincible. With a mere gesture, the celestial figure, S.H.I.E.L.D, effortlessly parted the heavens, revealing his formidable might. Enough of this. Your so-called mission skill has surrounded every individual on Earth. Let us set aside the question of whether I can eliminate so many. For even if I were to succeed in breaking free, what significance would remain in a deserted world? How lonely it would be to sing invincibly in the void. Not to mention, my family, beloved, and friends are all trapped within. The red-headed fly hero let out a yawn and lay down flat. At times, the choices of fate are inevitable. You shall indeed break free. The divine S.H.I.E.L.D spoke little, leaving behind an ambiguous remark. Just as the red-headed fly hero was about to inquire further, everything within his sight illuminated with a blinding white light. The red-headed fly hero awoke. Once more. This dream. He sat upright from the ground. What has transpired? I recall being ambushed by something. The red-headed fly hero shook his dazed head and surveyed his surroundings. Dullness was the only sensation, as if the entire world had been plunged into darkness. Despite it being midday, the sunlight emitted a haunting glow. An eerie silence enveloped the area. This bustling metropolis was devoid of any sound from passing vehicles. What is this? The red-headed fly hero gazed in bewilderment at a ring that had suddenly appeared on his hand. Its peculiar design reflected a disturbing sheen, prompting him to instinctively try to remove it. However, as though rooted deeply, the ring clamped tightly onto his finger, causing him pain. Very well. I shall leave it as is. With a sigh, the red-headed fly hero turned to patrol the vicinity to discern what had transpired. Webs shot forth as he swung into the air, soaring over towering buildings before coming to a halt atop the highest structure. Why are these people standing motionless? He furrowed his brow at a group of individuals huddled together, utterly still. Like a dancer, the red-headed fly hero leapt from the rooftop, deploying his web just before landing to soften his descent. Hello, my friends. It's a wild Thursday. Why not join the revelry? He cheerfully approached the unmoving crowd. These individuals stood with their heads bowed, completely unresponsive. Cautiously, the red-headed fly hero bent down to examine one of their faces. What he beheld was a skeletal visage twisted into a grotesque expression, with pale eyes staring blankly. The red-headed fly hero was so startled that his spirit momentarily fled his body as he plopped onto the ground. Perhaps his exclamation roused them, for the crowd began to stir. In their eyes, the abundant life energy within the red-headed fly hero appeared as delectable as honey. Buzzing. The ring on his hand trembled slightly, and all the restless figures ceased their movements, continuing to droop their heads, frozen in place. Yet, the red-headed fly hero was oblivious to this, having already dashed 800 meters away. Is this the apocalypse? A zombie outbreak? Unbeknownst to him how far he had run, the red-headed fly hero finally realized that no one was pursuing him. Just as he prepared to take a moment's respite, he heard a cry for help. Following the sound, he discovered the little girl from this morning surrounded by a horde of zombies. As he watched helplessly from a distance, the claws of the undead were poised to reach her. Damn this distance. Just as frustration consumed him, Spider-Man descended from the sky, landing upon one of the zombies, and scooped the little girl into his arms, shielding her protectively. Truly, it was you, little spider, always a source of comfort. The red-headed fly hero wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled with relief. Creak. Like crisp noodles being bitten into. Spider-Man opened his fearsome maw filled with jagged teeth and sank them into the little girl's neck. A grotesque mixture of flesh and blood surging with life energy flowed into the body of the zombie Spider-Man. No, 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 no. The red-headed fly hero's eyes blazed with fury as he lost all reason and charged toward the zombie Spider-Man, only to be felled by a single punch. The red-headed fly hero, already weaker than Spider-Man, found himself utterly defeated by the relentless strength of the zombie. Fortunately, after delivering that blow, the zombie Spider-Man ceased his assault. Lying on the ground, the red-headed fly hero witnessed the transformation of the little girl. A ring descended from the heavens, landing upon her finger, and in the next moment, she rose like a puppet, becoming indistinguishable from the other zombies. A photograph of the girl with the red-headed fly hero slipped from her pocket and fell to the ground. No, no, no. The red-headed fly hero struggled to rise, driven by a desire for vengeance. But then he reconsidered. If others had transformed in this way, what fate awaited his girlfriend? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled the scene. Thud. The red-headed fly hero returned home, shutting the door behind him and gasping for breath in the hallway. Darling, what is wrong? His girlfriend asked, emerging from the kitchen with her hands behind her back. Seeing her unharmed, he rushed forward, overcome with emotion, and embraced her tightly. Outside, everyone is turned into monsters, he exclaimed, his words tumbling out incomplete. Am I a monster too? His girlfriend opened her gaping maw filled with jagged teeth and sank them deeply into his neck. Blood, rich with the red-headed fly hero's life energy, flowed into her body. In that moment, despair enveloped him. Though he had been ambushed, he still possessed the strength to break his girlfriend in two and escape. Yet he offered no resistance, allowing her to indulge in her final act of ravenousness as his vitality ebbed away. The red-headed fly hero, with only a meager level of power, possessed life energy far exceeding that of ordinary beings, but even that could not withstand the insatiable demand. Soon, he lost the last vestiges of his life energy and collapsed to the ground. In the twilight of his life, despair clouded his eyes, devoid of any glimmer of light. Would you truly resign yourself to such a fate? Do you not yearn to uncover the identity of your assailant? Do you not crave vengeance? The voice of the divine S.H.I.E.L.D echoed in the ears of the red-headed fly hero, a fleeting flicker of hatred igniting within his indifferent gaze. Yet, it was all too late. His life had ebbed away completely. Darkness enveloped all, extinguishing every living being in the cosmos. The conditions were met. The mission's technique breached the confines, and success was achieved. Chapter 76. The Dark General, a comparison of speed boom. A terrifying force erupted from the body of the red-headed fly. No, it should now be referred to as the divine S.H.I.E.L.D. In an instant, the earth trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived. Fierce winds howled, sweeping everything into a vortex, while the ground quaked violently, fissures appearing beneath. The power of S.H.I.E.L.D surged, ascending from level 3 all the way to level 8, where it finally halted. Level 8, omniscient and omnipotent at the multiverse level, S.H.I.E.L.D comprehended everything. Outside, his girlfriend, who had initially retreated, sensed the immense life energy radiating from S.H.I.E.L.D and swiftly returned. Rushing towards him, S.H.I.E.L.D made no effort to resist, allowing her to absorb his life energy. However, unlike before, when the life energy within him was as insubstantial as dust, it now surged forth like an expansive ocean. Holding his girlfriend tightly, he vowed, I shall sever the head of the Black Death Emperor in tribute to you all. With S.H.I.E.L.D's power reaching level 8, omniscient and omnipotent, yet the Black Death Emperor wielded even greater power, rendering S.H.I.E.L.D unable to save his universe through a restart. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as if the heavens were collapsing. An endless torrent of fireballs erupted from the depths of the earth, streaking across the sky like meteors. S.H.I.E.L.D charged towards the cosmos like a meteorite in reverse, halting just before breaching the atmosphere to gaze back at Earth. I, S.H.I.E.L.D, vow here today, either the Black Death Emperor shall perish, or I shall meet my end. With that declaration, S.H.I.E.L.D soared swiftly, reaching the cosmic frame in the blink of an eye, and then he broke through the boundary, plunging into the boundless realm of blood. Though the Black Death Emperor was fast, his power could not match the rapid growth of S.H.I.E.L.D, granting him the advantage. Observing the fervent Black Death Emperor, the Origin Superman refrained from interrupting, instead remarking, your insights are indeed profound. Boom. Just as the Origin Superman concluded his words, an arrow piercing through time and space whizzed by him, striking the Black Death Emperor directly. With this divine bow, I enact heaven's punishment. S.H.I.E.L.D's figure approached swiftly, crossing the blood realm to confront the Black Death Emperor. Boom. Within the multiverse, beneath the endless void, two terrifying presences clashed. The immense power of both forces expelled the viscous red liquid of the blood realm, creating an unprecedented void within. At the heart of their confrontation, the Black Death Emperor exuded an ominous aura of death that permeated the entire realm, its intensity reducing the void to mere ashes. Countless rifts in the fabric of space sprawled like a spider's web, evoking a sense of terror. Conversely, the divine S.H.I.E.L.D radiated a brilliant white light that enveloped all, rendering the horrific, deathly essence and the void fissures powerless to approach, instead being repelled by the resplendent glow. In this moment, both the void and death seemed to lose their significance, dissolving into a vacuum. Suddenly, amidst the clash of these two formidable forces, a colossal sphere of light emerged, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Boom! The extraordinary powers collided once more, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of destruction as endless void rifts and deathly storms surged recklessly in all directions. At last, a muffled sound resonated from within the luminous sphere, and a figure was ejected from it. This figure was the divine S.H.I.E.L.D, his complexion pale and his eyes reflecting a grave seriousness. The Black Death Emperor's words proved true. His speed surpassed that of Qian Fan, bolstered by the life energy provided by innumerable beings, rendering the Black Death Emperor immensely powerful. Mere inches away from attaining the 9th level. Though your strength is formidable, it ends here. Prepare to meet your demise. The Black Death Emperor swung his scythe, unleashing a strike imbued with boundless deathly energy. In the face of this overwhelming assault, S.H.I.E.L.D offered no signs of evasion or defense. Instead, he closed his eyes. His word was his bond, his faith unwavering. In an instant, the Black Death Emperor's formidable attack vanished without a trace. You are a scourge upon this world. Today marks your end. The Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. S.H.I.E.L.D pressed the device on his chest, summoning his weapon. Kill. He swung the Azure Dragon Blade down upon the Black Death Emperor with force. The attack was slow, allowing the Black Death Emperor to sidestep effortlessly. Observing this, S.H.I.E.L.D adjusted his strike, but the Black Death Emperor continued to evade with ease. In fact, not a single one of the subsequent dozens of strikes landed upon the Black Death Emperor. Was he merely posturing with empty threats? No. It seemed this individual was intentionally avoiding contact. Puzzled, the Black Death Emperor ceased his evasions, countering with a direct swing of his scythe. Bang! Their weapons clashed briefly before they swiftly retreated. You have discerned my intent, but it is too late. S.H.I.E.L.D sheathed the Azure Dragon Blade and spread his arms wide to embrace the impending power. The force of 100-pound bow draws taut, and the arrow pierces through the hand of the igniter. Using the Azure Dragon Blade, S.H.I.E.L.D activated his divine might, which previously granted him a solitary portion of strength, now elevated to 3. Roar! An immense surge of divine energy enveloped S.H.I.E.L.D, his presence shifting further as he ascended to the 9th level before the Black Death Emperor. There were no vibrant energy waves, nor flamboyant maneuvers. S.H.I.E.L.D effortlessly breached the Black Death Emperor's defenses of deathly energy, rendering him malleable as clay. This exemplified the stark disparity of absolute power. An 8th level stood no chance against a 9th level. Fortunately, the unique power of the Black Death Emperor ensures that, despite the considerable superiority of the divine general S.H.I.E.L.D, he cannot be easily vanquished. It can be said that while the Black Death Emperor can indeed be slain, he possesses the remarkable ability to resurrect swiftly. Is the Black Death Emperor truly so feeble? How much leniency must we afford him to allow his victory over us? At the periphery of the battlefield where the Black Death Emperor clashed with General S.H.I.E.L.D, several distinguished figures gathered to observe the spectacle. Among them were Lu Qianfen, the leader of the Great Shu, Yuan Pai, the chief of the Great Wei, Wu Wei Qianfen, the head of the Great Wu, and Zhang Qianfen, the leader of the Great Fun Seekers. All present were top-tier individuals from their respective factions, having intervened during this dark night with the intent of experiencing the liminal state between life and death through the Black Death Emperor's unique resurrection ability, thereby facilitating a transformative experience for their martial generals. What? You inquire about the need for subterfuge? To confront openly would tarnish one's reputation. Pray tell. The adversary in question is a divine martial general. Have you ever encountered a weak one? The norm is that they are all formidable at level 9. Lu Qianfen, are you insinuating something? Initially, it was believed that gathering all those above level 7 would allow this individual to develop securely, only to have a divine general S.H.I.E.L.D emerge unexpectedly. Yuan Pai sighed, casually grasping a few black lantern rings that materialized from the void into his palms. Gentlemen, let us lend our support to the Black Death Emperor. Chapter 77, Yuanshan. Activate. Black Death Emperor, meet your demise. General S.H.I.E.L.D gripped the Black Death Emperor's neck with one hand while delivering relentless blows to his head with the other. Such a simplistic yet primal method was the only means to release the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. Bang! The previously soft head of the Black Death Emperor inexplicably hardened. Bang! 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 An enigmatic surge of life energy coursed through him, And the once unstable Black Death Emperor suddenly surged with newfound strength, propelling General S.H.I.E.L.D away. With the aid of this immense life energy, his power steadily ascended to level 9 and continued to grow. No, this is impossible. General S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at the Black Death Emperor in astonishment. The heavens did not create me, the Black Death Emperor. The multiverse remains an eternal night. Let us turn the tide. Cackling with malevolence, the Black Death Emperor charged towards General S.H.I.E.L.D, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of death. Clap, clap, clap. If the minor faith fails, how can the greater faith endure? The ominous energy inexplicably dissipated. Clap, clap. After several exchanges of fists and feet, the Black Death Emperor found himself once more at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pummeled by General S.H.I.E.L.D. The individuals in the shadows, who were frantically supplying the Black Death Emperor with Black Lantern rings, were left in shock. Is the Black Death Emperor truly so inept? There was no choice. The ferocity of General S.H.I.E.L.D's assault was too abstract to counter. Even the celestial beings of the Sun's Life Bureau could not withstand it. What then shall we do? Shall we not step onto the stage ourselves? Just as the esteemed figures debated whether to engage in this clandestine fight, the Origin Superman burst forth, unleashing a searing heat vision that struck General S.H.I.E.L.D. Just when the onlookers presumed that General S.H.I.E.L.D would effortlessly evade the attack, the heat vision struck him with force. Of course, given the prowess of the Origin Superman, such a beam could not inflict even the slightest harm upon General S.H.I.E.L.D. However, ever since he was struck by the scorching gaze, the fervor of the divine strategist, S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to have been extinguished, rendering him incapable of unleashing his passionate spirit. Bereft of his fervor, S.H.I.E.L.D began to retreat step by step. Oh dear! Are there still formidable opponents? Yuan Pai mused, stroking his small belly, realizing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. This sensation seemed to echo the power of his sixth brother. With a sudden, anguished cry, the Black Death Emperor placed the Black Lantern ring upon S.H.I.E.L.D, signaling his demise. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. The grand performance is about to commence. The various Qianfen removed their rings and dispersed. I am currently in a great rage. The fury has dissipated. Accompanied by a shiver, Shan Qianfen underwent the sublime transformation of organic life under the service of Chao Ying. Though the other female warriors by her side were equally alluring, Shan Qianfen temporarily relinquished her worldly desires, reclining comfortably upon Lady Yan's lap, gazing at the starry sky. One must admit, the starry expanse above the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps possessed a unique charm. Even during the day, the stars were visible, and the sun appeared as dark as the moon. Shan Qianfen suddenly sprang to her feet. Trouble has arisen, brothers. Trouble is at hand. Quick, look to the heavens. Yet, the others were lost in their own realms of tenderness, paying her no heed. You can evade this strike. Shan Qianfen harnessed Yuan Pai's Green Lantern energy, shattering the illusions of all present with a single blow. You are in the grasp of the divine demons. All the interrupted Qianfen glared furiously at Shan Qianfen. But before they could utter a curse, several arrows flew through the air, pinning a number of unfortunate Qianfen to the ground, sealing their fate. Darkness surged from the horizon, swiftly engulfing the entire headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps, as several Black Lantern rings emerged from the shadows, hastily seeking their hosts. Those with consciousness could resist the Black Lantern rings, making control difficult, but the lifeless could not fight back. Soon, the fallen Qianfen staggered to their feet, rapidly transforming to attack other Qianfen. In a moment of inattention, many Qianfen fell victim, becoming part of the Black Lantern Corps. The infected Qianfen continued to assault their brethren, creating a vicious cycle. Like a drop of ink dispersing in clear water, the Black Lantern Qianfen spread swiftly, putting the remaining Qianfen in grave peril. Halt! Yuan Pai suddenly appeared in midair, waving his hand as the Green Lantern ring emitted a brilliant light, transforming into a verdant cage that ensnared all the Black Lantern Qianfen. The fabric of space was torn asunder, and the Black Lantern surged forth, occupying the skies above the entire headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps. They remained silent. Yet the oppressive aura of death cast an overwhelming pressure upon all present. Who dares to offend the territory of our great way? A seemingly innocent man soared forth, ready to take the lead. Where the tiger and leopard tread, none shall survive. The man transformed into Chao Chun, brandishing his sword, swiftly slaying several Black Lanterns with an air of burgeoning momentum. Kill. An arrow shot forth from behind the Black Lanterns, piercing through multiple bodies before striking Chao Chun in the chest. Alas, clad in silver armor, I have fallen to your hands. The 9th-tier deity, S.H.I.E.L.D, ambushed the 7th-tier Chao Chun without any suspense. Chao Chun succumbed at the tender age of 18. The Black Lantern ring flew forth, and Chao Chun's lifeless body was added to the ranks of the Black Lantern army. Qianfen, the snow leopard, witnessed the demise of his dear friend. His eyes filled with fury as he soared into the air, charging towards Tai-Shi. Xiaohong. As Qianfen transformed in midair, an arrow, propelled at great speed, pierced his heart. The two brothers perished in perfect unison. In the sky above, Tai-Shi, expressionless, sheathed his bow, no matter the anger. A 7th tier against a 9th tier was a futile endeavor. Stop. Yuan Pai stepped forward, positioning himself before all the Qianfen. How dare you bully the subjects of our great way? Do you believe we are without a champion? Witness my rain of arrows. Yuan Pai raised his weapon high and proclaimed, Yuan Shun, activate. As the blue light dissipated, the core of Wei, Yuan Benchu, materialized in place. Release the arrows. Release the arrows. At Yuan Pai's command, countless golden arrows shot forth, indiscriminately striking across the multiverse. After the initial volley, it was unclear whether the Black Lantern forces had sustained casualties, but there were scarcely any survivors left in the multiverse. And the power of the Black Death Emperor surged significantly. The Black Death Emperor, who had just been struggling, now found himself inexplicably on the verge of dominating the multiverse. Pondering this bewildering turn of events, he was at a loss. Chapter 78. The era of Great Hades begins. Behold the spectacle, how Yuan Shun plays his game. Single Qianfen mused while extracting arrows from his body. Even someone of his 7th tier prowess was nearly turned into a pin cushion. How many living beings could remain in the multiverse? Having already played Yuan Shao, what more could one expect from him? Squatting behind Single Qianfen, Fei Qianfen silently removed arrows embedded in his own body. With only 8th tier strength, he could not evade the barrage unleashed by a 9th tier expert like Yuan Pai. You are the Fei Qianfen from the 10th universe? What a coincidence. You have come to participate in Yuan Pai's event. The Fei Qianfen from a decade ago was the first double of Qianfen encountered by Single Qianfen, his initial hush money bringing much amusement. What a coincidence indeed. But do you think this is the time for coincidences? Fei Qianfen casually subdued a Qianfen transformed into a Black Lantern after being struck by the myriad arrows. Single Qianfen deftly evaded the attack from the transformed Qianfen, countering with a mounted strike to suppress him. Even among 7th tier beings, their strength varied significantly, akin to Chao Chong, Guojia, and Chao Chao, who were all utterly dominated by Single Qianfen's realm of Ma Chao. Yuan Shun, activate. With Yuan Pai activating Yuan Shun once more, the second wave of arrows descended. Disaster. Weary from battling the Black Lantern forces, Qianfen was struck once again by Yuan Pai's barrage, and a Black Lantern ring opportunistically climbed onto his finger. Single Qianfen hastily switched forms, preparing to confront the silence of the Black Lantern with his mightiest warrior. However, it was too late. The silence of the Black Lantern surged into his mind. With his final strength, Single Qianfen made contact and, before his impending demise, transformed into a random warrior, Sun Yu. The blue light flickered, and the figure of Su Yu, transformed from Shan Qianfen, stood motionless in place. From the 6th universe, Shan Qianfen met his demise. Welcome to the Black Lantern Legion. From the 10th universe, Fei Qianfen also perished. Welcome to the Black Lantern Legion. With Yuan Pai's assistance, the Black Death Emperor barely had time to strike before the entire Green Lantern Corps and Shan Qianfen's reinforcements crumbled. As the hand of the divine Tai-Shi pierced through Yuan Pai's chest, the entire Green Lantern Corps was annihilated. The Black Lantern ring flew out, and Yuan Pai was transformed into a member of the Black Lanterns. After enduring several waves of arrows, the entire multiverse fell into despair, leaving only 2 canine shadow soldiers alive. Black Death Emperor, cease your arrogance. You shall taste the wrath of Lu Yi. As a rift in space opened, Lu Qianfen, leading a host of his subordinates, surged forth from the depths of hell. Observing their fierce clash, some began to grow restless. Big brother, are we truly not going to intervene? Are we not the harbingers of justice? Beidou's hesitance was palpable. Better to avoid unnecessary strife. Besides, Lu Qianfen mentioned he wished to experience being a savior and generously sent us 1,000 succubi to dissuade us from interfering, replied the mythical celestial lord with a wave of his hand. But it appears Lu Qianfen might be in grave danger. Beidou pointed at Lu Qianfen, whose body was ensnared by Tai-Shi's relentless hold. Fear not. The 1,000 succubi have already arrived. The mythical celestial lord remained resolute in his decision not to engage. The adversary had controlled 2 level 9 Shan Qianfen. Even if they were the leaders of the canine shadow soldiers, subduing 2 immortal Shan Qianfen would still be a formidable challenge. From the 52nd universe, Lu Qianfen has fallen. Welcome to the Black Lantern Legion. Now, with 3 level 9s in their possession, any thought of intervention was utterly out of the question. Black Death Emperor, your misdeeds are intolerable. Prepare to meet your end. The 5-dimensional Shan Qianfen and the golden Shan Qianfen led a throng from the 5-dimensional realm towards the Black Death Emperor. Big brother, silence. There are now 5 level 9s. We must conceal our presence. Do you wish to engage in a duel with 5 immortal level 9s? No, big brother. I meant to convey that the divine Zhang Jiao is also approaching with reinforcements. Mythical Celestial Lord, the multiverse is disturbed. I take my leave. The mythical Celestial Lord, pulling Beidou with him, crashed through the wall of divine speed and swiftly retreated into the realm of the divine. Books recount the affairs of kings. History does not record the lives of common folk. Zhang Jiao too met his end, becoming the 6th level 9 under the Black Death Emperor. Black Death Emperor. Why does it seem they are in a rush to deliver? Despite his confusion, the life energy provided by these individuals was undeniably authentic. And the Black Death Emperor chose not to dwell on it further. Wait, something is amiss. Why does the life energy from 6th level 9 seem so scant? The Black Death Emperor suddenly realized something, but it was too late. All the Black Lantern Shan Qianfen began to siphon the deathly energy surrounding them, with some even daring to draw upon the Black Death Emperor's own power. No, stop at once. That belongs to me. As the Black Death Emperor prepared to intervene, a searing gaze struck him in the rear. Surprised, he thought, it's you again. The origin Superman, like a stirring stick, always appearing in the most unexpected places. As the Dark Death Emperor prepared to retaliate, it seemed as though the power of annihilation within him had vanished, rendering him incapable of channeling it. By the time he finally regained his composure, the origin Superman had long since disappeared without a trace. In an instant, before he could utter his curse, a figure emerged, a dark-skinned Qianfen, having absorbed enough annihilation energy to undergo transformation. Huangzhong, the underworld manifestation. The scheming Huangzhong, a benevolent old man with a gentle demeanor, unmistakably non-threatening, appeared in his place. Despite the amiable smile, the tangible aura of malevolence surrounding him was undeniable. More alarmingly, he had escaped the Dark Death Emperor's control. With a cacophony of sounds, disaster struck, as more and more Qianfen completed their transformations, summoning an army of underworld generals. The once silent multiverse began to stir with ominous winds. Wenyang, Ma Jun, Lu Yan, Lu Zhan, do you? The divine Suyu opened his eyes. Our era has commenced. Chapter 79, The Division of the World. The cavalry tramples the Chilean mountains, the realm in turmoil, as armies rise amidst the chaos. Even the nobility must bow before fate's decree, leading the charge, unafraid of blades and spears. Until strength wanes, the battle shall not cease. With each echoing voice from the underworld, the Dark Death Emperor found himself tossed like a mere ball, unable to liberate himself due to his immortal nature. Silently enduring the onslaught of countless Qianfen. United in purpose, we shall surely turn fate around. As Qianfen commanded with reckless abandon, he sought opportunities to join in the fray. Don't you have your own lines? The disgruntled Divine Sun shot a glance at Qianfen, who was attempting to push his way in. But those aren't your lines, Qianfen waved dismissively. After some contemplation, Divine Sun realized that indeed, they were not. Enough. After enduring a relentless barrage, the Dark Death Emperor finally regained his composure, unleashing a powerful wave of death energy that sent all nearby Qianfen flying. Then, he unleashed his true essence. The Dark Death Emperor removed his ring and detonated it before the eyes of all Qianfen. As an integral part of the multiverse, he knew he could not perish as long as it persisted. He self-destructed, planning to wait until all Qianfen were exhausted before re-emerging. After all, even the ultimate Qianfen would ultimately fall, and these warriors would surely not endure for long. The tide had turned. The stone city lay before them. A colossal hand materialized from thin air, pulling the fleeing Dark Death Emperor back, and the Qianfen continued their assault. No, the Dark Death Emperor, in despair, reached a hand out from the swarm of Qianfen, only to be swiftly engulfed once more. Sharpen your weapons and prepare, the time is nigh. Boom. The Dark Death Emperor exploded once more, yet this time, he did not resurrect for an extended period. What are you locking his skills for? All eyes turned towards the scheming Ma Chao. This is a private, secret match. I assumed he would not be locked. No. The Dark Death Emperor is part of the multiverse. As long as it remains, he cannot die. Is it possible that the multiverse is nearing its end? Qianfen proposed a grim hypothesis. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. My multiverse is remarkably resilient. Crack. A fissure appears. Crack, crack. Numerous rifts emerge. The multiverse is collapsing at an unimaginable speed. Moments later, a group of homeless beings huddles against the wall of swift power, smoking, alarming the ultimate Flash with a sense of dread. So what shall we do now? A reboot, of course. What else is there to do? We have a plethora of level 9s here. We can reboot at will. That makes sense. But before we restart, there is something of utmost importance to attend to. What is it? Remove the canine card's fangs. Yuan Pai tosses aside his cigarette, but strides toward the gathered beings. Brothers, gather around me. Look at me. Yuan Pai claps his hands, drawing the attention of all. I have an announcement. The Wei Group is recruiting, sincerely inviting ambitious individuals, regardless of strength. All are welcome to join our Wei. Bah. I will never ally with the traitor Chow. Before Yuan Pai could finish, one being leapt forth to interrupt him. Interesting. Yuan Pai snaps his fingers, and a line of Wei beings emerges, surrounding the interrupter. Just as the others anticipated a brawl, the Wei beings transform into female warriors of Chao Wei. My lords. Each female warrior, with a delicate voice, sways her garments, revealing alluringly fair skin. Traitor Chow, do you think this will compel my submission? The interrupter wipes a trickle of blood from his nose, speaking with righteous indignation. Brother. A charming little figure with the skin of a roasted chicken squeezes through the ranks of the Wei female ensemble. Chancellor, please allow me to participate in the construction of the spirit of Jianan and the legacy of Wei Wu. Other leaders present are taken aback. This is indeed a possibility? Dongwu has its foot-washing city. Come quickly to see. A dimensional being hastily conjures a troop of beauties from Dongwu, showcasing their delicate feet, captivating a throng of onlookers. Witnessing this, Lu Qianfen lights another cigarette, contemplating the customs of Chao Wei's establishments, Dongwu's foot-washing city. What style should our shoe adopt? It can't possibly be entirely base, can it? A myriad of male camaraderie, fencing, come forth. With a word from the divine Zhang Jiao, the minds of all present beings momentarily freeze. Understanding the heavens is effortless. Rebellious male warrior Zhuge muses, then instinctively moves to join the queue. Lu Qianfen, this celestial gathering demands a presentation of substance. 100 succubi. Lu Qianfen raises a finger. It is no small feat for everyone to reach level 7. I shall bestow upon you all a boon. Each individual present shall receive 100 succubi. Those who join our shoe shall receive an additional 10,000 succubi. By the way, the succubi include mature women, wives, lolas, and male succubi. After inheriting the legacy of the 3 palaces, Lu Qianfen finds himself lacking in nothing but little demons. For succubi, there is no shortage. Perhaps considering the low trust in empty promises, Lu Qianfen connects to the underworld, relocating an entire tribe of succubi. The essence of the succubus lies in its abundance, as the onlookers silently observe the voluptuous and alluring succubi, who once again draw their gaze towards the grand shoe. Vowing to restore the prestige of the Han dynasty, time swiftly passes, and soon the myriad of Qianfen are cleanly divided among the 4 dominant factions. Of these, Shu claims the majority, followed by the group of Qi, while Wei and Wu share the remaining balance. Lu Qianfen encounters an old acquaintance, Fei Qianfen, within the ranks of Shu. Although my primary allegiance is to the star slaves of Wu, even the humble star slaves harbor aspirations for the revival of the Han. Thus my presence here is quite justified, Fei Qianfen elaborates. My principal ally, Sun Lingjun, hails from Wei, yet he dedicated his life to the resurgence of the Han. Making my presence equally reasonable, counters Dan Qianfen. The two exchange knowing smiles, withholding the revelation of their mutual understanding. At this moment, Lucia, who is fervently intent on resurrecting the Han dynasty, is lost in contemplation. Now that the rice balls are prepared, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. The 4 leaders of Qianfen lead a formidable charge towards the 2 ghostly minions. Chapter 80. The great chaotic battle of the underworld. Amidst the encirclement of the 4 factions of Qianfen, the mythical celestial lord suddenly erupts into laughter without any apparent reason. Brother, what causes your mirth? Inquires the perplexed Bei Doju. I laugh at Huang Zhong's lack of strategy and Su Sheng's insignificance. The mythical celestial lord replies, straightening his posture. If you and I were to transform into the ironclad titans of this era, what could the Qianfen coalition possibly do against Huang Zhong's schemes? 2 Qianfen step forward in response. The mythical celestial lord pauses momentarily before breaking into laughter again. Brother, what makes you laugh now? Bei Doju, increasingly anxious, presses. Merely 2 common players, devoid of any powerful cards. Even the mightiest eruption would be futile. If I were to deploy my Gundam number 1, how would they contend with that? As he finishes, several Qianfen transform into little bear-like beings. The expression on the mythical celestial lord's face oscillates between uncertainty and amusement. But he soon recalls something that prompts another bout of laughter, causing Bei Doju to break into a cold sweat. Brother, could you refrain from laughing? If you have any hidden cards, please reveal them for our escape. The mythical celestial lord gently pats Bei Doju's shoulder, attempting to soothe his rising anxiety. Fear not. Dear brother, let us not forget our identities. I regard the ghostly minion as a father. Can the affairs of the world fail to align with my will? When I call upon the ghostly minion, I shall surely turn peril into safety and transform defeat into victory. With that, the mythical celestial lord closes his eyes to commune with the ghostly minion. Everyone, let us unite and prevent him from summoning the ghostly minion. Yuan Pai rallies the Qianfen to surround and assault. Damn it. Bei Doju hesitates, but ultimately resolves to stand guard before the mythical celestial lord, ready to fight to the death. Huang Gai, suffer, 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 suffer. Suddenly, Bei Doju's body begins to convulse unnaturally as his life force rapidly diminishes, while the power of the ghostly minion within him surges uncontrollably. It turns out that this legendary warrior has been concealed by these two dark soldiers, which explains why I've been unable to locate him. Truly, he is a legendary figure, capable of willingly burning his own life force to empower himself. The quintessential Qianfen curiously stroked his chin, unperturbed by the overwhelming power bestowed upon Bei Do. With so many Qianfen gathered here, there are plenty of formidable warriors. There is no cause for alarm. Faced with the onslaught of numerous Qianfen, Bei Do lasted barely 3 seconds before turning to ashes, vanishing completely from this realm. His demise was not in vain. He successfully bought enough time for the mythical celestial to open his eyes. "You are finished. Dogka is about to descend," he exclaimed. Then, he was abruptly pierced in half by a blade. Clearly, Dogka did not arrive. Yuan Pai withdrew the knife. "How can you be so certain that Dogka will not come?" The leaders of the other 3 factions, Qianfen, floated over. "Do you not understand what sort of being Dogka is?" Yuan Pai cleaned the blade and sheathed it. The vitality of the mythical celestial was rapidly waning, and he defiantly raised his claw. "I have rendered service to Dogka. Dogka, why? Enough, enough. The battle is over. Everyone should return to their respective homes and mothers. Farewell," Lu Qianfen said with a wave, turning to open a portal, leading his subordinates toward the underworld. The base of the Great Shu is in the underworld, not within the multiverse, thus there was no need to exert effort in assisting with a restart. Farewell. The quintessential Qianfen bowed respectfully before leading his subordinates back to the quintessential space. The Great Wu's base lies within the quintessential space, not the multiverse. Therefore they too need not trouble themselves with a restart. Goodbye. The divine Zhang Jiao waved his hand, then led his subordinates back to the divine realm. The base of the Great Group is situated in the divine realm, not in the multiverse, so they need not concern themselves with a restart. Let us arrange another meeting. Yuan Pai made a heart gesture, leading his subordinates back to the Green Light Legion base, which is an independent space he had established, also outside the multiverse. Hence no effort was required for a restart. Suddenly, fissures tore open, and the 4 factions of Qianfen surged back. "Brothers, let us take advantage of their unpreparedness and strike them unaware." The 4 leaders of Qianfen exclaimed, "Damn it, a bunch of old coins. Are you for mimicking my words?" The quintessential Qianfen teased from behind. "Silence," commanded the 4 leaders of Qianfen. "Attack." With the command from the 4 leaders, all the Qianfen sprang into action, transforming into the most sinister forms as they charged onto the battlefield. There were Ma Jun performing water tricks, Guan Luo divining, Pai Wang shuffling cards, Lu Yin tending to livestock, Xing Nu participating in ceremonies, and Xin Pei helping others overcome internet addiction. The Qianfen, having undergone the trials of the underworld, were all formidable. The scene quickly descended into chaos. "I can't hold back any longer. I too wish to join the fray." Within the wall of divine speed, the divine speed Qianfen watched the tumultuous battle outside, itching to partake. "Don't. You will be killed." The ultimate flash grasped the thigh of Speed Force Qianfen, preventing him from leaving. After exerting considerable effort to cultivate such a talent, he could not allow any mishap to occur. "Fear not, with so many around. I shall only grow stronger with each confrontation. Nothing will happen to me." Speed Force Qianfen broke free from the ultimate flash's grasp and dashed out. With a gun raised, he let out a solitary howl amidst the autumn winds. The crimson steeds galloped across the vast expanse, patrolling the 8 desolations. Several horses were dispatched, only to be swiftly transformed into lethal forces by Speed Force Qianfen, who effortlessly dispatched numerous adversaries. The hooves thundered as they traversed the Chilean mountains. Just as Speed Force Qianfen intended to flaunt his prowess, a sudden appearance of an 8-foot-long serpent spear struck his abdomen, sending him flying. "You shall not engage in the 3 kingdoms battle." God Zhang Fei sat imposingly in the void, one hand wielding a spear, the other raised with an overwhelming authority, pointing at the transformed Speed Force Qianfen. "Bah!" God Ma Chao spat out a mouthful of blood, smirking derisively, then revealed his own weapon. "I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just a petty fellow. Can you evade this strike?" Gripping the Zhuge crossbow tightly, the full force of his power erupted as he lunged at God Zhang Fei, unfazed by the fierce approach of God Ma Chao. God Zhang Fei deftly dodged left and right, effortlessly evading every attack. "How is this possible?" God Ma Chao exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. Could it be? God Ma Chao seemed to grasp the truth. "Yes, indeed, it was your own steed that caused this mischief." God Zhang Fei chuckled, revealing a steed enhanced by God Ma Chao's own efforts. "Classic God Ma Chao, ensnared by your own steed's mischief." And I reiterated, "You shall not engage in the 3 kingdoms battle." With a mere gesture, God Zhang Fei marked God Ma Chao with 5 death marks. Alas, as time elapsed, God Ma Chao turned to ashes. Regardless of how formidable a general may be, there will always emerge one even more formidable to counteract you. Chapter 81. My values exceed yours. You three can come at me together. I fear not. Lu Qianfen brandished dual swords, unfazed by the three opponents. What began as a four-way brawl gradually devolved into a 3-versus-1 scenario due to Lu Qianfen's overwhelming strength. There was no alternative. Lu Qianfen's stats were exceedingly high. He had persevered through countless battles, surviving with a robust base panel that only grew more formidable after acquiring the heart of the demon, placing him leagues ahead in terms of vitality, a pure embodiment of numerical superiority. As the three engaged him, they realized the predicament and had no choice but to unite against him. Although Lu Qianfen's transformation into the divine Liu Bei was simplistic, his elevated stats made him an imposing figure who would not fear a terror-laden ruler wielding a formidable hand of cards. General, leave this to me. Meanwhile, the scheming Jiao Chan met her end at Lu Qianfen's blade, proving ineffective against such top-tier opponents. On the other side, Dan Qianfen, under the influence of God Sun Yu, became an unconventional powerhouse in his own right, his power exceeding limits. After all, every strategist card utilized by the other Qianfens bestowed a measure of power upon Dan Qianfen. Perhaps one measure of power might not sway the battle, but what if it were 100? 1,000? The multitude of participants in this grand melee exceeds the 1,000 mark, even with the awareness of the presence of the illustrious Sun Yu, who curtails the use of strategic cards. It is nearly impossible to maintain restraint amidst such a vast number. Thus, in the brief interlude taken to indulge in a cigarette, the singular Qianfen amassed over 10,000 units of canine card power. How abstract is this notion? The other participants, idling and smoking alongside Qianfen, witnessed the entire spectacle of his extraordinary prowess. Calmness prevails, as one might expect from the sun god. Yet, despite the verbal assurances of tranquility, the tremor in the hand holding the cigarette betrays a tumultuous inner state. Indeed, a divine general can be quite outrageous. Possessing numerous cards becomes inconsequential when a single strike from an old treasure can obliterate them. To stave off a collective onslaught, Qianfen maintained a facade of amiability while puffing on his cigarette. Observing Qianfen's seemingly innocuous demeanor, the other idlers erupted into laughter. Wise strategists know that victory and defeat hinge upon such moments. Amidst the banter, Qianfen once again gathered another 10,000 units of canine card power, causing the smoking participants to freeze in disbelief. What does it mean to possess 10,000 units of canine card power? The collective strength of all the idlers here does not even amount to half of that. This individual must be the spectral soldier of canine cards. He must be eliminated. A voice cried out, "Die, you mongrel!" The closest idler, his expression contorted with rage, discarded his cigarette and lunged at Qianfen with the firing of a cannon. The others followed suit, casting aside their cigarettes and charging forth. Just moments ago, they were sharing a smoke and light-hearted banter. Now, each bore the countenance of deep-seated enmity, a testament to the corrosive nature of jealousy. Can you evade this strike? The formidable Ma Chao took the lead, his iron spear aimed directly at Qianfen's rear. Dodge. Qianfen relinquished a unit of canine card power, effortlessly evading the attack. You scoundrel. To squander a kill in the presence of the god of war, who boasts a kill ratio of 9 out of 10, is undeniably a provocation. No, I am not mocking you. I simply have too many cards to manage and discarded one at random. Still flaunting your wealth, are we? I am not, I do not. Wise strategists know that victory and defeat hinge upon such moments. Another 10,000 units of canine card power were credited, rendering Qianfen's explanation painfully feeble. Die. Ma Chao drew forth his weapon and unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Qianfen. The Yuan army was but a handful of sand. Amidst the onslaught, yet another 10,000 units of canine card power were credited. The iron cavalry could not obstruct the divine Qianfen from drawing cards. Enough. Qianfen refrained from retaliating out of fear of inciting collective wrath, but with everyone now attacking him, the time for restraint had passed. We must settle old scores. Qianfen painstakingly selected the card steal from the multitude of canine card power and snatched the weapon from Ma Chao's grasp. You vile wretches, do not resist your fate. Qianfen swung his weapon indiscriminately in all directions. Under such a dense barrage of fire, the weaker participants fell instantly, while the more adept managed to evade through skilled maneuvering, and the clever ones took refuge behind the scheming Chaorun. Brothers, could you refrain from hiding behind me? I am frightened, he trembled. Fear not, young Chao, as long as you do not turn back, that divine fish shall not harm you. Is it truly so? In every aspect, that Qianfen did not deceive Chaorun. Indeed, a solitary Qianfen, lacking high damage output, is quite challenging to contend with. After all, a solitary Qianfen merely possesses an abundance of canine card strength, but lacks explosive output capability. Do you believe this renders me helpless? Flame assault, vine armor, iron chains, fire attack. Several iron chains shot forth, entangling all present Qianfen. The solitary Qianfen donned the vine armor and forcefully pressed a fireball against itself. The sound of explosive flames echoed repeatedly, leaving all Qianfen disoriented. "You specters, do not harm my comrades." The solitary Qianfen recklessly employed its canine card strength, attracting a transformed Qianfen resembling an elder. Arrow-piercing stone, strength penetrating the army. Before the solitary Qianfen could discern the movements of Chao Run, it was struck, losing half its form to an arrow. "How dare you be so arrogant here, you illegitimate spawn?" After mocking, Chao Ren sheathed the Qilin bow and prepared to depart. But the remaining half of the solitary Qianfen's body writhed furiously, soon restoring itself to its normal state. "Oh, it hurts." The solitary Qianfen twisted its neck, indulgently using a peach to alleviate the pain from its wounds healing. "Though I am aged, my arrows remain sharp." Without further ado, Chao Ren fired another shot. This time, he took a sip of wine. The immense destructive force obliterated the entire upper half of the Qianfen, including its head. However, before Chao Ren could utter a word, the Qianfen rapidly restored itself once more. "How many illegitimate children must be slain? How dare you bark before me, old man?" The solitary Qianfen twisted its neck, shaking its wrist to reveal a large collection of canine card strength symbolized by peaches. Chao Ren glared furiously at the solitary Qianfen, but found himself utterly powerless. The abundance of peaches rendered his efforts futile. Chapter 82. The Ghoul Clan. The bowstring snapped, concealing the old hermit. Unsurprisingly, the exhausted Chao Ren perished at the hands of the solitary Qianfen, who subsequently claimed all of his generals, including the elder, becoming a member of the esteemed treasure clan. Albeit the elder had become quite common, the solitary Qianfen looted the bodies of those who had previously beset him, stuffing their trump cards into his bag. "Perhaps I could eliminate a few more Qianfen to enrich my arsenal." Acquiring so many ghostly generals so effortlessly instigated subtle changes within the solitary Qianfen's heart. However, before proceeding, I must thoroughly digest this canine card strength. In a flash, the solitary Qianfen vanished from the spot. The benefits derived from pure canine card strength have their limits. If mismanaged, encountering someone like Chao Ren could prove quite troublesome. Therefore, the solitary Qianfen's current objective is to enhance its output capability regarding canine card strength. The solitary Qianfen's form flickered rapidly, soon arriving at a location more conducive to relaxing and enhancing its abilities. Just as the solitary Qianfen crouched down, preparing to elevate its prowess, a ghostly voice drifted from behind. "Hey there, are you also here to squat?" Shocked, Dan Qinfeng turned around and was met with the gaze of a group of individuals, each resembling him. It dawned on him that they were all mere layabouts. "Come, let us smoke," he said, eagerly engaging with the crowd. After receiving their gifts, the others shifted their positions, making space for him. "Thank you," he said, skillfully squeezing into the newly created spot. "Do you enjoy grapes?" One of them offered him a large bunch. Thank you. Dan Qinfeng replied as he reached out to accept it, only to realize it was chow pie. Chow pie. No wonder there are so many grapes. Suddenly, Dan Qinfeng's expression shifted as he surveyed the others around him. Chow pie, Zhugedan, Guansua, Jiangwei. Something felt decidedly amiss, profoundly so. A horde of ghoulish figures loomed nearby, and he thought, "Let me prepare for your burial." A surge of dark energy flooded into Chow Pai's being, rivaling Dan Qinfeng's own speed of collection. The others received some of this energy too, albeit less dramatically. While their expressions remained unchanged, still laughing and chatting, Dan Qinfeng, having had a prior experience, sensed the unusual shift. However, now he was not alone in attracting envy. Glancing at Chow Pai, he noted the latter's rapid accumulation of power. The battle among the others had escalated. Their resources were nearly depleted, and it had devolved into close combat. Dan Qinfeng's speed of collecting dark energy remained formidable, though not as extraordinary as before. Meanwhile, Chow Pai thrived. With each death, he could seize an enormous bounty. Who knew how many were fighting here? With each second, more fell. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is still mine. The demise of a powerful individual only intensified the envy directed at Chow Pai, and it was only a matter of time before conflict erupted among them. If they wished to maintain control over this prime territory, they would need to eliminate one another. But Chow Pai, with his vast power, would not be easily defeated. Perhaps I could ignite some chaos, Dan Qinfeng mused, recalling the earlier incident involving him. Brother Shinxiuanyu, why do you gaze at me so affectionately? I do not engage in such affairs. Thank you for the invitation. His strange stare unnerved Chow Pai, causing him to feel a prickling sensation. Let me prepare for your burial. Another powerful figure fell, and amidst the envious eyes of the crowd, Chow Pai seized yet another wave of dark energy. In that moment, Dan Qinfeng leaped to his feet, shouting, "Brothers, this man is a harbinger of dark energy. Quickly, eliminate him." With that, he charged forward, launching an attack at Chow Pai's head. Chow Pai instinctively dodged, blocking the strike. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Dan Qinfeng, however, offered no explanation. With a wicked smile, he continued to shout, "Ah, what a formidable harbinger of dark energy. I can't take it anymore." With that, he bit his tongue, spitting a mixture of blood and saliva onto Chow Pai's face before being sent reeling backwards. Chow Pai was left in shock. As the perplexed Chow Pai was about to inquire about your activities, a nefarious assembly of Qianfen encircled him. The confusion dissipated. Chow Pai raised his middle finger in the direction where Shan Qianfen had flown off, bestowing a rather ungracious blessing. "I measure your horse." Upon hearing this, Guan Suo, who was poised to engage in a duel with Chow Pai, hesitated and inquired, "If memory serves me right, all of our Qianfen are but projections of the ultimate Qianfen. Logically, we should be sharing a horse, correct?" Chow Pai, brandishing a stone axe, declared, "Drink, kill, unfettered by the cost." He relentlessly attacked Guan Suo amidst a barrage of assaults from the crowd. Isn't Guan Suo a martial saint who excels at suppressing the barbaric? When did I provoke him? Shin Jiawei scratched his head, dismissing the matter with indifference as long as he was on the receiving end of the blows. Zhuge Dan brandished the Zhuge crossbow, eager to engage. Indeed, Shin Jiawei produced a speaker, unleashing electrical discharges while simultaneously targeting Chow Pai. "You traitorous scoundrels, for every one of you that approaches, I shall slay." Empowered by the force derived from feasting upon the corpses of numerous Qianfen, Chow Pai resolutely eradicated them all. Standing atop the heap of their remains, he bellowed at the heavens, "Open your eyes and behold, who now reigns as the foremost king of corpse-licking. It is I." Seizing the moment of Chow Pai's unguardedness, Shan Qianfen flew forward and delivered a kick, sending him tumbling down before claiming her place atop the pile of bodies. "Actually, no, I do not partake in corpse-licking. The more adversaries there are, the stronger I become." Spitting in disdain, she hastily leaped down from the mound. "Drink, kill." Upon reuniting with her nemesis, an intense strike from Chow Pai ensued. Dodge. Shan Qianfen effortlessly evaded, countering with her own strike. Kill. Dodge. Chow Pai likewise eluded Shan Qianfen's assault, retaliating with kill. Dodge. Thus, they engaged in a frenetic exchange of attacks and evasions. Chow Pai. Divine smoked fish? Ah. The two darted around the wall of divine speed, vociferously calling out while exchanging fire. Initially, the power they wielded was merely vast and unnoticed by others. Yet their frantic movements captured the attention of every Qianfen on the battlefield. "I recall that day of running beneath the setting sun. Those were the days of my lost youth," mused Shenzhong Liao, seemingly reminiscing, halting his combat with Shin Sun Quan to share a nostalgic moment. "Indeed. I remember those days of joyful exchanges of attack and evasion with friends, devoid of elaborate skills, just pure happiness." Shin Sun Quan, too, found his desire for battle waning. He affectionately patted Shenzhong Liao's head, and together they watched Chow Pai and Shan Qianfen race forth under the banner of hope. "Wait a moment, something seems amiss," Shenzhong Liao noted, observing the unhealable wound upon his own body, a consequence of wielding the power of seizing. Shin Sun Quan also examined the voids upon his form, a manifestation of the aftermath of seizing. "It matters not. It is merely a trifling matter, despite our earlier struggle for survival." Chapter 83. Origin Qianfen, the unexpected reconciliation between sworn adversaries, such as the divine Zhang Liao and the divine Sun Quan, is not merely a coincidence. As Chow Pai and Shan Qianfen hastened their pace, an increasing number of Qianfen began to take note of the two. They ceased their hostilities and embraced their foes, reminiscing about the verdant years gone by. Even the four most ferocious ultimate Qianfen were not immune to this influence. They sheathed their weapons and engaged in light-hearted banter. What a picturesque scene of brotherhood and mutual respect. But what on earth transpired? Lu Qianfen, being the most formidable among them, was the first to break free from this enchantment. Observing the three Qianfen leaders still entwined, Lu hesitated and refrained from launching a surprise attack. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to pause, for there were still unclear motives lurking in the shadows. "What are you doing?" Yuan Pai was the second to regain his composure, hastily pushing aside the remaining two Qianfen. "What has happened?" The two, now freed from the spell, were slower to recover due to their relatively lesser strength. Nevertheless, the prowess of the top-tier Qianfen was beyond doubt, and they quickly grasped the situation. "Another master is present." The four exchanged glances, then instinctively aligned their backs to one another, displaying a level of synergy akin to that of Pacific Rim mech pilots. "Who is this master? Why not reveal yourself?" They scrutinized their surroundings meticulously, yet found nothing amiss, save for the sight of everyone embracing in brotherly affection, while Shan Qianfen and Chow Pai continued their skirmish. "Ahem. I am above you." The four glanced upward to see the Origin Super Princess descending gracefully, cradling an untransformed Qianfen. What is this appearance? Could it be the legendary philosophical Qianfen? If that were the case, it seemed reasonable to attribute the events to him. "You appear to be contemplating something rather impolite," the Qianfen remarked, leaping from the embrace of the Origin Super Princess to a nearby fragment of meteorite. No, The four hurriedly shook their heads in denial. A flamboyant individual is not frightening. What is truly daunting is a flamboyant individual with combat prowess. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Origin Qianfen, the first Qianfen to possess a dual identity. My unique trait enables me to compel Qianfen to engage in amicable discourse. Each Qianfen is a favored child of destiny, each distinguished by their own origins, be it talent, lineage, magic, superpowers, strength, or peculiarity. I have come to halt this senseless war. With a snap of his fingers, Origin Qianfen lifted the influence over all Qianfen. As they regained their senses and beheld their erstwhile adversaries, they initially froze, then swiftly retreated, preparing to resume their battle. Cease all hostilities. The four Qianfen leaders immediately intervened to restrain their subordinates. Whether influenced by Origin Qianfen's powers or not, the warriors seemed to have lost their desire for combat, returning to their respective ranks. Brothers, direct your attention towards me. I have an announcement to make. You are a fool. An inappropriate voice emerged from the crowd. Origin Qianfen turned toward the source, discovering that it belonged to a warrior from the Wei faction. To speak candidly, in this chaotic underworld brawl, the fact that Chong'er has not succumbed to sudden demise attests to the caliber of this Qianfen. Yuan Pai cast a glance at Chong'er without intervening, purposefully allowing him to probe the origins of Qianfen. The interrupted Qianfen appeared unperturbed as he fixed his gaze upon Chong'er, inquiring about his path. Under the scrutiny of Qianfen, Chong'er felt a wave of trepidation. However, upon surveying his brethren of the underworld, a newfound resolve surged within him. During the earlier tumult, Chong'er had leveraged his cosmic power to save several of his brethren, earning their admiration and pledging their protection. I am called Brother Chong. If that does not please you, you may refer to me as Grandpa Chong, for I can bear it, he declared. Yet, before he could finish, Qianfen had materialized before him, an overwhelming aura rendering Chong'er speechless. Are you adept at measurement? Qianfen inquired, lifting his hand to adjust Chong'er's disheveled appearance. What good is your skill in measurement? In this world, one must inflict harm. With that, Qianfen activated a small device, transforming into Jieshu Sheng. One must inflict harm, he proclaimed, taking a sip of wine. Indeed, one must inflict harm. He brandished an ancient ingot knife, its glimmer causing Chong'er to nearly lose control of himself. Sensing Chong'er's apprehension, Qianfen chuckled as he scraped the ancient knife across Chong'er's face, resting it against his neck. So, it appears you are merely a small fry, he taunted. Feeling the cold steel against his throat, Chong'er trembled, his legs shaking and his trousers dampened. Quick, kneel and confess. Yuan Pai frantically gestured with his eyes to his subordinate. Go on, with the big brother here, fear not. Understanding the unspoken encouragement, Chong'er felt a surge of confidence. He gathered his courage, lifting his gaze to meet Qianfen's, adopting a dismissive posture as he leaned forward. You are but a foolish butcher's knife, scarcely worthy of fear. Today, Grandpa Chong will extend his neck here, if you dare. Then strike. Strike. Qianfen hesitated, having anticipated various outcomes but never envisioned such defiance from Chong'er. As Qianfen remained poised with his knife, Chong'er's confident sword, laced with derision. Go on, I doubt you possess the courage. My elder brother is none other than Wu Shuang, the vanquisher of myriad armies, with a colossal head severed and sent flying. The gathered Qianfen averted their eyes from the gruesome sight. Wu Wei Qianfen turned to Yuan Pai, questioning whether his subordinate had always been so reckless. Just recently acquired. Yuan Pai replied, concealing his face in shame. Did you all witness that? Lu Qianfen intently scrutinized Qianfen. The ordinary Qianfen would have presumed that strike to be an epitome of brutal violence that pierced Chong'er, yet as the strongest among the four leaders, he was the first to discern the underlying intricacies. It seemed that the blow obscured not only Chong'er's hand, but everything else as well. The other three Qianfen, no fools themselves, quickly grasped the implications following Lu Qianfen's insight. Wait a moment, isn't Jieshu Sheng only capable of obscuring hand cards? In a moment of boldness, the Origin Qianfen gestured towards one of the subordinates of the transformed Jieshu Sheng. Excuse me, she interjected as she stepped into the circle of the four Qianfen leaders. Could you perhaps lower your voices during your next conspiracy? It would be rather awkward if I overheard you. Furthermore, there is no need for speculation. Allow me to demonstrate for you now. Behold the dance of the breaking army sword, unleashed at this very moment. Chapter 84. The dog card is about to invade with a sweeping motion. The Origin Qianfen brandished her ancient ingot sword, executing a horizontal strike. The four leaders hastily dodged, donning their protective gear and swiftly raising their defenses. Yet, under the might of the ancient ingot sword, all their defenses proved utterly futile. Literally speaking, the sword disregarded the armor, the evasions, and even the physical fortitude of the four individuals, landing a devastating blow directly upon their hearts. A frenzied massacre ensued. The four were sent hurtling through the air. Had the Origin Qianfen not shown restraint, not a single one would have survived. The sheer power of the Origin Qianfen. capable of defeating 4 Qianfen leaders in an instant, was undeniably evident. As the first Qianfen doppelganger born after the fall of the ultimate Qianfen, I naturally inherited the finest remnants of the ultimate Qianfen legacy. The origin Qianfen reverted from her transformation, revealing Jie Xuxing's card to the assembly of Qianfen. Unlike the inferior items in your possession, this is a trump card once wielded by the ultimate Qianfen herself. With it, I can overshadow any conceptual entity I desire. Now, does anyone have anything to say? The origin Qianfen surveyed the crowd, met with silence from the gathered Qianfen. Very well, since that is the case. Allow me to utter a few words. Kill, kill, kill. The 2 figures, Dan Qianfen and Xiao Pai, dashed past, encircling the wall of swift power, showing no regard for the origin Qianfen. These 2 are the spectral soldiers of the dog card. Only such entities remain unaffected by my influence. Watch as I eliminate these 2 specters. With a grim expression, the origin Qianfen transformed once more, wielding her ancient ingot sword to envelop the space around Xiao Pai and Dan Qianfen. Caught in this maneuver, the 2 appeared as if they were chewing gum, perpetually stepping in place. However, in their dazed state, they remained oblivious to the surrounding alterations, continuing to engage in their brawl, much to the origin Qianfen's embarrassment. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a simple method to discern the dog card-esque spectral soldiers. With a flick of her sword, she drew the 2 closer. Observe closely. Leaning into Xiao Pai's ear, she whispered, "Everyone claims our game will cease operations in 2020. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Pai trembled uncontrollably. A peculiar smile creeping across his face as he responded, "Not at all. Our game is thriving." With a swift strike, the origin Qianfen dispatched Xiao Pai, who had been entangled in a prolonged tussle with Dan Qianfen. The latter, splattered with Xiao Pai's blood, suddenly regained his senses. "Everyone says our game will close in 2020. Is this true?" The origin Qianfen leaned closer to Dan Qianfen, repeating the question. What a delightful prospect. Dan Qianfen began to respond, but the words morphed into, "Not at all. Our game is flourishing." Shan Qianfen, "No, that is not my intention. What I meant to convey is that our game is flourishing splendidly." As she gazed at the soaring ancient blade, Shan Qianfen felt that her unremarkable life might be nearing its end. A frenzy of slaughter. With a single strike, Shan Qianfen was thrown out of her transformation, the power of hundreds of thousands of dog cards rendered futile before the ancient blade. However, origin Qianfen did not immediately eliminate Shan Qianfen. The little one's divine incense fish would still be of use. Origin Qianfen disengaged from her transformation and floated above all the Qianfens, continuing, "Brothers, I have an announcement. The great demon king, the most formidable of the dog card clan, Dogkasma, is poised to return." Upon hearing this, a cacophony erupted, and the Qianfens below became agitated at the news of Dogkasma's impending arrival. Just moments ago, when the mythical celestial sovereign and the northern dipper summoned 2 shadowy soldiers to call upon Dogka, these Qianfens remained calm. This was because Dogka had been banished from this world by the ultimate Qianfen, who had united all the generals' bonds to do so. His true form could not return. Only fragments of his consciousness could infiltrate, possessing limited combat abilities, merely capable of deceiving those of lesser intellect among the Qianfens. Thank you, Shan Qianfen, for your offense. However, now that Dogka is returning, all the Qianfens, including several chieftains, are gripped by terror. There is no other reason. Dogka possesses absolute control over all generals. And regardless of your strength or defiance, you cannot withstand a mere gesture from Dogka. It is said that the ultimate Qianfen sacrificed his very life to ensure that the great treasure remained untouched by Dogka, subsequently banishing him from this world. If such a powerful being as the ultimate Qianfen had to gamble with his life, what fate awaits us, the lesser Qianfen? What shall we do? Lu Shan from Shu expressed in fear. Alas, the might of Dogka is overwhelming. Why not turn our backs, shed our armor, and surrender with grace? Lest we lose the 66 precious pearls? Before Wang Lang from Wei could finish, Wu Zhuge next to him thrust his blade into him. Whoever dares to disrupt our morale shall meet the same fate. Observing the bloodied eye sword in Wu Zhuge's hand, the 2 Zhongs, who had intended to advocate for surrender, recoiled. Have you so quickly forgotten the Jiakuei incident? If we do not eradicate Dogka and his kin, how shall we face Jiakuei in death? Dogka, witness my might. Wu Zhuge proclaimed, brandishing his sword, rallying the spirits of the crowd. After Wu Zhuge's fervent exhortation, the previously stifled emotions of the assembly eased slightly, yet a solemnity lingered. After all, even the 3 chieftains were deeply concerned. Wait, 3? The trio turned their gazes towards Lu Qianfen. The force of Dogka is formidable. Even the ultimate Qianfen is no match, let alone our mere projections. Rather than squander time fretting here, we should seize the moment and revel. Come, brothers. Let us venture into the depths of hell. With that, Lu Qianfen activated the spatial transmission. Although the circumstances behind this were unclear, it was evident that origin Qianfen had not contained her mischief. Without further ado, Lu Qianfen is indeed acquainted with Shan Qianfen. He has glimpsed through the memories of the three palaces demon that Shan Qianfen serves as the vessel for the ultimate Qianfen. If even Shan Qianfen is a mere spectral pawn, then who among us is not ensnared by the shadows? There must be something amiss with this origin Qianfen. Observing Lu Qianfen's retreating silhouette as he turned to leave, the countenance of origin Qianfen darkened considerably. It was evident that Lu Qianfen had inadvertently unearthed the truth. Nevertheless, origin Qianfen refrained from intervening. "Ah, brothers, those who wish to join are most welcome." Upon hearing this, the members of the other three factions erupted in chaos. Although the three leaders endeavored to maintain order, a few subordinates could not resist the urge to rush forward. While following the great sage in philosophical pursuits was undeniably intriguing, I find myself more captivated by the allure of Big Brother Lu. It is for the Han Dynasty. Wu Zhuge clasped the hand of divine Zhang Jiao, not looking back as he joined Lu Qianfen's ranks. Chapter 85. I, the ultimate Qianfen, demand tribute. You shall not participate. Lu Qianfen seized the golden Qianfen who attempted to infiltrate the ranks and unceremoniously tossed him aside. "Please, brother. I genuinely wish to contribute to the revival of the Han Dynasty. Allow me to join." The golden Qianfen clung desperately to Lu Qianfen's leg, refusing to let go. While behind him, the five-dimensional Qianfen glared with a pale face, fists clenched. "Very well then. We happen to need someone to hold the camera." Lu Qianfen relented, allowing the golden Qianfen to pass. The grand procession of the Shu faction departed with great enthusiasm, and the mix of excitement from those who attended and envy from those who did not slightly alleviated the collective anxiety regarding the spectral invasion. Now then, the surrender faction has been vanquished, and the apathetic have departed. Origin Qianfen, it is time for you to reveal your intentions. You cannot merely have disseminated news of the spectral invasion to instill fear in us, can you? Certainly not. Origin Qianfen descended, bearing Shan Qianfen. The resurrection of the Black Death Emperor was orchestrated by me from behind the scenes, with the aim of diversifying the ranks of generals available to the Qianfens. There exists a connection between generals. Once the Qianfens gather all the generals, they shall acquire unparalleled power, thereby becoming the ultimate Qianfen. If the ultimate Qianfen can contend with the spectral forces, then let us forge an ultimate Qianfen to counter them. Of course, confronting these spectral entities demands a sacrifice of life. Thus, as the proposer, I shall boldly step forward and resolutely declare that I shall become this ultimate Qianfen. Offering my life for the sake of all, let us embark on this journey. Although Origin Qianfen spoke with fervor and passion, few among the gathered Qianfens were swayed by his rhetoric. We are all adults here. The calculations of Origin Qianfen resonate clearly even in the void. Upon witnessing the indifference of those around him, Origin Qianfen adopted a tone laced with veiled threat. Without the ultimate Qianfen, no Qianfen can contend with Dogge, he asserted. In the past, the ultimate Qianfen stood against Dogge, and it is certain that Dogge showed no leniency towards the Qianfen. If you refuse to comply, you shall face the consequences. If you acquiesce, it will only serve to embolden Origin Qianfen. This is a blatant stratagem. The three Qianfen leaders clenched their fists, yet felt utterly powerless. A heavy silence engulfed the assembly. But what if Dogge's invasion is merely a fabrication on your part? A youthful voice shattered the stillness, drawing everyone's attention to the lone Qianfen, who was at that moment grasped by Origin Qianfen. The news of Dogge's incursion had sent shivers down their spines, leaving them unable to discern truth from deception. No, it was not mere fear that paralyzed them. Rather, there were those who were manipulating the situation. Realizing this, the three Qianfen leaders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of fury directed at Origin Qianfen. In turn, Origin Qianfen's demeanor darkened. And just as he prepared to crush the lone Qianfen and seize the divine Xuanyu, a peculiar smile emerged on the latter's face. "Oh, do you intend to wield my strength against me?" The voice, imbued with an air of authority, emanated from the lone Qianfen as he gripped Origin Qianfen's wrist, gradually prying it free with surprising ease. Then, the lone Qianfen ascended, forcefully pressing down on Origin Qianfen's wrist. "I am the ultimate Qianfen. Who dares to act with impudence before me?" A palpable pressure radiated from the diminutive form of the lone Qianfen, though frail in appearance. It exuded an aura of intimidation akin to that of an elder chastising a grown son. The gathered Qianfen felt their legs weaken, as if witnessing an irate father wielding a belt. Except for El Qianfen, the rest trembled at the sight. Hail to the return of the ultimate Qianfen. The Qianfen collectively knelt in reverence, extolling the name of the ultimate Qianfen. At this moment, El Qianfen stood out conspicuously among the crowd. "You all make me appear quite foolish," he remarked. "Foster father." El Qianfen clasped his hands in salute, solemnly kneeling, continuing, "Qianfen, having drifted through half a lifetime, I lament never having encountered a wise lord. I vow to serve you, my esteemed father." With this declaration, the attention of numerous Qianfen turned to him. Initially, They scoffed at Qianfen's lack of dignity. However, upon reflection, they considered that being the adopted son of the ultimate Qianfen might not be such a poor position, given that even a mere hint of power from him could be advantageous. Thus, Qianfen's actions transformed what was meant to be a grand entrance for the ultimate Qianfen into a reunion of sorts. The expression on the lone Qianfen's face faltered, and the momentum he had built suddenly dissipated, nearly revealing his true identity. Indeed, the lone Qianfen remained just that. He was not the ultimate Qianfen. Previously, in the depths of hell, when Liu Qianfen had referred to him as the ultimate Qianfen, he had taken heed and later sought clarification from the Emperor Wei Shan. As the most loyal subordinate of the ultimate Qianfen, the Emperor's response was merely that he was unaware. Certainly, Shan Qianfen has not emerged empty-handed. As the most pressured Qianfen, the Emperor Wei Shan bestowed upon him a unique power from the dog card, which alleviated the incessant calls he received. Although this ultimate dog card power offers little assistance in combat, it is indeed formidable enough to intimidate. Cough, cough. Well, gentlemen, please be at ease. Greetings. I am the ultimate Qianfen. After my legendary battle with the dog card, I did not perish, but rather lost most of my strength, forcing me to inhabit the body of this dog card specter. Currently, I require your aid to gather a complete set of enhancements, enabling my revival. Once accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, the assembly of Qianfens began to murmur amongst themselves. Observing this, Shan Qianfen pointed to the origin Qianfen, stating that for such specialized treasures, upon my revival, I shall bestow one upon each individual who has aided me, with those contributing the most receiving greater gifts. Father, though I am but a humble child, I am known in the realm as the Collector Qianfen, and these offerings are dedicated to you. The Collector Qianfen removed his own items, revealing a substantial collection of rare generals. Father, do not be misled by their apparent insignificance. All I possess here are exceedingly rare generals. Father, allow me to present to you a remarkable find. With one leading the way, the other Qianfens eagerly displayed their treasures, each hoping to provide something superior upon the ultimate Qianfen's revival. One by one, they rushed to present their offerings, fearful that another's contribution might surpass their own. Thus, it is evident that coercion pales in comparison to the allure of incentive. Chapter 86. 3 Ultimate Qianfens observing the entranced Qianfens. The origin Qianfen found the scene increasingly peculiar, suddenly realizing that their fervor might be a result of his own influence. My goodness, my ability to manipulate their minds is indeed potent. Assisting others in crafting their own demise is an unpleasant sensation, yet the origin Qianfen dared not gamble on whether this ultimate Qianfen possessed true power, merely watching enviously as Shan Qianfen amassed generals. Whoosh! A multitude of different generals, contributed by the Qianfens, soared through the air, coalescing into a luminous orb. The last to join was the divine Sun Yu. Shan Qianfen pressed down, launching Sun Yu into the light orb. Why is there no reaction? The assembly, including Shan Qianfen, gazed curiously at the unchanged orb. This is due to the absence of one crucial component. A faint voice echoed from behind Shan Qianfen. Who is missing? Just as he turned to inquire, a sharp blade pierced through his chest. Of course, it is the genuine treasure in my possession. Not even aware of that. It seems you are not the ultimate Qianfen. Young one, you performed admirably. However, refrain from such acts in your next life. The origin Qianfen withdrew the ancient blade, carelessly flicking it to disperse the blood. The strike was swift and merciless. Shan Qianfen had no time to react. His gaze lost focus as his feeble form plummeted into an abyss of despair. Seeing this, Qianfen sighed, recognizing that even a being as formidable as the ultimate Qianfen could not withstand his reverence. Origin Qianfen glanced at the direction where Shan Qianfen's body had fallen, devoid of any intention to desecrate the corpse. He accepted the luminous orb that embodied the strength of all martial generals. Haha, at last, I have obtained you. The synthesis of the ultimate Qianfen, which required Qianfen's voluntary contribution, was now facilitated by this lad, sparing him considerable effort. Now, Origin Qianfen fixed his gaze upon the group of Qianfen, pondering the debts of the past. Having acquired this newfound power, he would no longer partake in the theatrics. His intent was to eliminate all present. Origin Qianfen withdrew from his transformation, drawing forth the mighty weapon and inserting it, declaring, I am the second ultimate Qianfen, the sole existing entity. The overwhelming aura emanating from Origin Qianfen, now endowed with the ultimate Qianfen's power, bore down upon the assembly of Qianfen, rendering them unable to lift their heads. This was the oppressive force of an ancient player. However, before he could act further, Liu Qianfen burst forth from the crowd, prostrating himself before him. O righteous father, allow your child to pay his respects. Fentamine has traversed half a life without encountering a worthy sovereign. Today, upon seeing Lord Origin Qianfen, it is as if the clouds have parted to reveal the sun. I shall henceforth follow my new father. Despite the recent passing of his previous adoptive father, This did not deter Lu Qianfen from recognizing a new one. For his life philosophy dictated that he would value life over reputation. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Origin Qianfen's face twitched, his hand gripping the blade trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the potential for drama, the other Qianfen hastily emulated Lu Qianfen, kneeling to acknowledge their new paternal figure. The Phoenix chicks shall not perish. In an unnoticed corner shrouded in darkness, accompanied by flames and the cries of phoenixes, Shan Qianfen suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Phew, that was close. I almost perished, thanks to the resilience of my Phoenix chicks. He glanced at himself. That is my Phoenix chicks, mine. The soul of the ultimate Qianfen floated from Shan Qianfen's body, hovering beside him, continuing, the abilities of all martial generals were tailored to fit the world by me. Whatever. It belongs to me now. Huh? Wait. Shan Qianfen stared in bewilderment at the ultimate Qianfen drifting away from his body. Purple Phantom. Ultimate Qianfen. Wrong. You should call me father. In the depths of hell, within the Great Shu base, the anticipated chaotic scene failed to materialize. Faced with significant events, Lu Qianfen still discerned between the major and minor powers. So it turns out that gathering all martial generals grants supreme power. I understand now. Brothers, let us gather the cards. Lu Qianfen retained a small, mischievous method to monitor the developments surrounding Origin Qianfen, as this was outside the scope of his usual means. It went unnoticed by Origin Qianfen, or perhaps he sensed it but deemed it insignificant. Damn it, how could we be missing too? Shin Xuanyu is exclusive to Shan Qianfen, while the authentic Da Bao lies with Origin Qianfen. Even with the numerous populace of Great Shu Qianfen, we cannot procure these two limited items. Sighing, he concluded, given Origin Qianfen's overwhelming might, we too shall recognize him as our adoptive father. In Great Shu, had anyone else dared to sow discord among the ranks, they would have been swiftly executed. Yet, since these words came from the leader of Great Shu, others could only exchange glances, hesitant to offer counsel. Several figures resembling Zhuge Liang lowered their heads, fearful of being singled out and questioned about the situation. There was no way to address it. The Origin Qianfen was inherently formidable, and now it possessed the might of the ultimate Qianfen. What could be done? How could they persuade? It was inconceivable to simply proclaim faith in miracles, only for the fabric of space to tear open and reveal the two missing figures. At that moment, someone had to step forward to bolster morale. Zhang Fei, the venerable warrior of the Great Shu who had fought alongside Lu Qianfen, emerged, embodying various forms of strategy and divinity. Though he had reverted to a previously weaker state, his spirit remained undiminished. Master, do not succumb to despair. When we were weak, you led us to victory, and I firmly believe that under your guidance, we can emerge from this predicament. We must believe in miracles. With a decisive crack, as Zhang Fei's words echoed, the space above them was abruptly torn asunder, unleashing two radiant beams of gold and green that came to rest before Lu Qianfen. As the brilliance faded, it revealed the two figures Lu Qianfen had been missing, the divine Su Yu and the strategist Su Shang. Under the gaze of the multitude, Lu Qianfen assembled all the warriors, achieving a transcendence and becoming the third ultimate Qianfen. On the other side of the rift, the ultimate Qianfen observed Lu Qianfen's noble demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. This young man possessed remarkable talent and should be capable of contending with the Origin Qianfen. Since you have the ability to summon the great treasure and the sun god, why not directly confront the Origin Qianfen? Inquired Dan Qianfen, perplexed. Because the Dogka is truly on its way, replied the ultimate Qianfen, sealing the rift. The battle between the two would undoubtedly yield a Qianfen that would meet my expectations. I require a Qianfen of sufficient strength to stand against the Dogka. Implicitly, this meant I was nurturing a formidable contender. Given the strength of our Qianfen, can I venture to the periphery? Dan Qianfen pondered, for any entity capable of vanquishing the ultimate Qianfen would undoubtedly possess considerable power, and he was hesitant to wade into such tumult. The response from the ultimate Qianfen was a countenance as expressionless as a dead fish. Very well. I shall not share the sky with the Dogka. Dan Qianfen recalled the scene of opening the Dogka box, preparing to summon some negative sentiments towards it. I shall not share the sky with the Dogka. Alas, emotions surged. Chapter 87. Chaos, where's my son Fengxian? Follow me into battle. With a command from the Origin Qianfen, Lu Qianfen, transformed into Elbu, led a formidable charge against the Great Shu in the depths of hell, rallying a multitude of Qianfen. Brothers, those who dare to invade the territory of Great Shu, we shall strike and shatter them. Following Lu Qianfen's rallying cry, the 5 tiger generals, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, Huang Zhang, and Zhao Yun, along with a host of Great Shu Qianfen, surged forward. The forces clashed, creating a scene reminiscent of a bloody meat grinder. However, the actual combat was not as brutal as it appeared, for both sides utilized formidable warriors. Kill. Who can stand against me? Elbu brandished his Fang Dianji, striking down fiercely towards Zhao Yun. Dodge. Strike and evade. Who but I shall prevail. Jiayan deftly evaded the blows. Kill. 100 steps, a perfect shot. Huang Zhong released an arrow he believed would surely hit its mark. However, Elbu swiftly evaded, as his supply of dog cards was limited. After dodging the attack, Elbu drew a kill card and targeted a nearby foe, who, in turn, evaded and countered with a kill of his own. Elbu dodged once more, only to strike again. This cycle continued until the supply of dog cards was exhausted. The generals displayed a lack of sophistication, resulting in both sides enduring a prolonged engagement without any casualties. The slightly more skilled generals, along with their dog cards, had already been devoted to their respective leaders, leaving the lesser troops to engage in trivial skirmishes. A general like Zhang Jiao was deemed a strategic core, requiring a coordinated effort to confront. I can't believe it, just a few minutes in this Hell's Cape, and it's all over. Even an experience card should last at least a full 24 hours. Sun Quan threw a punch at Zhang Liao before him. Indeed, I had just mastered the art of seizing skills from others, only to have my general card snatched away. Zhang Liao evaded this blow without hesitation, immediately retaliating with a punch of his own. This time, Sun Quan did not dodge, and they exchanged blows, each stepping back a few paces. Although they had lost their supreme forms and resorted to a back and forth of strikes and dodges, the intensity of their duel remained undiminished, reflecting their fervor. Hold on, you two are on fire. A passing fear demon, squatting nearby, alerted them to the flames engulfing their bodies. Wait a moment. There are hardly any fire attacks on the battlefield. Where is this fire coming from? As they scrutinized the flames, they realized it was not fire, but rather a series of pixelated data anomalies. Just as they pondered this, the pixelation around Zhang Liao erupted, transforming him into Divine Zhang Liao. Though the nature of the transformation eluded him, Divine Zhang Liao was acutely aware of what needed to be done. To kill. His speed was astonishingly swift. Sun Quan barely had time to react before being pierced through. Fortunately, Sun Quan had managed to retain a fair number of peaches through his balance skill, preventing his untimely demise. Such balance is unworthy of your use. Divine Zhang Liao closed one eye, withdrew his hand, and activated his seize skill to strip Sun Quan of his balance. With the stability of balance united, Divine Zhang Liao produced a dog card to replace it. However, before he could assess the outcome, a wave of data fluctuations engulfed him, reverting him back to his standard state. Just when it seemed the rain was falling on a leaky roof, Sun Quan also experienced fluctuations, swiftly transforming into Divine Sun Quan. Now, it is my turn to strike. Divine Sun Quan moved with a speed undetectable to Zhang Liao, appearing behind him and summoning the great ship of the Yangtze River to deliver a vicious thrust. The disparity in their divine statuses left Zhang Liao helpless to intervene as Divine Sun Quan wreaked havoc. Fortunately, this state did not last long, and Zhang Liao regained his fighting capability. Sun Quan, Zhang Liao. The two individuals called out each other's names, their fists entwined with the power of the dog card colliding with one another. Strange data re-emerged, enveloping them in an instant before vanishing from this world. The fearsome Demon King, who had been spectating, paused momentarily, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This cannot be good. How could I witness 2,000 fins entering a couple space? Truly, the world has fallen to disarray. Shaking his head, the Demon King turned to find another place to lurk. However, in the next moment, streams of data ascended his body, whisking him away from this realm entirely. Such occurrences were not mere happenstance. Many thousand fins on this battlefield had similarly vanished mid-combat. The battle was not particularly fierce, and thus the 1,000 fins soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Brothers, retreat quickly. The enemy has activated technology. With the command issued by the leaders of both factions, an organized withdrawal commenced. Yet, it was too late. The eerie data spread like a virus, leaping swiftly from 1,000 fin to another, those infected unable to utter a sound before being absorbed. Big brother, hurry. Zhang Fei's voice failed to reach its destination before he vanished from existence, while Lu Qianfen, engaged in combat with the Origin Qianfen above, remained oblivious. As the broken army sword danced, the Origin Qianfen wielded an ancient blade. You traitors, come one at a time, and I shall evade you. Lu Qianfen adeptly transformed to counter. The Origin Qianfen, realizing their inability to gain the upper hand, switched generals and altered their combat strategy. Can you evade this strike? Lu Qianfen remained composed in response. Both sides continually transformed, navigating the hierarchy of the food chain. However, despite the intensity of the battle, neither side achieved any tangible results, for they wielded equivalent powers. Regardless of the transformations, the opposing faction could always counter with an appropriate general, rendering them unable to break each other's moves. Thus, to secure victory, a clever strategy was imperative. Both sides exchanged glances before retreating. Divine Guan Yu. Divine Guan Yu. After a brief delay, they clashed once more. Oh, young one, you intend to lure me into transforming into Divine Guan, and then conceal a trick with the Phoenix Chick's resurrection. do you? Your thoughts are rather dark. You old fool, aren't you thinking the same? Big brother, let us not speak of second brother. The tension peaked as the rich power of the dog card enveloped them both, and once again the data manifested, whisking them away. Well then, that's that. The ultimate Qianfen clapped his hands, leading the single Qianfen out from the shadows. Is this all it takes? The single Qianfen inquired, gazing at the lingering mosaic-like data in the air. Of course, they have all been sent to my specially crafted realm. The remaining Qianfen after the battle will be the backbone of the dog card's conclusion. By the way, why not join in the fun? The ultimate Qianfen directed the data toward the single Qianfen. As the data began to spread across him, the single Qianfen suddenly recalled something and asked, "What should I be cautious of while inside? Don't die? Huh?" Before the single Qianfen could inquire further, the ultimate Qianfen kicked him inside. Chapter 88, The Life and Death Game of the Three Kingdoms. Rule 1. Those who speak harshly shall perish. Rule 2. Those who set fire shall perish. Rule 3. Those who disobey their identities shall perish. Rule 4. Those who flee shall be deemed to have failed once. Rule 5. Those who fail 3 times shall perish. As the voice of the ultimate Qianfen echoed in their ears, Dan Qianfen and several others found themselves on a circular disc adorned with a pointer. Before they could ponder their situation, the pointer began to spin rapidly, and in an instant, 2 Qianfen, marked by the same indicator, vanished without a trace. Dan Qianfen was also pointed at, disappearing from his original position and arriving in a small dark room with another Qianfen. Rule 1. Rock, paper, scissors determines the order of play. Rule 2. No damage can be inflicted in the first round. Rule 3. The loser shall have a powerful general drawn from them by the victor. As the last word left the air, 3 general cards appeared before each player. Although the circumstances were unclear, it seemed they were about to engage in a battle. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dan Qianfen flipped over the few general cards laid before him. No one dared to wager the authenticity of the rules outlined by that voice, for if they could be brought here, they could just as easily be killed. Dan Qianfen was not willing to gamble on whether the ultimate Qianfen had provided him with any advantages. The king of duels, the queen of duels, this should suffice. Dan Qianfen's lips twitched uncontrollably as he revealed 2 cards. Jiama Chao, he muttered, deciding it was better than the previous 2. He placed the card before him. Perhaps it was his expressive demeanor that bewildered his opponent, who took a considerable amount of time to select their general. The battle commenced. The 2 general cards soared through the air, colliding before flipping over. One represented Dan Qianfen's Jiama Chao, while the other showcased the opposing Qianfen's divine Gan Ning. What? Both exclaimed in astonishment. You only have Jiama Chao, and you made me agonize over my choice for so long. The opposing Qianfen then revealed 2 more cards. One was the king of songs, and the other, a camel. Dan Qianfen covered his face in despair, exclaiming, "This absurd matchmaking mechanism, how am I supposed to win? If fleeing didn't count as an automatic failure, I would have already made a swift exit." Rock, paper, scissors. Dan Qianfen chose scissors, while his opponent selected rock. As fate would have it, Dan Qianfen lost the gamble, and now he faced the divine Gan Ning, who had the advantage. Could there be a more dire situation? Indeed, there was. The 2 players distanced themselves slightly, and a ripple coursed through the air as 4 cards landed in Dan Qianfen's grasp while 3 cards were bestowed upon divine Gan Ning. Lubu. Divine Gan Ning played a card, positioning it beside Dan Qianfen. What? Night raid on the enemy army to diminish their morale. Before Dan Qianfen could react further, divine Gan Ning stepped forward to inspect Dan Qianfen's hand. Kill, 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 there is no flaw here. Given your earlier expression, I expected a formidable opponent. Yet here you are, just a petty figure. With a smile, divine Gan Ning drew a card marked no flaw from Jiama Chao's hand and discarded it. Swift battle. Caught off guard. The card was thrust onto Dan Qianfen's face. The round concluded. There is no fun to be had. It is akin to a dimensional descent, leaving no room for enjoyment. Just as the despairing Qianfen was about to discreetly depart, the heavens shifted. The judge, in a state of bewilderment, deemed it a red heart. Following a momentary astonishment, a prolonged silence ensued. No matter, the first round may not yield any damage, so thought Shen Ganning as a form of self-comfort. Strike. You cannot evade this blow. Shen Ganning found himself immobilized, unable to inflict harm, yet that did not preclude him from launching an attack. The young lad seemed to have misunderstood the game. Now it was Qianfen's turn to revel in the moment. With elegance, one does not easily succumb to defeat. How could a fabricated landlord falter? Would the young lad care to take another look at what cards his father possessed? The round concluded. Qianfen retained 1 card along with 4 strikes, leaving Shen Ganning with a modest surprise. However, just as Qianfen chuckled in anticipation of Shen Ganning's reaction, a sudden ambush ensued. Shen Ganning scrutinized Qianfen's hand and discarded the lethal cards within his hand. This is hilarious, isn't it? A grand endeavor, indeed. Strike. Southern barbarians invade. Duel. In an instant, Qianfen found himself with but a sliver of health and a solitary card. Come. Let me see if your elegance can procure a strike. Shinganing glanced at the several strikes in his hand and declared the end of his turn. Although strikes were the most abundant cards, the probability of drawing one diminished considerably under such constraints. Thus, breaking the elegant strike was not entirely impossible. Moreover, even if the opponent drew a strike, how could one turn the tide with only a sliver of health? Qianfen fell into silence. Trembling hands drawing 3 cards from the void. Flash, flash, the red heart. Very well, this is truly a dead end. With trembling hands, Qianfen prepared to take a secretive route but suddenly slapped himself to regain composure. I must not concede. In despair, a glimmer of hope remained. The red heart was affixed to Shun-Ganing's visage. The judgment took effect, and he drew and discarded cards. No matter, come. Let me see how you intend to overturn this and eliminate my 4 health with a mere inability to draw a strike. Shun-Ganing remained unfazed, gazing at the 5 strikes in his hand, cheerfully uncorking champagne. Qianfen did not respond. He silently drew cards, manifesting 3 from nothing. From nothing, something emerged. From nothing, something emerged. From nothing, something emerged. Although Qianfen managed to conjure 3 from nothing, Shun-Ganing remained entirely unperturbed. With 4 health and 5 cards. Do you think you can eliminate me in an instant? Qianfen smiled subtly. Just as he intended to lift the corners of the Dragon King's mouth, an epiphany struck him, and he forced himself to maintain a calm facade, asking, have you ever heard of spiritual dislocation? Shun-Ganing? Swiftly and deftly, he pilfered and dismantled the bridge. In an instant, Shun-Ganing's hand lay barren. Shun-Ganing? The victor is Qianfen. As the ultimate Qianfen proclaimed victory, he seized Shun-Ganing from the opposing Qianfen's grasp. In the tussle between 2 Qianfens, until the dust settles, one can never predict what the next move might be. Therefore, one must never be overconfident, nor should one uncork champagne prematurely. What a thrilling and exhilarating duel it was. I eagerly await our next encounter. After a boastful remark, Dan Qianfen departed, leaving the other Qianfen seething with impotent rage. Dear best, I hope I won't encounter you again, the latter thought. As a radiant white light enveloped the scene, and Dan Qianfen vanished, returning to the previous disc, albeit this time, 3 pointers emerged. The pointers spun once more, and Dan Qianfen, along with 2 others, entered a room. Greetings, the other Qianfen said with a warm smile. Are you going to impersonate me? Dan Qianfen inquired cautiously. After all, a 3-person game could not operate independently. It was likely a cooperative format, akin to a game of do-di-ju, which implied that Dan Qianfen might have to ally with this individual temporarily. Of course not. The other Qianfen replied cheerfully, resembling a little son, making it difficult to reconcile this demeanor with the furious figure from earlier. Instantly, Dan Qianfen felt a chill of dread. Partnering with this character was certainly a mistake. The game mode was equivalent to that of do-di-ju. The landlord wins by eliminating all farmers, while the farmers triumph by defeating the landlord, with no special rules. Let the bidding for the landlord begin. As soon as the words were spoken, the other Qianfen promptly declared, I pass. Goodness, if he chooses to be a farmer, I will be the landlord, and he will try to outplay me. If I select a farmer, he will impersonate me. He thinks he has me cornered, does he? Just as Dan Qianfen was about to bid 3 times for the landlord position, the other Qianfen preemptively chose 3 times before Dan Qianfen could. Hello? It seems we are teammates now, arigato, Qianfen-san, the latter said. Let's south take the back road immediately. I have no desire to linger in this dreadful do-di-ju. Divine Ganning, Dan Qianfen thought, resigning to the circumstance. Perhaps, against all odds, a miracle could occur. He selected Divine Ganning and prepared to face 2 opponents. Commence battle. The landlord revealed his warrior, having chosen Dabao. General, take this route, and I shall handle the pursuers. Cross the river and demolish the bridge. Before Dan Qianfen could react, the landlord Dabao struck first, destroying one of Dan Qianfen's cards. The identity of the discarded card mattered little now. Dan Qianfen had come to terms with reality. Wine. Ancient ingot blade. Kill. Dabao overshadowed Dan Qianfen's remaining 3 cards and lunged towards his throat. Fate has turned against me. Dan Qianfen shut his eyes. You rebellious traitors, I shall slay each of you. The character chosen by the other Qianfen, Chaoang, offered a flash card to Dan Qianfen. Huh, what? Aren't you supposed to impersonate me? Aren't you meant to imitate him? Both the landlord Dabao and Dan Qianfen stared in bewilderment at the card being handed over by Chaoang. How novel. I am not a fool. If I can win, why would I lose? In a game where losing 3 times means death, why would I choose to lose? Chaoang scratched his backside. At that moment, Dabao unleashed his second strike with Broken Army Sword Dance, obliterating all of Chaoang's cards in a fury. Confronted by the surging onslaught of Dabao, Chaoang nonchalantly unfastened his trousers, retrieving a vibrant flower and tossing it at Dabao's face. With a swift maneuver, Dabao produced a multitude of eggs from his trousers, launching them with great speed, ultimately leading to the farmer's victory. 2 streaks of light emerged. landing in the hands of the two victors, a reward for their triumph. Dabao and Shan Qianfen exchanged glances before he turned and approached Chaoong. No need to thank my generosity. I simply detest losing. When we meet again, your demise will be most unpleasant. With that, Chaoong departed with an air of arrogance. Shan Qianfen mused aloud. I merely wish to know how you managed to extract the flowers and eggs. Lowering his gaze, he opened his trousers, revealing nothing but his manhood. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he averted his gaze and reached down to explore. Is it truly this miraculous? Shan Qianfen pondered as he beheld the eggs and flowers in his hand. Returning to the platform, he noted that the pointer had transformed into 4 segments, indicating that the next game would involve 4 participants. For individuals, could it be a sweet duo arrangement? Before Shan Qianfen could contemplate further, the pointer began to spin, and the 4 of them were allocated into teams. As anticipated, the format was indeed a duo arrangement. "Ah, it's you again," remarked a familiar participant, brandishing a sign. "My dear brother, are you truly so persistent? It appears we are facing each other this time, so I shall entertain you thoroughly." The sign in that participant's hand displayed the number 1, while Shan Qianfen held the number 2. The first and fourth were paired, while the second and third formed another duo. Prepare to be overwhelmed. With that, the participant leaped back and revealed their warrior card. "Do you think I fear you?" Shan Qianfen retorted defiantly, unveiling his warrior card to bolster his combat strength. Zhang, Zhao, Ma, and Huang? Quite fitting for a duo arrangement. Shan Qianfen glanced at the warrior of the third participant, recalling that the hallmark of a duo format allowed for shared card abilities. "You possess Sunyu? Perfect. For I have the boundary version of Liu Bei." He locked onto Liu Bei and marked Sunyu in the hands of the third participant. Just as he prepared to select Cao Cao, the third participant queried, "Sunyu? Who is that?" Shan Qianfen felt a foreboding sensation wash over him. "Oh, now I understand," he replied. The third participant promptly locked on his Sunyu. Let the battle commence. The 4 participants revealed their warrior cards. The first was a white horse, the second a boundary Liu, the third a dubious character, and the fourth a master. A master with a white horse? What sort of advanced combination is this? Shan Qianfen furrowed his brow. The dog-walking combination? This could prove challenging, the first participant grimaced. So that's what you call it, dog-walking? The third participant fell silent, prompting the fourth to initiate dialogue. "Hey, I have a flash. Hurry and eliminate me." The white horse participant did not respond, instead striking Liu Bei before concluding his turn. "Do you even know how to play? I told you to eliminate me." The young officer had evidently never encountered such an advanced warrior. In the 4th position, Qianfen promptly retrieved a concoction from her trousers and splattered it onto the face of Qianfen in the 1st position. Observing this, Dan Qianfen silently mused, "Steady now." Firstly, the opposing lineup was disjointed. Secondly, the individuals on the opposing team were at odds. Thirdly, the duo known as the dog-walking combination countered the white horse, thereby neutralizing the only significant threat. With virtue and wisdom, Dan Qianfen surrendered her entire hand to Sunyu, demonstrating her capacity to yield to others. Liu Bei, in the boundary, perceived that Sunyu had played a card of attack. Flash, attack my teammate, and victory shall be ours. Even the least skilled of the white horse team understood the necessity of targeting opponents rather than allies. You, the captain, are quite the character. Sunyu reached into his trousers and threw an egg at Dan Qianfen's face. "I'll decode your intentions." Chapter 90. Qianfen's Game, Part 2. Watch closely. "My dear captain, this is how the game of 3 kingdoms is played." The iron chain linked Dan Qianfen and the 4th position leader, after which he drew forth the ancient ingot blade. "Wine, fire attack. Did you think to use me as a springboard to eliminate the leader? Nevertheless, if I can take down at least one, so be it." Dan Qianfen had little hope left for such a dim-witted teammate, and thus opened her arms, bracing herself to endure the strike of the ancient ingot blade. Flash. The blow was indeed striking, yet regrettably missed Dan Qianfen entirely, as Sunyu targeted the leader instead. Furthermore, his strike was ineffective. Dan Qianfen summoned the winds and commanded the thunder. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader unleashed a bolt of energy upon Dan Qianfen's visage, only to be ensnared by the iron chain, inflicting 2 points of damage upon himself as well. "Haha, you fell for it. Did you not anticipate my use of the iron chain? How cunning of you, brother dog. You have employed such treachery, exploiting our general's knowledge to ambush me without prior bloodshed. Ah, in warfare, deception is paramount. How could one label it as treachery? It is primarily due to the leader's extraordinary skill. Had he been like those 2 captains, my stratagem would have surely failed." Brother Dog acknowledged this, and the two engaged in mutual flattery for several minutes, deliberately consuming the time allotted for card play, resulting in the discarding of valuable cards by Sunyu. Dan Qianfen remarked, "Indeed, Brother Dog is a hero of great caliber, not taking advantage of another's misfortune. Thus, I shall reciprocate in kind." The leader received a peach, initiated a peach garden, and concluded the round, discarding several attack cards. As the second round commenced, The first position white horse drew a card, 10,000 Swords Surge. However, he hesitated and chose not to play it. After all, confronting Sun Yu would grant Lu 4 cards and directly injure the 4th position leader. What is the honor in that? If you play 10,000 swords, I have a flash. The white horse hesitated, contemplating his next move. What are you doing? The leader's irritation surged. Have you lost your hearing or your sight? Your father commands you to play 10,000 Swords Surge. With a flurry, eggs were hurled, landing upon the white horse's face. 10,000 Swords Surge. Enraged, the white horse disregarded the potential consequences of facing Sun Yu and unleashed the attack, as he was now the player with the most cards. The 2 points of considerable damage inflicted upon Dan Shinfen brought her to the brink of death. Now seeking a peach, Dan Shinfen found none. Pass, she declared. Moving to the next player. The 3rd position Sun Yu glanced at his 2 peaches on his phone, deemed them insufficient, and opted to decline. What a farce. What use is there in reviving a player who cannot even comprehend the game mechanics? As Shan Shinfen felt her temper rising, she was prepared to unleash her mastery of the intricate language of the game. However, the master of the game presented an unexpected twist. Do not misunderstand. It was merely a reluctance to employ the flash ability, allowing Sun Yu to evade consequences, something you, mere lieutenants, cannot comprehend. White horse, can you not choose to refrain from using skills? Shan Qianfen inquired with curiosity. Do not question the general's maneuvers, young lieutenant, she was reminded. The expletives she intended to utter were abruptly lodged in her throat by the master's unexpected play. Thus, Shan Qianfen was lifted by the master, and the 10,000 arrows effect resolved upon Sun Yu's position. Observing this, White Horse sighed. Having the 4th player as a coin-generating ally made the game challenging enough, and allowing old Lu to play 4 cards made it even more formidable. Unassailable. Sun Yu utilized Unassailable to negate White Horse's 10,000 arrows due to the distance not being won. What is the harm in losing a bit of health? Is a bloodseller's blood not blood? Shan Qianfen retorted. Within my grasp, how could it escape? She proclaimed. Without my efforts, how could victory be attained? The 4th position, too close to the 1st, could not respond to 10,000 arrows, resulting in a direct 2-point health loss, leading the master into contemplation. Why, dear brother? Did you not use flash? White Horse seemed to have found his voice, finally confronting the master. Stuck. Shan Qianfen, damn it. I truly have no desire to engage with such a simpleton. Once more, do you not have a kill? White Horse asked, his gaze darkening as it shifted towards the master. Indeed, allow me to showcase the general's prowess. Watch closely, dear lieutenant. All right, wine, kill. White Horse executed without hesitation, a blade striking the master forcefully. Flash, general, why not flash? The master, on the brink of demise, pondered. This wretched game has many flaws. Wait, the master scrutinized White Horse's skills. You foolish dolt. Could you not refrain from activating your skills? Will you perish without them? Smack. An egg soared towards White Horse's face, igniting a flurry of egg throwing between him and the master. In the midst of their playful skirmish, they even unlocked a new item, slippers. May your mother be well, and may your father find peace. I aim a cannon at your mother's bosom. The two exchanged amicable greetings regarding each other as parents. We are all Shan Qianfen. Are not our parents alike? She interjected, only to be met with 2 large slippers in response. Without further incident, following the 3rd position's lead, Shan Qianfen emerged victorious. White Horse, having lost to Shan Qianfen, was left with nothing but the 1st player's White Horse. As the triumphant Shan Qianfen could draw a powerful warrior from either the 1st or 4th positions, she graciously declined upon glancing at the warrior in the 4th position. Bah! Little lieutenant truly lacks discernment. It is normal for a young lieutenant to lack insight, remarked Shan Qianfen, as the 3rd position drew the master from the 4th. Brother, please take good care of him. The 4th position cast a reluctant glance at the master. Rest assured, I shall ensure his legacy flourishes, came the confident reply. On the 3rd position, Qianfen grasped the hand of the 4th position and turned to draw a card from the 1st position. Must one alternate suits to draw cards? Bestow oneself with the divine spirit? And what on earth is this nonsense about sacrificing one's stamina for a duel? What a collection of worthless generals. Qianfen cast a curious glance over, and lo and behold, there were Liu Zan, Liu Yan, and Wen Yang. Ah, indeed, the great general has an eye for talent. These are all mere refuse. Seeing that the core generals would not be drawn away, the 1st position Qianfen quickly expressed admiration for the 3rd position Qianfen and produced a card of Chong'er. Great general, behold. This is a powerful general I have treasured for many years. Upon receiving damage, with a stroke of luck, one can draw 4 cards directly. Truly formidable. Oh, you are quite thoughtful, remarked the 3rd position Qianfen, examining Chong'er with keen interest. Little brother, since you are so astute, next time we meet, this great general shall spare you. Thank you, great general, thank you. The 1st position Qianfen bowed deeply, bidding farewell to the 3rd position Qianfen. Once both the 3rd and 4th position Qianfen had departed, the solitary Qianfen finally spoke, Deceiving the simple-minded is a crime, my friend. Chapter 91, The Qianfen Game, Part 3. In a flash of white light, the solitary Qianfen returned to the compass, and as expected, the pointer had multiplied. 5 pointers, were they to engage in a military 5? Before Qianfen could ponder further, the pointer began to rotate, and he entered a room alongside 5 others. As anticipated, this round was indeed a military 5. However, the Qianfen he had encountered previously did not appear again. It made sense, as a nameless Qianfen had made quite enough appearances. With a swift motion, 5 identity cards were dealt. Rebels? Qianfen cast a glance and then covered it, commencing his selection of generals. The battle began. The first position. The Lord took Lao Bao. The second position acquired Da Bao. The third position selected the Divine Zhuge. The fourth position, Solitary Qianfen, claimed the Queen of Duels. While the fifth position, Jiesu Chu, was under management. Judging by the generals, the third and fourth positions leaned towards loyalty, while the second and fifth positions appeared rebellious. Yet, considering the exceptional Qianfen from the last match, Qianfen dared not hastily conclude others' identities. I comprehend the reasoning, yet my state in this match is exceptionally favorable. I anticipate that when I take action, it shall herald a tumultuous storm of bloodshed. Glancing at his hand, Da Bao broke the silence. Is it true, the Lord? Lao Bao also scrutinized his hand. A plethora of options. Da Bao examined the ancient ingot blade, wine, fire attack, and iron chain. Very well. I shall create from nothing. Lightning, wine, kill, pierce through stone, strike the 3 armies. Lao Bao, with a series of maneuvers, amassed 4 suits, then declared, peerless. The myriad armies seek the head. An overwhelming 5 points of damage instantly obliterated Da Bao. After a brief silence, Da Bao utilized the wine and requested peaches from all present, perhaps due to his unclear identity or simply a lack of peaches among the others. Within less than half a minute of the match's commencement, Da Bao met his demise. Da Bao's identity card flipped to reveal loyalty. He discarded all his cards. The sound of clapping echoed. Without a doubt, a fierce battle commenced. May the power of the stars bless Shu Han, though the foul may be endless. The rounds must proceed in a timely manner. The third divine strategist, Zhuge Liang, cast a glance at the 7 stars card and then produced 5 cards. Focusing intently on the solitary Qianfen. General, do not slay me, Qianfen implored. Your Majesty, Jinan. He fell, and upon his demise, his skill activated. Replenishing 3 cards for the 5th position, the interface of Su Chu. Why not replenish my cards? Zhuge Liang, the divine strategist, flung an egg at Qianfen's visage. Qianfen, bewildered, mused, how novel. Setting aside whether I can replenish your cards, considering I am a rebel and you an internal traitor. Why would I provide you with assistance when my allies refuse to? Who is calling me? The managed Su Chu canceled the management. Having just regained consciousness, he noticed 2 had already fallen. Wait a moment. If the 5th is indeed the traitor, then your neck above is surely a tumor, Qianfen exclaimed, frantically unzipping his pants to launch an egg. Why choose such a dubious loyalist general? As a mere officer, you cannot even replenish cards. What use are you? Zhuge Liang, undeterred, retrieved another egg, hurling all his attacks at Su Chu before cloaking the battlefield in a thick fog, thus concluding the round of empty cities. Is it conceivable that if the great treasure falls, the Lord is right beside you, and you could directly eliminate him? Humph, what if the traitor possesses a peach? Qianfen retorted. What kind of logic is that? If the traitor has a peach, one should not eliminate the Lord? Humph, you cannot fathom this, can you? A mere officer dares to question the general's tactics? Indeed, it was perplexing how one so intellectually challenged could survive. Qianfen remained silent. Yet his grip on the egg tightened with determination. His silence only served to embolden Zhuge Liang's arrogance, who scoffed disdainfully, ugh. The thought of having to win alongside such a useless officer is truly irksome. You possess a hand of Su Chu, the fully intact old treasure. Where does your confidence in victory stem from? A heavy armor is better shed than worn. Qianfen's words were cut short as Su Chu activated his bear attire and swiftly thrust 2 dueling cards into the old treasure's mouth. Old treasure. Kill. With the old treasure on the brink of death, Qianfen pleaded for a peach. Humph. Having you, such a worthless officer, win is more painful than my own defeat. Zhuge Liang proclaimed, arms crossed and filled with pride. This has nothing to do with you. It certainly does. I am enveloped in fog. The wild boar king cannot harm me and can only target the Lord. You 2 are of a remarkably low intelligence, a dimension below. Peach. Su Chu suddenly recalled something and pulled the Lord back. Almost forgot, the traitor must first eliminate others. Yet, remembering is futile, you cannot breach my fog. With Su Chu's round concluded, it was time for the old treasure's turn. Naturally, he drew no favorable cards. Instead, he attached a soldier card to Zhuge Liang and held on to a dodge card, ending his turn. Now it was Zhuge Liang's turn, successfully severing the grain supply. Humph. This merely prolongs your survival for another round. Zhuge Liang, Arms crossed, summoned the fog once more. This is not a foolproof strategy. I fear the thunder. Remove. Suchu revealed 3 cards. Wine, Thunderkill, and Kill. The Divine Juga. There is no need to witness the ensuing scene. Victory for the rebels is simply unattainable. Nevertheless, Shan Qianfen is indeed a person capable of accepting defeat, promptly conceding to the general before commencing the next round. However, as fate would have it, misfortune does not come alone. The second round proved as arduous as the first. Do not hesitate, let me guide you. Enough, no need for further words. Cease and discard the spear. Liu Yan turned and departed, seemingly resolute, never glancing back at the game. The term leave in the dictionary signifies parting ways with a person or a place, and in that moment, I comprehended the essence of departure. Clutching the identity card of loyalty, tears streamed down Shan Qianfen's face as he offered heartfelt wishes to Liu's family. Curse you, that was the new kill, little tiger. Hurry back. In a flash of white light, Shan Qianfen returned to the wheel. Losing 2 consecutive rounds meant he had but one chance for redemption. The number of players on the wheel had diminished significantly, confirming the rule that failure indeed leads to demise. 8 pointers? Shan Qianfen's voice was hoarse. Reluctant to engage in the next round, yet the game was obligatory. Swiftly, 8 individuals entered the room. Upon receiving their identity cards, they each selected their generals, monsters and deities. Lu Meng, Lu Sun, Eugene, Ling Ju, and Shan Qianfen's Zhao Xiang. Observing the stark dichotomy among the generals present, an ominous premonition washed over Shan Qianfen. In 2 minutes, I'll know that the forces of the underworld have always been by my side. Gazing upon the 3 spectral entities hovering above, tears of emotion flowed from Shan Qianfen, silently affirming that victory was assured. Shan Qianfen and the spectral beings represented 4 rebels, while the remainder aligned with the loyalists. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming, leaving Shan Qianfen perplexed as to how to lose. You are too quick to be moved. Ling Ju, having approached unnoticed, spoke ominously. What? Before Shan Qianfen could react, he was struck to the ground by Ling Ju's fist. Let me see your identity card. No. Obey, let me see it. Ling Ju dispatched Shan Qianfen and retrieved his identity card, subsequently exchanging it. Zhao Xiang's identity was revealed as loyal. Chapter 92, The Grand Finale Youth. Do you believe in miracles? After a long silence, Lu Sun finally spoke. If I say I do, can you create a miracle? Shan Qianfen replied, his gaze shrouded in despair. Certainly. Have you heard of the mighty General Lu Boyan, who wielded the spear to unite the camps? Lu Sun equipped the spear and cast out 2 cards. Out with the old, in with the new. It is the united camp. Lu Sun had lost his final hand. He drew a card. He drew it. Faith, it is faith. Shan Qianfen's hope ignited. Life begets life, endlessly. Damn, the card flickered. Lu Sun activated the trust. As the great treasure's blade fell, the head of the sovereign finally descended, marking Shan Qianfen's 3rd failure. Am I to perish? Observing his gradually transparent form, Shan Qianfen's mind raced, striving to suppress his fear. When being kicked in, the ultimate Qianfen uttered a warning to not die. The game stipulates that one must lose 3 times to face demise. If death were truly imminent, the ultimate Qianfen should have advised against losing. The statement to not die implies the existence of a resurrection match. Qianfen, in her solitude, sought to comfort herself. Gradually, her consciousness faded, and upon awakening, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm. Was I correct? Is there truly a resurrection match? Qianfen glanced around and soon spotted a familiar face. Dog Kazma. Indeed. It is I, the most formidable and somewhat foolish planner of Dog Card Company, known as Kazma. Dog Kazma struck a pose. Enough. We are all aware of your status as the gatekeeper. There is no need for pretense. Qianfen waved her hand dismissively, her impatience evident. After all, the operations of Dog Card have been observed by all. Those shadowy soldiers, despite their shortcomings, serve Dog Card faithfully, only to be discarded like refuse. I wish to propose a collaboration. No negotiations. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianfen rejected the offer. Fine, then I shall return you. Dog Kazma smiled, unfazed by Qianfen's candor. However, let me make one thing clear. You are currently deceased, and it is only due to the contract I hold that you have been resurrected. You must consider this carefully. All right, I am open to discussion. Qianfen took a seat. The ultimate Qianfen harbored intentions to eliminate all Qianfens, desiring to merge them into a singular entity to gain unparalleled power. I wish to preserve you to thwart the ultimate Qianfen's plan. Very well. I need you to strike the ultimate Qianfen at the crucial moment of merging. Wait, that cannot be. The ultimate Qianfen is. I shall offer you more. Agreed. In mere moments, the ultimate Qianfen was betrayed by Qianfen, leading Dog Kazma to muse. Betrayal truly is the greatest virtue of the masses. For a mere trifle, they will turn against their own. This references the prior incident of the half-price event, where Dog Card's shadow soldiers stirred the pot, resulting in factions among the masses. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the ultimate Qianfin's dark game finally came to a close, with the last Qianfin standing triumphantly atop the corpses of all the others. This fortunate Qianfin had scarcely celebrated for a few moments when the ultimate Qianfin plunged a knife into her back. All right, this is the final one. The ultimate Qianfin laid down the blade, and all the corpses of Qianfin transformed into luminous streams, returning to him. These projections of Qianfin were created by the ultimate Qianfin as a tribute to the Marvel Universe. Once, during a confrontation with Dog Kazma, Qianfin had received the aid of this world, adorned with countless treasures and divine artifacts, even receiving assistance from a deity to combat Dog Kazma. Thus, as he lay gravely wounded and on the verge of slumber, the ultimate Qianfin opened his being to the Marvel Universe, resulting in the creation of innumerable Qianfin duplicates. The original intent of the ultimate Qianfin was to enlist the assistance of these Qianfin in maintaining the stability and peace of the comic universe. However, he greatly underestimated their capacity for mischief. The entire comic world was thrown into chaos by the antics of the ultimate Qianfin's avatars, and the situation had spiraled out of control. Thus, the singular Qianfin took matters into his own hands, purging the disorder and absorbing the powers of those involved, subsequently launching a full-scale assault against Dogka. With a wave of his hand, the ultimate Qianfin restored the damaged multiverse to its former state and then soared towards the Wall of Origin. Though his flight was slow, it seemed as if he traversed the lengthy distance in an instant, as if the journey itself had been severed. Hey, I'm here. I've been waiting for you. The embodiment of God stood beside the Wall of Origin. Apologies for the inconvenience, the ultimate Qianfin bowed in apology. In the past, to support the ultimate Qianfin against Dogka, the very essence of the comic universe had diminished, while the avatars of the ultimate Qianfin had stirred unrest throughout the realm. No matter, God waved his hand dismissively. Dogka is unjust. All beings must unite to expel him. If not for your interference, Qianfin, the entire world might have fallen into Dogka's clutches. Where did you learn to be so half-heartedly eloquent? The ultimate Qianfin shrugged. Enough chatter. I'm off to deal with Dogka. Wish me luck. With that, he plunged into the Wall of Origin, departing from the comic world. Good luck, God murmured, watching the ultimate Qianfin's retreating figure, lost in thought. You've arrived, Dogka proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, floating in the air with an air of superiority. Indeed, Dogka, I have come to end you. The ultimate Qianfin raised his hand, summoning his warriors, who surged forth and merged with his being, imbuing him with formidable strength. Die Dogka, Aura, in stark contrast to elaborate maneuvers. The ultimate Qianfin opted for the most primal form of attack, unleashing his colossal fists like a tempest upon Dogka. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Dogka was overwhelmed and exploded into a mist of blood. Such rudeness. You should remember that I possess dominion over the warriors. I can manipulate them as I please, and their strength cannot rival mine. Time reversed, and the blood mist coalesced back into Dogka. I certainly remember, the ultimate Qianfin declared, igniting his form in crimson flames, a manifestation of his life force intertwined with that of his warriors. Do you wish to repeat the last encounter? Did you think I was unprepared? The singular Qianfin appeared behind the ultimate Qianfin, delivering a piercing blow that bisected him. Surprised? I still have one avatar saved, Dogka began to mock, only to be met with the sight of two Qianfin smiling. Dogka, do you understand? My myriad projections serve not merely to reciprocate to the comic world, but to manifest a unique individual. Every thousand Fin possesses distinct individual characteristics that set them apart from one another. Among them, there exists a particularly peculiar Fin individual, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, often deemed a mere failure. Single Fun, where are you from? Why are you berating your teammates? Yet, it is precisely this seemingly inept Fun who holds the potential to vanquish you, for his essence of life mirrors your own. Upon uttering these words, the ultimate Fun expended all his vitality, transforming into a radiant stream of light that enveloped the single Fun. No, this cannot be. You are undeniably endowed with formidable magical talent. In truth, it was the Emperor of Wei Shan who was remotely controlling the situation. I merely issued the command. The single Fun flexed his wrist and then charged headfirst into Dogka. The situation surrounding the Jiakue incident had become abundantly clear. The ultimate authority of the martial generals lay in the hands of Dogka. Harnessing the power of the martial generals would not suffice to defeat Dogka. To conquer them, one must employ the body of an ordinary person for a decisive, offline elimination. Boom. At the moment their bodies collided, a tremendous explosion ensued, and after a blinding flash of white light, both individuals vanished from sight. Good evening, esteemed viewers. Welcome to tonight's news broadcast. We interrupt this program to deliver a breaking story. Due to various operational missteps, the planner from Dogka Company, Sima, has been eliminated offline by an unidentified player. We hope that the directives from Dogka can persist, and we urge all Dogka planners to apply some intellect. while also extending our gratitude to the artists and voice actors. Lastly, we wish all players continued success in their future endeavors and a harmonious family life. The end.